What it do, baby? Happy Tuesday. It is time for The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield. We love this show so much that we do it every weekday at 11 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, and it kicks off a day of 6 Madden Sims on the Dream Stream. What a time to be alive. All right, if you're sad that college basketball is over, that's okay. Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. We still have the NBA, and DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and a newbie here with us, DK Nation's Stan Sun, are here to analyze tonight's slate. So, Kenny, welcome back. Stan, thanks for being here. We're going to talk building blocks, okay, guys? So which players are you starting in your DFS lineups at the following positions? So, Kenny, who are you going with at guard?
I'm going with a fella named Stephen Curry at $9,700. Look, I think that on another night, you know, if the Golden State Warriors weren't up against what people see as a good defense in the Milwaukee Bucks, Steph might be a little bit more expensive. But, you know, don't get it twisted here. He is the whole offense for the Warriors. 30-plus points per game since his return in those 3 games. The Warriors have actually looked competent on the offensive end. The thing that I'm looking at the most here, though, is that the Warriors are top 6 in pace over the last 10 games. They are second in pace for the season. The Bucks, top 3 in pace for the season and in the last 10 games. I think that these teams are just going to be running back and forth. There's going to be a billion possessions in this game. And I think that it's right for Steph Curry to have a good game. And it's important to note, too, that the Bucks are just 11th in defensive efficiency over the last 10 games. So while people say that this is a good defense, this is an improved defense over last year's issues that they had in the postseason. They have not showed it lately. The Bucks have won a lot of games lately, 7 of their last 10, but they haven't played defense to the level that we know they can. So I think that this is actually a pretty high-scoring game, and I think it suits Steph Curry very well to have a good game.
All right, Stan, I know it's early over there on the West Coast. Who are you going with at guard?
I'm going to go with Tomas Satoransky. And so when I was doing all my research, you know, I kind of wanted to fill in players. You know, I don't want to put in all the high-priced guys, so I wanted to, you know, have players. So, like, you know, Kenny's talking about the Warriors game. I agree. You know, that's, you know, going to be a great, you know, fantasy-friendly game. So I'm actually going to go with the player in that game for my high-priced guy. But for guards, I'm going with Satoransky. He's 5,100. Playing the Pacers, I mean, it's a pick'em game. DK Sports has a pick'em. 226 total, which is a very healthy total. In terms of pace, both Indy and Chicago are tied for the 8th fastest pace, so there's going to be plenty of offensive possessions. Since he entered the starting lineup 12 games ago, he's been averaging 28.2 minutes. He's been averaging 0.96 DK fantasy points per minute. He scored at least 30 DK points in 5 games, and he has a high of 42.25, which, you know, is he accomplished that in his most recent game. So, you know, the usage rate isn't great for him. He's at 14, but, you know, he contributes in every category except for blocks. So the floor is relatively high. And, you know, since they boost the fantasy points per minute to point guards by 12.2% above league average. So, the environment and the matchup, very juicy, and the price is good too at 5,100.
All right, sweet. All right, how about your building block at forward, Stan?
All right, so this is where I'm going with Giannis. So, he's a stud, and Kenny already went over the game environment. He averages 1.64 DK fantasy points per minute, which is top in the league. So Jokic is at 1.63, Doncic is at 1.62. So he's coming off a 72.25, I'm sorry, 72.5 DK fantasy point performance in his last game. I mean, we know the ceiling. He has one of the highest floor ceiling combos in the game. He's well rested. He didn't play last game. He should be raring to go. And in terms of Golden State, they boost the fantasy points per minute to power forwards by 11.8% above league average. So, I mean, he scored 60 DK fantasy points 22 times on the season, and, he's gone over 70 in 9 games. So, I mean, yeah, floor ceiling combo is there, and the environment is great.
Pretty enticing. Where are you going for forward, Kenny?
This one might come out of left field, but I actually really like Jaylen Brown at $7,600. Now, I know you haven't heard the name Jaylen Brown associated with anything good in a very long time, but the last time Boston played the Sixers, he scored 42 real life points, which led to a very, very solid DK fantasy point total as well. But Jaylen Brown was the key there, right, for Boston. And it wasn't a fluke. It's because he has a good matchup there on the wing. That is where the Sixers tend to struggle defensively. The Sixers also just have really, I think they're going to win this game. But, Stan mentioned that the DK Sportsbook line's a little bit. I mean, this is a 1.5 point spread here. The Celtics is slight underdog. I think this is a very close game. I think it's going to be very competitive. I think that the Sixers lately have had some issues. They did get Joel Embiid back, and that's going to help them on offense. But defensively, they're letting weak offenses get to them. And Boston's offense has picked it up a little bit now. They're starting to find a little bit of a groove. They're starting to move up the Eastern Conference standings. I think Jaylen Brown has a big game here. The other thing to look out for is Evan Fournier is out for this game. So more minutes now going the way of Jaylen Brown. That's really been his only kryptonite lately. 26 and a half minutes per game over the last 2. And as long as he's out there for a lot of minutes, which I think he will be now without Fournier, I think he should be set up for a really solid night. We know he can shoot the ball, and we know that the Sixers really don't defend that well against the 3.
All right, Kenny, how about center? Who are you going with as your building block?
I love Nikola Vucevic. I'm going to keep going to him. He's $8,700 here, and I still think that it's underpriced. When you look at the way that the Chicago Bulls have played basketball since acquiring Nikola Vucevic, it's actually like a meme. It's hilarious, right? They have almost 19 post-ups per game over the last 5 games, which leads the NBA by like so many post-ups, Jesse. It's ridiculous. They just force-feeding Vucevic in the post, trying to get him going, and it has worked out. He did score 22 points last time out against Brooklyn. Obviously a short-staffed team, but they won that game. And they just want to feature Vucevic as their go-to guy here since acquiring him. They want to make him the focal point of their offense, like a Joel Embiid. We were just talking about the Sixers. I think Vucevic is a really good play here at $8,700. Sabonis is not the best interior defender. The Pacers in general have been kind of lackluster on defense this year. It's a game that Chicago should win. But I just cannot ignore the volume that Vucevic is getting here. I mean, the Bulls are just feeding him the ball time after time here, and he's really performing. I mean, he's getting up the shots and he's getting them to go. So I can't ignore how well he's playing, and I can't ignore how much of the ball he has.
All right, Kenny's going with Vucevic. Who are you going with, Stan?
Before I came onto the show, I asked the other DK Live people some advice on how to do well on the show, and they said the first thing was make fun of Kenny. And, I want to really bad, but I mean, his recommendation of Vooch is spot on. The price is great, the usage. So, kudos to Kenny. I can't, make fun of you there. My guy is going to be Bam Adebayo, 8,300 versus the Grizzlies. I'm a fan of Bam just because he's, he can do everything. Pass, shoot, distribute. He has 24 double-doubles, is 13th in the NBA. He has at least 5 assists in 28 games. Usage rate of 23, which is nice. I think Vucevic he has like a 28 usage rate. So for centers, I mean, the playmaking ability of those guys is huge. He also contributes in the defensive categories. He has 1 steal and 1 block in 17 games. So, his floor is relatively high. He has a high of 62.75 DK fantasy points on the season. Now, Memphis, I mean, they're very generous to the center position. They boost the fantasy points per minute to the position by 15.29% above league average. The pace is good. Memphis pays at the sixth fastest pace. Miami bogs it down. So it's a pace-up matchup for Bam.
I love it. I love the advice. Kenny's a good sport. We know that for sure. All right, real quick, what is your value play pick, Stan?
I'm going with Killian Hayes. He's the stone minimum, 3,000. He missed 41 games due to a hip injury. Since returning, he's played 2 games. So in his initial game back, he only played 20 minutes, scored 10.25 DK fantasy points, and the usage rate was 9.1, which kind of makes sense, right? He missed so much time, so it kind of took him a little bit of time to get back into the groove, get acclimated with his team. In his most recent game, though, which was yesterday, he played 25 minutes, usage rate was 19.4, and he put up 34.25 DK fantasy points. So there's a little risk here because there's a little unknown as, it's a back-to-back. So are they going to play him? Are they going to limit his minutes? But, he played 20, 25. So, and he was the 7th overall pick in the draft. They're going to love him. They want to develop him. The spread is 13.5. So it's going to be, there's a high likelihood of a blowout. So, they may want to just throw him out there, give him run, just give him as much run as he can. So, stone cold minimum with upside of 10x in, I got to go there.
Kenny, real quick, what's your value play?
I know I've liked spending money on this slate, so I'm not going to give you a minimum salary guy, but I'm going to give you a guy that's underpriced. Danilo Gallinari at $5,700. Look, the minutes have been there for Gallo the last 2 games. He's flirted with 40 DK fantasy points. Great matchup against the Pelicans. And if you look at what he's been able to do defensively over the last 5 or 10 games, he's been one of the most important Hawks. Again, you don't get points for defense that often, right? Just for being on the floor while you play good defense, but you do get minutes. And that's why he's earned himself more minutes here, Jesse. I think he's going to play a lot in this game. He's got a great matchup. He's shooting the basketball very well with 16 threes over his last 3 games, attempted. So I do think that Gallo is a pretty solid value here at 5,700. I could see him getting 40 points for you and really just giving you a ton of value on this salary.
All right, good stuff, you two. That's all the time we have. Kenny, good stuff as always. Stan, amazing, and welcome to the show. All right,
stop listening to Steve, Stan.
Yeah,
stop listening to Steve.
I mean, I think Stan did a great job. He told us about the advice, and then he also didn't take the advice. So look at that. All right. Enjoy this Tuesday, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Steve Buchanan, Mr. Steve Buchanan, and Julian Edlow, a.k.a. the Unreasonable Odds Podcast, plus DK Nation's Nick Fryer will join me after a quick break to talk about tonight's MLB slate. chase your fade DFS and sportsbook plays around the diamond. I'm Jesse Cofield, and by we, I mean DraftKings contributors Steve Buchanan and Julian Edlow, along with DK Nation's Nick Fryer. Nick, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me here, Jesse. Appreciate it.
Oh my God, of course. All right, 8-game main slate tonight, boys. The three highest priced pitchers are Yu Darvish at 10K, Clayton Kershaw at 9,500, and Lucas Giolito at 9,300. So, Steve, chase or fade for me that Giolito facing the Mariners is actually the best option tonight, even though he's the least expensive of the top three price guys.
Yeah, totally down with rolling with Lucas Giolito tonight. I mean, quite frankly, there's a lot of high upside strikeout guys on the mound tonight. Like, we had an abysmal, field of pitchers we got to choose from last night. That's totally going to change here tonight. But you look at what Seattle did against righties last year, 24 K percentage against righties. That was one of the best for opposing pitchers in the league. Even guys like Tyler Glasnow, Clayton Kershaw going on the mound tonight. There's a lot of strikeout upside to be had. Even Adbert Alzolay going against the Brewers. That's a great matchup tonight too as well. The pitching selection, there is a plethora of options that's going to get you those strikeouts, but Giolito is most definitely somebody I have my eyes on tonight.
All right, Jules, are you going to chase it?
Yeah, I agree with Steve. I will chase Giolito here. The only thing that I don't necessarily like is you open up the slate and you see Darvish had a bad game in his opening start. Kershaw was awful in Colorado. Giolito was pretty good. He looks kind of like the easy choice. So, if you're playing a large field GPP, I think maybe just paying all the way up for Darvish makes sense to be different if Giolito is going to have much higher ownership. But just in terms of a, perspective of who I think will have the best game of the three, I like Giolito, and you get the 700 savings off of Darvish. I think it's a pretty good matchup against the Seattle lineup that is nothing special. You get plenty of strikeout upside, and he's not really gonna break the bank. So outside of being super contrarian, just after those bad opening day starts, Giolito is the guy for me.
Nick, 3 for 3, gonna go here and chase this guy, Giolito?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm with you guys on this one. I was trying to make a case for Glasnow as we were getting ready for this, and I don't like him necessarily here because he hasn't done well against the Red Sox historically. And, of course, they had a big night the other night going off, 11 runs. And Kershaw would probably be my number 2 here if we want to be a little bit different, just because he was at Coors Field, opening day. I'll give him a break there. Now he's out and playing against the A's, pitchers-friendly ballpark. But still, Giolito is definitely the play here.
All right, guys. So some injuries to worry about when it comes to hitters tonight. Fernando Tatis dealing with a dislocated shoulder. Cody Bellinger has a foot injury. Jules, that potentially leaves Mookie Betts as the highest priced hitter tonight. Now, are you chasing Mookie tonight or fading him because of ownership here?
1 second.
Oh.
Just take a sip of Steve Buchanan's tears there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, delicious.
Look, Mookie's in a good spot. He's never in a bad spot, put it that way. So if the other high-priced guys are dinged up, not going to be around on this slate, he's a guy that you can trust. He's a cash play. He has reverse splits, so he's always going to hit righties well. He can get you points, whether it's a home run or you get walked and he steals second. He's versatile. He's a cash play. I don't necessarily want to pay $6K for him. I would rather get Giolito. There's not great value pitching, so I'll probably wind up paying up for a second pitcher. And that just leaves me without the room to pay $6K for a hitter, even though I think Mookie's in a fine spot. So I'll look down. I think that there are, studs on this slate in the 5,000 range, low 5,000, high 4,000s that you can get that aren't necessarily going to be as safe of a floor as Mookie, but bring similar upside. So I probably am not looking at the priced up bats here.
Nick, are you looking at the top price bats here? You want to chase Mookie?
I'm going to fade Mookie here, but I still like the Dodgers lineup right now. I'm looking at Justin Turner in particular. I think Seager is a good option too, but with Tatis dealing with the shoulder injury, I think that Justin Turner is the best option too of these guys. Also, you got to factor in Manny Machado is going to be a more popular piece too over at third base with Tatis dealing with the injury, and then the same goes for, not the same, but Chris Bryant, of course, is a popular option at third too. So Turner isn't going to be too big a deal, but with Betts, he's always a good option, but he's still too popular for me, and I think Turner is a safer pick.
Steve, you want to eat that Mookie chalk?
Well, first of all, we don't need to keep talking about Tatis. We all know he's hurt. Okay, Nick's bringing out answers there. He's got the gears turning above his head with the, Justin Turner pick, whatever. You want to say that? Fine. We don't need to talk about Tatis anymore. And hello to Thor. Nice to see him. Nice to hear him back there.
Yeah, he's very loud. I'm so sorry.
We love him. You know what? We love him. But we don't have to talk about Tatis. That's like watching your dad get beat up, watching him get hurt. Nobody wants to see it. The matchup for Mookie Betts tonight is tough. He's going up against Chris Bassett. Chris Bassett's been really tough against righties. Since 2019, 295 WOBA, 4.15 FIP, 22.2 K percentage. Doesn't give up a ton of home runs either. 1.1 home run over 9 innings. So with all the good pitchers that are taking the mound tonight, there's no need that you have to go up to 6K and get Mookie Betts. There's a lot better value on the board here tonight. We'll talk about some of those value plays here in a moment, but I don't feel the need to go up to Mookie Betts. Hasn't driven in any runs yet, hasn't hit a home run. They're coming. Don't worry about that. But at 6K, there's a lot better options on the board at a lower value that I think than Mookie Betts tonight.
Thor approves. That's why he was barking. Okay.
Let's go.
Oh my, no. He is 92 pounds, guys. He got weighed yesterday. Okay. We're talking about a lot of expensive guys, but who are you chasing for some value tonight, Nick?
Well, I'm looking at two right now, Jeff McNeil and Manny Margot. And at first, I really like Jeff McNeil because, of course, he had a tough spring. This guy's still a stud, though. I'm not worried about him. He's going to get hits. That offense is going to produce plenty. And I'm going to be talking about them a little more later on. But Chase Anderson facing him tonight, I mean, that guy's he's not a threat at all. But Manny Margot, I love this right now. I need a piece of the Rays lineup tonight going up against the Red Sox against Martin Perez, a guy who I trust less than Julian and Steve out on the mound. So I got to take someone here. I'm going with Manny Margot.
All right, Steve, where are you going?
Get some really cheap exposure to Coors Field. David Peralta's at 3,700 tonight. You look at his numbers from last year, didn't exactly jump out at you, but he's consistently been a good source of power against right-handed pitching. You go back to 2019, 208 isolated power, 352 WOBA, and a 116 WRC+. Those are some stellar numbers for a guy against righties. Now he's in Coors Field. He's under 4K. And you have Herman Marquez, who has consistently struggled against lefties all throughout his career, especially at Coors Field. What don't you struggle against at Coors Field? But David Peralta, down year last year. I'll take the savings to take him at 3,700.
All right, Jules, we're talking value. Where are you going?
Steve's got the right idea, the wrong team. Like, how often do we see bats priced this cheap at Coors? And if you want to have some Diamondbacks in there, that's fine. But we have projected in the Rockies lineup 6 bats for 3,700 or less. Like, when does that happen? And we're going up
against. They stink because they stink.
They've managed to score some runs on the Dodgers. They did well against Kershaw on opening day.
Everybody scored runs. It's Major League Baseball. You're supposed to score runs. Doesn't matter. They stink.
You are just kidding.
Well, you're making the argument. So they are supposed to score runs because they're a major league team. So yeah, if they're going to score runs, they're going to do it against Luke Weaver, who stinks. This guy was a first 5-inning fade for me every time he pitched last season. He pitched in 12 games. He somehow was bad enough to get 10 decisions. He was 1-9 because he got his team in a hole every single time. The last game that he pitched happened to be a 10-3 loss to the Colorado Rockies. He gives up runs every game extremely consistently, and we can get however many you want, 2, 3, 4, 5 cheap Rockies bats in there. Go do that.
All right, guys, let's go to the sports book now, shall we? Yes, we shall. As usual, the highest game total comes from, can anyone guess? Coors Field Classic, where the Diamondbacks visit the Rockies. All right, game total set at 10.5. Steve, you just said you're supposed to score runs. It's Major League Baseball. So are you chasing or fading the over tonight? Got to chase it, right?
I mean, look, neither team is hitting the ball particularly well. And I think that's reflected in the total at 10.5 because, you want to say 10.5 is kind of a low total for Coors Field, but it really is. So I would hate to take the under on a Coors Field game like this, especially when it's at 10.5 because it feels pretty low. But even if it does hit the over, I think they're barely just going to squeak by this. Maybe they get 11 runs. Maybe it's at 12. But, both teams, especially the Rockies, they have a really, really poor bullpen. So the Diamondbacks are in a great position to just kind of go off here, aside from the fact that they haven't been hitting well so far to start this season. But, man, this is a really bad Rockies lineup too as well. So really kind of on the fence here. But if I had to take a side, probably going to go with the over, but I think it's going to be really close.
Jules, you like the over here?
I don't think that I would touch the full game total. I think it's pretty spot on. If I played any overs in this game, there's one of two ways I would attack it. The first would be the first 5-inning over of 5.5 runs. I just talked about Weaver, who's god-awful. Marquez, not very good either. Even though these offenses aren't that great, I think we would see the runs early in this game. So I would look at that first 5-1. Or if you just go into the game props, what is the team total for Colorado? Sitting at 5.5 plus money on the 5.5. I think that's a decent play too. If I was picking between the two, I would go with the first 5 over.
Nick, 10.5. You're going to chase or fade the over?
I'm going to chase because Luke Weaver stinks, as Julian put so eloquently earlier. And also, German Marquez, I mean, this guy, I know he put up a goose egg last time out, but he walked 6 batters. I'm not, any guy that's messing around like that, he's bound to give up a ton of runs, especially after a strong outing. So I'm hitting the over on this, no questions asked.
All right, Jules, if you're looking at the full slate of MLB games today, is there a team that you would chase at plus money as the underdog tonight?
I don't see any underdogs that jump out to me, but why put it this way? We don't have to be patient. I'm not going to wait to bet baseball games tonight. I'm going to bet baseball this afternoon. 1 p.m. Give me the Minnesota Twins team total over 4.5. They're going up against a highly touted prospect in Casey Mize, who was a disaster last year. He had an ERA of 7. He faced the Twins 3 times. He gave up, 9. He gave up 11 runs in 9 innings and change. The Twins are averaging 7.5 runs per game in the early going this season. They put up 15 in Detroit yesterday. I will just bet on some afternoon baseball.
Nick, any team you like at plus money?
Yeah, the Mets. I don't know how you're not going with this one, Julian. It seems like a no-brainer to me. I know Marcus Stroman didn't pitch last year, but Chase Anderson going up against him, I like the Mets lineup. I think this is a no-brainer for me. So, yeah, at plus 116 last I checked on DK Sportsbook? Easy one there.
Steve, what about you?
Yeah, Julian, you coward. Why'd you take a game we're supposed to be choosing from? I'll take the Rangers at plus 112 going against the Blue Jays. Tanner Roark is taking the mound for the Blue Jays. I went on YouTube, look up his 2020 season highlights. It played an ad and the video was over. There was nothing that was a highlight for him last year. So now you have a Rangers team that could easily shell him. This is someone who gave up 14 home runs and 47 2/3 inning last season, an average of 2.6 through 9 innings. Give me the Rangers at plus money.
All right, good stuff. Thanks, guys. And Nick, thank you for coming on the program. Can't wait to have you as part of the crew moving forward. You did awesome, especially with these two.
Oh, yeah, can't wait. Yeah, great.
The Mets are favored, by the way.
Okay,
They weren't when I last checked.
They've been favored all day. But
Okay.
They have not been favored all day. You tell me I can't read now?
yeah.
Wow.
They're
You guys
minus
take this to the
139.
Twitter streets. Take this to the Twitter streets. All right. All right. I'm going to talk that hockey with Jeff Ork in a couple minutes. But, guys,
Oh, great.
it is Masters Week. It's Masters Week, though. So our dude Adam Kaufman caught up with Jason Sobel to break down some odds for the Masters. Can you believe that? Take a look.
For the second time in a year, the Masters is coming our way, and joining us from Augusta, Jason Sobel, our master of Masters talk. He is, of course, from the Action Network. I'm Adam Kaufman, and Jason, just how exciting is this to, get back to a little bit of normalcy after, as we know, the pandemic shifted everything around schedule-wise and had the Masters take place in November last year?
Yeah, Adam, that's the one word that I keep coming back to this week is normalcy. Last year was intriguing because we'd never seen Augusta National in November. We'd never seen a Masters in the fall. And so it was just different. This one feels like we're getting back to a sense of normalcy, sort of big picture equation if we put everything together. And then you throw in sort of that hype machine turned up to 11 right now. Jordan Spieth winning on Sunday. Brooks Koepka coming back from knee surgery. John Rahm is a father, and he is indeed going to play this week. So a lot of really good storylines coming into this one.
Before we get to some of those, just in general with the course, because like you said, with the Masters taking place in the fall, now obviously springtime, as it typically is, by the way, but for people that were just here a matter of months ago, how is this course going to play differently in Georgia than it did in November here in April?
Much softer in November. So we saw, of course, it was not nearly as fast and firm as it is usually in April. And the result of that was Dustin Johnson set a 4-round scoring record himself. Cameron Smith became the first player ever to record 4 scores in the 60s. The overall scoring average for the entire field was lower than ever before. And I think that The powers that be at Augusta National may bite back a little bit this week, and I expect this course to have a little more bite itself, and I think it's going to play tougher this week.
As you alluded to, Dustin Johnson is the defending favorite. He is, or defending champ. He's the favorite here to win once again at plus 950. Now, it's tough to win an event back-to-back years in general, but to win an event like the Masters twice in a span of, 6 months, I don't know. Are you more inclined to fade DJ for that reason?
Yeah, he's a fade for me this week. I don't love the number on him, first of all. I understand it. He's the favorite. We all get it. But no, this is going to be a different kind of Masters, like I said, than we saw in November. And DJ, quite honestly, has not played his best golf over his last 3 starts, has not contended or even come in the top 10 for one of those events. So DJ is a fade for me this week. Granted, on any given week, he can just bust out and play his best golf and go ripping the field by 5 shots like he did in November. But I don't see it happening this time.
Jordan Spieth with the win at the Valero Texas Open made people a lot of money over the weekend, and here the DK Sportsbook has him now rocketed up the board, tied for second with DraftKings own Bryson DeChambeau at plus 1150 here to win this event. These two guys, the only two that are right behind DJ. How do you feel about Spieth going into this?
Yeah, I wonder if that number keeps moving too, because the public is all over Spieth so far, and for good reason. You could have got him at 60-1, 80-1 just a few months ago when he was struggling with his game. He was outside the top 90 in the world. He hadn't won in 4 years, and now he's got more momentum than anybody. He's taken that momentum down Magnolia Lane. The ball striking is fantastic. I really like Spieth. I just don't see a scenario in which this is not a really good week for Spieth. Whether really good means he wins this event or comes in T6, I think that's a fine line. But if you're looking for one reason why Jordan Spieth might not play well this week, and it's nitpicking because, like I said, I really like him, but he was working that left to right fade off the tee throughout the weekend at the Valero Texas Open. You really need to work your ball more right to left with a draw at Augusta National, and so we'll see if he's able to get that shot shape back. If not, could hurt him a little bit, but again, I'm nitpicking. I really like him this week.
Well behind DJ, Spieth, Bryson, you got Brooks Koepka, who is plus 2,800 to win this event. Now, he is less than a month removed from knee surgery. He's obviously going to play. We know his history at major tournaments. Are there just too many question marks to want to lean in and play him?
It depends. Adam, is Brooks watching this right now?
No.
No? Okay. Well, if Brooks isn't watching it, then I'll say, yeah, absolutely. Brooks can go play well, and I think he'll do something. If Brooks was watching this right now, I'd say there's no chance Brooks can play well after knee surgery just a few weeks ago. He can't do it. And then Brooks sitting there in front of his laptop right now going, oh, yeah? You think so? And all of a sudden, he gets that big chip on his shoulder. He says, let me prove you wrong. And Brooks loves proving people wrong. It's the whole reason he's come back. I loved his quote that he gave to reporters on Sunday afternoon. If I was going to come in second, why would I even show up? And so he is here to win this golf tournament. That's a Tiger Woods-like quote right there. And I wouldn't be surprised if Brooks Koepka is in the mix. I do think, Adam, he will keep getting stronger every day. I don't know how much golf he's played coming off that surgery a few weeks ago, but if he can just hang in with an even par opening round, maybe 1 or 2 under in the second round, I do think that he'll get better as the week progresses. And so if he just, like I said, hang on with a decent start, we could see Brooks Koepka on the leaderboard this weekend.
If you're going to give one of these, you got to say, the big chip on his massive shoulders just to, really let him, because who knows, he might watch this on replay, which I don't think we're going to send it to him. Let's talk about, after going down some of the roads, obviously involving high price guys, what about mid-range guys, mid-tier guys? Anyone stand out to you?
Yeah, there are a few guys I like, maybe not for outrights necessarily, but at least for top 5s, top 10s. Top 5, I really like Paul Casey. I'm not sure he's necessarily a mid-tier. He's sort of an upper to mid-tier, but Paul Casey has cashed top 5 tickets in 3 of his last 5 worldwide starts, and so he's a nice play this week. Further down the board, Jason Kokrak has been top 10 in each of his last 3 stroke play events, and Corey Connors playing very well lately. So I do think it's going to be mostly the bigger names on the leaderboard throughout this week, Adam, but it doesn't mean we won't see anybody up there. Just last November, we saw Dylan Fratelli, Sung J M, Cameron Smith, all at triple-digit outright odds going into the week. They were all top 5. CT Pan was 1,000 to 1 outright. He was in a share of 7th place. So don't be afraid to dig for some long shots this week.
Who are the long shots for you? You know, even going beyond obviously mid-price guys. I mean, really digging deep down that board.
Boy, really digging deep. I would look at a guy like Matt Wallace, who played really well in Texas this past weekend. He was in that final group with Jordan Spieth, and so I think he will continue to ride some momentum. Christian Bezuidenhout is a guy that I think a lot of people in golf fans in the U.S. don't know much about, but he started playing more events over here. He's a very good player as well. Check out the course. Here's, at the time we're recording this early in the week, we haven't heard too much about how the course is playing yet. If the course is fast and firm, and we hear all about how it's fiery and, it's just the balls are rolling forever, check out guys who are, first of all, shorter hitters, and secondly, some guys who have played well on links golf courses. So you might be able to find some of these European players or guys who have at least played on the European tour who this course might work out better for them than some of the American course players who are used to just firing at the flag sticks all day. So, again, I think it depends on how the course plays, but we're not quite there yet.
Jason, we hang on every word that you say. So tell me, who is going to win the 2021 Masters?
So, Adam, when I arrived in Augusta, I had picked a winner. It was Xander Schauffele. Xander Schauffele has not won in over 2 years. Strokes gained approach, which I think is the most important metric, very good this season. So I had Xander Schauffele, and then I woke up in Augusta on Monday morning, and I said, nah, not doing it. I got another guy.
Okay.
And I had an asterisk next to this guy's name for the last couple of weeks when I was piling up all my research because we weren't sure he was going to play. His wife was due with their first child. He said, look, if the baby comes during Masters Week, I'm out of there. The baby came on Sunday. John Rahm called it the greatest day of his life. And I think next Sunday could be the second greatest day of his life. He's playing so well. 3 straight top 10s at this event. He's got, I believe, 10 top 10 finishes in the last 14 starts dating back to last year. A great cross-section of form and course history for John Rahm this week.
Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm here with Jeff Ulrich, our DraftKings contributor who wears many hats. Right now, it is a hockey helmet. We were talking DFS plays and bets you like for tonight's 9-game NHL slate. So a couple of wingers at the top of the salary list on this slate tonight. OV at 9,100, David Pastrnak at 9K. Now, if you can only have one in your lineup, Jeff, who's it going to be?
Yeah, I mean, looking at these two over the last little bit, I mean, I think Ovechkin has definitely outplayed Pastrnak. He's kind of been on a roll. He's getting that positive regression, the goal scoring. But let's look at the matchups here. I mean, you got the Islanders and Philly. I think we all know, like, the Islanders aren't the greatest matchup for your fantasy prospects, especially for forwards. So I think targeting Pastrnak here is fine against the Philadelphia Flyers. One of the worst penalty kills in the league. I expect this Boston offense to get going after kind of blowing a game in the last one against Philly. So for me, it's Pastrnak here. They've juggled their lines around, but he's still averaging over 4 shots on goal, per game. And look, he's got 4 points over his last 2 games. So maybe the line juggling is actually going to work. I'm going to take Pastrnak here in this matchup.
All right, at center, Rupe Hintz of the Stars has been on a roll lately. 10 points in his last 10 games. He gets a favorable matchup against the Blackhawks tonight. So is he like a solid option for you, Jeff, at center? Do you prefer someone else? You want to ride his hot hand?
No, I mean, look, there's some guys you can pay up for, definitely. I mean, I really like Mika Zibanejad of the Rangers. I just like that whole Rangers first line there. I think you're going to see a bit of a shootout between Pittsburgh and the Rangers, 2 offenses that have been kind of clicking of late. But, you obviously want some value, too. You can't just pay up like $8K for every player, right? So Rupe Hintz, I mean, I like the Stars in this matchup. I mean, Chicago has a ton of shots on goals. Dallas has played a little bit better over the last 2 games. They're still up there in advanced stats like expected goal rate. The Stars really aren't playing that bad, and they're still in a hunt for a playoff position. Hintz is getting a ton of ice time. From a value perspective, you're really not going to do much better, especially on this slate specifically. You've got some guys like Aho, Trocheck for Carolina, but they're kind of in a tough matchup against Panthers. They're priced up a bit. Hintz is out there. He's playing top line minutes, top power play minutes. He, to me, is the real target that you I don't want to say must play, but he's close to a must play for me. I think the other guy, if you do want a cheaper play, Jack Hughes going up against the Sabres. Sabres are terrible. They allow a ton of shots on net. Hughes is definitely the epitome of boom or bust, but I could see this where the young guy, breaks out for like a goal or 2.
All right, let's talk about some value. All right, who are you looking at for that?
LA Toivonen of the Nashville Predators. So, I mean, this is a player most people probably didn't pay much attention to at the start of the year. Nashville has been bad. They've had some injuries. Now Toivonen is playing like top line minutes. So much like Rupa Hintz, I mean, he's out there in all situations. He's playing on the power play one, and he's been very productive. He's averaging a point per game over his last 10 starts. So this is all about opportunity. You know, opportunity is everything in a lot of these sports, and it certainly is with guys who are getting, you know, top line power play minutes, top 6 minutes. And Toivonen is getting all that, playing over 16 minutes a game as well right now. So matchup against the Red Wings, I have no reason to even think about like not considering him. Definitely like him as a value. I also think Craig Smith, though, of the Boston Bruins, in a nice spot. Again, they've juggled their lines. He's been playing alongside Patrice Bergeron for long stretches. He's been pretty productive. So Craig Smith is another winger down there, sub 4K, even cheaper than Toivonen that you can think about tonight.
All right, let's check out the GK Sportsbook now, Jeff. Any team you're willing to play on the puck line tonight?
Yeah, puck line is interesting. There's no team necessarily that I, want to go out of my way to target, but I really do like the Dallas Stars tonight. I think you can just play them on the money line. That's fine, like at minus 121 going up against the Hawks. Again, you look at the advanced stats between these two teams, expected goal rate, the Stars are still ranking well into like in the top 10. The Blackhawks are down there at 29th. This is a Blackhawks team has really been relying on like hot goaltending, a little bit of puck luck and things like that to get by. They've lost 5 of their last 6 games now. The Stars have, played the Carolina really tight in their last series. They've won 2 of 3. I think the Stars are going to make a late push here, and I just feel like these two teams are heading in opposite directions. So if I am looking at a puck line, that plus 215 to cover the minus 1.5 goal spread, I do like that with the Stars. That's where I would go on the puck line. I think you can just play them on the money line. It's probably the better bet, but let's just target the Stars all over the place tonight because I really do like them in this matchup. Again, I like a lot of their young players like Robertson, Gurianov playing in the second line role together. I like that. And I think the matchup against Chicago, it's just not that great for Chicago. So give me the Stars on the money line and the puck line.
All right, finally, what is your slate approved pick, Jeff? Now, this can be either a bet or it can be a DFS play. Where are you going?
Okay, we definitely like Rupe Hintz. I mean, I think I made that clear. I think he's like the best, just pure value out there on the slate that we want to target. But, let's talk a little bit of props here. I mean, if you want to target some kind of player prop, let's target Jack Hughes against the Buffalo Sabres. You can go over 2.5 shots on goal. Hughes is averaging 2.5 shots on goal over his last 10 games. And look, the Sabres allow a ton of shots on net. They allow the third most shots on net per team in the league. Hughes against a weaker team like Buffalo, this is the type of team you'd expect him to break out against. So targeting his over and the shots on goal prop, it's plus 130 to go over tonight. I like that a lot.
All right. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate the time. More NBA is on the way. We will be right back. time flies when you're having fun. I'm here with RotoWire's Nick Whalen and DK Nation's Alex Hunter for NBA high or low. So are the following spreads or totals too high or too low for tonight's NBA slate? So Nick, Clippers favored by 5.5 over the Blazers tonight. Do you feel like that's too high or too low for you?
I think it's about fair, maybe a little bit high for me. And the Clippers have just been such a fickle team this season to figure out. Just when you think they've got things figured out, they'll pull off a couple of big wins over good teams, then they'll fall flat on their face against the Orlando Magic, like we saw last week. So it's been really tough to get a read on the LA Clippers. And meanwhile, the Blazers are playing well. I think this is one of the best rosters that they've had around Damian Lillard, maybe the best in his entire career with the Blazers. And obviously adding Norman Powell, only kind of emboldened that roster at the deadline. There is no Jusuf Nurkic tonight. That is certainly something to consider. Pretty big downgrade from Nurkic to Enes Kanter, especially on the defensive end. But on the other side, no Serge Ibaka, likely no Patrick Beverley as well for the LA Clippers. So both teams dealing with some key absences. Certainly would not be surprised if Portland covers this. Clippers are 13-10 ATS as a home favorite this season. Portland is 8-4 against the spread as a road dog. That's one of the best marks in the league. So I think I lean towards the Blazers.
Alex, welcome. Which way going?
I think the spread is too large. I see the Blazers covering too. They've won 5 of their last 6, and they've won 5 of their last 6 on the road. Their only loss came to the Bucks last Friday. And like Nick said, the Clippers just haven't been good lately. Missing Serge really hurts their defense, and Paul George is clearly ailing right now. They're worried he's dealing with a toe injury that might nag him for the rest of the season, and he scored less than 20 points in back-to-back games. And I think the Blazers are actually an appealing money line bet at plus 175 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. So I definitely think Blazers cover here.
All right, Alex, Bucks favored by 6.5 over the Warriors. How do you feel about this one?
I think the spread is too small. I think the Bucks go over and cover. The Warriors have lost 7 of their last 8 and 2 of their last 3 with Steph in the lineup. The Bucks beat the Warriors by 39 points back in December with Steph healthy. The Bucks have won 3 in a row. They're on a West Coast swing. And the Warriors have just been bad, ranking 26 in offensive rating and 22nd in defensive rating over their last 10. And Drew Holiday has just been a monster, scoring at least 22 points in 4 straight, earning that huge max deal. And I think the Bucks cover here.
Nick, what do you think?
I feel the same way. This is a suspiciously small line for Milwaukee against a Warriors team that's dropped 7 of its last 8. I wonder if there's still some, something that Vegas knows that we don't know regarding Giannis's status. He's listed as probable for this game. Obviously, he's dealt with that knee issue on and off, but all indications are that he will be back in the lineup tonight. And if that is the case, 6.5 for me is just way too small. I actually saw this line on the DK Sportsbook down at 6 points in favor of Milwaukee earlier this morning. So that was kind of strange as well. We don't have a great sample to pull from with these two teams, obviously being in opposite conferences. They last met on Christmas Day. That was a 138-99 shellacking, for lack of a better term, in favor of Milwaukee. But obviously, both teams were at different phases at that point in the season. If you do like Golden State, Milwaukee is just 9-15 against the spread on the road this season. But it's just really hard for me, assuming Giannis plays, it's hard for me to see Milwaukee not taking care of business with relative ease tonight.
All right, let's talk about game totals. Bulls and Pacers sitting at 224.5. Nick, is that too high or too low for you?
This one's really tough. The Pacers are third in pace since the trade deadline, and injuries have been a component in that. Malcolm Brogdon has missed time. It sounds like he's going to play tonight. Domantas Sabonis, his status is a lot more dicey after he missed practice yesterday. But they just put up 139 against the Spurs on Saturday without Brogdon and Sabonis in the lineup, which is a very kind of un-Pacers-like performance based on what we've seen from them this season. And then you look back in the 2 games before that, they scored 97 and 87 points, respectively. So it's been pretty tough to get a read on what this team is. And again, the injuries are a big part of that. The Bulls, meanwhile, struggling a little bit, especially on D. They're a bottom 5 defense since acquiring Nikola Vucevic at the deadline. Again, this is really tough, but I think it probably goes under. Assuming Sabonis doesn't play, I think that hurts Indiana offensively enough that they could maybe struggle to help it get to that 224.5 number.
How do you feel, Alex? You think this one might go under?
I think it might actually go over. This is the 3rd time these 2 East teams have met this season, and the first 2 matchups, the average was 231.5. And like Nick said, the Bulls have really struggled on defense since they got Vucevic, ranking 26 in defensive rating. And over this time, their game average total has been 224 points exactly. So I think there's a chance this game goes over with how their season matchups have gone this year.
All right, Alex, 76ers and Celtics game total at 222, too high or too low?
I think it's too high. Since the trade deadline and since putting Robert Williams as the starting center, the Celtics ranked 4th in defensive rating. The guy's just Time Lord is just a freak. And the Sixers are arguably the best defensive unit in basketball, especially with Joel Embiid healthy. And they're coming off a loss. So I think they're going to be hungry against their division rival. And also, Evan Fournier was ruled out today just before we came on the show because of health and safety protocols. And he's really been a big burst for the Celtics off the bench, averaging 20 points in their last 2. So I think without him, I think their offense might struggle, especially against this hungry Sixers team that's got Embiid. So I'm going under.
A little bit of breaking news. Nick, you going under too?
I think so. I mean, you look back at some of Philly's recent games with Joel Embiid in the lineup, and you have to go back quite a bit given the amount of time that he missed. But their last 4 games with a healthy Embiid, they scored 122, 127, 131, and 130. And that 131-point game did come against the best defense in the league in the Utah Jazz. So that does make me consider the over just because this offense is so much different with a healthy Embiid. But like Alex said, I mean, these are 2 teams that are playing really great defense. Philadelphia, especially, they're both in the top 10 in defensive rating over the last 10 games. Both teams right in the middle of the pack in terms of pace. So you wouldn't expect this to be a super fast-paced game by any means. Boston has gone under in 58% of its home games this season. Philly's gone under in 60% of its road games. So certainly the numbers there suggest that this one will go under. Both previous meetings did go over that 222-point total, but that was also when the Celtics were in the throes of the health and safety protocols. No Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown was in and out of the lineup. So if you're going to look back at those 2 matchups, I think you kind of have to toss those out. I'm with Alex. I'll take the under on this one.
All right, real quick, guys. Slated for pick time. Nick, what's your favorite NBA bet tonight?
I like Milwaukee -6.5 on the road. I like Jaylen Brown over 31.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Again, no Evan Fournier. And kind of doubling down on that, I like Marcus Smart over 12.5 points tonight.
All right, Alex, where are you going?
I like Drew Holiday's prop for points, rebounds, and assists combined over 29.5. The guy's just been on fire. He's averaging 41 points, rebounds, and assists combined over his last 4.
All right, good stuff, you two. Appreciate the time as always. Guys, the sweat may be over, but we have a full slate of Madden Sims coming up today. 6, they start at noon. You guys are going to have a great time. We got Texans at Vikings, Seahawks at Jets, Chiefs at Cowboys, Bears at Browns, Rams at Bills, and Madden After Dark, Falcons at Raiders with Glass Sheen and Brandon. All right, guys, the sweat will be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. as we will be every weekday from now on. It's going to be amazing. All right, Madden's coming up next. Great to be with you guys, and go enjoy the Madden slate.
up, DK Sim fam? Welcome on into the Dream Stream. I hope you've already been with us for the last hour enjoying the sweat, but for now we are getting ourselves ready for a half dozen Madden simulations taking you until almost midnight Eastern time. I am Adam Kaufman. With me is Professor Z, Zach Thompson, and normally, Zach, when the two of us are together, we get excited about, a Cardinals sim or getting to watch your cousin Chris play for the Jaguars. Instead, though, we are going to have to watch the Texans and Vikings, which will be an interesting contest that we have on the way. If people are in the free rolls or paid contests, whatever the case, we just are glad you're here. The Nooner, the Jets traded Sam Darnold, the school's in session with Professor Z, free roll. How are you, man?
I am doing very well. I'm excited for this sim. Should be a good one. Definitely some dynamic talents on the field with Dalvin Cook and Deshaun Watson. Probably some very chalky plays to be sure, but some fun players to watch anyway.
Lineups locking in a matter of moments. Here is my, I don't feel like it's a bold prediction, but compared to yesterday, I almost have to classify it that way. So what the heck? Here's my bold prediction for this sim, Zach. So yesterday, I don't know if you look back on, you weren't on the call, but if you look back on what went down yesterday for the Nooner, the first game of the day may have been a bottom 5 sim ever across Madden 21. Maybe even it was a 7-3 game. We expected good offense. It was absolutely dreadful. It was just punt after punt after punt. So my call with Deshaun Watson, Dalvin Cook, among others involved in this sim, we are going to get a Nooner that you're going to be saying to yourselves after the fact, man, I should have stacked that game. This is going to be offense galore, baby.
Ooh, that is a bold prediction, because while we do have those dynamic talents up at the top, there's not a ton of depth to these teams. So stacking them is an interesting play, because obviously Watson and Cook are great places to start, but after that there's not a lot of options. I'm like, I gotta get me some whoever.
I know. I say that as well with the Chiefs and Cowboys coming up in the 4:00 slot.
Yeah. There's Brandon Cooks with the first catch and the first down. So you're off to a strong start with that prediction.
That's right. A completion gets us going.
Hey, we'll take what we can get.
Zach
this
Thompson,
is the third meeting.
Drew is our producer, by the way. Tom, our technical director, Joe, and Game Ops. But yes, you were saying.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the third meeting between these two teams. The first time, the Vikings won 21-9 behind a monster game from Dalvin Cook, 140 yards and 3 touchdowns in that contest. The second time they met, the Texans did a much better job containing Cook, at least as a rusher. Still had 8 catches and 17 fantasy points, but the Texans won that game 13-3. So some low-scoring games. Hopefully we don't get that 13-3 one. That's not that exciting. But hopefully we get better production here. I have a feeling we're off to a good start.
Here's what I know. Brandon Cook's catch, Randall Cobb catch, Darren Fells catch. Perfect so far for Deshaun Watson. 2nd and 5 from the 40. What's your lineup look like as we're a minute and change in?
Yeah, let's run it down. I did go with both Watson and Cook in my lineup. Cook is my captain. And then I actually did not intend to do this, but it happened, so I decided I was going to go with it. I stacked Houston a little bit. I have Watson, Fells, who already had a catch, as you mentioned, and Duke Johnson, as well as the kicker, my boy from Hawaii, Kaimi Fairbairn. And then on the other side, Minnesota, I have just Dalvin Cook, my captain, and then the Vikings DST. Because Deshaun Watson can get a little loose sometimes when he's out there running and fumble the ball. So we'll see if that's what happens in this one. There's my boy Fells with the catch for the first. Did they give him the first? No, second
and inches from the 22. If you haven't already looked at our smaller free roll 176 entries, if you'd like to guess, what is Dalvin Cook's ownership, both overall and in the captain's slot?
I have not looked. I don't want to say 100% because I'm sure there's an empty lineup in there maybe or something. I'm going to say
just
over 90%.
Yeah.
Over 90%.
92% owned overall and 35.8 in the captain's slot. Deshaun Watson's numbers not far off, at least in terms of overall ownership. 85% owned, and he is up to a quick 57 passing yards and counting. And just 9.7% though in the captain's
Well, that's
spot.
low.
So obviously,
I would have thought it would be much higher for him.
Me too. At least the mid-teens is what I would have figured if I were.
Oh, nice move there.
Take it yourself. Go. Stopped at
To
the
the
2,
one.
Deshaun Watson. You
Or the
can't
2.
stop this man. You can't do it. 19-yard pickup, first and goal on the way from the 2. Are we going to get ourselves a vulture touchdown from a running back after Watson has done so much to earn a score himself?
I hope it's Duke Johnson because he's in my lineup.
There you go.
And that's him in the backfield, so we'll see.
I've got
He
David
does-
Johnson.
You do?
Yeah, that's right.
All right,
I
well,
do.
that's
We're
Duke.
going the other
And
way.
he's gonna throw it
And
anyway.
Watson's going to finish the job. Randall Cobb, touchdown.
Randall Cobb, not in my lineup. I don't think he's in yours either. Run down your lineup for us.
You are correct, unfortunately. Dalvin Cook in the captain slot for me.
Yep.
Deshaun Watson in the flex, along with Tajay Sharp, Darren Fells,
Sharp.
Justin Jefferson, and as mentioned, not your Johnson, but the other Johnson, David Johnson, who has 27 scores in Simland.
Yep, he does. He's a little boomer bust because he is very touchdown reliant. Doesn't get a lot of catches because Duke steals most of those, which is why I went with Duke. Although in that drive, it didn't matter. It was Deshaun Watson show and Randall Cobb with the touchdown.
Taking
That
a
is
little
Cobb's
look-see
10th touchdown
in the
this.
DraftKings conference room. So from Hey Buddy in YouTube,
Hey, buddy.
says, howdy, buddy, ZT in the cough. Thanks for hanging out with us. Good morning, DK fam, from Ed Zone Dance. Michael Lilly, happy birthday, Cough. I'm off today and ready for some Madden. What's up, Professor?
Yeah.
Viper, thanks,
Always
Cough.
ready for
I
some
win the smaller free roll yesterday for the worst sim, making me the worst winner ever. LOL. it was something, Viper,
Congratulations.
but hey, win's a win. Doesn't matter how many points. DJ, hey, Cough. ZT, One Love Brothers. What's up, DJ? Mark says, Cough, crushed your tourney last night in NBA. Yeah, we expanded the last minute NBA last night to 20 as opposed to 10. Good on you for the win, Mark.
Very cool.
Even Glass jumped in there. He got thumped, though. I think he finished bottom 5 or something. First time that he hopped in.
Are
one of
you
those.
doing one tonight? I should jump in. I'll jump in
should
tonight.
See, here's the thing, though, and
Yeah.
the people in the chat can tell you about this. I invite you to get in, but you need to be ready to hop in like the second the notification comes out, because it fills up instantly.
It fills quickly.
Not
All right.
quickly, instantly. Like, you know.
Then yeah, you should make it bigger. Wouldn't that? All right,
Maybe
I'll be ready.
If I remember.
What
and
time
if
do you
we're
create it?
All of like 5 minutes before lock.
Okay, so I'll try to have my lineup ready and watch for that to come through.
If I think of it, and hopefully I will, if I think of it, I'll hop on Slack. I'll send you a quick little thing, hey, I'm about to press send.
Okay.
So
All
that
right,
you'll
sounds
know
good.
it's coming. Either
So
that or
I
you and
am,
I can just do a head-to-head or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah. All right. Well, it sounds good. I have not looked at the slate yet for tonight, but
Me either.
always a fun time.
Couldn't even tell you how many games there are. I'm going to guess 7 or 8.
All
but
I know
haven't
is
even
Evan Fournier's out.
Yeah, I saw that. I did get that notification with my Boston bias. We are halfway through this opening quarter, 7-0 Houston in front.
And
Emerson
Fred VanVleet
is
also.
curious to see if he follows through on this. Is he on today, by the way? Let's look. No, he is not doing a sim today. So I guess you guys will have to ask him the question at some point in time, you in the chat, if you'd even like to. Houston, by the way, losing a timeout on that booth review to see if the receiver had the catch. So 2 timeouts left for Houston, all 3 for Minnesota. Again, 3.5 to go in the first. So I had beaten him in our first 4 NBA head-to-heads.
Okay.
At which point he said, you're a thief. I'm done with you. All sorts of name calling that, is typical of him.
Typical.
And so I left him alone for a little while, and I figured, well, he's not going to play me in basketball again. Because as it was, I think I had won the first 3. I gave him a break, like not sending him contests. Then I sent him one. He played, lost again. So 4-0. So, okay. I mean, he's just not – I know he's going to be out on NBA. He's not going to go again. And Kirk Cousins, he drops back, completes pass over the middle, shy of the first, just a couple-yard pickup, as a matter of fact, 4th and 4 on the way. So I sent him this was, I don't know, last week, I think maybe, I sent him a hockey contest.
Oh, there you go.
And I won. And so it was 5-0.
Gotta find something.
Right. And so I truly had never done DFS baseball before. You and I have talked about that.
Yep, we've talked about this. Yep.
So I figure, okay, like if he's going to think that I have some sort of advantage on him, I definitely do in basketball. Hockey, I think there's, that's tougher to predict in terms of, like usage. And we talk about this all the time. Usage
game
in
to
the
game
NBA is much more reliable than the NHL with like who's going to score a goal, who's going to have an assist, that type of thing. Nevertheless, I beat him there, but I figure, okay, let's totally even the playing field. He, I think, has done baseball before. I've never done baseball before. So I sent him a contest last night, and I won by 20 or 30 points. And so he sent me a text, maybe even before the night was done, but it was clear he wasn't going to come back. We had like 5 innings left or something like that.
Yep.
And he just said, "Don't talk to me again for 2 weeks."
Oh, so I guess he doesn't want the Masters contest you were about to send him?
I guess
Look
not.
At this.
Nice run. Look at this. Oh, shouldn't
Big
have cut
run.
inside. Johnson, 40-plus rushing already on 2
That's mine,
attempts
right?
up to the 24.
Duke! That's my Johnson.
Duke! That's yours. That's yours.
There we go. Way to go, Duke. And now it's back to David. Duke's a little bit smaller, and he has the junior, so you can tell.
That's right.
Although not in the DraftKings roster list, but in Madden he does. So like that is David Johnson because there's no junior.
No junior. You want to look for
no senior either.
Johnson and Johnson Jr. It's important to know. 7-0. Minute and change to go opening quarter. Dom says, have you seen the Loki trailer, Koff? Thoughts? I'm looking forward to it more than I was Falcon and Winter Soldier. So I have said, I don't know about you, Zach, I have said, as we have another completion, by the way, a little shy of the first after the 15. Fells with that grab, 3rd inches. I felt, as soon as, once the MCU, Marvel Cinematic Universe, announced the upcoming release of all of these different shows, that, WandaVision, again, just like hearing about it, I watched it, I thought it was awesome, but just hearing about it, I was, Falcon and Winter Soldier, okay, more invested in that. Loki, all in from the start. And then when they released that first trailer, however long ago, that looks incredible. And they just in the last day or two released another trailer for that series that starts in June on Disney Plus. And I am just completely invested in the new Loki series. Very excited about it.
Yep. So it looks like, I would agree, it looks like the best of the 3, although the first 2 have been outstanding. So we can only hope that it is as good or even better because it does look awesome.
And I think part of it too is of those characters, Wanda and Vision and Falcon and Winter Soldier and obviously Loki. Loki's far and away my favorite, so it's kind of easy there. So
I think he's
Duke Johnson, 48 on the ground, by the way. Far and away the leading rusher. Dalvin Cook's been very quiet, 3 for 6 to this point.
Very quiet.
4 for 33 for Fells in the air. Touchdown for Cobb, 2 for 17, 1 for 7 for Fuller, 1 for 19 for Rudolph. Cook 1 for 3. Cooks 1 for 18. So Cook and Cooks, Johnson and Johnson. We should get them to sponsor these Sims.
There you go.
Yeah.
The Texans Sims brought to you by Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah, and baby wipes for all the people out there that cry about their lineups.
Got to be careful with those baby wipes, though. Get those in your eyes. Those sting. You'll cry more.
That's a fair point. Stats are updated. Thank you so much, Joe. Again, 7-0 through 1 quarter. ZTAK, Drew, undercover boss, Tom, Joe.
Did you notice? And I'm going to say this right now because it might change. No incomplete passes to this point in the game, and we're going to get around. So it will last for at least one more play.
Yeah.
Every single attempted pass has been completed.
I don't know if
I would not have expected from Kirk Cousins and Deshaun Watson. But go ahead.
I don't know if this will hold, but I want to point out that while Zach is sitting top 10, 6th right now, number 1, Fat Man's Luck is in front, and I just love that username. Fat Man's Luck.
There we go.
Goose egg in the captain spot for Tarjay Sharp, by the way. Go ahead, Deshaun. Take it in yourself.
Take it yourself.
Rushing touchdown, Deshaun Watson, who is doing his best to run out of Houston in real life. Here in Simland, still delivering.
I have, as the weeks have gone on, and as
becoming
even just the
increasingly
trades,
skeptical that's going to happen.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I think at least we can say the rest of the NFL teams are less sure that Deshaun Watson is on the trade market right now because they are making plans. Teams that would be interested in bringing in Deshaun Watson are making alternate plans that they are going to go with, right? Like the Panthers were supposedly all in on getting him, but they just got Darnold. The 49ers were interested in getting him. Nope, they've got a different option now, moving up to the number 3 overall pick. Now, does that mean that they wouldn't make a move if Watson did become available? I don't know that we can say that for sure. But what we can say is I don't think they're planning on him going anywhere. And that's been what the Texans have been telling us all along. We just didn't believe them. But now it looks like the other NFL teams are starting to believe them, which could lead to a very ugly situation down there in Houston where they're trying to rebuild, I think, but yikes. They got a lot of rebuilding to do, I guess, is one way to look at it.
14-0 here, Houston in front, early second quarter. Steven asked, by the way, if you roster Johnson & Johnson, are you considered vaccinated?
Oh.
I think it's a very fair question. There's Pfizer, there's Moderna, but if you roster Johnson & Johnson, you are in the clear. You don't even need to get a shot.
Yep.
To your point about Houston, and
just one. Pfizer,
Moderna, just the one. You get one shot at building a lineup, and if you finish in the top spot, there's your incomplete pass.
Yeah, I know.
If you finish in the top slot, if you win your lineup,
couldn't last
with
forever.
Both Johnsons in your lineup, you are in the clear. You can go party, you can do whatever you want, share drinks with people. It's your world.
I don't think you should.
That's not how that works.
I think that's bad life advice.
That's not how the medical community views it.
I don't want to get in people's business, but I don't
do it. I take it back. Don't do it. Yeah, obviously with Houston, and as we know, like long before everything that is going on was going on, you had Watson saying he wanted out, Texans digging their heels and saying we're not going to trade you.
Oh,
come on,
Dalvin Cook just saved his quarterback.
Yeah, no kidding. Lucky he didn't
created that completion.
And a first down pickup to Adam Thielen. That old Cousins-Thielen connection that's so reliable here in Madden 21. But now, as you know,
first
quite
catch of the
frankly,
day.
and you can't blame anyone. Like no one presumably wants to touch Watson with a 10-foot pole until everything is resolved. You get that. So, with that in mind, other teams have obviously gone out and addressed their quarterback situation. Like you, for instance. You know, always prepared, kind as you are. You put together a document that you sent about
handouts. I came with handouts, everybody.
Quarterback. We're gonna be passing them along in the digital universe. Quarterback movement going on from 2019 or 2020, I guess, to 2021 as things stand here, knowing full well that things could change. So, I will just rifle through this. Arizona, still Kyler Murray. Atlanta, still Matt Ryan. I don't think that's going to change. Even if they draft a quarterback at number 4, if they hang on to that pick, you got a guy who's playing behind Matt Ryan, and that's not a tradable contract. Sam Darnold now in Carolina, presumed favorite over Teddy Bridgewater. So he's either going to back up Darnold or he is going to be available and land somewhere else. We'll find out. Andy Dalton
on the trade market right now. But go ahead.
Andy Dalton is now in Chicago with obviously Madden Mitch. Mitchell Trubisky, landing elsewhere in a backup role there in Buffalo. Dak Prescott still in Dallas. Jared Goff and Matt Stafford have switched places. So you have Goff in Detroit and obviously Stafford in LA with the Rams. Aaron Rodgers still in Green Bay. Kirk Cousins still in Minnesota. New Orleans, Drew Brees is retired, so it's Taysom Hill, Jameis Winston, Daniel Jones still with the Giants. Jalen Hurts presumes to be the guy for Philadelphia with Carson Wentz gone. Then you have, San Fran. You have put Mac Jones just assuming that he is the guy.
Yeah, I mean, that's right.
I think it's, we could look at it and say it's still Jimmy Garoppolo right now.
Sure.
Because we don't even know all the smoke says Mac Jones. We don't even know for a fact Mac Jones is the guy that goes in number 3.
True.
We just know they're going to take
But I think it's probably a rookie. Unless they trade that number 3 for Deshaun Watson, but I don't think that's their current plan. That's why I went with Mac Jones. But it's definitely a question mark.
So then you have Russell Wilson staying put. The only team left that he was interested in going to was the Raiders, and I just don't think that's going to happen. Obviously, Tom Brady in Tampa, Fitzmagic. Ryan Fitzpatrick now with Washington. Dwayne Haskins is not that he was the guy there for long, but he was to start the year, and he's in a backup role now in Pittsburgh.
Right. I mean, it was Haskins and Heineke and Smith.
Rudolph out to the 7-yard line, 2-yard pickup. So that's the NFC. Over in the AFC, you've got Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Baker Mayfield. They're all still staying put. Patrick Mahomes, Derek Carr, presumably still the guy. Cam Newton for the moment in New England. Obviously, that could change, but looking that way. Ben Roethlisberger, Ryan Tannehill, all staying. So that brings us to some of the new teams. Denver, maybe it'll be Drew Lock. Maybe that changes. At the moment, it's Lock.
Fourth down.
Same situation with...
they went for it and didn't get it. So turnover on downs there.
Little short. 14-0 still, halfway through the second. And, kind of safety territory. We'll see from the 7. Deshaun.
Airing it out. Oh, he's got him. Oh, he had him, too.
Had him wide open. Just overthrew him. So Deshaun Watson seemingly back in Houston. Indy, Carson Wentz now. Phillip Rivers retired. Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence would be the guy. Gardner Minshew. He could land somewhere else where he's just, one of the backups. But I'm thinking he's going to be somewhere that is not Jacksonville. Justin Herbert obviously continues on for the Chargers, though he wasn't the starter to begin last year. That was Tyrod Taylor, or Tyrod, I apologize. Tua Tagovailoa, the man in Miami with Fitzpatrick gone. He is, no competition for him now. Zach Wilson for the Jets. Those are all of your quarterbacks. So having run that down, and really only a few teams that you might say still have question marks, like 4 to 5 at most, those being Denver, Houston, which is inclusive of this conversation, the Patriots, the Niners, that's
really just about it.
That might be it. And
I mean, you could say like some of the more veteran options could land somewhere as, a placeholder, I guess, right? But I mean, Trubisky, you said he's already got his team. Breeze and Rivers retired. Wentz has got a new team. I mean, does Jimmy G go somewhere else, or does he stay there with whoever they draft? I mean, other than that, Minshew, you mentioned, I guess, is a starter from last year who could be on the move. It kind of feels like we've got most of our answers anyway at this point to this huge, and Tyrod landing there in, or Tyrod, however you want to say it, landing in Houston.
However he'd like to say it, apparently.
Yes. Landing in Houston, right? Most of the starters from last year have already found their place. People who did start last year, whether they started the whole season or just a significant portion of the season, most of them have landed somewhere. So I feel like we're kind of getting towards the end of this quarterback carousel. It'll be interesting to see the last few pieces fall into place. I'm not sure that, like you said, the Patriots aren't going to bring in somebody else in addition to Cam Newton. I think it's also been really interesting to see how the draft has been affected by this, because remember at the beginning of this whole conversation, it was Tyler Lawrence, number 1. Number 2 pick is for sale. The Jets should move it. They should, see what they do, but the draft starts at 2. Now it feels like everybody agrees the Jets are going with Zach Wilson. So then the draft starts at 3.
Apologize for cutting you off. But I do think a Watson to the Jets deal, again, pending off-field stuff, a Watson to the Jets deal is still in play. Like, I don't think Sam Darnold ever had to be part of that package. In fact, I don't even necessarily think Sam Darnold was going to be part of that package. I think he was going to be traded elsewhere independently anyway. Just, I would have figured that would happen after acquiring Watson, not before. So, while I feel, as you're saying, while I feel Zach Wilson at number 2 to the Jets is likely, I don't feel like it's inevitable.
It's definitely the consensus right now. Like, I don't have any insider information or sources. That's not our game. But the general consensus, everybody is saying that the Jets are high on Wilson and that's where they're going. Now, could that be a smokescreen to drive the value of that second pick up? I mean, I guess it could be, but if you're trading it and you're the Jets, you've got to get Watson back. You've got to get a Watson
I think that is
a Russell
only
Wilson.
Way. I think that's the only way in which they're not taking Wilson is if you're dealing number 2 for Deshaun Watson.
What about the other Wilson, the Russell one from Seattle?
Sure, I would do it. I don't see him.
I don't see it either. I don't think Russ would do it.
Trade clause. Does he want out of Seattle bad enough to go to a team that has no talent?
I don't think so. I don't. We've got another receiver out of bounds ruling here. That one looks like he's out of bounds to me.
Yeah, that doesn't appear to have much question around that.
2 of those in the first half. Unusual.
Huh.
Does come back incomplete. 2nd and 10. Oof. Deshaun Watson gets dropped. Yannick Ngakoue on the Vikings
Bridgewater
here.
to Atlanta.
Yeah, so Bridgewater's an interesting one as far as where he'll land. I could see that if they don't draft a quarterback. Just to finish what I was saying, so the 49ers have come up. Everybody assumes they're taking a quarterback at 3, which now means that number 4 is the pick that is on the market, right? It was number 2, then it was number 3, now it's number 4. And supposedly, I think it was Schefter this morning saying that the Falcons are receiving multiple trade inquiries for another team to come up and get another quarterback there at number 4. If they don't get a young quarterback in the draft, if there isn't either they decide to go in a different direction, or if they, trade back and get a pick later, they will probably bring in a backup. I think Bridgewater is an option that makes a lot of sense for them. He can continue his tour of the NFC South. He'll have made all the stops except Tampa Bay at that point, right?
Yeah. Field goal try from 47 is good. It's a route right now. 17-0, but that's your guy, Fairbairn. Bounced
out, but went through first. So
John says Denver will move up and get a QB. Mark my words. So NFL.
Yeah, I think that's the question, right? Like Denver, and I know at least some people up here where we're based in New England making noise about possibly the Patriots moving up. They've had a very aggressive offseason. Do they try and see what it would take to move up from 15 to 4?
I think that's so unlikely for so many reasons.
But I agree. But I'm just saying that people that is a topic, right? Like what teams are moving up? I think you're looking at Denver for sure as a team that could move up. I think you're looking at New England as a team that could look to move up to get a quarterback. It wouldn't surprise me if Pittsburgh at least considered it with Big Ben where he is at his career. I feel like every year it seems like he's going to retire, or at least he's considering retiring. And Mason Rudolph, probably not the answer. I think we can agree. I don't know. So I think they're another team you could watch to move up. But the rest of those situations, we ran through them all. We don't have to do it again. But what other situations do you see teams looking to move up to take a quarterback? Do you think Carolina could still be in the market for a quarterback, even though they did get Darnold?
Let's run it down in a second here after some stats.
Let's do some stats first.
For Watson with only a couple incompletions for him. Cousins
and
fewer yards. Neither guy's hit 100 yet through the half. 65 for Watson on the ground, though, and a touchdown. So he is certainly pacing for a rushing bonus. We'll see if he gets there. Dalvin Cook doesn't even have 10 rushing yards. So for the many of us that rostered and even captained him, woof. 4 for 33 for Fells, a touchdown for Cobb, 2 for 17, 3 for 25 for Rudolph, 1 for 25 for Sharp. Just disappointing offense, thus far, at least to a man. 17-0 overall. Houston's in front. This is not the
to a man not named Deshaun Watson.
Deshaun Watson, exactly. This has not been the potent offense I was predicting, but we still have a half to go.
We do,
and it's already significantly better than the nooner yesterday. So,
and Houston's defense is erratic at best. So for them to have given up no points in the first half is impressive. I doubt they can sustain that. My guess is we'll get some Vikings production here in the second half.
Stats are updated. Thank you so much, both Joe and Undercover Boss Tom, for the alert on that. As DJ says, Koff popped into a local pawn shop. They were selling DVDs for $1.99, complete seasons of shows for $3.99. I went nuts. Restock the camper for summer. That's what I'm talking about.
There we go.
Love to hear it. Love to hear your favorite choices that you picked up there with that splurge of spending. So taking a look, though, at that draft order. So let's just Go one by one early on here. Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence.
Done.
Jets at number 2. Either a trade for Deshaun Watson or more than likely Zach Wilson, as you alluded to. Number
And
3,
if it is, so let's say it is Deshaun Watson, don't the Texans take Zach Wilson probably?
correct.
Like
or
Zach
or
Wilson
whichever
as the number
quarterback they
2.
want. Either way,
Right.
it's a QB.
Yeah.
No question. In Houston right now, obviously it would have to be a
Future.
yeah. I mean,
I don't think they have a first round pick
They don't
because
have a
this is their
first-round
first round pick.
they don't have a first round pick, and I'm looking to see where they even have a second round pick.
I think Bill traded them all away.
Yeah, I don't think they
Bill
even
O'Brien.
pick until Bill O'Brien, until number 67 this year. So,
Ouch.
if you're the Jets, you're getting Watson, but you're not loading up on any sort
No,
of draft
you're
capital.
turning your second. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So San
You're probably
Fran
having
number
to send
3.
one draft capital.
Assuming the Niners, do pick at number 3, and why wouldn't they after giving up all that capital to get up there? It's going to be a quarterback. Most believe it's Mac Jones, but it's either Mac Jones, Trey Lance, or Justin Fields.
Justin
One of
Fields.
those 3.
So it's probably QB at the top. I think that's happened only 2 other times in the history of the NFL draft.
And then at number 4, like you said, is where it gets interesting, because you have the Falcons picking, who certainly could use the heir apparent to Matt Ryan.
They could.
Staying with the pick and taking one of those quarterbacks, again, be it Jones or Fields or Lance, whoever, whoever's still on the board, it'll be, one or two of those guys will still be on the board at that point. Makes sense. But let's say they wanted to shop the pick. So you brought up the Patriots, who, nationally, locally, like a lot of people are talking about Patriots moving up, obviously, in the draft. I'm not skeptical the Pats are looking into moving up. I just don't think 4 is realistic. I don't think it's realistic because you got to jump up 11 slots, and are they really going to give up, like, let's say 2-3 first-round picks and whatever else in order to do it? I don't think so.
Oh, boy.
Wow, what a punt down at the 1, by the way.
You
What
want
a
safety
punt.
territory.
Houston's going to get the ball back. Great job by the special teams to keep that ball. Look at that. It's like inches away from the goal line, the end zone. Let's see what we get if we get that safety right here. It's going to be a rush.
Oh, he just got out.
Just barely. Johnson.
That's
able
your
to pick
Johnson.
up a yard. My Johnson able to move an additional yard. 17-0. Houston still in front, 2nd and 9 on the way. So, but the other thing with
Still
the
definitely safety territory.
yeah, absolutely. The other thing, well, I'm invested. Let's see. Another rushing attempt.
A little
Another
bit more
give to
space
Johnson.
this time.
This time picks up 3. 3rd and 5 from the 5. So I feel a little bit better about coming out of safety range here, but we'll see.
A little bit.
I think that, let's say the Pats make that call to the Falcons. Maybe they already have. Let's not forget. Falcons-
first of all, I think they probably have, because isn't that just whether you're really
Due diligence.
you've got to at least check. You got to at least see what it's going to cost. But yeah, go ahead.
Let's not forget that the Falcons absolutely hate the Patriots after that Super Bowl 51 loss.
28-3?
The 28-3 on the rings. Like, Arthur Blank was ticked about that, openly ticked about that. Like, I just think that if the Falcons were to deal that pick, obviously they're getting a haul to begin with. But if they're dealing it to the Patriots, they're asking for that much more. Just because they're so, upset over that. Seriously, though. Like, this
Yeah,
stuff
no, you're
is,
right. You're
this
right.
stuff is relevant. Like, egos matter. Like, all of that is relevant. So let's just say the Pats are not going there. So then you have the Bengals. They're not taking a quarterback. The Dolphins seemingly are not taking a quarterback at 6. At 7, you have the Lions. Now, they could, I would like to think they wouldn't with a young Jared Goff in that contract they just acquired, but they could. So then you have Carolina at number 8.
But I think too, 7 is a place that you could see a trade up.
Yeah,
you could trade up.
So
because if you're the
Patriots,
going
are you-
15-7 is not as huge. Or if you're the Broncos going 9, what are they, 8 or 9? I think they're right in that area, right? They're 9. So going 9-7 isn't going to cost them as much.
So if you're a team that needs a quarterback or wants a quarterback, if you're the Pats, if you're the Broncos, like you mentioned, if you're I don't know, maybe those are really the only 2 at that point.
Yeah, what other teams are there? I think that's the question, right? I mean, the Bears maybe, but I don't see them really moving up to take a quarterback.
And they're at 20, so they'd have to Are they going to give up?
Yeah.
Remember, like, it's not that long ago they gave up a ton to move up for Trubisky. Are they about to do that again to, this time around move up? Like for Trubisky, they only moved up like 2 spots or something like that, and had to give up a bunch.
It was a lot. Yeah.
Are they going to give up a ton to move up from 20 to 7? I just don't think so. I think they're, I don't know where they're going to figure this out, because Andy Dalton's not the long-term solution.
No.
But I don't think this draft and a quarterback, unless it's, maybe a day 2 quarterback, obviously, Mond or Trask or, a guy like that. But
and I mean, the Steelers, who I also mentioned, they're at 24, so they got to come up even further.
Right. So, so let's include Pitts if they don't believe like Dwayne Haskins could potentially succeed Ben Roethlisberger, and what evidence is there to believe that, as we have 3 minutes to go in the third, still 17-0. So let's focus in, let's drill down on the 2 that, the Pats at 15 and the Broncos at 9. Let's say these 2 teams, really want a quarterback, and you could understand it, especially from the Pats perspective. At this point, where we're talking about, if you're trading up to number 7 or number 8, whichever one it is, we're looking at a board that of those 5 projected first-round quarterbacks, 4, whichever 4 it is, Lawrence and Wilson, and then either Jones, Fields, or Lance, like 2 of the 3.
Right.
4 are off the board. 4 are completely off the board, which means you are down to 1. So the question then just becomes, if you're the Pats or Broncos or Team X that we're not acknowledging here, do you like that one remaining guy enough that you want to give up whatever it's going to take to get him? Or are you just more fixated on a day 2, day 3 mid-round guy?
And how far is whoever that 5th one going to fall that you don't have to move up that far, right? Because you're right. There's a stretch there where, aside from the Broncos, there's nobody looking for it.
Right.
The Eagles have made it pretty clear they're not looking for a quarterback. I don't think the Giants will take a quarterback. The Cowboys aren't going to take a quarterback. Those are picks 10 through 13, 10 through 14. There's not really we wouldn't expect any of those teams to take a quarterback. So once whoever that 5th quarterback is slides a little bit, it could be a little bit of a fall. And if they do, then does that player become, that's kind of a little bit what happened to Patrick Mahomes, where he slid a lot further and then ended up in Kansas City. And obviously that was, that worked out pretty well for everybody. See what Deshaun Watson can do here on 2nd and 3.
Touchdown. First of the day.
There we go.
And guess what? A Johnson found his way into the end zone.
Junior, my guy, Duke Johnson. Kind of expensive, but did deliver in this one with that touchdown catch. He's been pretty involved as the RB3.
Absolutely.
Roland asking if the Eagles are regretting trading down, or if they look golden right now with that move. I think they very clearly, with that move, said we're not taking a quarterback, and we feel like we can move back, pick up a 1st-round pick in the future, and still get a solid, whether it's a defensive piece that they're looking for, or they'll have Jalen Reagor, who they took last year in the 1st round. Hopefully he's healthy, and they can add him to the offense. There's still, too, one piece that we kind of haven't talked too much about, but Zach Ertz has asked out of Philly, and that's a very meaningful addition for a team who picks him up. He is a solid tight end. There's been a lot of player movement. There's a lot of rumors about this quarterback situation. We've kind of broken all that down to the point where it's like, okay, we get it. But there's still some other very important pieces that need to move this offseason too. And Ertz could end up being either a draft day trade or, moved for. I would think the Eagles would be looking for picks either in this draft or in a future draft as they look to build around Jalen Hurts. But it'll be really interesting to see where he ends up too. I feel like he's one of the bigger dominoes that still has yet to fall from the non-QB side of things.
24-0 Houston. Final seconds of this third quarter.
So I don't think the Eagles are regretting trading their pick down because they did get that first-round pick in the future. To answer your question, Roland, I understand. I talked about the Eagles and got sidetracked on Zach Ertz there. But I would say that I don't think they're regretting trading down because they know that what they're looking for, they can get lower, and now they have an extra first-round pick in the future.
We'll look at some of the numbers here through 3. As I was trying to say, nothing going on for the Vikings here in this sim, which I clearly was not expecting, especially with captaining Dalvin Cook, who was well on his way to the Babysitter Billy Award, the way things are going. Watson, 144 passing, couple of touchdowns. Cousins, sub 100. 10 for 34 for Duke Johnson. And
10 for 34 for David
Johnson. Duke Johnson.
Johnson's 4 for 62.
I'm never going to get it right. 4 for 62 for the other Johnson. 7 for 89 for Watson with a touchdown on the ground, so he's not far from the rushing bonus. Fells 5 for 42. Fuller 4 for 35. Cobb 3 for 34, touchdown. 3 for 25 for Rudolph. Sharp 2 for 27. Thielen 2 for 19. Dalvin not even getting done in the air, man. 2 for 5 for him. So we'll see.
Johnson has 2 for 15 with that
and a touchdown,
receiving touchdown. Right.
Mm-hmm. Love to see it.
Cooks 1 for 18. Jefferson 1 for 14 rounds out the receiving numbers to this point. Looking at our free contest here, let me refresh. See how everybody's doing. Let me try that again.
Charlie says this game's like the beginning of last night's Baylor start. Yeah, I don't see a comeback here either. 24-0. Congrats on the national championship. There's a completion. Tajay Sharp.
Hey, Tajay Sharp. First down for the Vikings. It's not their first down, but it does kind of feel like it. They have done nothing. I'm sitting 20th in our free roll right now. Cena 472 up at the top. Deshaun Watson in the captain spot up to over 40 fantasy points in the captain spot. Big game for him. Big game there. Big play there for the Texans defense, dropping Kirk Cousins for a 7-yard sack.
Cena, who always reminds us in the chat to subscribe to postroute.substack.com. Even when Christian is not around, make sure hit that subscription. And smash the like button, by the way. About 500 watching the Dream Stream here on YouTube. Thousands more across all our other platforms, including Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. If you're watching on Twitch, hit the follow button. Greatly appreciate it. If you are with us here on the YouTube, hit the like. We're not far from 100. Let's at least get to 100, folks, by the end of this sim. I mean, that's plenty. One big push. We're like 30 away from 100 with 7 minutes to go in this contest. 24-0 Houston in front. And tell you what else, because some have asked, the last minute NBA and how instantaneously it fills up. Another completion there. And let's see, up to the 31-yard line. This time, Olabisi Johnson. Johnson, all over this sim. I love it.
The Cena entry that we said was in first in our free roll has both Johnsons, Duke and David. They don't have Olabisi.
Ah, well. Some said with the last minute NBA cough, why don't you just do 200 people? It'd probably fill up in a hurry anyway. Well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to find out. I'm going to send a contest right now. Last minute NBA at noon. 200 entries. Sending it out right now. CT reserved.
All right, hold on. Wait.
You ready?
All right.
I haven't sent it yet. I haven't clicked send.
All right. Okay, I'm ready.
All right, here it comes, everybody. Here it comes. You're about to get that notification unless you turned off notifications for the league. Boom. Last minute NBA at noon. Fill it up. 8-game slate tonight. Reserve entry, folks. You can build your lineups later. Just don't forget, you don't want to take that goose egg.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. There it is.
Now stop everything you're doing and build your lineup.
Right now. Right now.
Nothing will change between now and lock, I promise. Just build them. Build them right now.
No. What could change?
What could change?
All right, I'm in.
He's in.
Reserve. I think it's just. Oh no, there's 5 people already. That's how quick it is.
You see, we would have already filled up the real last minute NBA.
I like it. How many entries are we gonna get with blank entries though?
Maybe a couple. I don't think it'll be a big number. What do we have? Incomplete pass. Dan Russell says, "Hey Kaufman, I have a challenge for you to head-to-head 3 spots. Keep it neutral. Won't let Zach pick tonight's sport. And I don't know what you normally play for. What do you play for?" Dan, I'm sorry. I'm going to need some punctuation in there for you to tell me exactly.
I have no idea what you just said.
It's just entirely. Dan, I'm not teasing. Legitimately, I'm just not entirely sure what we're going for here. So give it to me again.
Line breaks, periods, something.
Jordan says,
well,
200
they're not going to take a field goal.
99% sure I won't win, Koff, but for that prize pool, I am in.
Fourth
it's
and
only
$5.
$1 entry, folks, so it's not going to be a big. And it's also not winner take all. It's like top 15.
Touchdown.
I made it like top 15. Dalvin Cook, is that enough to get him out of the babysitter Billy content?
We'll have to see where the final numbers land, but probably not.
Yeah, he is
probably
owned.
No, he needs more than just that. Let's put it that way. We'll see how things play out here, but I'd say no.
Dan says, "I'm sorry, Kaufman. Sometimes I use voice text and it doesn't come out as planned." Totally get it. Right there with you. Do it all the time.
Same.
Joseph, finally. Ashley, Cook, baby.
Did he get it? He got 2 more.
Good. Bye, Dalvin Cook. What the heck, though? While you're here, why not make it a 16-point game instead?
Yeah. 2 possessions, man. 2 possessions now. Yeah, we're already up to 42 now in the last minute NBA at noon. 43 and counting.
So the prize, I don't even know what it is. So the prize pool, all right, so first place takes $36.
Yep.
And it pays out 1st through 15. So 15th you're getting 540. In fact, 11 through 15 is 540.
Yeah. And that's with $1 entry.
That's a $1 entry.
200 person.
Truthfully, if I had the ability to make it larger than top 15 cashing other than just a 50-50, I would have done that. But I'm maxed out at 15 people, unfortunately.
Fair enough.
Probably would have gone like top 50 just to really give people a.
So it would have been a 50-50 contest because I think you can.
No, because 50-50 pays out the top 100.
Oh, right, because 200. I see. Yep,
right.
Yep.
Yeah, so if I could have done a 25%er there, that's what I would have chosen. Normally what we do with the last minute NBA, plenty of people out there know this, but I know you don't. Normally what we do is it's a $1 contest, 10 people, top 3 pay out. So it's top 30%.
That makes sense.
Yeah. It's more it's more for bragging rights and tepid interest versus you're not paying off a mortgage with it.
Nope, still not even with 200 people. Still not gonna pay off anybody's mortgage, I don't think.
And as always, if people want to send the head-to-heads, go right ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Meager says, "Koff, did you click auto resize though?" It was, so that wasn't an option. So it just, I'm hoping it does. That I looked. That was not. I mean, it should. I
think it does.
I set it up the same. Let me put it this way. I set it up the same way that I set up these Madden contests. Obviously, there's no payout for these. These are all free, but I set it up the same way, and even if we get 160 as opposed to 200, it's still we still have lineups. So I'm hoping it all follows the same.
Right, it'll just adjust the percentage to the top. The same percent of people will cash.
But let's fill the thing.
That is the easier way to go about this.
Yeah, just fill it, folks.
4:20 left. That first down there, big pickup by Will Fuller. That's my guy Duke Johnson with the carry for 6 yards. He's having a solid game.
Oh, so what Dan was going for. Oh, P. Fooligan says no auto size and tourneys for cash over 200 entries. Over 20 entries, sorry. No auto size and tourneys for cash over 20 entries.
Darren Fells with another catch.
All right, well, just fill it, folks. Like Zach said, just make it easy and fill the thing.
No, we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Nobody has
not
to do the
stressed.
math.
So if I'm not mistaken,
Well,
what Dan...
stressed. I don't know if anybody was stressed, but go ahead.
No, a lot of people really bent out of shape about this.
Okay.
I think what Dan was going
Hope
for,
they're
and
okay.
hit the like button. Dan says head-to-head over 3 nights at your choice. We'll use 3 different sports. Zach, please pick tonight's sport. So I think what Dan is saying, if I'm not mistaken, is Dan is challenging me to 3 consecutive nights of head-to-heads, different sports, and you are tasked with picking tonight's sport.
Okay. I picked baseball.
And there you have it, Dan.
Dan, there you go.
There you have it.
I've been doing a lot of MLB Snake, actually, which, I mean, you're not going to do that in a head-to-head, although you can't. You can do 3-man MLB Snake, which is pretty fun, or 6 or 12. And the 12 and 6 are both a lot of fun. Been writing those up over on the playbook and playing a lot of them just to kind of get a feel for the game. And it is a lot of fun and very simple to do because you're just picking hitters. So you just stack up those bats and swing for the fences. It's a lot of fun. And you don't have to worry about your pitcher going out and getting crushed in the first inning and ruining your whole night. It keeps it really interesting all the way till the end. Because one at bat can swing 20 fantasy points. So it's not really over until the last game goes final.
Right.
Who did you have last night in your baseball against Emerson? Did you go with DeGrom and Rodon was the popular play as the second starter. Who's your second starter?
Honestly, I don't even remember. Let me look. I know I had DeGrom.
So did everybody.
I had DeGrom, who had 24 points. I had Rodon, who had about 30.
Rodon, yeah.
So I had those two. And then Navarez for Milwaukee gave me 21.
Oh, nice.
And after that, it was no one had it. Everyone
Fairbairn with another field goal.
Everyone was between like 5 and 7 or 8 points after that. So I beat him.
Gotcha.
It was if I'm just rounding up percentage points, 111 to 85.
Okay. I had 120 last night. I'm pulling up my lineup here. I had 120 with those same 2 guys, and then your mean Mercedes with 17, Seager and Haniger were my other 2 hitters that delivered. And Cronenworth was all right.
He had Verdugo, who had 14 points, and Christian Vasquez, who had 10.
Gotcha. So who are his pitchers? Is that where you beat him?
He had DeGrom also, but yeah, he had Brett Anderson, who only had 8.
Oh, yeah. Anderson, yep, that's your margin of victory right there.
Yep.
Anderson versus Rodon, who looked very good in his shutout. I mean, it wasn't a full, complete game shutout or anything, but 5 shutout innings.
So we're at 59 out of 200 for the last minute NBA at noon, folks. And as I think we've all together figured out, this thing isn't going to run if you don't fill it. So reserve your spot, jump in there. It's only $1. Fill it up. You've got 6 hours to do so.
And you're back for one more sim before that, right? Now, see.
I'll be back for the early bird special at 4, so I can promote it a little bit then as well.
There's another big catch and run. Oh, no, that's Madison. Oh, I was going to say there's another big catch and run for Cook. He's probably creeping his way out of that award, but Alexander Madison in there in a 2-back set with the catch.
James says, hi, Uncle Koff. Who and where do we follow to participate in your DK Heads Up Last Minute NBA? Well, Those contests get posted in the DK Sim Fan Friends League, James,
They do.
as far as the bigger contests that, involve multi-entry, lots of different people. So hopefully, James, you are part of that league. If you're just looking for a heads up, though, that's just DK-A Kaufman, AKAUFMAN, if you want to send anything along. But the multi-entry contest, very important, obviously paid or free, is DK Sim Fan Friends League. Maybe during the 4 o'clock, because it's a little late right now. Maybe during the 4 o'clock, we will call for usernames and let people jump in. And we're 1,600 members strong. Let's add some new people to the league. I love it.
It's a lot of fun. All kinds of contests for just about every sport you can imagine, including these sims on a daily basis. It's a fun place to hang out.
James says, just gave you guys a like. How do I find your contest on DK? Again, DK Sim Fan Friends League. If anyone is not a member, we will collect usernames during the 4 o'clock sim. We'll give producer Drew a couple hours to mentally prepare for the angst of copying and pasting names that he loves so much, but is always willing to do and does not complain. Any sense of complaining, that is me just projecting upon him, actually. He is he's quite good. 27-8. So
First
we're
down
going to get out of here
there.
quick post games. Let's start the some of our statistical analysis here.
Okay,
For the
let's do
nooner,
it.
the Jets traded Sam Darnold and Schools in Session with Professor Z, and wouldn't you know, we talked a lot of QB here in this one.
We did.
So, projected winning lineup,
Almost likely
barring statistical changes, but Cena 4-7-2 is in front by about 8 points right now, so that probably won't change.
No, I'm in 6th, but probably not going to catch him unless Dalvin Cook breaks off a touchdown run here.
Watson, the captain spot, with about 45 points. Cook, who only has a dozen with that huge ownership. Much respect, by the way, to Duke Johnson, who has 16 points at 6.8% owned and $6,600 in the flex. Fells, double digits. Cobb as well. They're both 11, 12 points. And then you have David Johnson in there as well with 3 points. So sure enough, congrats, you're vaccinated.
Johnson and Johnson.
Johnson and Johnson, the projected winning lineup.
Yep. It's still with 13 seconds here. The Vikings have a chance to put a touchdown on the board. Did they get out of bounds, or do they have a timeout to use after Rudolph's catch there? I think he got out of bounds, showing some nice awareness there. So I think we'll get one more play here. But right now, I mean, the player of the game, I'd love to give it to Duke. I think I'm going to go with Duke because Deshaun, we kind of expect that, right?
Yeah, no, I like it.
I mean, everybody's in on Deshaun Watson, and as we see a catch there and another timeout. So I'm going to go with Duke Johnson as player of the game with his 1 receiving touchdown, over 15 fantasy points. Just the ownership under 7%, really a differentiator in those top lineups. And most of the top 10 in our free roll have Duke in there. So I think Duke Johnson was the play you needed to have today, along with the chalky play of Deshaun Watson. Definitely needed there as well. So he's your player of the game.
Babysitter Billy Award winner, who's not your kid, as we got a 3rd and goal from the 5 with 3 seconds left.
Well, barring a touchdown on this last play, it's going to be Dalvin Cook.
Okay.
Just because the massive expectations for him, he's so good. And not today he wasn't so good. Let's see what happens here. He is in the backfield. He is going to throw it. Touchdown. Got it.
We have a touchdown to Adam Thielen to end this one.
Just to keep things interesting, we do get a touchdown.
Look a lot closer than it actually was.
27-15 does not seem like a blowout, but it was. Trust us, we were here the whole time. The Texans in complete control. So yeah, Cook's your babysitter Billy, and Duke Johnson Jr. is your player of the game.
I am curious to see if that is going to change our eventual winner, though. Cena
it
and
doesn't
Lord
look
Silverman.
But it did shake things up on
quite
the
close in the leaderboard.
It shook things up on the leaderboard, but it does look like Cena will hold on.
Well, as always, be weary and be patient. for stat
Be
adjustments.
wary.
Yeah, well, be weary of like embracing your total as fact and final, because
okay.
you know that don't be weary of game ops. They're doing.
I
their
think
job.
you
It
mean
just
I
takes
think
a
you mean
minute with
wary.
it was weary the wrong word. Be
I
patient.
think weary
because
means
it is
like you're
manual
tired.
scoring. I'm not weary of Joe. I trust Joe implicitly. I trust him with my life. He has my
Same
social security
here.
number. He can do whatever he wants with me. So it is a 27-15 projected final here. Or well, actually, that part is not projected. That's just a reality. They have won the sim 27-15. And looking at some of the numbers here, let's see. Cena 472, barring any stat adjustments, is going to win this one, albeit by only a couple of points over Lord Silverman. Touchdown for Cobb. Obviously, as we know, Deshaun Watson had the rushing score. Thielen there at the end. You had the score as well for Duke Johnson, not to be confused with David or Olabisi. Johnson's all around here in this one. And, I mean, Cena, good build. Watson in the captain spot, about 45 points. You've got Cook, both Johnsons, Fells, Cobb. No Olabisi, Duke and David. Before we do get out of here, I want to tell you the upcoming sim schedule for the rest of this Dream Stream day. You have the Seahawks and Jets. Kenny Ducey, Christian DeAndre will be together for a Jet sim after Sam Darnold was traded. I can only imagine what we'll talk about. That starts in 1 hour almost on the dot. And then 3 o'clock Eastern time. Yes, 3 o'clock before the 4 o'clock sim. 3 o'clock, you will have Reety Fowler and Jeff Ulrich getting together for a little PGA pre-lock, talking about the Masters Week, folks. So that'll be a good time, obviously. Then at 4, I'll be back with you with Jason Rossi for Chiefs Cowboys. I'm sure plenty more Darnold and QB related talk in that one. Should be excellent as well. 5 o'clock, MLB pre-lock. Steve Buchanan and Gary and Thorne will be along to help you set your baseball lineups for tonight, and make sure, weigh in, be in the chat, because it is live. So any questions that you have getting set for lock, they will help you out. At 6, Bears Browns, Rossi coming back with Christian. And then 8, Rams Bills, Brendan Glasheen, Brandon Cristal. They will be together, as a matter of fact, for both primetime and Madden After Dark. At 10, it's Falcons, no Winter Soldiers, just Falcons, and the Raiders will be part of that sim. So it should be a good time.
No Winter Soldiers involved.
No Winter Soldiers in that one. And make sure you fill up that NBA contest. Where are we looking for last minute NBA at noon? Let's see. It is 67 out of 200. Keep going. Keep going. Got to fill this thing,
Let's
folks.
go.
Got to fill it.
One other thing, just to remind everybody,
upcoming tournament.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's remind everybody, next Monday is the start of the Madden version of March Madness. It's, April, but whatever. It'll be fun. We'll call it March
April
Madness.
Madness.
Anyway, Maddenness coming up next week. It'll be a seeded single elimination tournament style bracket. There will be pools that are free to play, which means even if pools are not available in your state, you can play the free-to-play pool, which will be associated with this. There'll be a round of 32 pick'em type tournament, so you'll just be picking the winners of the games, and we'll see who can fill out that perfect Madden 21 bracket. I don't think I could do it, because there's a lot of upsets in this. Like this one right here, I think I probably would have picked the Vikings over the Texans. I don't know, though. Would have been tricky. I think we're going to get a good amount of upsets in this tournament, because, I mean, even the Chiefs, who have been very good in these sims, they've lost multiple times to the Jaguars, who they could be playing in the first round. So I think you're going to get some wild results, and it could be a fun way. We've done, short seasons before with a knockout round at the end of those short seasons, but we've never done a full bracket-style tournament. So this will be a lot of fun. And we will get those free-to-play pools.
I don't know which way I would have gone in this one. I probably would have
tough
picked
one,
Minnesota,
right?
But
I think I would have, just because of Cook and Watson so inconsistent. But they were good today. It was a good one for the Texans.
It was a good one. It was fun. Thank you all for hanging out here with us. We see you guys obviously in, let's see, in the old chat, hanging out. Just getting ready for Noah Moon. Why is it called Last Minute NBA if it's 6 hours before? It's a fair question. Normally, it is obviously just Last Minute NBA all of like 3-4 minutes before a lock. In this special case, just to, you can't do a last minute NBA 5 minutes before lock and get 200 people. But I've kept the branding the same. That's why I added the at noon. So
there you go.
I'm the idiot. All right.
Gotta
so again,
stay true to the brand. I understand.
Stay true to the brand. Next sim, an hour from now, Seahawks, Jets, and a lot of sweat-related content coming your way after this. Our thanks to Zach Thompson, who is done for the day. Zach returns for a couple. We'll be together on Thursday. Look forward to that. And in the meantime, obviously, I'll see you again in a few hours, 4 o'clock Eastern, the early bird special. In the meantime, enjoy what lies ahead here on the Dream Stream. ZT, thanks, buddy.
Good one.
What to do, baby? Happy Tuesday. It is time for The Sweat. I'm Jesse Cofield. We love this show so much that we do it every weekday at 11 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, and it kicks off a day of 6 Madden Sims on the Dream Stream. What a time to be alive. All right, if you're sad that college basketball is over, that's okay. Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. We still have the NBA, and DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and a newbie here with us, DK Nation's Stan Sun, are here to analyze tonight's slate. So, Kenny, welcome back. Stan, thanks for being here. We're going to talk building blocks, okay, guys? So which players are you starting in your DFS lineups at the following positions? So, Kenny, who are you going with at guard?
I'm going with a fella named Stephen Curry at $9,700. Look, I think that on another night, if the Golden State Warriors weren't up against what people see as a good defense in the Milwaukee Bucks, Steph might be a little bit more expensive. But, don't get it twisted here. He is the whole offense for the Warriors, 30-plus points per game since his return in those 3 games. The Warriors have actually looked competent on the offensive end. The thing that I'm looking at the most here, though, is that the Warriors are top 6 in pace over the last 10 games. They are second in pace for the season. The Bucks, top 3 in pace for the season and in the last 10 games. I think that these teams are just going to be running back and forth. There's going to be a billion possessions in this game. And I think that it's right for Steph Curry to have a good game. And it's important to note, too, that the Bucks are just 11th in defensive efficiency over the last 10 games. So while people say that this is a good defense, this is an improved defense over last year's issues that they had in the postseason. They have not showed it lately. The Bucks have won a lot of games lately, 7 of their last 10, but they haven't played defense to the level that we know they can. So I think that this is actually a pretty high-scoring game, and I think it suits Steph Curry very well to have a good game.
All right, Stan, I know it's early over there on the West Coast. Who are you going with at guard?
I'm going to go with Tomas Satoransky. And so when I was doing all my research, I kind of wanted to fill in players. I don't want to put in all the high-priced guys, so I wanted to, have players. So, Kenny's talking about the Warriors game. I agree. That's, going to be a great, fantasy-friendly game. So I'm actually going to go with the player in that game for my high-priced guy. But for guards, I'm going with Satoransky. He's 5,100. Playing the Pacers, it's a pick'em game. DK Sports has a pick'em. 226 total, which is a very healthy total. In terms of pace, both Indy and Chicago are tied for the 8th fastest pace, so there's going to be plenty of offensive possessions. Since he entered the starting lineup 12 games ago, he's been averaging 28.2 minutes. He's been averaging 0.96 DK fantasy points per minute. He scored at least 30 DK points in 5 games, and he has a high of 42.25, which, is he accomplished that in his most recent game. So, the usage rate isn't great for him. He's at 14, but, he contributes in every category except for blocks. So the floor is relatively high. And, since Indy, they boost the fantasy points per minute to point guards by 12.2% above league average. So, the environment and the matchup, very juicy. And the price is good, too, at 5,100.
All right, sweet. All right, how about your building block at forward, Stan?
All right, so this is where I'm going with Giannis. So, he's a stud, and Kenny already went over the game environment. He averages 1.64 DK fantasy points per minute, which is top in the league. So Jokic is at 1.63, Doncic is at 1.62. So he's coming off a 72.25, 72.5 DK fantasy point performance in his last game. We know the ceiling. He has one of the highest floor ceiling combos in the game. He's well rested. He didn't play last game. He should be raring to go. And in terms of Golden State, they boost the fantasy points per minute to power forwards by 11.8% above league average. So, he scored 60 DK fantasy points 22 times on the season. And, he's gone over 70 in 9 games. So, I mean, yeah, floor ceiling combo is there, and the environment is great.
Pretty enticing. Where are you going for forward, Kenny?
This one might come out of left field, but I actually really like Jaylen Brown at $7,600. Now, I know you haven't heard the name Jaylen Brown associated with anything good in a very long time, but the last time Boston played the Sixers, he scored 42 real life points, which led to a very, very solid DK fantasy point total as well. But Jaylen Brown was the key there, right, for Boston. And it wasn't a fluke. It's because he has a good matchup there on the wing. That is where the Sixers tend to struggle defensively. The Sixers also just have really, I think they're going to win this game. But, Stan mentioned that the DK Sportsbook line's a little bit. I mean, this is a 1.5 point spread here. The Celtics a slight underdog. I think this is a very close game. I think it's going to be very competitive. I think that the Sixers lately have had some issues. They did get Joel Embiid back, and that's going to help them on offense. But defensively, they're letting weak offenses get to them. And Boston's offense has picked it up a little bit now. They're starting to find a little bit of a groove. They're starting to move up the Eastern Conference standings. I think Jaylen Brown has a big game here. The other thing to look out for is Evan Fournier is out for this game, so more minutes now going the way of Jaylen Brown. That's really been his only kryptonite lately. 26 and a half minutes per game over the last two. And as long as he's out there for a lot of minutes, which I think he will be now without Fournier, I think he should be set up for a really solid night. We know he can shoot the ball, and we know that the Sixers really don't defend that well against the three.
All right, Kenny, how about center? Who are you going with as your building block?
I love Nikola Vucevic. I'm going to keep going to him. He's $8,700 here, and I still think that it's underpriced. When you look at the way that the Chicago Bulls have played basketball since acquiring Nikola Vucevic, it's actually like a meme. It's hilarious, right? They have almost 19 post-ups per game over the last 5 games, which leads the NBA by like so many post-ups, Jesse. It's ridiculous. They just force-feeding Vucevic in the post, trying to get him going, and it has worked out. He did score 22 points last time out against Brooklyn. Obviously a short-staffed team, but they won that game. And they just want to feature Vucevic as their go-to guy here since acquiring him. They want to make him the focal point of their offense, like a Joel Embiid. We were just talking about the Sixers. I think Vucevic is a really good play here at $8,700. Sabonis is not the best interior defender. The Pacers in general have been kind of lackluster on defense this year. It's a game that Chicago should win, but I just cannot ignore the volume that Vucevic is getting here. I mean, the Bulls are just feeding him the ball time after time here, and he's really performing. I mean, he's getting up the shots and he's getting them to go. So I can't ignore how well he's playing, and I can't ignore how much of the ball he has.
All right, Kenny's going with Vucevic. Who are you going with, Stan?
Before I came onto the show, I asked the other DK Live people some advice on, how to do well on the show. And they said the first thing was, make fun of Kenny. And, I want to really bad, but I mean, his recommendation of Vooch is spot on. The price is great, the usage. So, kudos to Kenny. I can't, make fun of you there. My guy is going to be Bam Adebayo, 8,300 versus the Grizzlies. I'm a fan of Bam just because he's he can do everything: pass, shoot, distribute. He has 24 double-doubles, is 13th in the NBA. He has at least 5 assists in 28 games. Usage rate of 23, which is nice. I think Vucevic he has like a 28 usage rate. So for centers, I mean, the playmaking ability of those guys is huge. He also contributes in the defensive categories. He has 1 steal and 1 block in 17 games. So, his floor is relatively high. He has a high of 62.75 DK fantasy points on the season. Now, Memphis, I mean, they're very generous to the center position. They boost the fantasy points per minute to the position by 15.29% above league average. The pace is good. Memphis pays at the 6th fastest pace. Miami bogs it down. So it's a pace-up matchup for Bam.
I love it. I love the advice. Kenny's a good sport. We know that for sure. All right, real quick, what is your value play pick, Stan?
I'm going with Killian Hayes. He's the stone minimum, 3,000. He missed 41 games due to a hip injury. Since returning, he's played 2 games. So in his initial game back, he only played 20 minutes, scored 10.25 DK fantasy points, and the usage rate was 9.1, which kind of makes sense, right? He missed so much time, so it kind of took him a little bit of time to get back into the groove, get acclimated with his team. In his most recent game, though, which was yesterday, he played 25 minutes, usage rate was 19.4, and he put up 34.25 DK fantasy points. So there's a little risk here because there's a little unknown as, it's a back-to-back. So are they going to play him? Are they going to limit his minutes? But, they played 20, he played 2025. So, and he was the 7th overall pick in the draft. They're going to love him. They want to develop him. The spread is 13.5. So it's going to be, there's a high likelihood of a blowout. So, they may want to just throw him out there, give him run, just give him as much run as he can. So, Stone Cold minimum with upside of 10x in, I got to go there.
Kenny, real quick, what's your value play?
I know I've liked spending money on this slate, so I'm not going to give you a minimum salary guy, but I'm going to give you a guy that's underpriced. Danilo Gallinari at $5,700. Look, the minutes have been there for Gallo the last 2 games. He's flirted with 40 DK fantasy points. Great matchup against the Pelicans. And if you look at what he's been able to do defensively over the last 5 or 10 games, he's been one of the most important Hawks. Again, you don't get points for defense that often, right? Just for being on the floor while you play good defense, but you do get minutes. And that's why he's earned himself more minutes here, Jesse. I think he's going to play a lot in this game. He's got a great matchup. He's shooting the basketball very well with 16 threes over his last 3 games, attempted. So I do think that Gallo is a pretty solid value here at 5,700. I could see him getting 40 points for you and really just giving you a ton of value on this salary.
All right, good stuff, you two. That's all the time we have. Kenny, good stuff as always. Stan, amazing, and welcome to the show. All right,
stop listening to Steve, Stan.
Yeah,
stop listening to Steve.
I mean, I think Stan did a great job. He told us about the advice, and then he also didn't take the advice. So look at that. All right, enjoy this Tuesday, gentlemen. Thank you so much, Steve Buchanan, Mr. Steve Buchanan, and Julian Edlow, aka the Unreasonable Odds Podcast, plus DK Nation's Nick Fryer will join me after a quick break to talk about tonight's MLB slate. DFS and sportsbook plays around the diamond. I'm Jesse Cofield, and by we, I mean DraftKings contributors Steve Buchanan and Julian Edlow, along with DK Nation's Nick Fryer. Nick, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me here, Jesse. Appreciate it.
Oh my God, of course. All right, 8-game main slate tonight, boys. The 3 highest priced pitchers are Yu Darvish at 10K, Clayton Kershaw at 9,500, and Lucas Giolito at 9,300. So, Steve, chase or fade for me that Giolito facing the Mariners is actually the best option tonight, even though he's the least expensive of the top 3 priced guys.
Yeah, totally down with rolling with Lucas Giolito tonight. I mean, quite frankly, there's a lot of high upside strikeout guys on the mound tonight. Like we had an abysmal, field of pitchers we got to choose from last night. That's totally going to change here tonight. But you look at what like Seattle did against righties last year, 24 K percentage against righties. That was one of the best for opposing pitchers in the league. Even guys like Tyler Glasnow, Clayton Kershaw going on the mound tonight. There's a lot of strikeout upside to be had. Even Adbert Alzolay going against the Brewers. That's a great matchup tonight too as well. The pitching selection, there is a plethora of options that's going to get you those strikeouts, but Giolito is most definitely somebody I have my eyes on tonight.
All right, Jules, are you going to chase it?
Yeah, I agree with Steve. I will chase Giolito here. The only thing that I don't necessarily like is you open up the slate and you see Darvish had a bad game in his opening start. Kershaw was awful in Colorado. Giolito was pretty good. He looks kind of like the easy choice. So, if you're playing a large field GPP, I think maybe just paying all the way up for Darvish makes sense to be different if Giolito is going to have much higher ownership. But just in terms of a, perspective of who I think will have the best game of the 3, I like Giolito, and you get the 700 savings off of Darvish. I think it's a pretty good matchup against the Seattle lineup that is nothing special. You get plenty of strikeout upside, and he's not really gonna break the bank. So outside of being super contrarian, just after those bad opening day starts, Giolito is the guy for me.
Nick, 3 for 3, gonna go here and chase this guy, Giolito?
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm with you guys on this one. I was trying to make a case for Glasnow as we were getting ready for this, and I don't like him necessarily here because he hasn't done well against the Red Sox historically. And of course, they had a big night the other night going off, 11 runs. And Kershaw would probably be my number 2 here if we want to be a little bit different, just because he was at Coors Field, opening day. I'll give him a break there. Now he's out and playing against the A's, pitcher's friendly ballpark, but still, Giolito is definitely the play here.
All right, guys. So some injuries to worry about when it comes to hitters tonight. Fernando Tatis dealing with a dislocated shoulder. Cody Bellinger has a foot injury. Jules, that potentially leaves Mookie Betts as the highest priced hitter tonight. Now, are you chasing Mookie tonight or fading him because of ownership here?
1 second.
Oh.
Just take a sip of Steve Buchanan's tears there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, delicious.
Look, Mookie's in a good spot. He's never in a bad spot, put it that way. So if the other high-priced guys are dinged up, not going to be around on this slate, like he's a guy that you can trust. He's a cash play. He has reverse splits, so he's always going to hit righties well. He can get you points, whether it's a home run or you get walked and he steals second. Like, he's versatile. He's a cash play. I don't necessarily want to pay $6K for him. I would rather get Giolito. There's not great value pitching, so I'll probably wind up paying up for a second pitcher. And that just leaves me without the room to pay $6K for a hitter, even though I think Mookie's in a fine spot. So I'll look down. Like, I think that there are, studs on this slate in the 5,000 range, low 5,000, high 4,000s that you can get that aren't necessarily going to be as safe of a floor as Mookie, but bring similar upside. So I probably am not looking at the priced up bats here.
Nick, are you looking at the top price bats here? You want to chase Mookie?
I'm going to fade Mookie here, but I still like the Dodgers lineup right now. I'm looking at Justin Turner in particular. I think Seager is a good option too, but with Tatis dealing with the shoulder injury, I think that Justin Turner is the best option too of these guys. Also, you got to factor in Manny Machado is going to be a more popular piece too over at third base with Tatis dealing with the injury, and then the same goes for, well, not the same, but Chris Bryant, of course, is a popular option at third too. So Turner isn't going to be too big a deal, but with Betts, I mean, yeah, he's always a good option, but he's still too popular for me, and I think Turner is a safer pick.
Steve, you want to eat that Mookie chalk?
Well, first of all, we don't need to keep talking about Tatis. We all know he's hurt. Okay, Nick's bringing out answers there. He's got the gears turning above his head with the, Justin Turner pick, whatever. You want to say that? Fine. We don't need to talk about Tatis anymore. And hello to Thor. Nice to see him. Nice to hear him back there.
Yeah, he's very loud. I'm so sorry.
We love him. You know what? We love him. But we don't have to talk about Tatis. That's like watching your dad get beat up, watching him get hurt. Nobody wants to see it. The matchup for Mookie Betts tonight is tough. He's going up against Chris Bassett. Chris Bassett's been really tough against righties. Since 2019, 295 WOBA, 4.15 FIP, 22.2 K percentage. Doesn't give up a ton of home runs either. 1.1 home run over 9 innings. So with all the good pitchers that are taking the mound tonight, there's no need that you have to go up to 6K and get Mookie Betts. There's a lot better value on the board here tonight. We'll talk about some of those value plays here in a moment, but I don't feel the need to go up to Mookie Betts. Hasn't driven in any runs yet, hasn't hit a home run. They're coming. Don't worry about that. But at 6K, there's a lot better options on the board at a lower value that I think than Mookie Betts tonight.
Thor approves. That's why he was barking. Okay.
Let's go.
Oh my, no. He is 92 pounds, guys. He got weighed yesterday. Okay. We're talking about a lot of expensive guys, but who are you chasing for some value tonight, Nick?
Well, I'm looking at two right now, Jeff McNeil and Manny Margot. And at first, I really like Jeff McNeil because, of course, he had a tough spring. This guy's still a stud, though. I'm not worried about him. He's going to get hits. That offense is going to produce plenty. And I'm going to be talking about them a little bit more later on. But Chase Anderson facing him tonight, I mean, that guy's he's not a threat at all. But Manny Margot, I love this right now. I need a piece of the Rays lineup tonight going up against the Red Sox against Martin Perez, a guy who I trust less than Julian and Steve out on the mound. So I got to take someone here. I'm going with Manny Margot.
All right, Steve, where are you going?
Get some really cheap exposure to Coors Field. David Peralta's at 3,700 tonight. You look at his numbers from last year, didn't exactly jump out at you, but he's consistently been a good source of power against right-handed pitching. You go back to 2019, 208 isolated power, 352 WOBA, and a 116 WRC+. Those are some stellar numbers for a guy against righties. Now he's in Coors Field. He's under 4K. And you have German Marquez, who has consistently struggled against lefties all throughout his career, especially at Coors Field. What don't you struggle against at Coors Field? But David Peralta, down year last year. I'll take the savings to take him at 3,700.
All right, Jules, we're talking value. Where are you going?
Steve's got the right idea, the wrong team. Like, how often do we see bats priced this cheap at Coors? And if you want to have some Diamondbacks in there, that's fine. But we have projected in the Rockies lineup 6 bats for 3,700 or less. Like, when does that happen? And we're going up against,
stink because they stink.
They've managed to score some runs on the Dodgers. They did well against Kershaw on opening day.
Everybody scored runs. It's Major League Baseball. You're supposed to score runs. Doesn't matter. They stink.
You are just kidding.
Well, you're making the argument. So they are supposed to score runs because they're a major league team. So yeah, if they're going to score runs, they're going to do it against Luke Weaver, who stinks. This guy was a first 5-inning fade for me every time he pitched last season. He pitched in 12 games. He somehow was bad enough to get 10 decisions. He was 1-9 because he got his team in a hole every single time. The last game that he pitched happened to be a 10-3 loss to the Colorado Rockies. He gives up runs every game extremely consistently, and we can get however many you want, 2, 3, 4, 5 cheap Rockies bats in there. Go do that.
All right, guys, let's go to the sports book now, shall we? Yes, we shall. As usual, the highest game total comes from, can anyone guess? Coors Field Classic, where the Diamondbacks visit the Rockies. All right, game total set at 10.5. Steve, you just said you're supposed to score runs. It's Major League Baseball. So are you chasing or fading the over tonight? Got to chase it, right?
I mean, look, neither team is hitting the ball particularly well. And I think that's reflected in the total at 10.5 because, you want to say 10.5 is kind of a low total for Coors Field, but it really is. So I would hate to take the under on a Coors Field game like this, especially when it's at 10.5 because it feels pretty low. But even if it does hit the over, I think they're barely just going to squeak by this. Maybe they get 11 runs. Maybe it's at 12. But, both teams, especially the Rockies, they have a really, really poor bullpen. So the Diamondbacks are in a great position to just kind of go off here, aside from the fact that they haven't been hitting well so far to start this season. But, man, this is a really bad Rockies lineup too as well. So really kind of on the fence here. But if I had to take a side, probably going to go with the over, but I think it's going to be really close.
Jules, you like the over here?
I don't think that I would touch the full game total. I think it's pretty spot on. If I played any overs in this game, there's one of two ways I would attack it. The first would be the first 5-inning over of 5.5 runs. I just talked about Weaver, who's god-awful. Marquez, not very good either. Even though these offenses aren't that great, I think we would see the runs early in this game. So I would look at that first 5-1. Or if you just go into the game props, what is the team total for Colorado? Sitting at 5.5 plus money on the 5.5. I think that's a decent play too. If I was picking between the two, I would go with the first 5 over.
Nick, 10.5. You're going to chase or fade the over?
I'm going to chase because Luke Weaver stinks, as Julian put so eloquently earlier. And also, German Marquez, I mean, this guy, I know he put up a goose egg last time out, but he walked 6 batters. I'm not, any guy that's messing around like that, he's bound to give up a ton of runs, especially after a strong outing. So I'm hitting the over on this, no questions asked.
All right, Jules, if you're looking at the full slate of MLB games today, is there a team that you would chase at plus money as the underdog tonight?
I don't see any underdogs that jump out to me, but why put it this way? We don't have to be patient. I'm not going to wait to bet baseball games tonight. I'm going to bet baseball this afternoon. 1 p.m., give me the Minnesota Twins team total over 4.5. They're going up against a highly touted prospect in Casey Mize, who was a disaster last year. He had an ERA of 7. He faced the Twins 3 times. He gave up, 9. He gave up 11 runs in 9 innings and change. The Twins are averaging 7.5 runs per game in the early going this season. They put up 15 in Detroit yesterday. I will just bet on some afternoon baseball.
Nick, any team you like at plus money?
Yeah, the Mets. I don't know how you're not going with this one, Julian. It seems like a no-brainer to me. I know Marcus Stroman didn't pitch last year, but Chase Anderson going up against him, I like the Mets lineup. I think this is a no-brainer for me. So, yeah, a plus 116 last I checked on DK Sportsbook? Easy one there.
Steve, what about you?
Yeah, Julian, you coward. Why'd you take a game we're supposed to be choosing from? I'll take the Rangers at plus 112 going against the Blue Jays. Tanner Roark is taking the mound for the Blue Jays. I went on YouTube, look up his 2020 season highlights. It played an ad and the video was over. There was nothing that was a highlight for him last year. So now you have a Rangers team that could easily shell him. This is someone who gave up 14 home runs and 47 2/3 inning last season, an average of 2.6 through 9 innings. Give me the Rangers at plus money.
All right, good stuff. Thanks, guys. And Nick, thank you for coming on the program. Can't wait to have you as part of the crew moving forward. You did awesome, especially with these two.
Oh, yeah, can't wait. Yeah, great.
The Mets are favored, by the way.
Okay.
They were when I last checked.
They've been favored all day. But
They have not been favored all day. You telling me I can't read now?
Yeah.
Wow. You guys take this to the Twitter streets. Take this to the Twitter streets. All right. All right. I'm going to talk that hockey with Jeff Orrick in a couple minutes. But, guys,
great.
It is Masters Week. It's Masters Week, though. So our dude Adam Kaufman caught up with Jason Sobel to break down some odds for the Masters. Can you believe that? Take a look.
For the second time in a year, the Masters is coming our way, and joining us from Augusta, Jason Sobel, our master of Masters Talk. He is, of course, from the Action Network. I'm Adam Kaufman, and Jason, just how exciting is this to, get back to a little bit of normalcy after, as we know, the pandemic shifted everything around schedule-wise and had the Masters take place in November last year.
Yeah, Adam, that's the one word that I keep coming back to this week is normalcy. Last year was intriguing because we'd never seen Augusta National in November. We'd never seen a Masters in the fall. And so it was just different. This one feels like we're getting back to a sense of normalcy, sort of big picture equation if we put everything together. And then you throw in sort of that hype machine turned up to 11 right now. Jordan Spieth winning on Sunday. Brooks Koepka coming back from knee surgery. John Rahm is a father, and he is indeed going to play this week. So a lot of really good storylines coming into this one.
Before we get to some of those, just in general with the course, because like you said, with the Masters taking place in the fall, now obviously springtime, as it typically is, by the way, but for people that were just here a matter of months ago, how is this course going to play differently in Georgia than it did in November here in April?
Much softer in November. So we saw a course that was not nearly as fast and firm as it is usually in April. And the result of that was Dustin Johnson set a 4-round scoring record himself. Cameron Smith became the first player ever to record 4 scores in the 60s. The overall scoring average for the entire field was lower than ever before. And I think that the powers that be at Augusta National may bite back a little bit this week, and I expect this course to have a little more bite itself, and I think it's going to play tougher this week.
As you alluded to, Dustin Johnson is the defending favorite. He is, or defending champ. He's the favorite here to win once again at plus 950. Now, it's tough to win an event back-to-back years in general, but to win an event like the Masters twice in a span of, 6 months, I don't know. Are you more inclined to fade DJ for that reason?
Yeah, he's a fade for me this week. I don't love the number on him, first of all. I understand it. He's the favorite. We all get it. But no, this is going to be a different kind of Masters, like I said, than we saw in November. And DJ, quite honestly, has not played his best golf over his last 3 starts, has not contended or even come in the top 10 for one of those events. So DJ is a fade for me this week. Granted, on any given week, he can just bust out and play his best golf and go ripping the field by 5 shots like he did in November, but I don't see it happening this time.
Jordan Spieth with the win at the Valero Texas Open made people a lot of money over the weekend, and here the DK Sportsbook has him now rocketed up the board, tied for second with DraftKings own Bryson DeChambeau at plus 1150 here to win this event. These two guys, the only two that are right behind DJ. How do you feel about Spieth going into this?
Yeah, I wonder if that number keeps moving too, because the public is all over Spieth so far, and for good reason. He could have got him at 60-1, 80-1 just a few months ago when he was struggling with his game. He was outside the top 90 in the world. He hadn't won in 4 years, and now he's got more momentum than anybody. He's taken that momentum down Magnolia Lane. The ball striking is fantastic. I really like Spieth. I just don't see a scenario in which this is not a really good week for Spieth. Whether really good means he wins this event or comes in T6, I think that's a fine line. But if you're looking for one reason why Jordan Spieth might not play well this week, and it's nitpicking because, like I said, I really like him, but he was working that left to right fade off the tee throughout the weekend at the Valero Texas Open. You really need to work your ball more right to left with a draw at Augusta National. And so we'll see if he's able to get that shot shape back. If not, could hurt him a little bit. But again, I'm nitpicking. I really like him this week.
Well behind DJ, Spieth, Bryson, you got Brooks Koepka, who is plus 2,800 to win this event. Now, he is less than a month removed from knee surgery. He's obviously going to play. We know his history at major tournaments. Are there just too many question marks to want to lean in and play him?
It depends. Adam, is Brooks watching this right now?
No.
No. Okay. Well, if Brooks isn't watching it, then I'll say, yeah, absolutely. Brooks can go play well, and I think he'll do something. If Brooks was watching this right now, I'd say there's no chance Brooks can play well after knee surgery just a few weeks ago. He can't do it. And then Brooks sitting there in front of his laptop right now going, oh, yeah, you think so? And all of a sudden, he gets that big chip on his shoulder. He says, let me prove you wrong. And Brooks loves proving people wrong. It's the whole reason he's come back. I loved his quote that he gave to reporters on Sunday afternoon. If I was going to come in second, why would I even show up? And so he is here to win this golf tournament. That's a Tiger Woods-like quote right there. And I wouldn't be surprised if Brooks Koepka is in the mix. I do think, Adam, he will keep getting stronger every day. I don't know how much golf he's played coming off that surgery a few weeks ago, but if he could just hang in with an even par opening round, maybe 1 or 2 under in the second round, I do think that he'll get better as the week progresses. And so if he just, like I said, hang on with a decent start, we could see Brooks Koepka on the leaderboard this weekend.
If you're going to give one of these, you got to say, the big chip on his massive shoulders just to, really let him, because who knows, he might watch this on replay, which I don't think we're going to send it to him. Let's talk about, after going down some of the roads, obviously involving high price guys. What about mid-range guys, mid-tier guys? Anyone stand out to you?
Yeah, there are a few guys I like, maybe not for outrights necessarily, but at least for top 5s, top 10s. Top 5, I really like Paul Casey. I'm not sure he's necessarily a mid-tier. He's sort of an upper to mid-tier, but Paul Casey has cashed top 5 tickets in 3 of his last 5 worldwide starts, and so he's a nice play this week. Further down the board, Jason Kokrak has been top 10 in each of his last 3 stroke play events, and Corey Connors playing very well lately. So I do think it's going to be mostly the bigger names on the leaderboard throughout this week, Adam, but it doesn't mean we won't see anybody up there. Just last November, we saw Dylan Fratelli, Sungjae Im, Cameron Smith, all at triple-digit outright odds going into the week. They were all top 5. CT Pan was 1,000 to 1 outright. He was in a share of 7th place. So don't be afraid to dig for some long shots this week.
Who are the long shots for you? You know, even going beyond obviously mid-price guys. I mean, really digging deep down that board.
Boy, really digging deep. I would look at a guy like Matt Wallace, who played really well in Texas this past weekend. He was in that final group with Jordan Spieth, and so I think he will continue to ride some momentum. Christian Bezuidenhout is a guy that I think a lot of people in golf fans in the U.S. don't know much about, but he started playing more events over here. He's a very good player as well. Check out the course. Here's, at the time we're recording this early in the week, we haven't heard too much about how the course is playing yet. If the course is fast and firm, and we hear all about how it's fiery and, it's just the balls are rolling forever, check out guys who are, first of all, shorter hitters, and secondly, some guys who have played well on links golf courses. So you might be able to find some of these European players or guys who have at least played on the European tour who this course might work out better for them than some of the American course players who are used to just firing at the flag sticks all day. So, again, I think it depends on how the course plays, but we're not quite there yet.
Jason, we hang on every word that you say. So tell me, who is going to win the 2021 Masters?
So, Adam, when I arrived in Augusta, I had picked a winner. It was Xander Schauffele. Xander Schauffele has not won in over 2 years. Strokes gained approach, which I think is the most important metric, very good this season. So I had Xander Schauffele, and then I woke up in Augusta on Monday morning, and I said, nah, not doing it. I got another guy.
Okay.
And I had an asterisk next to this guy's name for the last couple of weeks when I was piling up all my research because we weren't sure he was going to play. His wife was due with their first child. He said, look, if the baby comes during Masters Week, I'm out of there. The baby came on Sunday. John Rahm called it the greatest day of his life. And I think next Sunday could be the second greatest day of his life. He's playing so well. 3 straight top 10s at this event. He's got, I believe, 10 top 10 finishes in the last 14 starts dating back to last year. A great cross-section of form and course history for John Rahm this week.
Welcome back to The Sweat. I'm here with Jeff Ulrich, our DraftKings contributor who wears many hats. Right now, it is a hockey helmet. We were talking DFS plays and bets you like for tonight's 9-game NHL slate. So a couple of wingers at the top of the salary list on this slate tonight. OV at 9,100, David Pastrnak at 9K. Now, if you can only have one in your lineup, Jeff, who's it going to be?
Yeah, I mean, looking at these two over the last little bit, I mean, I think Ovechkin has definitely outplayed Pastrnak. He's kind of been on a roll. He's getting that positive regression, the goal scoring. But let's look at the matchups here. I mean, you got the Islanders and Philly. I think we all know, like, the Islanders aren't the greatest matchup for your fantasy prospects, especially for forwards. So I think targeting Pastrnak here is fine against the Philadelphia Flyers. One of the worst penalty kills in the league. I expect this Boston offense to get going after kind of blowing a game in the last one against Philly. So for me, it's Pastrnak here. They've juggled their lines around, but he's still averaging over 4 shots on goal, per game. And look, he's got 4 points over his last 2 games. So maybe the line juggling is actually going to work. I'm going to take Pastrnak here in this matchup.
All right, at center, Rupe Hintz of the Stars has been on a roll lately. 10 points in his last 10 games. He gets a favorable matchup against the Blackhawks tonight. So is he like a solid option for you, Jeff, at center? Do you prefer someone else? You want to ride his hot hand?
No, I mean, look, there's some guys you can pay up for, definitely. I mean, I really like Mika Zibanejad of the Rangers. I just like that whole Rangers first line there. I think you're going to see a bit of a shootout between Pittsburgh and the Rangers, 2 offenses that have been kind of clicking of late. But, you obviously want some value, too. You can't just pay up like $8K for every player, right? So Rupe Hintz, I mean, I like the Stars in this matchup. I mean, Chicago allows a ton of shots on goals. Dallas has played a little bit better over the last 2 games. They're still up there in advanced stats like expected goal rate. The Stars really aren't playing that bad, and they're still in a hunt for a playoff position. Hintz is getting a ton of ice time. From a value perspective, you're really not going to do much better, especially on this slate specifically. You've got some guys like Aho, Trocheck for Carolina, but they're kind of in a tough matchup against Panthers. They're priced up a bit. Hintz is out there. He's playing top line minutes, top power play minutes. He, to me, is the real target that you I don't want to say must play, but he's close to a must play for me. I think the other guy, if you do want a cheaper play, Jack Hughes going up against the Sabres. Sabres are terrible. They allow a ton of shots on net. Hughes is definitely the epitome of boom or bust, but I could see this where the young guy, breaks out for like a goal or 2.
All right, let's talk about some value. All right, who are you looking at for that?
LA Toivonen of the Nashville Predators. So, I mean, this is a player most people probably didn't pay much attention to at the start of the year. Nashville has been bad. They've had some injuries. Now Toivonen is playing like top line minutes. So much like Rupa Hintz, I mean, he's out there in all situations. He's playing on the power play one, and he's been very productive. He's averaging a point per game over his last 10 starts. So this is all about opportunity. You know, opportunity is everything in a lot of these sports, and it certainly is with guys who are getting, you know, top line power play minutes, top 6 minutes. And Toivonen is getting all that, playing over 16 minutes a game as well right now. So matchup against the Red Wings, I have no reason to even think about like not considering him. Definitely like him as a value. I also think Craig Smith, though, of the Boston Bruins, in a nice spot. Again, they've juggled their lines. He's been playing alongside Patrice Bergeron for long stretches. He's been pretty productive. So Craig Smith is another winger down there, sub 4K, even cheaper than Toivonen that you can think about tonight.
All right, let's check out the DK Sportsbook now, Jeff. Any team you're willing to play on the puck line tonight?
Yeah, puck line is interesting. There's no team necessarily that I, want to go out of my way to target, but I really do like the Dallas Stars tonight. I think you can just play them on the money line. That's fine, like at minus 121 going up against the Hawks. Again, you look at the advanced stats between these two teams, expected goal rate, the Stars are still ranking well into like in the top 10. The Blackhawks are down there at 29th. This is a Blackhawks team has really been relying on like hot goaltending, a little bit of puck luck and things like that to get by. They've lost 5 of their last 6 games now. The Stars have, played the Carolina really tight in their last series. They've won 2 of 3. I think the Stars are going to make a late push here, and I just feel like these two teams are heading in opposite directions. So if I am looking at a puck line, that plus 215 to cover the minus 1.5 goal spread, I do like that with the Stars. That's where I would go on the puck line. I think you can just play them on the money line. It's probably the better bet, but let's just target the Stars all over the place tonight because I really do like them in this matchup. Again, I like a lot of their young players like Robertson, Gurionov playing in the second line role together. I like that. And I think the matchup against Chicago, it's just not that great for Chicago. So give me the Stars on the money line and the puck line.
All right, finally, what is your slate approved pick, Jeff? Now, this can be either a bet or it can be a DFS play. Where are you going?
Okay, we definitely like Rupe Hintz. I mean, I think I made that clear. I think he's like the best, just pure value out there on the slate that we want to target. But, let's talk a little bit of props here. I mean, if you want to target some kind of player prop, let's target Jack Hughes against the Buffalo Sabres. You can go over 2.5 shots on goal. Hughes is averaging 2.5 shots on goal over his last 10 games. And look, the Sabres allow a ton of shots on net. They allow the third most shots on net per team in the league. Hughes against a weaker team like Buffalo, this is the type of team you'd expect him to break out against. So targeting his over and the shots on goal prop, it's plus 130 to go over tonight. I like that a lot.
All right. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate the time. More NBA is on the way. We will be right back. time flies when you're having fun. I'm here with RotoWire's Nick Whalen and DK Nation's Alex Hunter for NBA high or low. So are the following spreads or totals too high or too low for tonight's NBA slate? So Nick, Clippers favored by 5.5 over the Blazers tonight. Do you feel like that's too high or too low for you?
I think it's about fair, maybe a little bit high for me. And the Clippers have just been such a fickle team this season to figure out. Just when you think they've got things figured out, they'll pull off a couple of big wins over good teams, then they'll fall flat on their face against the Orlando Magic, like we saw last week. So it's been really tough to get a read on the LA Clippers. And meanwhile, the Blazers are playing well. I think this is one of the best rosters that they've had around Damian Lillard, maybe the best in his entire career with the Blazers. And obviously adding Norman Powell, only kind of emboldened that roster at the deadline. There is no Jusuf Nurkic tonight. That is certainly something to consider. Pretty big downgrade from Nurkic to Enes Kanter, especially on the defensive end. But on the other side, no Serge Ibaka, likely no Patrick Beverley as well for the LA Clippers. So both teams dealing with some key absences. Certainly would not be surprised if Portland covers this. Clippers are 13-10 ATS as a home favorite this season. Portland is 8-4 against the spread as a road dog. That's one of the best marks in the league. So I think I lean towards the Blazers.
Alex, welcome. Which way going?
I think the spread is too large. I see the Blazers covering too. They've won 5 of their last 6, and they've won 5 of their last 6 on the road. Their only loss came to the Bucks last Friday. And like Nick said, the Clippers just haven't been good lately. Missing Serge really hurts their defense, and Paul George is clearly ailing right now. They're worried he's dealing with a toe injury that might nag him for the rest of the season, and he scored less than 20 points in back-to-back games. And I think the Blazers are actually an appealing money line bet at plus 175 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. So I definitely think Blazers cover here.
All right, Alex, Bucks favored by 6.5 over the Warriors. How do you feel about this one?
I think the spread is too small. I think the Bucks go over and cover. The Warriors have lost 7 of their last 8 and 2 of their last 3 with Steph in the lineup. The Bucks beat the Warriors by 39 points back in December with Steph healthy. The Bucks have won 3 in a row. They're on a West Coast swing. And the Warriors have just been bad, ranking 26 in offensive rating and 22nd in defensive rating over the last 10. And Jrue Holiday's just been a monster, scoring at least 22 points in 4 straight, earning that huge max deal. And I think the Bucks cover here.
Nick, what do you think?
I feel the same way. This is a suspiciously small line for Milwaukee against a Warriors team that's dropped 7 of its last 8. I wonder if there's still some, something that Vegas knows that we don't know regarding Giannis's status. He's listed as probable for this game. Obviously, he's dealt with that knee issue on and off, but all indications are that he will be back in the lineup tonight. And if that is the case, 6.5 for me is just way too small. I actually saw this line on the DK Sportsbook down at 6 points in favor of Milwaukee earlier this morning. So that was kind of strange as well. We don't have a great sample to pull from with these two teams, obviously being in opposite conferences. They last met on Christmas Day. That was a 138-99 shellacking, for lack of a better term, in favor of Milwaukee. But obviously, both teams were at different phases at that point in the season. If you do like Golden State, Milwaukee is just 9-15 against the spread on the road this season. But it's just really hard for me, assuming Giannis plays, it's hard for me to see Milwaukee not taking care of business with relative ease tonight.
All right, let's talk about game totals. Bulls and Pacers sitting at 224.5. Nick, is that too high or too low for you?
This one's really tough. The Pacers are third in pace since the trade deadline. And injuries have been a component in that. Malcolm Brogdon has missed time. It sounds like he's going to play tonight. Domantas Sabonis, his status is a lot more dicey after he missed practice yesterday. But they just put up 139 against the Spurs on Saturday without Brogdon and Sabonis in the lineup, which is a very kind of un-Pacers-like performance based on what we've seen from them this season. And then you look back in the 2 games before that, they scored 97 and 87 points respectively. So it's been pretty tough to get a read on what this team is. And again, the injuries are a big part of that. The Bulls, meanwhile, struggling a little bit, especially on D. They're a bottom 5 defense since acquiring Nikola Vucevic at the deadline. Again, this is really tough, but I think it probably goes under. Assuming Sabonis doesn't play, I think that hurts Indiana offensively enough that they could maybe struggle to help it get to that 224.5 number.
How do you feel, Alex? You think this one might go under?
I think it might actually go over. This is the 3rd time these 2 East teams have met this season, and the first 2 matchups, the average was 231.5. And like Nick said, the Bulls have really struggled on defense since they got Vucevic, ranking 26 in defensive rating. And over this time, their game average total has been 224 points exactly. So I think there's a chance this game goes over with how their season matchups have gone this year.
All right, Alex, 76ers and Celtics game total at 222, too high or too low?
I think it's too high. Since the trade deadline and since putting Robert Williams as the starting center, the Celtics ranked 4th in defensive rating. The guy's just Time Lord is just a freak. And the Sixers are arguably the best defensive unit in basketball, especially with Joel Embiid healthy. And they're coming off a loss. So I think they're going to be hungry against their division rival. And also, Evan Fournier was ruled out today just before we came on the show because of health and safety protocols. And he's really been a big burst for the Celtics off the bench, averaging 20 points in their last 2. So I think without him, I think their offense might struggle, especially against this hungry Sixers team that's got Embiid. So I'm going under.
A little bit of breaking news. Nick, you going under too?
I think so. I mean, you look back at some of Philly's recent games with Joel Embiid in the lineup, and you have to go back quite a bit given the amount of time that he missed. But their last 4 games with a healthy Embiid, they scored 122, 127, 131, and 130. And that 131-point game did come against the best defense in the league in the Utah Jazz. So that does make me consider the over just because this offense is so much different with a healthy Embiid. But like Alex said, I mean, these are 2 teams that are playing really great defense. Philadelphia, especially, they're both in the top 10 in defensive rating over the last 10 games. Both teams right in the middle of the pack in terms of pace. So you wouldn't expect this to be a super fast-paced game by any means. Boston has gone under in 58% of its home games this season. Philly's gone under in 60% of its road games. So certainly the numbers there suggest that this one will go under. Both previous meetings did go over that 222-point total, but that was also when the Celtics were in the throes of the health and safety protocols. No Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown was in and out of the lineup. So if you're going to look back at those 2 matchups, I think you kind of have to toss those out. I'm with Alex. I'll take the under on this one.
All right, real quick, guys. Slate approved pick time. Nick, what's your favorite NBA bet tonight?
I like Milwaukee -6.5 on the road. I like Jaylen Brown over 31.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Again, no Evan Fournier. And kind of doubling down on that, I like Marcus Smart over 12.5 points tonight.
All right, Alex, where are you going?
I like Drew Holiday's prop for points, rebounds, and assists combined over 29.5. The guy's just been on fire. He's averaging 41 points, rebounds, and assists combined over his last 4.
All right, good stuff, you two. Appreciate the time as always. Guys, the sweat may be over, but we have a full slate of Madden Sims coming up today. 6. They start at noon. You guys are going to have a great time. We got Texans at Vikings, Seahawks at Jets, Chiefs at Cowboys, Bears at Browns, Rams at Bills, and Madden After Dark, Falcons at Raiders with Glass Sheen and Brandon. All right, guys, the sweat will be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. as we will be every weekday from now on. It's going to be amazing. All right, Madden's coming up next. Great to be with you guys, and go enjoy the Madden slate. What it do, baby? Happy Tuesday.
Howdy, everybody. Welcome in. Kenny Ducey and Christian DeAndrea in the virtual Madden booth here for another sim. Two teams that will have surely nothing to talk about and mean absolutely nothing to me. The New York Jets and the Seattle Seahawks. 2 p.m. Time for another sim. Christian, how you doing, my man? What's your lineup looking like? Let's try not to talk about the quarterback for the Jets today because it might bring up some bad memories for me.
Yeah, I mean, look at this Jets lineup. I mean, who is even still there? Your top two scorers are both no longer Jets. Le'Veon Bell, obviously, gone longer than Sam Darnold. I understand the wound's still fresh. We'll talk about it a little bit coming up. But now the lineup's locked. You know what? I saw the name on the list on the call sheet. It was me and you for a Jets-Seahawks game. And I decided, you know what? Let's go with Kenny's Jets in this one. And even though I believe I'm at least frozen, my internet just...
I can hear...
I can't get it back.
I can hear you a little bit. I got your back.
All right, excellent. Yeah, no idea why that happened. We even got the new upgraded internet here. I'm going to assume it's all the frozen streaming going on downstairs. I have no idea. But, I went Jets heavy in this one. I don't know why. Just felt like the right thing to do. Yesterday's sims were weird and kind of gross, so stands to reason another weird kind of gross sim would really heavily favor the Jets. Chris Herndon's on a cold snap. I'm hoping he breaks that. He's very cheap if you throw in your captain spot. So I got him in there at the top of my lineup. Russ, Le'Veon, Sam Darnold, Jamison Crowder, and my punt play tonight, or today rather, Philip Dorsett. Kenny, what about you? Where you at?
Did you just say Le'Veon?
Le'Veon. Yeah, like
Brashad Perriman, captain. Le'Veon Bell in the flex. Sam Darnold. Carlos Hyde, Jets D. Chris Hogan. Carlos Hyde, Jets D. And Greg Olson. Greg Olson, Chris Hogan. They look the same. They sound the same. That's where I'm going. And Russell Wilson on the first play of the game is going to DK Metcalf.
DK, one of those many valuable second-round wideouts who's coming to the league lately. Kind of showcasing you don't need to burn a first-round draft pick to get all-pro type production from a wideout, although Metcalf did not finish the year nearly as hot as he started. Sure, he still had a pretty solid 1,300-yard campaign, but for a minute there, Kenny, it looked like he was going to average more than 100 yards per game. He was going to find the end zone like 15 times. Instead, 1,310. Still pretty good. Just not the monster numbers he was on pace for earlier. A big part of that is because Russell Wilson really slowed down. He cut an MVP-style campaign over the first 5-6 games of the season, then really fell off as his blocking maybe crumbled a little bit behind him and around him, and the run game never really took off the way he expected, and that has led to the kind of sort of trade demands that he may use to finagle his way out of Seattle, but I doubt it. If they didn't trade him to the Bears for 3 first-round picks and 2 starters, they're not going to trade him now as an incompletion there on third.
Drew Young Barrymore saying the Jets gave Donald away from. First of all, he says, Deuce Yee. Jets just gave Donald away for free. I actually, so we were talking about it yesterday on the stream. I would rather have a second and a fourth than a first.
Really?
And I think that's probably, especially the Panthers second, that's like almost a first. But
yeah, right. But I mean, if you get the Panthers first, you can trade down and make that second and third. I feel like.
But trading, I mean, getting the 8th pick is a whole. I mean, that's not just any first round.
Well, yeah, you'd be looking at your.
My point is,
likely to be a 2022 first round pick.
A fourth round pick is good, and like I think that very good, and I think that a second plus a fourth pretty much equals a first anyway, or it's close. I mean, value wise. Anyway, my point is, I wasn't confident that they were going to get a ton back to start with. So adding a fourth and a 6th on to a second was pretty good for me. I thought that was, just about as good as they were going to do. Sam throws a pick. I don't know if it's necessarily I don't know if it's a good trade for the Panthers. The where I am is like, they can afford to take risks, right? Because they're trying to take flyers on guys to see if they work out. It's like, I was a Knicks fan back when they had Ricky Lito. I get it. But the other thing is they had to give up 3 picks to get him. And are they really in a position right now where they can afford to be giving up picks like that? You know what I mean? Like, giving up three draft picks while you're basically these next 2 years they're really using to build. Giving up 3 for a guy that you only have on a 1-year deal, and then like I don't think you're gonna want to commit all that money to a quarterback, especially one that like you just see, even if you just see a good year, even if it's just a year, right? Like I don't know. I don't know if they have a direction right now.
The 5th-year option they picked up is only worth it's a little less than 19 million, so that's a reasonable price for a quarterback. Would be underneath the league average starting quarterback.
It is, but in combination with McCaffrey, he's going to be due I think 18 million. It's going to kick in when Darnold's number kicks in. Mm-hmm. Now they're going to be pretty handicapped in terms of what they can do in free agency, right? Like they can't really add anybody.
Yeah, but I mean, you are going to have the cap explosion next year, and per OTC, let's see what the Panthers are scheduled to have, because they were already in pretty good shape this year. They still have 16 million to spend, and in 2022, even with Darnold on the books, before Darnold on the books, I was looking at Dan Arnold instead of Sam Darnold instead. They're going to have about 46 million in cap space, even before making any cuts, making any moves, and that's with that giant McCaffrey salary cap bomb on the roster. And listen, they can get rid of Teddy Bridgewater before that. I mean, literally, the money they would save by releasing Teddy Bridgewater matches up pretty well with that 5th year for Sam Darnold. They'd save 16 million by letting Bridgewater go, which they're almost certainly going to do unless Darnold is horrible and Bridgewater leads him back to prominence. Sam Darnold's option is only about 18.8. So really, the move itself only eats up about 3 million more in cap space than it would have otherwise. I think if anything, it's a cap neutral move for a team that does have some spending room, assuming a cap balloon in 2022. But I think for me, what the trade says is there was a hotter market on Sam Darnold than maybe we expected. I think the smarter move, if no one wanted Darnold, would be to wait until the Jets took a quarterback at number 2 and then wait out New York's asking price. It would have dropped, but I feel like the Panthers felt, I don't know if it's true or not, they felt there was competition there. They knew they had to get in on that. And they knew they weren't going to be able to get the guy they wanted. They successfully intimated from the Jets that, listen, the top 3 quarterbacks are going to be gone, the top 3 picks. Other guys are going to be trading up, and right now we get the Falcons willing to trade back. So very possible that by the time the Panthers pick rolled around, they were looking at the 5th, maybe 6th best quarterback in this draft. I like the move from their standpoint. I do. I think throwing Darnold into Matt Rule's system is going to be better for him. The pressure rate in Carolina last year was about 8% less than the pressure rate in New York. He's got better receivers. He's going to see a lot more play action passing, and we're going to get to see if Darnold can overcome the bad tendencies, the bad habits that have him throwing off his back foot entirely too often. But I think if you look at what Matt Rule did at Temple, at Baylor, he's done a pretty solid job of lifting guys up, helping them reach their potential. And I'm forgetting the name of that Baylor quarterback who is actually taking a post-grad year somewhere else because he didn't have as good a year without Rule behind him. But his name. I'm just writing about him. I already forgot. Anyway, the play-action technique that Rule brought in gave him time, brought safeties up. I think if you can implement that with Sam Darnold and get him accustomed to it, you can have a nice little, not even a bounce-back year because – I mean, what are you bouncing back? I mean, you got nothing, no heights at which to bounce back from. Maybe a nice little prove-it year for Sam Darnold in Charlotte.
Sorry, my mind is now elsewhere because the Yankees just acquired Rougned Odor from the Rangers. Horrible move. As a Yankees fan, I'm speechless. I don't understand why they did it. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't understand why teams still like him. He's not good. He's not a good hitter.
I mean, you want to have that guy. You want to be able to sell those jerseys with Odor on the back. And this Sam Darnold doing that thing he does a lot. Oh, yep. Doing that
fumbling?
other thing he does. Yeah.
You can't get. They don't have names on the back of the Yankees jerseys.
No. Yeah. Sorry.
It's just awful. The guy shouldn't have a job in baseball. He cannot hit the ball. It is ridiculous. I don't know, man. I don't get it.
I mean,
Yankees can't make any contact.
I commiserate. I am also heartbroken over a move my local team made, which is that the Brewers shipped away local hero Orlando Arcia for a couple of relievers, Chad Sabatka and Patrick Weigel, who, I mean, Arcia was, well, he never really reached his potential as a Brewer, and I'm bummed to see him go. But for whatever reason, every time I would go to a Brewers game, Kenny, you know, you get the ticket stubs, and I collect ticket stubs. I make sure I got a nice wall, framed poster with all my stubs in them. Every time I would go to a Brewers game from like 2017 to 2019, every single stub I got was an Orlando Arcia. I have like 30 different 30's an overstatement, probably 10 different Orlando Arcia ticket stubs, and I'm sad for the end of that era. That's what I'm saying.
Well, we're back, and what a barn burner of a first quarter.
It has been a grim start for your Jets.
Yeah, we had two turnovers already for Sam Darnold, just 8 yards. Russell Wilson's got 77 meanwhile, but neither team has a touchdown to this point. Carlos Hyde has rushed 3 times, and he has how many yards, Christian? One yard.
1 yard.
Le'Veon Bell has 49. That's good. Sam ran for 26, but it's been pretty grim out there. DK Metcalf with the 2 catches. Dorsett is the big surprise with 2 catches. Greg Olsen, 1 for 7. Will Dissly has a catch as well. It's been pretty bad so far. No Crowder, no Perriman, no Jets involvement whatsoever, really, in terms of the passing game. It's just been a few runs.
Yeah, I mean, the headliner on this one is Sam Darnold, 2 drives, 2 turnovers, throwing a deep pick and then getting hammered after a successful scramble, but putting the ball on the turf. So 2 deep turnovers for the Jets so far. And the Seahawks, on the other hand, really not being able to get much going today. Play action for Russ here. Oh, a wide open. Is that our guy Greg Olsen, the veteran?
It is, Mr. Olsen. All right.
Nice first down there in the field goal.
Run up the middle for Chris Carson's price has really been dipping lately, Christian, in the Sims.
Yeah, Carson's one of those guys you never really want to trust all that much, and only 9 fantasy points per game. His price really rebounded in a weird way because he had that breakthrough 118-yard, 2-touchdown game in his last outing, a win over the Browns. He only cost $6,200 in that game, and if you go back to 5 Sims ago, he only cost you $2,800, and now tonight up to $8,200 in the flex. Can't imagine that too many people were very excited about that. In fact, Chris Carson only 22.9% owned in today's 2 p.m. $250 free roll showdown.
As Kareem says, Oldson. Greg Oldson, that's correct. He had a nice catch there. CEH is saying there's going to be a turnover here. Let's see. First and 10 for Wilson. Run up. He's got room. He's got the end zone. Where are you going, Russ? He's got it. Touchdown. Touchdown, Seahawks. Russell Wilson runs it in from about 10 yards out or so. And the Seahawks are on the board 6-zip with the extra point coming along. And Jason Myers, I think former Jet. I think he's sticking with Jets.
Yeah, that man sought out human contact on that run like he'd been getting frozen out by Ciara. He just wanted to feel someone touch him, Kenny, and that's why he ran as crookedly as possible into the end zone. Doesn't matter how ugly it looked, still counts for 6 on the scoreboard.
The 5th rushing touchdown for Russell Wilson in the last 6 games. Pretty impressive. Obi-Wan, or Obi-Wan's there. What's going on, Obi-Wan? El Paso number 1 says Champions League in less than an hour.
Ooh.
That is correct. It is a great time on the sports calendar. Not only do we have Madden Sim, but we have Champions League, we have baseball, we have clay court tennis season starting this week. We have the Masters coming up this weekend. Incredible stuff.
Not only the Masters, but we also have the PGA Pre-Lock show coming up right after us with Reed T. Fowler and Moose Jeff Ulrich. So a whole slate of great stuff today. Not only do we have PGA Pre-Lock, we have MLB Pre-Lock. Kenny, we are just the tip of the iceberg today in terms of great DraftKings Dream Stream content.
I'm going to ask you, speaking of good content, let's create some good content right here. Because Must Be asks in the chat, where do you see Travis Etienne and Pitts getting drafted? I've seen some people in the chat wanted to tell me that the Jets should take Pitts at 3, which I think is ridiculous that you would take a tight end that high. But he does appear to be, in the top 10 of mocks. So with that, where do you think Pitts goes in the draft? Where does Etienne go? I don't think Etienne goes to the second round, personally. I think that Pitts probably sneaks into the top 10. And Dustin asks who, I'll answer a quick question. Dustin asks, who do I want the Jets to draft? Zach Wilson. Go ahead with your answer there about Etienne and Pitts.
Sure. Yeah, no, Pitts is a guy who might even go as high as top 5. I think it's all going to depend on where Penei Sewell goes. I think Sewell will go, and then we might see Pitts, just because Pitts is such a mismatch machine at tight end. A dude his size, like 6'6", 240. He runs a 4.40. He's just impossible to cover, and even teams with an entrenched tight end, or maybe not such an entrenched tight end, but a useful starting tight end, like the Falcons with Hayden Hurst, like the Bengals with CJ Uzomah, like the Miami Dolphins with Mike Gesicki. They could use a guy like that. I mean, a 2 tight end set with a classic, more inline tight end and a move tight end like Kyle Pitts, that opens up a lot of pages in the playbook as Darnold runs it again, doesn't fumble this time.
What are you doing?
Nice to see that. Pretty good scrambler last year, Kenny. We'll get into that later. That's actually a big part of our breakdown on tomorrow's post round. But I do think Pitts will be a top 10 guy. I don't know if the Lions would burn another first-round pick on a tight end after being burned twice in the moderately recent past, but that could be the thing. I think he might last until after Jamar Chase, because I think Chase is one of those guys that just is really, truly special. He has the size, he has the speed, he is just a tremendous asset out there. And I think teams are going to look at what Justin Jefferson did coming from that same LSU program and go like, well, Chase was kind of the 1A to Jefferson's 1B, and they switched him up, but the potential is still there. So I think Chase will go, I think Sewell will go, and I think we'll see Pitts go. I think a team like the Lions, like maybe the Cowboys, like the Giants could make sense for him. And then Etienne, I do like him a lot. I think he is the.
I like him too. I just think he's a second round pick, right?
I think he's gonna be a high second rounder. I think the traditional consensus is that Najee Harris is gonna be the first running back off the board. I know a lot of mocks are saying he will go to the Steelers, which does make sense. Steelers not in a place to pick up a young quarterback. Maybe they'll go to add a projectable edge rusher, like let's say a guy like Greg Rousseau or Kwity Paye. Rhode Island high school football legend Kwity Paye falls to them in the late 20s. And
I'm so out on these first round running backs, though. I don't.
Yeah,
I think that people are trying to mock Najee Harris into the first round with teams that need running backs, but I don't think that any of these teams are actually going to take it.
No, I agree there. I think the teams are looking at what's happening with these first-round running backs and saying, okay, it's not always worth it. There's going to be a lot of talent in the creamy middle of this draft. Why not just wait? Why not go for a premium position at a low cost instead, like offensive tackle, like edge rusher? And I do think that's where the Steelers are going to land if one of those guys falls to them, if their draft board is clear, if guys like Ojulari, Rousseau, Paye are gone, if tackles that they want, like maybe a Tevin Jenkins or a Jalen Mayfield aren't there, maybe then they settle for a running back. But I think it's going to be Harris first and foremost, although Etienne, I love his game as well. It's a nice connection there from Sam Darnold to his tight end, Chris Herndon the fourth. For me, I think Etienne is going to be in that second round. Maybe a team like the Broncos picks him up. Maybe he goes to the Niners, because you can't really rely on Raheem Mostert 100% of the time. Love Mostert's game, but he is not really proven himself as a full-time, every carry kind of back. And a platoon with him and Travis Etienne would be pretty impressive. The Falcons could use a running back. They got Mike Davis, but other than him, it's like Ito Smith. The Falcons feel like they're a pretty good
Falcons
fit.
The Falcons could use everything. Let's be real.
As producer Drew dropping his top 10 prospects in there, and he's even got a couple of defensive guys in there, which leads me to the question, Kenny, do you see?
Leads me to say touchdown New York Jets. Le'Veon Bell, as Christian would say. Le'Veon into the end zone.
Yeah, there is 6 points there. So Bell doing better here in Simland than he ever did as a real-life New York Jet. Adam Gase did not care for him. The feeling was mutual. And, well, you know what? Gase might have been right, given the lack of impact he had as a Chief later on in 2020. But that is a tie score here, though the Seahawks will have a little over 2 minutes to...
That was a little bit of an interesting case because, like, I remember the one time where Gase was like, Le'Veon didn't practice today, and like he's questionable because of a hamstring injury. And then Le'Veon Bell like tweeted out like, "Ain't nothing wrong with my hamstring." And then like the next game he like injured his hamstring.
Yeah.
Like I never knew who to trust in that situation. I love Le'Veon, and I was of the school of thought that like, he is a good guy, a good teammate. I still believe that. And I think that he got a really bad rap in terms of like people calling him a clubhouse cancer or whatever, or locker room cancer.
Yeah.
But I definitely feel like he was just saying stuff and just to spite Adam Gase. Like I don't necessarily believe that he was in the absolute right in that situation. I think that certainly, and I don't want to ever side with Adam Gase, but I certainly agree with you where like, I think Adam Gase could have been onto something.
Yeah, no love lost from either one of us when it comes to Adam Gase. In fact, I think only Brandon Cristal is among the DK commentators that have any inkling of positive feelings toward that.
I do not understand that at all. Why would anybody like that guy?
Brandon's a Broncos reporter, so Gase was one of his contacts. He got to know him personally. I'm sure Adam Gase is a nice guy on a personal level, but as far as coaching goes, he is, let's say, limited.
He's supposed to be an offensive guru, right? Where are the offenses that
he spent 1 year with still worthy Peyton Manning in his offense, and that was all the credibility.
Right, but my point is like exactly like that. You look at his offenses; they've never been good, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like Zach Taylor with the Bengals. He spent one season in the orbit of someone much better than him and gets credit for it, and which is why he is currently the Bengals head coach, even though he did nothing really to earn it. He just kind of stood next to Sean McVay long enough. Same thing with Gase. He got that Peyton Manning rub, and I honestly don't know what he accomplished with the Dolphins that convinced the Jets to hire him. I like the Saleh hiring a lot more. I'm sure you do as well, although I don't want to put words in your mouth, Kenny.
I'm a huge Saleh guy, absolutely.
Yeah, Saleh seems like he seems like a culture changer. He seems like he's accountable. I feel like Gase was antagonistic, whereas Saleh is more of more flexible, more willing to adjust. Is this going to be a roughing call or a face mask? It is a hold. Oh, no.
Neither.
Cheating after picking up the first down. So a rough call there from my guy, Upati. The pride of the Kibbe Dome, former Idaho Vandal. You ever been to Moscow, Idaho, Kenny?
No, never.
on my bucket list. I want to do, oh my God, this is it. All right, see you later, DK.
Nope.
Oh no,
Tackled.
they got him.
Wrong again, Christian.
Oh,
Wrong again.
I'm bewildered. I figured that with that breakaway speed and acceleration and the size, DK was end zone bound. But hey, a stop there from Marcus May, who one of the young building blocks of that Jets revival there. I do like
Let's
May.
see if Carlos Hyde gets the touchdown now. No, might be Russ running it in himself. No, he's going to throw. Oh, and he's got a man touchdown. Oh, and it's
Billy Dorsett. Wow. So Dorsett, after a long run of really not doing too much. I mean, this price dropped all the way down to 2,800, Kenny. He hasn't had double-digit points in any of his last 7 sims, but here today, crushing through that barrier. It's going to put him up around 13 in the first half alone. A great investment, solid punt play, and a dark horse candidate for today's Krusty Kaufman Madden Matinee player of the game.
So 14-7, my Jets defense pick not looking too good right now. Boy, neither is Casey Mize. Good start to the game for him, but getting into a little bit of trouble here in the fourth. I liked Salah. What?
Former SEC baseball legend Casey Mize.
There we go. I like the Salah hire because it was such an anti-Jets hire. That's why I like it, because the Jets didn't want to hire him, and that's why he's going to be a good coach. The Jets did not have him on their list, and Joe Douglas was like, well, I'm going to interview him anyway. And he was great. And they're, they had an open mind. They were open-minded enough to say, hey, this guy objectively is going to be a good coach. We weren't targeting him, but he's going to be a good coach. Why don't we just hire him? He wants to work for us. He's passionate. And this would go against what we have been about. I think that ownership didn't want to hire another Rex Ryan and still hasn't for a long time, whatever.
Yeah.
They like these calm, reserved guys. They want to hire the next Bill Belichick. That's why they tried to hire Adam Gase. But why not just go for it, man? Everyone thinks this guy's going to be a great coach.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's all about the reaction. When you hire away a guy that's either leaving an organization or has just been fired by an organization, how good that hiring is going to be can often be told by what the reaction is from the place he's leaving. Niners fans were very sad to see Salah go. They held him responsible for so many of the organization's successes, and even last year, he held that defense together with Elmer's glue and duct tape, and they were still a top half unit. Given all the injuries that they had, that was borderline remarkable. So Niners fans, obviously sad to see Salah go, but Dolphins fans, when they heard that the Jets were picking up Gase, basically just chuckled to themselves and carried on, which never the reaction you want to see. Is Sam, throwing across his body, and he got a guy! Look at that! It was Jamison Crowder coming back to help out his QB. So we're going to get at least 3 points out of I was going to say at least 3 points out of this drive. We still got a 48-yard picking field goal attempt here, and that is anything but automatic. Jets take their timeout with 10 seconds to go, and we're going to get to see if the former Penn State walk-on can connect from a little bit too close to 50 for my level of comfort. Yeah, I don't feel great about it.
Well, let's see. With 10 seconds left.
I would give him 60% on this one, Kenny.
I would say 100%.
100%? You think he's
48 yards? Come on. There you go. Easy.
Through the back.
I meant 100% he's not going to – I said for 100% he's going to miss.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought you said he was going to make it. I was like, this doesn't sound like you, Kenny, saying nice things about Sam Ficken.
Hey, I do like Sam Ficken.
He's a nice guy. Ooh, okay, the Seahawks going to get a little bit adventurous here. Instead of taking a knee to end
they're going to go
half, they're going to try to get us all some garbage points.
Maybe some fantasy points here. Let's see.
Woo! Ball is up, and...
Oh, was it wasn't caught. I thought it was caught. It wasn't caught.
DK could not come down with it.
That ball.
Oh, the
man.
tipped around very nearly an amazing completion, which only would have counted. It would have been like, 6 points for DK. It would have been like 3 points for Russell Wilson. Instead, we head to halftime, 14-7. The Jets playing well, but 3 different drives. I don't think the Jets have actually punted yet, Kenny. I think their drives has ended with interception, fumble, and horribly botched field goal attempt. Sam Darnold, 7 of 8 for 95 yards. The one incompletion he had was, in fact, an interception. Russ, 11 for 13. Lev Bell on pace for that bonus.
That was incredible.
9 for 71 with a touchdown. Russ, 23 and a touchdown. Sam Darnold, 33 yards of his own. And then,
Yeah, Le'Veon Bell, clearly in terms of the Jets, the best guy to own right now at 71 yards. DK Metcalf up to 116 yards receiving. That's pretty good. Philip Dorsett had the touchdown. That was tremendous for him. Low-cost option was Philip Dorsett, and he was only in the free showdown all the way down at 21% owned.
Yeah. Now, Kenny, you and I were talking a little bit earlier, but on tomorrow's post route, I will be delving into all the reasons why I think Sam Darnold can work in Charlotte. I think he and Matt Rule are a good combination. I think the protection will be better. I like his wideouts a lot more, and you can figure out exactly how I feel about that Panthers-Darnold connection. If you sign up for free at postroute.substack.com, we send you emails 3 times per week at absolutely no cost to you. And we would love to have you. I know so many of you in SimFam have signed up, and we are so, so grateful. It means so much that you're willing to invite us into your inbox. So thank you so much if you signed up. And if you haven't, well, we'd really appreciate it if you did.
Follow me on Twitter. Yeah, we had I'm 7th in my own contest here. We had 82 entries, so that's not very good. Where are you?
It's not great. 31st right now.
There's a guy whose name is Train One who's in 7th.
Train One is prolific around here. Train One is in most of the contests. I often scroll down looking for my own score and find his score or her score, and then realize that no, I'm doing much, much worse than that.
Yeah. Seahawks defense is doing pretty well right now. 23% owned in this contest, 9 fantasy points. I sadly rostered the Jets because I thought that maybe, CJ Mosley would force a fumble. Russell Wilson, outrunning, might fumble the football, but not to be. The Sims rarely make sense. Normally it's the offense you think is going to be just brolic. They don't turn out to be that good.
Robbie Noble, we see you over there. Must buy. Sorry, man. I do not enter NBA contests. I would just be making a donation. Maybe if I get some of those DK dollars back in my account. But right now, I'm holding off. I'm only playing the free roll contests so far at the moment.
I definitely can't. NBA is so tough for me on a nightly basis. I respect the heck out of the people that are about that grind. It's a lot for me. That said, I was on, you guys saw on the Sweat today, giving out some picks. I like the Sixers in this spot tonight against the Celtics, but I do think that Jaylen Brown's going to have a good game. You have Nikola Vucevic, who should be able to, he's just been force-fed the ball. I think that he's a pretty good play tonight against a not-so-great Pacers front court.
Okay.
You have obviously Sabonis there, but he's more of an offensive threat. So, I don't know. I like a few guys in there, and then also I definitely would want exposure to that Warriors game. I think it's going to be super up-tempo, but other than that, it's a lot to follow on a daily basis, that's for sure. Weirdly enough, and it might just be because, well, that was weird. Speaking of weird, Chris Hogan end around. I'm a much bigger daily baseball guy than I am basketball. I don't know about you if you do any of that stuff, but I mean, it's just because I like baseball more, but I find it a lot easier to navigate that on a daily basis because at least there's it's a very stackable. There's a lot of spots, and it's all about like your stacks and stuff. It's sort of similar to football in that way.
Sure, yeah.
Whereas I feel like basketball, because there's slightly fewer spots. I don't know. It's you still have game stacks for sure, but it's not quite the same. Like I love constructing baseball lineups because it's just like I'll just basically split stack. I'll just take like 2 offenses that I think are really good, like some. I don't know. It's fun for me. I like it more than anything.
Yeah, I'm a season-long fantasy player on both sides, but to me, the level of research going into it, like I don't want to come in at a disadvantage, and I'm a lazy man, Kenny Ducey. I just reading up and making those decisions on my own is just not something I'm too exhausted to do right now. So even my season-long fantasy teams have really suffered. I have no idea who the up-and-coming prospects are. I'm just way out of the loop. So if we were talking like 4 or 5 years ago, I would be on top of this on both angles on playing lineups. But right now, just feel like I'm not informed enough to really feel confident about my lineups. Oh no, another red zone turnover.
My goodness.
3 for this Jets team. Now, granted, one was on a deep ball from Sam Darnold, an effective arm punt, but Chris Herndon.
That is why Chris Herndon never gets the ball, folks.
Oh, my captain putting it on the turf and putting my team lineup out to pasture.
That is why Chris Herndon never, ever touches the football in real life. That guy was a disappearing actor. I didn't even know he was still on the team at a certain point. It was insane. I mean, he never was open. He never got the ball. I don't know if that changes now with a new quarterback and a new system, but man, I mean, he looked like he had a lot of talent his rookie year, and then bang, that's it. That was all for him. Monster 01 wants me to pump up Kaufman's 200-player NBA contest. It should be fun. Maybe Monster 01 is Kauf.
No, well, maybe. They're both unreasonably good at DFS stuff. And I feel like the stories of people lining up to donate their DK bucks to Kauf in head-to-head NBA matchups.
Yeah, I've done it. Sure.
Yeah, I'm unwilling to jump in that pool. I feel like he's winning something like 80% of his contests. Or maybe he's only talking about his wins and very rarely touching on his losses. Like
I don't know. He does win a lot.
Big strike to Metcalf there. Gives the Seahawks some breathing room. At the very least, Kenny, they'll be able to flip the field. And they do have one of the better punters in the league in their lineup, the Aussie Michael Dixon. Dixon is like one of the few punters I really enjoy watching. I'm kidding. I love watching a lot of punters. Punting is very, very interesting to me. But Dixon's one of those guys who does a tremendous amount putting spin on the ball off his foot. Aussie rules guy, played at Texas, was one of Ray Guy winner with the Longhorns. So just a great looking punting prospect who really came to fruition as a pro. Rookie year, first team All-Pro. Hasn't really gotten back to that exact level since, but he's still been pretty damn good. Averaged nearly 50 per punt last season, Kenny. So definitely a guy worth watching. Definitely a guy who can pin you deep in your own territory. His balls don't bounce straight back unless he's kicking from his own end zone. He does crazy, crazy things that make the football take a 90-degree angle out of bounds, and it's wonderful to watch. I feel like there is no shortage of Michael Dixon highlight reel kicks over on YouTube.
I cannot believe we just spent 5 minutes on a punter. But shout out. That's what you get with Christian DeAndrea. He has a vast knowledge of college football prospects, things in the Midwest, punters, kickers. I think where every player went to college, which is, I think, pretty remarkable to me.
Yeah, dude, I love the college game. I especially love guys coming out of FCS, D2, D3. My guy Quinn Miners out of Wisconsin, Whitewater. Those are following in Nate Truan's footsteps. Another Whitewater old lineman who went from a big fat, corn-fed Wisconsin farm boy to a spot on an NFL roster. The guys that no one wants are the guys that I'm super, super into. And that includes kickers and punters, especially if you were a rugby player from Scotland who doesn't even know how to pronounce Arkansas when you go to Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Ashley Edwards, just saying Lockett won't make him get the ball. So a couple of questions about Darnold. We can just rehash our conversation about him a little bit. But Problem Kid Gaming said Sam Darnold will be an elite quarterback next year. New York got lowballed. How does it feel? I don't think these people are making me want Sam to fail, and that is stupid. I think that he's a great kid. I think he's a great quarterback. I really do think he's going to be great in Carolina. So I think it's a great fit. Jets fans wanted Robbie Anderson, Sam Darnold, and Matt Rule in New York, and now we got to get to see how that plays out in an alternate universe in Carolina. I think it's a great fit. I think that he's a good quarterback. I've always said he's a good quarterback. In terms of the lowballed part, I'm obviously not objective, so you could probably answer this as well, but I really don't think that they got lowballed whatsoever. A quarterback that 3 years ago was a first-round pick, getting a second, a fourth, and a sixth seems like a pretty good deal.
Yeah, honestly, it's not all that different than what the Colts gave up for Carson Wentz. I feel like it's a solid.
And the other thing was like these trades that happened earlier in the offseason, you had picks attached on both ends because you had these huge contracts that no one wanted, going on the other end. I think that was, I thought that the Jets actually, low key fleeced the Panthers. I was not expecting 3 picks, one of them to be a second. I was realistically expecting like maybe a third round pick. So I thought that was a pretty good trade for them.
Yeah, it's not bad. For a guy that wasn't in the Jets' plans, a guy who, given the way the Jets are thinking, his primary usage would have been a placeholder for maybe a few weeks before a guy like Zach Wilson takes over. Or maybe it's Justin Fields, although it doesn't seem like it's going to be Justin Fields. I like Justin Fields a lot. If Justin Fields is the 4th quarterback taken in this year's draft, some lucky team is going to get a good one. Could be the Falcons. Could be whoever pays up in a big way to get the Falcons spot. It's just going to be hilarious to me, Kenny, if the 49ers moved 3 first-round picks just to get Mac Jones. That is going to...
that would be so amazing.
Blow my mind.
I don't think that's going to happen, though. Although I will say, I shouldn't say I've never seen, but where we were with Justin Fields coming off that win against Clemson and where we are now, I don't think that anyone has said a single word about Justin Fields since he beat Clemson and then got blown out by Alabama. No one is talking about him at 2. And I think everyone's kind of assuming that he's going to go 3, but you've heard way more about Mac Jones as to your point than Justin Fields at number 3.
Yeah, and right now, he is still the favorite. If you want to go and drop some cash on who you think will be the number 3 overall pick, you get the least return if you're going Mac Jones, which is, again, wild to me. Wild that it would be Mac Jones, a guy who, he's a nice quarterback, and he is projectable. He learns systems well, but he had a great receiving core, and he doesn't have a huge track record in college, and he doesn't have the tools of some of the other guys in the draft. So, maybe you identify something in Mac Jones where you go, this guy can work in my system, but I think he's a guy you have to tailor the system to rather than allowing him to thrive on his own and building a system around him, which is kind of a bummer.
We are at the end of the third quarter here. Welcome back in, Ken Ducey and Christian D'Andrea, 17-7, Seahawks leading the Jets. We have talked about plenty here. We've talked about Sam Darnold a bunch. We've talked about Michael Dixon. We've talked about Koff. We've talked about Chris Herndon. We have just really touched it all. But 83 yards for Le'Veon Bell. He's the leading rusher in this one, coming up on the bonus. He's been kind of stuck. Mr. Hawk is in the chat now, congratulating me on my correct pick of the Dallas Mavericks. I said the Dallas Mavericks were going to beat the Jazz last night, or at the very least keep it close. Okay. Mr. Hawk said I must be crazy, especially without Porzingis, but they got it done.
Big deal.
They got it done. The Jazz had not played anybody, to borrow a college football caller term, Christian.
No.
They had not played anybody over their 9-game winning streak, and finally met their match on Monday against a team that was on the up and up in the Dallas Mavericks. But I still love the Jazz. Still got so much love for the Jazz. I think they are amazing. But Will Dissly has a catch in this one.
Yeah, well, Disley's on the board. And, hey, a part of that is all part of Russell Wilson crashing toward the bonus. He needs 41 more yards to get there. So he and Bell could both wind up at the bonus. And DK Metcalf, well, he is already there after a long catch and run, a few other nice little possessions. Oh, terrible blocking up front from the Jets. Stop me if you heard that one before, Kenny. Screen pass should have been successful. Should have gone for a first there. Instead, Lev Bell stuffed after only 7. Second and 2 coming up.
So the Jets trying to get back into this one. 7.5 minutes to play. Darnold in the shotgun. They have turned the ball over inside the red zone, I think 3 times. Darnold throws right side. It's complete. Perriman past the 45. And must be saying that everyone watched the game against Clemson. Everyone that watched the game against Clemson wasn't even sure he could play against Alabama. That's right, because of the ribs.
Yeah,
which makes it even crazier that no one's talking about Justin Fields, right? He played through the rib injury. Clearly he was hurt in that game. So, like, judging him based on the last game, he was totally healthy. He was absolutely amazing. So it just blows my mind that, like, no, like, why is his stock cooled off so much? Like, what you know what I mean? I don't understand. Maybe it's just because he hasn't had a pro day. Did he have a pro day? I don't even know.
He had his pro day, and
I didn't even know he had his pro day. That's the whole point. What's going on?
He made some awesome throws. He made some very, very familiar-looking throws. He made some of the throws that Zach Wilson was making that we were gushing over. He just didn't get the same amount of hype. And I agree. There's a little bit of a cool down. He wasn't as hot as he was in 2019. He played fewer games, but I feel like if you're trying to take 2020 as an example of anything, maybe don't, because it was a weird year. There's not a lot you're going to learn from that.
Oh,
no, Sam,
Bobby
no!
Wagner laying the wood. My goodness.
Oh, my God. 3 turnovers for Sam Darnold now as he gets exploded again. And that is 4 turnovers total inside Seahawks territory. Kenny,
oh, my goodness, Bobby Wagner. Oh, man.
Feels bad. Feels bad for the Jets stack today. And Russ, as you see there, 41 away from the bonus. Are they just going to run the ball and burn some clock, or are they going to let Russ cook? We're going to have to wait and see here.
So I have a question for you, and it's more like an existential question as well. Bless Austin drops the pick. If Cam Newton, Cam Newton would have had a great season last year, if he would have catapulted the Patriots back into the playoff hunt, maybe made the playoffs, because obviously it was easy to make the playoffs last year, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that more people would be interested in Justin Fields right now? At the very least, more interested in talking about him. Because the way I see it, Zach Wilson is much more like Mahomes. He's not necessarily like a guy that's going to run a lot, but like very quick on his feet in the pocket, throws on the run. And we've heard the comparisons from Mahomes to Wilson, right? Similar style quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Fields doesn't, Fields moves a little bit slower, but more of a runner. I feel like he's a little bit like Cam Newton in that sense, because he's not like going to blow you away with his physical tools in terms of his speed, but he has the strength. He has slightly less arm talent, but like what he lacks in the arm talent, he makes up for with his legs. So I personally feel like maybe there just haven't been a lot of quarterbacks lately that have had a lot of success that are like Justin Fields, and maybe people are just chasing Mahomes. Drew also says, to point out Lamar Jackson, he was pretty awful last year. So maybe teams are trying to move away from the mobile quarterbacks, right? Well, Kyler Murray, same thing. The Cardinals fell off a cliff. Do you think that if the mobile quarterbacks in the NFL had a better season last year, that more people would be hot on Justin Fields? And maybe there's just this unspoken thing with like these teams that they just are kind of scared to draft a mobile quarterback because it could blow up?
I mean, honestly, I don't think Justin Fields really has that rep as a mobile quarterback first. A guy like he's not a Cam Newton type, I don't think. You look at his numbers, he's good scrambling. He can make things happen, but he's not a guy you're going to be running the read option for. I don't think that really comes into play there. I think part of it was that he ended his season on a down note, and he looked better, but he just kind of fallen into the wayside because you had the dramatic rise of a guy like Zach Wilson. I think people are just more interested in a rising stock than one we know about. I think people are more drawn towards a guy with potential than a guy who's more of a pure product. I mean, just think about how little we've heard about Trevor Lawrence. Now, granted, part of that's because Trevor Lawrence is a guy we know is going first overall, whereas the draft stock of Zach Wilson and Justin Fields is a lot more nebulous. But a guy like Justin Fields, he only has 2 games in his career where he ran for more than 80 yards. Cam Newton ran for more in 1 season at Auburn than Fields did in his entire NCAA career. That's a whole bunch of games. I don't think the running aspect of the game is what NFL scouts are really looking at. If they're trying to make those comparisons, I just don't think it fits.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, he had late in the season, especially against Alabama, and it was probably because he couldn't throw as well with the ribs or whatever. He ran, almost for 70 yards. But yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, it's pretty much recency bias there. And the other thing with Justin Fields that I don't think anyone's talking about is like, he scored the highest ever on the aptitude test that was given out. Out of 6,500 professional athletes. Like, I don't understand. Like, everything should be screaming, this guy is not only the second pick in the draft, maybe even the first pick. I mean, he's the guy that went out and defeated Trevor Lawrence. He has all the intangibles. Like, why is he not even the first quarterback off the board? Why is he the third?
Yeah, it's just a situation where maybe they know something we don't, or maybe people just soured because Dwayne Haskins flamed out so heavily. I think part of it might be just a reaction to Ohio State quarterbacks, because
that's the other thing, which annoys me. I had a whole argument with someone, or I was just getting mad because someone in the chat said, like, because Mac Jones is an Alabama quarterback, he won't be good. Like, it's the same thing that people say, like, oh, this team is cursed. Like, it's all it is just like year after year, right? Like, you look at all of these quarterbacks that have gone to Ohio State, like, it's different coaches, different system, like, from the last 50 years. Like, it's not like the same coach every year, right? Like, theoretically, it's just the laundry, right? Like, it doesn't mean that a good quarterback can't come out of Ohio State. It's the same thing with Alabama. Like, what about Joey Harrington, and Marcus Mariota out of Oregon? Justin Herbert comes out, he was great. Did you hear anybody saying, oh, well, all the Oregon quarterbacks were so bad before him, he can't possibly be good? Like, it doesn't freaking matter, man. Like, as long as you have a good system, you're a good quarterback, you can come from any school and be good. It doesn't just mean that, like, there are certain quarterbacks that because they went to a certain school they can't be. That's ridiculous,
Yeah, I agree there. And I mean, the great example of that bias is people doubting Patrick Mahomes because he played at Texas Tech in that air raid system. Obviously not an issue for him. If you have the talent, you have the talent. I can understand why maybe there's a little bit of trepidation around Ohio State teams because, first off, that was traditionally a run-first program that the transition from the Buckeyes of the past to this modern NFL would be a little bit difficult. And you also have some other guys that, were fairly high profile that didn't really make it happen. Even if they had the mobility and the big arm, they weren't there. Guys like JT Barrett, Terrell Pryor, Fields. But at the same time, you can't undersell just how damn good Justin Fields was in 2 years there. And he does seem like a scale-breaking kind of guy. Now, granted, we would have said the same thing about Justin Fields, who in 1 season basically rewrote the Ohio State passing record book. He has something like 6 or 7 of the program's top single-game passing performances. And he was only a starter for 1 year, Kenny. So I think that's more of a reason why teams aren't really respecting him all the way like they are as Zach Wilson. more so than the fact that, running quarterbacks might be a little bit less in vogue as they were coming into 2020.
Well, 2-minute warning time. Looks like the Jets are going to lose this one. But, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't think that, like, I don't think that it has anything to do with, like, where they went to school. I think that anybody can emerge and be a good quarterback from, I don't know, I can say I don't know another time because I really don't. I don't get it. Look, I understand, like, there's certain arguments about, like, okay, well, this guy didn't play in offense. This guy had good receivers. Like, those arguments, they make sense to me. But to the argument that strictly a guy is not, like, a U.S., like Sam Darnold, well, he won't be good because he went to USC. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Just because they had other failed guys doesn't mean that. And people pick and choose when to use that argument. I'm telling you, like, no one used it for Justin Herbert, right? Another fumble that was out of bounds. When Dwayne Haskins came out, I don't recall that many people saying, like, there have been no good Ohio State quarterbacks. I really just feel like sometimes arguments just get, like, people pick and choose when to use them.
Right, but I mean, Fields still fell in the draft, which suggests that maybe it's a little bit more endemic at the top levels than we realize. Because Fields looked like a guy, I think we all thought he was going to go before Daniel Jones did, and yet he languished. Jones went 6, and then Haskins lasted all the way to 15.
Yeah, well, and then there's a whole other story of why would you draft Daniel Jones when Justin Herbert's there the next year, but that's another story.
Yeah, Gettleman, and for a minute there, it looked like Jones was going to prove us wrong. I don't think we have to worry about that anymore. Maybe he's going to have a nice bounce back. Obviously, nothing really went.
That was funny because, like, I took my medicine. There are people saying, like, Jets fans everywhere were like, oh, thanks for Sam Darnold to the New York Giants. And Giants fans yesterday were, like, having their little victory laugh about, like, oh, haha. And I was like, look, I was okay with it. Because I was like, literally, the same thing's going to be happening with Daniel Jones in, like, a year or two. Like, there's no way that Daniel Jones is their franchise quarterback if they're being realistic, and, like, so that'll happen to him at some point. They'll either get rid of him or trade him or whatever, and then we'll get to have another, laugh at the New York Giants. But you are right about that. How it's like.
Woo, do we get it?
No touchdown. He's I don't think he's a good quarterback. Again, and I think that I would actually rather. They're going to review this. I would rather have a bad quarterback than Daniel Jones, because I think that Daniel Jones is going to. I think he's just good enough where the New York Giants might actually say, let's keep him. Let's commit to him. And that's a big problem. Like, he's not, I don't think he's ever going to win the Giants a Super Bowl. I think he's, like, fine, right? But I don't think that, I'd rather have a guy that I know is bad so I can move on and try out another quarterback. You're not going to bring this back, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that Jones has just enough potential. He's going to get a whole bunch of opportunities, and we're going to have to wait and see if they pay off. I don't think the Giants rather are going anywhere until something is done about Dave Gettleman, who is a heck of a nice guy, but kind of continually failing upwards into positions he's not.
But again, I will say again, he was right about Justin Herbert, and he was infatuated with Justin Herbert. He really wanted Justin Herbert, and instead of just waiting a year, there's nothing wrong with waiting. He could have just waited a year, gotten Herbert, and he would have looked like a genius. And instead, he was like, "No, I have to reach for Daniel Jones. Like, there's this pressure on me for some reason." He put the pressure on him. No one in the world was like, the Giants need a quarterback. They still had Eli Manning, right?
Yeah.
No one was pressuring Daniel. No one's pressuring him into taking a quarterback, and he took Daniel Jones. And he had He had Herbert. He had the read. He had the right guy, and he just didn't even. He wanted Herbert so bad that the year Herbert was drafted, there were all those rumors that he wanted to trade Daniel Jones and get Justin Herbert. If you wanted him so bad, why did you take Daniel? It doesn't make any sense. The guy is not a good general manager, but again, he almost fell into a really good situation, and that would have saved his career. And instead, everyone just continues to laugh at him, which, rightly so. Justin Hibbett, as he would say.
What do you
seconds here, Christian?
Loss doesn't matter anyway. There's the first.
Christian, I want to ask you with this stat padding run here, would you say that your player of the game for this one is Russell Wilson?
No, you know what? I'm going to give it to a man that we rarely get to recognize. A man I loved as a New England Patriot, even though he didn't get a ton of looks. I'm going to go with Philip Dorsett. Came in at 2,800 with 13 points in the flex. Let's give it to Philly. He deserves it. He earned it. And
why did the Patriots trade Jacoby Brissett to get Dorsett? Famous quote for Bill Belichick. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
They were like, why'd you trade Jacoby Brissett? He's like, well, to get Dorsett. How about your LVP?
Oh, man. It's going to have to – I think it's going to have to be Sam Darnold. 3 turnovers. You can't have that. I mean, he didn't even have a terrible game, but under 12 points in the flex and just – I don't know. What did Tyler Lockett end up doing? Because I know a lot of people needed Lockett in their lineups. Maybe we should have expected garbage from Sam Darnold the day after big news is made and you and I get real optimistic about his chances in Carolina. He immediately goes out and lays an egg.
Lockett didn't have any points.
Oh, okay. Then it's clearly going to be Tyler Lockett. I mean, on a day where your quarterback throws for 296, you can't get a freaking catch. No, that's on you, Tyler. You are the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner for today's Madden matinee. That's good. We got them both out of the way, so now we can pitch it directly to the PGA pre-lock after a little bit of post-game chatter.
Right. I was about to try to reach up and grab my golf bag, get a few golf balls out. I can't juggle, but maybe I could have tried.
Oh, we got Michael Dixon play. How nice.
Yeah, but no, I couldn't reach him too much. I should have prepared for this. I should have been like, I should have the golf balls ready so we can toss to the Masters show here. But it is definitely one of the top weeks of the year. I would say championship week in college basketball, opening week in baseball, and Masters week right there as my 3 favorite weeks for sure.
Very exciting.
So it's a very exciting time to be around. Christian, it's always exciting to be with you, my man. It was a good sim today. The Jets didn't bring it, but plenty to write home about, that's for sure. In terms of our conversation, you can follow Christian and what he writes there. You see right there, the postroute.substack.com. But in more exciting news, we have a show coming up for you, as I will let Jeff Ulrich get back into position. He was, I think, adjusting some of his collectibles behind in his set there. We have a great show for you. We're going to talk Masters, and by we, I mean definitely not Christian and I. Jeff Ulrich and Reed Fowler are standing by. They're going to take your questions. They're going to talk about their value plays, their picks to win, their best picks for your DK lineups, help you out with all your construction, because it is a big time of year. If we were all in offices right now, we'd all be, in our little office pools, filling out our DK lineups, trying to shove it in Jim from accounting's face. So Reed and Jeff will help you out with that. Guys, how are you? It's been so long since I've seen both of you. Reed actually really in particular, but Jeff as well. Jeff and I are going to have 2 sims together. Are you so excited for Masters Week?
Jeff. So excited. Not as excited as I am to talk to you, Kenny. And just to clarify, I was taking notes on your sim, so I'll go over those with you later, what you need to improve and stuff. But I am very excited for Masters Week.
Yeah, when you said collectibles, I thought you were talking about NFTs there, Kenny. Maybe some Top Shots that he was willing to mark down. What Biombo Top Shot highlights he was willing to sell it to you. I don't know. We'll see.
Biombo. Oh, okay.
Is that a guy? I feel like that's a guy.
I don't know. Sounds legit.
He is a guy that looked like, I don't know, what is that behind you if they're not collectibles? They look like
they're absolutely collectibles. They're rare comic book editions.
I wasn't totally wrong.
I was writing something. Anyways,
back
Christian, great to see you. Great to see you. This is a terrible transition.
No, this is way no. I say no. Do not say this. This is way better than Kaufman's transition. This is way better than Glass Sheen. You guys have been the best.
You guys are great.
In terms of I
love me some Christian and Kenny duos.
Yeah, it's great.
It's a strong game.
Especially when Sam Darnold is front and center. Especially when we get a little bit of action when it comes to the Jets and Kenny's no love lost between him and the Jets. Maybe more love, maybe more loss. Who knows? We'll see how he's going to fare without his boy Sam Darnold in the emerald green. But Jeff, speaking of green, I wore my Masters green. I see you got some green on that DraftKings sweatshirt. There we go. Emerson and I talked yesterday a little bit on the overview of what the this Masters tournament more specifically will entail. Jeff, I always like to start these shows because everyone is going to say, this is what you need to do. This is what the course is like, yada, yada, yada. This is how far it is, par 72. What are people not talking about, Jeff, that's extremely important to you this week? Something that hasn't been said yet, and people potentially hasn't been written about yet. What are you looking at that people aren't paying attention to that's important?
That's a good one. I mean, this is one of those weeks where kind of everything just gets touched on. So I don't know if I'm going to necessarily come up with anything super, super crazy. I think the biggest thing for me is going to be the condition of the course. And this is something that's been talked about, but I think the condition of the course is going to be a topic in that it's going to bring in a certain style of player, but I'm not exactly sure which one yet. I think it's going to lead itself more to bombers, but at the same time, I'm not of the opinion that you necessarily need to just target players who hit at 350 or something. You certainly can't just do that. I don't think you can write off the entire field, but if you are targeting guys who hit it a little bit shorter, I think you really want to make sure they're in good form tee to green. They got that around the green game going so they can gain strokes there as well. So I think the course is going to be a factor. I think it's going to lend itself to sort of a different style event. That's about as good as I got right now. Again, something that's probably been talked about a lot, but I think that paring it down, I don't think you're going to see as many guys like a Cam Smith just pop up on his first attempt, things like that. I think it's going to be a little bit more condensed in terms of the style of player who's going to do well here.
Yeah, if you're not following Jeff on Twitter, give your head a shake, as Jeff and our friend Mail likes to say. He coined that phrase. You have to, because there are a couple of things that Jeff just tweeted out, especially the tweet from Dylan Dieter, I believe is how you pronounce his last name, or Dieter, who knows. And it's a picture of Colin Morikawa walking on the green, and they're saying that the greens look purple. So to your point, and that's sort of my thing as well, is the conditions here. Yes, they're getting talked about, but maybe not as much as they should, right? Course history is getting talked about quite a bit. Distance with Bryson and what's wrong with DJ is Rory. It's more player centric, which is what it should be. But man, the conditions here are going to be something that we need to keep in mind, because a couple of things. One, you tweeted out what the weather is going to be like from windfinder.com. And so give that a check. But then also the conditions of the greens. Right. Sure. Are these things going to be lightning fast, which is not what we saw over the last couple of years?
Yeah. And again, I think it lends itself to I wouldn't pay too much attention to what happened in November. Like if you're like, oh, I'm going to play I'm deciding between Sungjae and Daniel Berger. Well, Sungjae was second here. I'm going to play Sungjae. Like, I don't think that's really, I wouldn't make your, I'm not saying don't play Sungjae. I'm just saying, don't make your deductions based on what happened in November. Like, don't make Sebastian Munoz your favorite value play just because he was like in contention here. Things like that. So I would really kind of I would pretty much write off what happened in November. I really would. I mean, if a guy is still playing well, like Cameron Smith is a good example. He's played well into the spring this year as well. I don't think you need to write him off because of that. He's still playing well. That's fine. But if a guy who popped up there like Munoz and now he's kind of dipped in form, like I wouldn't go back to the well there. That I think that's the best way to put it.
Yeah, get your questions in on Twitch or on our DraftKings channel.
Yeah, get your questions in, guys. And guys, smash that like button. Let's go. Let's get up over 200 here.
Absolutely. We got a question here. well, it's like the weather tweet, right? That you provided earlier. Are you targeting guys going off early Thursday, late Friday? So are you stacking the AM PM wave, or it doesn't matter because it's going to even out maybe on the other day?
So there's a lot of, whenever you're trying to stack waves, especially with like there could be some precipitation on Friday, there could be a thunderstorm that stops play. You're really taking a chance. I mean, it looks like the worst gusts are going to be Friday afternoon, but what if the AM wave plays like 2 holes, gets stopped, and then has to finish their round in the afternoon? You know, you don't know how it's going to break down. So I wouldn't get too overhyped. I know I tweeted it out. It does look like Friday is going to have the worst gusts, but it's kind of late Friday too. I mean, that could get pushed back to like Friday evening, right? So right now, it doesn't look like it's going to be a terrible thing. I do like the players teeing off early Friday better. You've got Bryson, guys like Bryson. We'll get to the players, obviously, diving deep into more of the players here and questions and stuff. But you've got guys like Bryson, I already like. Brooks is up there early, I think, in the morning. Siwoo, one of my favorite sleepers, is up there. So right now, I am leaning towards like, I'll probably have a stack like in my main lineup. I could see myself doing that, but it's because I like the players there. If I liked a player Friday afternoon, I don't necessarily know that I'd be getting off them just because of the weather right now. So again, take it with a grain of salt. The weather is very risky to play, especially when it's not an obvious thing. So Friday afternoon right now, it looks like the worst. We don't even know how it's going to break down. The Friday AM guys could end up playing in that wave too, just because of the stops. So take that in mind.
Yeah, and again, I guess the National is right. Weather plays a factor here, but it's not as wide open, let's say, like as U.S. Open or an Open Championship, right? Where it's or a coastal course where it's really going to affect the play that much. Of course, if the wind starts to gust, Lee Westwood mentioned it when he played. What is it like the week after API or whatever it was, where he went down with his kid. He was saying it was cold at 40 something degrees. He said it was windy, 15, 20 miles per hour. Then like weather is going to affect and the conditions are going to affect play. But right now, this is the normal time frame, the normal time slot for the Masters. So the guys that have played well here are going to be able to weather, pun definitely intended, the storm here and weather the weather. So you're right. I think there are certain guys that, despite their tee draw, that we're still going to play. A question, I believe, on the YouTube station, the YouTube channel from Bass Pops. Both you guys can answer the question. He asked, I believe, who are your faves to win the Masters this year? And who do we like under $7,000? So, Jeff, who is your pick to win? And then part 2 of that question is, who's your favorite below 7K guy?
Yeah. So, look, if I'm just picking one player, like, whatever, I can pick whoever I want. We don't have to worry about odds or salaries. I'm going to pick one of the top players. I'm going to go with Bryson. Like the lead up, playing well in Florida to me is just, it's a really good sign for a guy who's driver dominant, playing well at places like TPC Sawgrass, getting it done with his scoring clubs and irons versus just beasting it around. I think Bryson's just coming in with a better mentality. I think he really learned a lot from kind of the, he still made the cut in November, but I just think he learned a lot from the lead up there. He got a little bit too overconfident. He was doing things wrong. He talked about it openly. I think you give a Bryson a second crack at it in 6 months. He's the type of guy who just figures things out. He figured out how to hit it longer in a short period of time. I think there's a good chance he'll figure out Augusta here in this second crack. So he'd be my pick. I do like Cantlay though. I do like him. I've liked him since like last fall for this event. His tee to green game looks really solid, but if I'm picking anyone, it's going to be Bryson.
Yep. So same here. I like Bryson, but another guy that I mentioned earlier is John Rahm. I know that he's coming off the birth of his first child, which, but yes, that's going to be talked about quite a bit. That doesn't really
already big one.
It doesn't really affect me either way. This guy's, pre-birth of his child, he was playing great. Post-birth of his child, he's going to still play great. I don't really worry about it too much.
Let's do this. Like, why don't we give our top 3 kind of in like the top, the top 10 guys? Like how would you rank? How would you rank the top 5 even for people?
You talking about top 5 odds or top 5s in world ranking?
Well, I mean, they're top 5 in. Let's do anyone over 10K. Give me your top 3 on DraftKings this week.
Got it. So anyone over 10K, I'm going Bryson first, and for value's sake, I'm going Rory second.
Ooh,
because I don't think anyone's really going to. They'll say, "Yeah, Rory's great," and I'm going to play Rory. but they won't really when it comes down to it.
I don't think it'll be super heavily owned. Yeah.
Yeah, and then JT. Like those would be my three guys. Like if you're taking away, like you mentioned, the odds, the numbers, everything, just in a vacuum, I like those three guys.
Yeah, I'm really lost where to go after Bryson. I admit, like how to rank these guys.
Yeah,
I recognize JT is playing well. I do worry, the faster greens. He's had a little bit more trouble in majors with like tougher conditions. I would probably rank him second though. I would give him the second place, and then I do kind of like the Rory call for the just from a strategy perspective. You're getting cheaper. He should be lesser owned. I just do not know what to expect from John Rahm. I think the tougher conditions help him. So I'll put him third, I guess. I might even I'll put Rahm second, and then I'll put JT third with the conditions saying, I don't really know if I want to play Rahm yet because of this whole lead up thing. It's kind of weird. I'm not really sure if it's that helpful. So, Rory might be like the tournament pivot, I guess, but it's pure ranking. I'd go Rahm second, JT third.
Well, look, I mean, Jeff, you're talking about the guys in the top 10, or excuse me, the top 6, right above 10,000. All 6 of them have question marks, right? There's no clear-cut horse that's leading the pack here.
Yeah, it's not like November where Dustin was coming in with just insane form and
So like I think you have to use that to your advantage this week and really think like where are the cracks where people are saying like where are you not hearing a lot of? Like I think FanShare is a great site to use where you look at sentiment. Fantasy National, clearly there's other sites out there that do projected roster percentage. And so you can see where the guys that aren't getting talked about, you need in GPPs, if you want to take down the Millie Maker, because that's all everyone here wants to take down the Millie Maker. And if you don't, then come on, like get in it. You need to get the guys that are going to win the tournament and they're going to come in sub 12% roster percentage, right? Yeah, your lineup has to have that at a bare minimum.
Yeah.
So,
depending on how you're approaching it and how many lineups you got, I like sprinkling, the top guys in. I mean, I think a lot of people will take that approach. I don't think you necessarily have whereas in November, it was like, well, you're probably going to go heavy on Bryson or Dustin or both, right? So now you could take the approach where you're going to be kind of sprinkling the top guys, spreading out your ownership a bit more and maybe going heavier on some of like the lower values. So you really want to take note of if you got like a guy like under 10% kind of in the value range. So maybe that leads into our next question, which was what, like under 7K?
Yeah, under 7K. And that kind of rolls into Sean Preston's YouTube question. Is favorite 65 and under, and then does Brendan Todd have a chance to make the cut? So let's
start with that, because one of the guys I like under 7K is actually 6,400 Matt Wallace. I look, everyone's all over Spieth this week, and that's fine. Absolutely. Like Matt Wallace gained more strokes tee to green than Spieth last week. He actually hit the ball better than Jordan Spieth last week. This is a dude who's won like 3 times on the European Tour. He's known as a good closer. He's a good player. He's really good. He's T18 at the Arnold Palmer, like in his third to last start as well. So I take note of it. I mean, I really do. I think you really, I'm all over putting emphasis on what he did last week. 6,400. He's got a good early Friday tee time too, if that breaks out. So if you're trying to target that wave, but I'm all over this, Matt Wallace. Definitely a player I would be over or on this week. If you need a sub 65 play, I think he's got the best upside. And my guy for just pure anyone under 7K, I still really like Siwoo Kim. It's a really good start to the year. And he's playing well in all facets. It's not just like one thing. He gained strokes everywhere last week of Valero. He's T23, which is fine. He's had a good lead-in. I think Siwoo Kim is the best upside under 7K.
Yeah, a couple of guys that are playing well that are probably going to be heavily rostered is Jason Kokrak, Corey Connors. Those two guys are below Reddit. Yeah, 6,900. Those two guys are going to be popular. Mark Leishman is someone who's he doesn't have great form, but played well here in November. And this is like you kind of saw it a little bit, right? That form kind of came back. But you're right, Siwoo, upon further review after you mentioned him yesterday, absolutely. He's someone that you really have to consider at $6,700. I think he's going to be popular as well. But a player that I really like at 64 is Lanto. Lanto Griffin at $6,400. He's coming in, 31st in tee to green. We know that when he's under 7K, Jeff, he does perform, and that's just a silly trend that you can take it for what it's worth. But when he is under that price tag, he seems to always perform, and there's a reason for that. His ball striking is great, and when he gets a hot putter, he just skyrockets up the leaderboard. And so that's the guys that you want down here. You don't want the guys who necessarily are doing extremely well, and this is going to be counterintuitive, is that yes, you want guys who are going to play well, but you don't want the guys that are playing extremely well, because if you really like them, they're going to be popular. Everyone's going to want to play those players. That's not to say to fade a guy like Siwoo or fade a guy like Wallace, like Jeff was mentioning, but take that and look at it and say, well, if Matt Wallace is going to be 12% rostered at 64 and Lanto's going to be, 8 or like 4 or 5%, there's some value there, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a great point. Again, it does lend itself to looking at projections, whatever. There's other things out there, but I agree. I mean, I think Lanto is definitely who I would rank as number 2, under 6,500. And again, we're talking about these guys. It's just so interesting. I really think I really think stars and scrubs is going to be the way to go. And I say stars and scrubs. I know it's kind of like the cliche around the industry, but I really think taking advantage of the guys under 7K, you're going to see lineups that win this week that have maybe even 3 guys under 7K. I know we've kind of seen that happen here before, but I really do think, I just don't think there's a big talent gap between a guy like Lanto, who's playing well, like Reed said, and Abraham Answer at 7,400, or, you could even go up a little bit higher. I mean, I know some of these guys have better experience, but Lanto's playing good. He's a really solid player. He's tee to green has been really good over the last month. So yeah, I agree. That's again, he would be next on my list 100% if we're ranking the guys under 6,500.
Yeah. Heading over to Twitch, we got Germ with a couple of questions here. One is for fun. He said, what's better for the ladies to impress them, chocolate or flowers? I'm gonna go with chocolate because it probably lasts a little bit longer than flowers. And just chocolate is fantastic, man, especially around Easter. You got all those Reese's cups or those eggs. Come on. Chocolate and peanut butter, one of the best combinations. He's also saying any lineup advice. He's got Bryson Cantlay, JT Feel Longer, and couples. Oh, Jerm, one piece of advice: if you really like your lineup, don't publicly put it out there, because someone else can duplicate it and then split. Like if you end up winning and someone's just saying, "I'm going to copy you, Jerm," you're going to have a duplicate lineup and split the winning. So just a piece of advice: don't do that. But look, Longer and couples. Maybe this is for fun. Maybe you're just yanking our chain. And Phil, like those 3 guys, I'm not playing those guys in any lineups. I'm fully fading all 3 of those players. Just because, look, it's fun. It's fun to play these guys. But when was the last time? What was it? Jack Nicklaus has been the oldest winner of the Masters in '86 when he was 47 years old. I think it's pretty close to it. Or maybe Phil was one of those guys. But I'm not playing any of those 3 guys. And then I think Fooligan asked a question here. Spieth is ownership. What do you think Spieth is going to come in at?
Yeah, so it's going to differ based on what tournaments you're playing on DraftKings. I think right now if I had to guess, look, this is just me guessing, Reed and I talking, even professional projections, whatever you want to call them, are never 100% correct on this. But if I had to guess, he's going to be more highly owned in the Millie Maker, like the $10 tournaments where you get more casual players. I think he'll probably push over 30% there. Do you remember what Dustin's ownership was in the last Masters, Reed? It was 30, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was over 30.
I think
it was like 32.
Yeah, maybe even 34. I think you'll see Spieth push around somewhere 28 to 32% in the Millie. In the bigger GPPs is where it's going to get interesting. I think it's likely he'll be lower owned there, possibly in the 25% range, because I think more people will say, well, he's the highest owned player. It's a deep field. It's easy to pivot off and get some, so-called leverage, right? And I think that's fine. I might even end up doing that, but I think in the big GPPs, you can expect him probably to be the most highly owned player this week and probably push around 30%, probably over if I had to guess.
A question from Travis Castaneda. I believe, Travis, aren't you from Maui? I think I remember you commenting on some of our early sims. So I appreciate you tuning in a little bit, 6 hours earlier over there. But question about Matt Jones. I mean, it's more of a comment, right? Matt Jones at $6,300, I think is solid.
Yeah.
And is that, Matt Jones, he won. He won recently.
And I know Sean was bringing up Brendan Todd. Here's the thing. If you're looking at guys under 6,500, think more about it in upside. I don't really care if guys make the cut, but you've got guys like Jones, Lanto, and Matt Wallace. These guys are playing well. They're more able to like get themselves in contention, if you're asking me, than a guy like Zach Johnson or Brendan Todd. Brendan Todd and Zach Johnson might make the weekend. I don't think they're probably going to make you enough birdies to really like get you that top GPP play. So yeah, for tournaments, I'd rather play Matt Jones than pretty much anyone 63 and under. I agree. Like maybe Schwartzel would be in the mix as well for me, but Jones is playing well. He's got the upside. If he just gets a little confidence, if he rolls the putter well this week, he could top 20. He could maybe even like sneak in 15th. That's massive for a guy who's 6,300.
Oh, yeah.
I just don't really know if the other guys have as much upside as him. Maybe like Johnson gets hot with the putter or something, but I think Jones has the best chance at it. So that's the way I'm approaching under 6,500. It's also why I like Wallace. I'm not looking as much at course history, more just recent form. That's what I like to emphasize.
Yeah, and what's too much ownership down here, right? Is it 3%? Is it 5%?
Yeah, exactly. Wallace might get up there. And again, to your point, like you could switch to Lanto if Lanto is like projecting for half his ownership. But even Wallace, I don't think he's going to get crazy at all. Because most people will just be like, well, I don't need to go down that far. They'll probably max out at like 6,800 or something. So.
Yeah, especially with Masters pricing, it's soft, it's major. People want to put balanced lineups. They want to see all the guys that they know in their lineup, right?
Exactly.
It's just more aesthetically
there's
pleasing.
So many guys in the 7K range, with Casey and Day that people know, and Scott. So yeah,
absolutely. A question here, and I think from your namesake, from Jeff, it says for contest, and so I'm guessing it says Millie Maker. If you're looking for DK ownership to be low, what percentage can you factor in for past champion experience? So maybe to really parse that down is, like, of the past winners, who do you think is going to be the lowest rostered? And then maybe a good leverage play. I guess that's how producer Drew, that's how we're taking it.
Let's see here.
And so the past winners here, I'll read off the past winners here for you. DJ last year, Woods, well, not here. Right. Patrick Reed, 2018. Sergio in 17. Danny Willett in 16. Spieth in 15. Bubba in 2014. Adam Scott, 2013.
Yeah.
Bubba again in 2012. And Charles, 2011. Phil in 2010. So those are your past 10 winners.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think the past winners will all get a little bit of a slight ownership bump, but I really feel like it comes down more to recent form. Like even a guy like Adam Scott, who's got a fantastic, he hasn't missed the cut here in 11 years, he's got a win. He's playing pretty good, but he's still not getting like a ton of ownership. So I wouldn't worry too much about if a guy's a past champ. Like Bubba's not going to be highly owned either. If you have the recent form win plus a guy who was won here recently, like Spieth, well, that's like the nuts. Plus now Spieth is like way down in the betting odds. So you're going to get guys like that. But, the other past champs here, it's really not that big a deal. It's more people want to see the recent form, right? So, and people look at course history. They don't necessarily have to see a guy win. Like Jason Day, I think is going to be popular here just because he's top 5 tier. He hasn't won, but people are still going to latch on to him. Paul Casey, similar. So I wouldn't worry too much about whether a guy I don't think a past champion is going to get super high ownership just because he's a past champion. It's more about does he have the course history and the recent form? So.
Yeah. And looking at winning scores over the last handful of years, DJ won at -20, Tiger -13, Patrick Reed at -15, Sergio at -9, Danny Willett, that was a tough year, -5, Jordan Spieth at -18. And so when you take a look at that, Jeff, as well, is like the winning score, if you're projecting that out, this is always, it's a fool's errand to try and predict exactly what the winning score is going to be. But if you had to guess like a range, where are you putting it? Because right now I'm putting it probably around -12 to -14, probably right around there.
Yeah, I might even go lower. I might even say like -9, like more in line to like the Sergio year. I know the year Sergio won, it played really firm and fast. And I could see something similar this year. So maybe like -9 to -12 for me. I think -12 is actually a really good number. Yep.
Yeah. So take that again. Like if someone can just birdie, 3 of the 4 par 5s, right, each year or each week.
I think you're going to see the par threes and par fours. I think Dustin played them in like 9 or 10 under par last year.
Yeah.
I think you'll see the winner might even be like even par on those holes, and just, he might just do all scoring on the par fives. It's often what we see from the winners here. They're like +1 on the par fours. Maybe they pick up a couple birdies on the par threes, but then they just kill the par fives. So I think you'll see more in line with like traditional Augusta scoring like that.
Dougie30 on Twitch, Jeff, asks favorite players 9,000 to 8,500.
Yeah.
Is that like 3 guys?
It's kind of a weird range for me. Like I'm very tempted to use some Lee Westwood this week. Very tempted. I don't feel like he's a must play, but he's going to be super low owned in this stretch. And Daniel Berger, I think, is a really good value. I mean, I think everyone thinks that though. So again, it's more of like a pivot off Berger in like a Millie lineup for me using Westwood. I think Berger is one of the best outright plays just from a price per whatever points projections, perspective, whatever you want to call it. I think he's probably the best play in this range. He's probably one of just the best pure plays, period. But for me, I don't think I have the balls to roster Tyrell Hatton, even though I think it's really interesting. The guy's played well. He's probably going to figure this course out eventually. I think Westwood might be the target for me in this range for bigger tournaments. But it's kind of a dead range to me. I mean, Berger getting exposure to Berger in a cash lineup or a core lineup makes sense, but I'm kind of fine almost fading it as well. So
same. I'm cutting it off at Webb Simpson. He's my favorite play. I'm taking it at the top of that range at 9K, but obviously you want to know about the 8K guys.
Yeah.
Like I'm with Jeff. I'm pretty much trying to fade this entire $8,000 range. Because if you take a look at, and it's not going to be the same and as last year. But if you take a look at last year, it was JT and DJ at the top, and then the other 4 below $7,500, right? Like that's usually how you get the value, because those guys usually go unnoticed. They're trending in the wrong directions on all stat boards, and you're not seeing them on leaderboards. And if you do, right, it's, it was 6 months ago. Right. So when you take a look at this 8K range, to me, it's a red herring of here are the guys that are kind of playing well. Here's the guys that are popular, that people know their names. They've seen. Scotty Scheffler has been playing well. Sanjay obviously played well. So yeah, that part is a dead range for me. Doesn't mean that those guys can't play well. But for now, if you want to be a little bit different, I'm fading those guys in that range. Jeff, this is a very important question.
Okay.
A very, very important question, and one that's near and dear to my heart. From Erwin. Says, Jeff and Sweet Tea, what would your menu look like if you were the returning Masters champ? If you need some time to think, I got mine already ready.
Yeah, no, I need some time to think here.
It'd be sushi.
I have no idea.
One, it would be sushi.
Okay.
Give me the best sushi. I want it, I want it mailed in. I want it shipped in from Japan. So I want the best sushi. Maybe not be the freshest, right? Because it's being mailed, but as much as possible, give me sushi. Give me the Wagyu beef. Give me the Kobe beef. I want that freshness of the sushi. The reason why, you can eat a ton of sushi and not fill up. You will never feel full. And so I like that. And for the dessert, I want to bring in some Hawaiian delicacies. I want to bring in some chocolate jalapeno pie. I want to bring in some ice cream that's local to the state of Hawaii. I want to bring in some of that stuff to really infuse my culture and my own from Hawaii. And so that would be sort of the gist of it. I'd want to throw in some like French fries in there just to screw around with like Freddie and all those guys, just to say like, you can have some of your French fries and some of your other foods that you guys like. But it'd mostly be like Asian food, sushi.
I am really down with the sushi call. That was actually one of the first things that came to my mind just because I love it. So I be tempted there. I'm not like a huge meat eater, so I know most people go with like filet mignon and stuff like that as well. I don't know. I'd be more of like maybe to get some kind of like, like a fish delicacy or something like that. So that, again, along the lines of sushi, I don't really have a good answer for this. It is something I feel like I should have thought about at some point, considering all the dumb stuff that I end up, spending my time researching. But no, I like the sushi call. I'd probably have something similar for like an appetizer. I have no idea what I would have for a main course at a Masters dinner. This is really going to bother me tonight.
Well, here, I'll give you, this is what DJ has on his Masters dinner. You ready for this?
Yes.
It looks like, and this, I mean, no disrespect to this, but this looks like every single wedding that I've been to.
Yeah.
So it's garden or Caesar salad, choice of either.
Yeah. So
I mean, DJ, yeah, okay. So of course, and then
Super-
you have
super creative.
super creative. You got a prime filet mignon with herb butter. I mean, fish is available upon request. So miso marinated sea bass. Honestly, what I think he did is he went to some restaurant and
I think that's his wedding menu. I think that's
Right.
legitimately his wedding
exactly
menu.
family style side, just mashed potatoes or spring vegetables and spring vegetables, and his dessert is peach cobbler and apple pie with vanilla ice cream. I mean, come on, man, how more basic can you get?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I would at the very least, I'm bringing in something like that no one's had before. Like, I don't even care if people like it or not. I would just do it just to be like, let's jazz this up. Right. So, we're all eating like, raw octopus tonight or something like that. So whatever, that would be my line with the Masters dinner. I would get funky for sure. I just don't know what it would be at this point.
Yeah, Travis, you know it exactly. Rose Lani ice cream. That was exactly what I was thinking. It's the best ice cream that I've ever had in my entire life, Jeff. So when you come to Hawaii, when you visit, when I'm retired there and I have my compound, it's called Rose Lani. Yeah, it is. It has all the flavors that you would think that would come from a Hawaiian ice cream or ice cream from Hawaii. It is the best. Anyway, I'm getting hungry now. I'm salivating.
Yeah, no kidding. Luckily, Emerson's not here.
I know. And actually, Glash says, care to comment on Emerson kicking you off your show Monday? Glash, I don't know what you're trying to.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what you're trying
Glash was trying to start a controversy. He's like, Jeff, why aren't you on the golf show Monday? I'm like, well, you don't want the same people on every golf show. And I'm like, it's Emerson's time to be with Reed, like it makes sense.
Right.
And he's like, wow, this seems weird. Like, Emerson just kicked you off the golf. He's trying to start a controversy. I'm not going to lie. I'm completely fine with it. And I think it's great. And, shame on you, Brendan, for bringing it up.
Dude, shame on you. You're right. You're stooping
I
down.
also don't have time on Mondays, quite frankly, to do another golf show. So
I was going to say, it's a real time crunch while you're talking with Emerson, who just, I think he really the Jetsons that meets the Flintstones is like the episode where Jeff, myself, and Emerson are on a golf show, right? That when we did the cut sweat show.
Right. Yeah.
I think it was the Masters, right? November's.
Yeah, I think it was. Or
I think it was.
I can't remember.
That will be the day. But yes, thank you, Glass Sheen. A real person with a real question asks, what do you think Harmon's chances are for this week? And I forget, it's from Bass Pops again. How do you see Harmon faring this weekend? Harmon, I think he's only qualified twice, right, in his career of the Masters.
Yeah.
And he hasn't done well. So I get why he's playing well. He's a lefty, so he has that narrative going for him. I think the distance might hurt him a little bit. Fatigue might set in a little bit for Harmon because he was trying to make it here, which he did. He played well at the match play, qualified, but I don't know. I think I'm fading Harmon. I forget what his price tag is.
I'm a little bit torn on him because I do like him. I feel like he gets a little bit underrated, but it also seems like I think he's going to be popular this week. I think you could get guys like Kuchar at potentially half his ownership. So for me, I know I wrote him up. I think he's a good top 20 bet. I think that maybe if you're going to play both sides, like betting and fantasy this week, I think just getting Brian Harman as a top 20 bet. He's playing really well, sort of in all facets. He's gaining strokes off the tee. He's not long, but he's being really consistent, which is good for Brian Harman because he can score with the rest of his clubs.
Yeah.
But for DFS, for tournaments especially, if Matt Kuchar, who's playing well, is now going to be half his ownership, and I'm just looking at my own projections, and that's kind of where he's sitting. And even Gary Woodland, who played well last week, and guys like Siwoo Kim, they're going to be lesser owned than Brian Harman. I'm probably not going to play Brian Harman this week. So again, a little bit torn. I do like him. I think, as a lefty and stuff, and just a solid guy who can Brian Harman could come here and he's a good enough putter to make. And I think I made this point earlier. He could make all 7-footers this week and legitimately just do that and finish T9. And it wouldn't shock me, but I don't really want to Matt Kuchar could do that too. And he's going to be lesser owned. Siwoo Kim's a better all around player. It's pretty easy for me to pivot off of Brian Harman because he is getting some heat, so to speak. So
yeah, he's getting some pub. He finished third at the Players. What did he make it to the round of 8 the round of 8 at the match?
Yeah, he won his group. I mean, he beat Cantlay. And Cantlay was playing well. So
was it the semis? Was it the semis that he lost
did he
to
get
Scheffler?
To the semis? I can't remember. I think it was the quarters, but he made it. He had a good run. He played well.
Had a good run. And if you look at Harman over, those times where he's played well in stretches, in 2020, the Northern Trust, BMW, and the U.S. Open, he went 11th, 12th, 38th. You want to see back in 2019, he got to finish 6th at the Wyndham, then 52nd at Northern Trust, and 3rd at the Greenbrier. So you're seeing a trend that he can play well, but it's on these courses that aren't Augusta National, right? Or let me take that back. He can play well in stretches that don't include a tournament like Augusta National, and he's only played here twice. Not to say that he can't play well. He's the guys of everyone loves to say Brian Harman's a bulldog. So yeah, he has that going for him. But I'm going to be fading him as well. And he's $6,800 this week on DraftKings. Here's another question from P. Fooligan. My team always here on Twitch says, "Is Finau, my boy Finau, going to make the cut, Jeff?"
I'm just kidding, Clash. It's like, it's only because I care. I know it's all in fun. Is your boy Finau going to make the cut? I do not know what to do with Tony Finau this week. I fully admit. And luckily, I don't think I'm going to have to worry about it because I'm playing Brooks Koepka. I've gotten enough info on Brooks Koepka that I think he's healthy, and I want to take advantage of him at 9,200. So I fully recognize, I think the tougher conditions could help Finau, but he's been so up and down, playing so good. And then it's what are you doing? And now are we going to get the bounce back or not this week? I don't really know. I don't even know what to tell you about Tony Finau. I do think the conditions help him. If he shows up and he looks sharp again, he could be the play down there. But I think you're going to get Brooks Koepka at similar ownership, and I'm just going to play Brooks. So Finau's not even a guy I'm worrying about this week. If he ends up being the play, whatever, I'm not going to worry too much about it because I just don't have anything that I can sit here and be I'm super bullish on Tony Finau. The only reason I'm even interested in him is because he's actually going to go under-owned, I think, for once. He's not going to be like chalk, right? So that's always interesting.
Exactly. And that was the point I was going to make is This is the week. This is the time now we get, and we've seen him play well here. We've seen him play well on other courses. Like Riviera, right? Riv is a perfect comp. Well, not perfect because nothing's like Augusta, but it's a pretty close comp here where we see guys play well at the Genesis, play well here.
T10 here on one. No, he's T5 on one leg. He went up in the Sunday group, the final group in 2019.
Well, he was with Tiger, right? He's playing with Tiger.
Yeah.
And then he went in the water in 12, and everyone get out of the way for Tiger, right? So that was in the stars, but that's the one reason why I would play Tony this week. And yes, the answer is always going to be yes. I think he's going to make the cut, even though he's missed some cuts of recent. I think he is, and this is the 1 week. Look, I think the Brooks Koepka train is picking up steam right now. I think when we get to Thursday, he's not going to be where he is right now in the projected roster percentage. I think he's going to be closer to 15, 16%.
Could be.
Because everyone is saying we've seen Brooks. He looks good. He's got that chip on his shoulder. Faxon said he's going to come back in 6 to 8 months. 6 to 8 minutes later, he says, I'm playing Augusta National. And so everything is pointing towards Brooks, which great. I think he's a great play. But now you're getting Finau at close to $9,000, 12% right now in Fantasy National roster percentage. This guy's usually 16, 15, 16% right now before the tournament. So at $9,100, if you don't want to, he's going to be probably outside of Colin Morikawa, he's going to be the second lowest owned guy in this range. And it's pretty good. I'll take Finau all day if the ownership's going to be super high. Jordan's going to soak up everything. I think Patrick Reed's going to be the first pivot in that range. I think Webb, I like Webb, and we can talk about that in a little bit. But I think Finau he's a pivot in my opinion in this range.
It's legitimately, I think it's a good argument just for that reason, right? I mean, and I think when we're talking about pivots, like you said, I think more people will probably convince themselves on Koepka like I've done. So he might lead them. He'll still be lesser owned than Spieth. But more people trust Webb. So if you really want the lower ownership, Finau's the guy here. He brings the most variables for sure, but it's not like we don't know what his upside is at this course. It's very good. So
Guy finished back-to-back second places not too long ago.
No, I know. It was like that's what I'm saying. Like,
but then he missed the cut and he looked terrible.
So I don't even know what to expect. Like, he's legitimately looked terrible his last 2 timeouts. But like a month ago, he just about won an event. So I don't even know what to say. It's just a weird stretch.
Yeah, it's a weird stretch.
Been playing like this before though. Like before the PGA.
Yeah.
I think he finished like 70th in a field of like 72 at the WGC. Then he just about won the PGA. So it kind of brings me like, that's why I kind of want to play him. I have no idea what to expect from him. Really, like one of those players where I do not know what to expect. Absolutely.
And then it'd be tough to take shares off of Brooks, right? It'd be tough to take shares off of Brooks and put it on someone who's been more inconsistent. And it's the curse of us being able, like, not seeing Brooks. We don't know where his game is at. The last time we really saw Brooks was winning it at the Phoenix Open. And then we've seen Tony play bad over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah,
Use that to your advantage, people. Use that to your advantage because we know what his upside is. Well, it's top 5. And we know what he could if he breaks that ceiling and he wins here, then the floodgates are going to open. You're not going to see this price tag. You're not going to see the betting number if you want to bet Finau. You know what you're getting into when you bet Finau. That's all I'm saying.
Reed is ready to get hurt. It sounds like you're ready to get hurt, which is good.
Which is good. I will get hurt every single week by Tony. Like I've already made that. That is like going to be on my tombstone. Like rostered Finau every single week, no matter what. Justin Rose. He is one of my sleepers down here at $7,200. Not necessarily much of a sleeper because he's played well here before, so I'm sure you're going to hear his name quite a bit. Charlie asks, do we think Justin Rose could be the super sleeper? Is he healthy? Number one, do you think he's a super sleeper? I don't think he's a super sleeper, but what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's going to be heavily owned, though, at the same time. I mean, maybe I'm wrong on that, but I just don't think Justin Rose is a good play. That's pretty much like the long and the short of it. Could he be one of those stories, you know, again, a little bit like Finau, where he has just kind of been like, oh, he's playing like crap. We don't need to worry about Justin Rose. And then he just like shows up and he gets hot with the putter for a bit, or he just looks more confident. I could see he is that type of player. I could see it, but I just really don't have that much interest. He just has not really looked at his prime like Justin Rose self at all for a while. So I think the field's too deep. Even down here in this low 7K range, I'm just not interested, to be honest.
No.
I'd rather try and get up to those guys like Adam Scott, or I'll just go down and even a guy like Max Homa, who I think is really interesting. He has played well. I'd rather take a shot with him.
Yeah, makes sense. Super sleeper. Do you have any I think you know who mine is going to be a super sleeper who I think is going to outperform his expectation is Henrik Stenson. He's got nothing. He's got nothing right now in terms of current form. Absolutely zero, Jeff. Guy has not been playing well at all. All. He's got 4 missed cuts in a row for Stenson. Bad. Not hitting it well off tee, not hitting it well through approach, missing a ton of putts. Everything is going wrong for him. You know how much people, you know how many times that people are going to roster him? Probably 0.
No one's going with Stenson.
$6,200 Stenson. I mean, he's the amateurs, right? Or Robert Streb is 6K.
That is, oh no, I know. He's like, he's less than, like, who is he less than? I mean, he's
VJ. I mean, that's a min price. He's probably at the same price tag as those guys.
He's less than He's less than Mackenzie Hughes. He's less than Charles Schwartzel. He's less than
Langer.
But
yes. So I'm going Stenson for my super sleeper.
Henrik Stenson is the same price as Tyler Strafacci. I don't know.
Exactly. He's an amateur.
That is a true sleeper. I'm going a little bit higher. I'm going definitely higher in price, but a guy who I think is going to get no ownership this week. He's 8K. He's Tommy Fleetwood.
Oh yeah.
No, you just see, right? You're like, what? You probably didn't even realize Tommy Fleetwood was 8K. You know why? Because everyone looks at this range and they're like, okay, Fitzpatrick, Cam Smith. I might even play Hideki, or I'll just pay down for Paul Casey. People are literally looking, and like Tommy Fleetwood doesn't even appear to them. Fleetwood's played okay. Like he won his pod at the match play. His approaches have been gaining in like 4 straight events. He's T20 at the Masters 2 of the last 3 times he's played. Like, I don't expect him to win, but I look at this range. I ain't playing Hideki again ever. Cam Smith's going to be popular. I think Fleetwood's a better player than Fitzpatrick, just like full stop. If they're all going to be more owned than Tommy Fleetwood, I'm going to play Tommy Fleetwood at like 5% ownership. So that's my super sleeper there. I think Tommy is going to be like a great tournament play.
Yeah, last 4 tournaments he's gained with his irons. He got a top 10 at the API. The WGC concession didn't do so hot. He had a very bad putter, but when you look at his approaches, they over the last since
they've been better. They've been consistent.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, they've been consistent, and we know like Tommy is a guy that he plays well for 3 rounds here, and then there's 1 round that
it's true.
So
I don't need him to win at 8K. I just need him to maybe fire it up for like a good Saturday round, and then you can just get in like 15th. But I could definitely, I think with the form he's been in, he could easily outperform the others in his range. Like I think that's on the table. So I like him as a tournament target.
All right, Jeff, last but not least, everyone, we got a couple minutes before we have to sign off. We're going to look at your picks. So we got 2 minutes here. You guys, your picks. So if we get that graphic up right now, we'll see who Jeff is picking. And we already know about Siwoo Kim. That's your sleeper. Patrick Cantlay is your other guy, and a couple of your value plays is Jordan Spieth and Paul Casey. Pick one of these guys that you want to talk about. Patrick Cantlay, Siwoo, Jordan, or Paul Casey.
We also have the wrong numbers up. Paul Casey's 7,700 and Jordan Spieth's 9,400. It doesn't matter. And Siwoo Kim is 6,700, but that's okay. We got Cantlay right, so 1 out of 3. It doesn't matter. You guys all know them. You can look back on there. But I like Cantlay and Siwoo are really my guys. Casey and Spieth are more like just the best pure value plays to me. And I think the field will gravitate towards those guys. You'll see a lot of concentrated ownership on them. I think Spieth will be fine. I think he'll make the cut and stuff like that. And if you want to play him in cash lineups, I think that's probably a very good idea. I like Cantlay a lot. I think the TD Green game has been so good since last fall. And I love Siwoo's upside at 6,700. Again, I just think this guy gets underrated in events like this. He's had his best stretch of golf of his career over the past year. He really has. So I like Siwoo a lot under 7K.
Yeah, I think those are all solid plays. Price tag, don't play Siwoo if he's $8,400. Like he's don't do that. But going to my picks, and I'm scared here if the pricing is correct. We'll go to my picks and put that graphic up. Fingers crossed. Bryson DeChambeau is my favorite here at the 10K, above the 10K range. Webb Simpson is someone that I really enjoy as well. Oh yeah, we got my numbers correct here, Jeff.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Of course, yeah. Webb Simpson at $9,000.
Bryson, right? I mean,
Hey, when you're rubbing elbows with the rich and wealthy, come on now. No, just kidding. Webb Simpson at 9K, and then Justin Rose at 7.2. Like I've talked about these guys here, for the past 2 days, why I really like them. I think, look, there's a lot of and this tournament, this will be the last thing that I'll say, then I'll leave it to you, Jeff, in terms of closing thoughts, is like in this tournament, you want to make sure that that you're playing guys that you want to see win, right? Sure. Play guys that you like watching as well, because you can see all of them on the Masters app. You can see any golfer that you want.
Sure.
So do that, but also to have fun. Have fun here. I know it's a lot of pressure. I know we want to win $1 million here, but play the guys that you want, have fun, and then get creative. There's 88 guys in this field. Get creative. There's going to be the highest percentage of players making a cut in any tournament because of the size of the field and how many guys get through. So get creative with your lineups. Don't worry too much about current form. Don't worry too much about course history. Find those guys that you like and go from there.
Yeah, it's a deep field. I think the big thing is, settle on who you like at the top. If you like Spieth, that's fine. Who cares if he's going to be chalky? If you like whoever, Rory, who cares if he's in a bit poor form? And then if you want to get a little bit, like Reed said, I think with the deep field in the 7K and 6K range, you can go for the lower owned sleepers there. So again, for tournaments, make sure that you don't have all the chalk in there. You got some really low owned guys, especially in the 6 or 7K range, because that's eventually you hit on the right guys there, and that'll really boost you up. So yeah, good advice for sure.
Absolutely. All right, guys. I know, Travis, you mentioned, watch out, Reed, Justin Rose is questionable. That's why I like him, buddy. People are thinking he's questionable. And if he comes in at sub 5% roster percentage, then I'm looking pretty good, especially if he performs like he has in past Masters tournaments. that will do it for our show. Make sure on the way out, smash that like. If you haven't hit subscribe, hit that bell button so you get notifications of when this show and all of our shows and all of our Madden Sims come through the pike. Rossi, I believe, and Kaufman are up next. I feel sorry for you guys, mainly because Kaufman is going to be talking Rossi's ear off. So maybe I feel sorry for Rossi. Anyway, for Jeff Ulrich, for Reed T. Fowler, for everyone here at DraftKings, we appreciate it. Good luck and enjoy the Masters because, baby, it's Masters week.
nice, by the way.
What's up, everybody? Welcome on back. Good to have you. Hopefully you learned a lot during PGA Pre-Lock Live. I know Rossi, this guy, Jason Rossi, was just sitting there taking notes, getting ready to build those Masters lineups. I'm Adam Kaufman, back with you after the nooner and then a little bit of a break, a nap break, to be perfectly honest with you. And I am just... I'm barely functioning in this moment, but we're ready to go. We got a big sim coming our way. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. I'm waiting for the PGA, the Masters, to just do a putt-putt series because I want to know who can dominate the windmill. But until that day, I will take the words of Reed and the big brains like Jeff Ulrich and the guys who know what they're talking about. But I'm glad to be with you on a barely being here type of day for you. I'm glad you're off because, listen, it's Tuesday. It's nice weather here where we are locally. So listen, no judgment. No one can judge us. Maybe you show up 2 seconds before. We're talking about me for once. So yeah, it's a day, dude. It's a day. We're all here now. It's going to be a good time.
Tell me, what does your lineup look like for this particular early bird special free roll, the Chefs, Boys, and D free roll? You see what we did there?
Not bad.
Chefs, Boys, and D. That's I feel like that's people will only understand that on a higher level. You gotta really operate on my wavelength to understand the stupidity of that reference.
Well, I appreciate anything stupid.
Thank you.
That's my language. So I went with Robinson in the captain spot.
Okay.
It's not, I don't want to call it a risk per se, but he's averaging, he can have those double-digit games or he has those completely 2-point games. So he kind of up and down. Hopefully you get hot there. So I could fit in Mahomes, Tyreek Hill's in there as well. Elliott, Gallup, CeeDee Lamb. So I don't have Travis Kelce for the big three. I don't have Dak Prescott, which... it's just price. You had to find guys, so I'm kind of going the lower tier with those Cowboys receivers and hope that it pans out.
We are underway in virtual Dallas, AT&T Stadium. Beautiful place if you've never had the pleasure. Really, really nice. Dak Prescott, a north of 20-yard pickup. CeeDee Lamb to start things off. And love that. Love that because he's in my lineup. Here's what I've got.
Tell me.
Travis Kelce in the captain spot, as I often do when the chefs are involved. Patrick Mahomes, Ezekiel Elliott. I do not have Dak Prescott. He was a tough fade for me, but you know what? You got to do it somewhere. You can't just pay up everywhere. And to go with such high price, high salary, high octane in the forms of Kelce, Mahomes, and Elliott, value after that. Michael Gallup, Duncan Robinson, CeeDee Lamb to round out my lineup. And there is another completion, this time into the hands of Michael Gallup. Let's go. Let's keep it rolling. Ball to the 33, about a minute in, 1st and 10 on the way for Dallas.
There you go. And look, a lot of people, paying up for the big guys is really hammering, the rest of your lineup. So, that's why I went with the Robinson in the captain position. But I do like the way you got Kelce in there from the captain. So really, he has himself a decent day. You're going to have yourself a monster performance there, but we'll see. We'll see.
With Jason Rossi, I'm Adam Kaufman. As you well know by now, because they have been here all day, we have producer Drew, undercover boss Tom, our TD, Joe in Game Ops, everybody hanging out here together. Great to have you, and we'll tell you a little bit about what we've got going on, obviously, with our special last-minute NBA that some of you certainly already know about. And I'll tell you what, Zeke with a 2-yard pickup, 2nd and 8 from the 31 on the way, Tyrann Mathieu with that tackle. We will even give you an opportunity to jump on in and join our DK Sim Fan Friends League. In just a little while, we'll collect some usernames as well. Brian asking, how does the Madden tournament work again? When does it start? Well, here's what's going on. The Madden tournament begins on Monday, April 12th, runs for a week. It's, you have obviously, well, we know what goes on in college basketball. It happens in March. You might say it's madness. Well, we have April Madness on the way.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know. I can't believe we're not branding it that way. We really should be. I'm gonna talk to some people. It's our April Madness, our tournament where we will have, similar to what happens in college basketball, a bracket style where you will have all these teams, single elimination, a round of 32, a field of 32, and we will boil it down in the same way that we do obviously with our previous tournaments, like the holiday tournament, the preseason tournament. We will have a winner. We will have a Simper Bowl champ, in a matter of speaking, except it will operate in a totally different format all day long for Dak Prescott, but gets rid of it in a completion into the hands of Ezekiel Elliott. 23-yard pickup.
Trying to continue with this. So I'm looking forward to this tournament, though, Koff. I feel like it always sparks a little more interest. We'll get the fans, out a little bit, get them out of their shell. So, the people that are actually like fans of the Cowboys have something to root for, not just the players, even though that will still obviously be a major part, and obviously some nice potential cash winnings on some of these.
Noah Moon asking if I said Duncan Robinson as opposed to DeMarcus Robinson before. I might have.
You did. And you know what? I didn't correct you because I didn't know if that was a nickname you gave him.
I wish I were that clever. No, DeMarcus Robinson, although transitions us nicely to basketball. Rossi, you were not with us for the nooner, but here is what we've got going on. Now, you are familiar. You've mocked, dare I say, the last-minute NBA before our fun contest that we send out to the people. We
missed you last night. We were joking. It was cough o'clock, and you didn't arrive.
It was 6 something. I wasn't in the chat.
Yeah, I believe
NBA's locking.
I believe you were there. We said something. You got stubborn and left because you don't need to make the announcement anymore because people are always there.
Oh, nice. What? No, I wasn't there. I love that. And I'm good with it, so I have no problem with it. But I love that, I've developed this reputation that I'm just always lurking. Like, I'm just always in the chat, and maybe, just maybe, if someone says the right thing, I'm gonna say something.
There's no doubt in my mind that's the facts. That's not even a rumor. That's not even a thought. I believe you're sitting in this.
If I'm not calling them, I am watching. It's still involvement in 6 sims a day, much like the hashtag Team Always Here.
I believe you are the king of Team Always Here. I don't think you're sitting there necessarily actively watching. I think you're listening, or you have your spies, your burner accounts, or somebody you're paying hefty amounts. If they mention my name 3 times, I've said it. You're like Bloody Mary or Boogeyman or
Beetlejuice,
Candyman, Beetlejuice. All the. If they say my name 3 times, I will appear.
I've got this backdoor agreement with Robbie Noble. Hey man, listen, if they say my name 2-3 times, just shoot me a DM on Twitter and I'll come on in. Otherwise, go on with your day.
Yeah, you rang.
Well, Moose and I'll get back to the NBA, but Moose and Tom must have. Believe it or not, guys, I was not listening, but Moose and Tom must have done something similar to that last night during Madden After Dark, because I'm doing my radio work. I'm on the computer. I'm always on the computer, but I'm doing my work, not listening to the sim. As big pickup. Was that Duncan? No, Sammy Watkins with the catch. I have no idea how your phone decides. I've talked about this before. I have no idea how your phone decides which people it's going to tell you, mention you on Twitter or have followed you on Twitter or whatever versus those that don't, right? There's this weird Twitter algorithm that I have no idea how that works. But I get this notification on my phone that pops up and it says the Fantasy Grind, Jeff Ulrich, has followed you on Twitter. And I was like,
here we go. Weird. This is going to be a slippery slope.
Yeah, I was like, well, that's weird. I'm pretty sure he already was, but if he wasn't, he wasn't. But I did know that I followed him because I had done that a long while back. And I jumped into the chat just to say, hey guys, Moose just followed me on Twitter. I'm going to celebrate with some Moose Tracks ice cream. What a night, something like that. And it turns into a whole thing about, I scrolled back to listen a little bit because I wanted to know what the background was, because I knew that they...
Proving my point, continue.
Yeah, but I wasn't listening live. I scrolled back. I wish you guys could see the quote fingers that Rob.
Just put me on live in between plays.
Yeah, scroll back.
Scroll back.
He scrolled back.
He just happened to show up after the fall, said, something's interesting here, puts all of his busy work to the side and goes, I need in.
It's not a metaphor. I literally pushed all my work to the side. I physically just pushed to the side, like clearing off a desk.
Yep.
Mahomes, gotcha.
completed
90s
inside the red
sitcom
zone.
style. Just all of his files poured all over the office.
Just
He's
a
upset.
big mess. There's Duncan Robinson, if you will. That was
I like
on
Duncan.
purpose. DeMarcus with the grab, 1st and 10 from the 15, and yeah, they were having a conversation about like, we're gonna see if Koff's out there, which I guess I proved their point because I showed up. But we're gonna see if Koff's out there, and I'm gonna unfollow him and refollow him and see if he says anything. Here I am. I guess I'm the loser then because I showed up.
I am.
So here's the NBA
Moose.
thing. This I know you and I have not done head-to-head
Hold
NBA.
on,
in
hold
a
on.
while.
You steer the ship, but that is an incredible comma dash period to one story, kicks right into the next one. You just went to hyperspeed, like, and that's where I was last night. So the NBA story I was telling, I'm like, by the way, going back to that story, just so you know, that is absolutely ridiculous. As someone that will obviously pick on you, you could pick. I think we're both kind of open to the jabs and the fun.
Yes, please, absolutely.
And like sometimes, I don't know, maybe you can get a little like tweaked by it, maybe not. Not judging you, not judging me, not judging Kenny.
I promise you, and I'm not going to say like no one has ever tweaked me on the stream or whatever. I certainly won't say that. I can't think of a time that you have ever tweaked me.
No, well, listen, not yet. Wait
not
for
yet,
it.
No, I mean,
Wait for it.
It's only 10 past.
Yeah, baby, we got a whole hour. No, I just say that because everyone has their own different feelings and emotions, and regardless. So. Yeah. With that being said, it is really like I'm a big Moose guy. Moose is incredible. I'm sure Tom instigated, but like I thought like the unfollow then refollow is right up there with as ridiculous as when we say smash that like. Emerson will take away the like to be like the next number like, which I find. I don't know if you've ever heard that, but he will.
I didn't know that.
No. He will, unlike so if we're at 399 or 199, he wants to be 200.
Yeah.
So he waits, like it almost takes a second because he'll hit the unlike, so then he'll see it go back to 199, hit it again, so he's 200.
just to be the one.
Yeah.
I am 200.
So, anyways, but
are you not entertained?
I should do that on Twitter though. Like just start unfollowing and then following people so it looks like I just followed them.
Right.
It's a great way to get someone's attention. It seems like an old school
it worked. It got my attention.
Like sup. Like if someone does the sup text, like
right.
2 in the for those people that have been single, which neither one of us have been, I don't know, decades, but combined.
I mean, many Noah moons ago.
Ain't that the truth? But I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to do it at Tommy Freeze Pops.
You should do it to like Billy.
No, that's too easy. I don't know if that makes sense because like and that would be like such a weird conversation. Like this with Tommy Freeze Pops, he'll probably get it. So
yeah, that's
I just did it. We'll see what happens. Well,
3-3 game after both teams failed to score touchdowns and had to settle for very short field goals.
Levin Reed. I'm going to do it to Levin Reed. He's not going to call me.
Love Levin Reed.
Actually, I'm coughing Levin Reed. He follows me. Don't follow him. Boom. Got it. Got you, Levin.
You see? I'm coughing.
Yeah, you didn't know you were a verb?
No, I appreciate that, though. I like that.
What else am I coughing? No, DK Simfam, I don't want to hear from you. I don't mean that rude. Drew, am I coughing Drew?
Are you?
I don't know. Drew, what's your handle? I've seen it a bunch of. Is it like the backwards? He says you better be, but no, you don't want me coughing you.
He's Too Live Drew, which I got to say is an incredibly clever handle. Yeah, I like that.
Drew is super low key hilarious. Like I'm not just kissing butt now that he runs this thing.
No, he's a funny guy for sure.
But like, yeah, he has like good like TP, great. Don't know him enough. Very like his vibe. Get everything about. Oh, I am coughing you. I am coughing Drew.
Not anymore.
Boom! There it is.
Not anymore.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. We're ending the streak of the coughing. But yeah, he's low key. Like obviously, I love. More time we'll spend with TP and Drew together. Yeah. Like they're like the yin and yang of like the Drew stacks sometimes. It's too much for me to handle.
it's too aggressive.
Oh, they're just hilarious. Like they're like even TP, like he's got some little jabs and learning his like ways and like the jokes that he'll throw in. Like sometimes
I've been a big fan of Undercover Boss Tom here from the moment I met him.
Really?
And when I say met him, I mean like virtually in a Zoom situation.
Yeah, he's still a coward. He has yet to pop on cam. So, let me see. Tom, you got on Twitter? TP
Robbie
at
Noble
Twitter
says
guy?
neither of you follow back. I don't want to hear it.
Sorry, bro. All right, TP. Since you don't, I don't know if you follow me or not, but I might be coughing you. You could be coughing me. We don't know. Robbie Noble, you're gonna stay in the cough category. Sorry, bro. I'd rather be honest.
Yeah. Hey,
But
hit
cough.
the like button, guys. Let's get to 200. Drew, I'm truly honored that you just coughed on me.
From a distance, and we're safe. We're all safe here. All right, so now let's get this thing back on track. What's this NBA thing you were telling me
So
about?
you and I, on occasion, not as often as like me and Glash and Tommy Freeze Pops and some of the others, will do NBA head-to-heads. And we were talking about the last-minute NBA that obviously has become something of a thing, a gimmick or whatever.
Folklore of the.
Well, I don't know if it's folklore. Let's not get nutty, but it's fun. It's a fun thing for the fam. But there is I hear about it all the time. Like, cough WTH. This thing fills up. It's 10 people. It goes. The invite list is 1,600 large. Like, the thing fills up in seconds. 2 seconds. It's like tickets to a Taylor Swift concert. We can't get in, man. It's sold out real fast. Open it up to the public. Let's go. So I sent a contest out sometime during the nooner as 90 for Prescott in the air, Mahomes 56. We'll look at the rushing and receiving as well in this 3-3 game. Not a lot of offense so far. Zeke 5 for 17, CEH just 2 for 6. Not great. And also the receiving numbers, just 2 for 30 for Gallup. Lamb 1 for 23, 1 for 37. Watkins, Zeke 1 for 23. Obviously, no touchdowns to this point. So I decided to create our contest, Last Minute NBA at noon, as we called it, that went out to the people much earlier in the day for 200 people.
Whoa!
Yeah, that's what we're going for. And
200.
Yeah, well, not 200 bones, 200 people. Yeah.
No. But do they all have to get in for the contest to happen?
So it's got to happen. So otherwise, because it can't resize. It's got to happen. We got to fill it up. So there are right now. I'm telling this to you if you want to hop in. I'm telling this to everybody though. We've got 105 out of 200 right now. You've got another 2.5 hours, folks. We gotta fill this thing up. It's $1. It is $1. For this last-minute NBA contest to compete against 199 other people, you and 199 other folks, and the prize pool, or the payout structure, I guess is a better way of putting it, is top 15, okay? Top 15. So first place, $36, all the way down to $5.40, depending on where you slot, obviously. But if anyone wants to hop in, it's available for you in the DK Sim Fam Friends League lobby. Last Minute NBA at noon. We need another 90 some odd people to fill this thing, because I tell you as a reminder, and don't come at me. I don't want to hear about it. If you go and look at 701 and this thing doesn't exist, cough, what the heck did you can't resize. You got to fill it. Got to fill it. We got to get the 200 if you guys want this contest to happen.
Pretty right down the middle there for you. That's it. 200
so
people.
If you want in, Rossi, or anybody else.
Oh, let me see. Where is this thing? Where is this box? Let me see. Get in. Maybe I'll get in on this one. Maybe I won't. We'll see. Gotta find it first.
Let's see. People saying you need a link. Guys, I can't send you a link. You got to just go into the DK Sim Fan Friends League lobby. If YouTube allowed me the ability to post the link right in the chat, I'd happily do it. Can't do it. Can't post links in the YouTube chat.
Yeah. Google with that algorithm not helping anybody. Trying to see here.
Jordan says, I'm going to take a break from pointing out what an unbelievable mush Rossi is to tell you. Join! You can win $36 from one. He's right.
Oh, he didn't really not tell people that I'm a mush, but...
Yeah, he just sort of slid it in at the same time. Jordan says, I don't even watch or follow NBA, and I'm playing.
I tell people every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, play the NBA after you listen to the pre-lock show. These guys are just dropping knowledge, helping you win money.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally, it's potentially...
It's the only reason they're here.
Yeah, honestly, like they're not here to commentate on a Madden Sim and have like, and I don't mean this in any bad way. They're both great guys and have fun, but like they're literally here for 1 hour to give you the opportunity to cash in on the DraftKings app. Like, there's no reason not to. You don't need to know anything about the NBA. That's why they do.
Touchdown, Dallas.
Is
First
it?
team in this game, Amari
son of a
Cooper.
gun. Come on.
Who's got the Dak Cooper stack? Not this guy.
Same. I'm trying to find your contest here. Why don't I see it? What's it called?
It is called Last Minute NBA at noon.
Let's see, last night.
You can also sort it by when contests go live, and it goes live in about 2 hours.
Hold on, let's see. Oh, no, that's actually live. It's in the DK Simfam?
Yep, DK Simfam Friends League.
6 o'clock. I'm reading all these contests that are in
Someone
here.
says you could win $36 to your one. This guy should be a DraftKings promoter or something. Go
Oh,
to
yeah, last
CEH
minute.
says
Got
go to
it.
your notification bell. That's true. It would
No,
probably
that
be
thing's.
up in there.
I get the circle of death every time. I've moved on. All right, let me see. Who should I play here? Ooh. Yes.
Jim says, okay, cough him in. Are you still going to make one tonight also? Good question. Hadn't thought much about that. We'll see.
We'll get in on this one. If it fills up, maybe. If it doesn't, what's the point? Well, then you might actually do it if it doesn't fill. Actually, this is weird reverse psychology. Just get in this one. Don't make me think.
This one is the priority. I don't know if I'll make another one or not tonight. This is a specialty. We've never done a 200 before. It's a special occasion.
Special
Rick says,
occasion
now
for
some
our special
Tyreek and
guy.
Kelsey along with Dak and Coop. Let's go. Sam says, hello, Adam and Jason.
Hello, Sam.
Justin says only 82 more entries needed. Guys, what are the odds? I mean, we have got about 400 people watching right meow on YouTube. Never mind however many are there on Twitch and wherever else. So, I mean, really, it'd be pretty cool if we could fill this thing even before we're out of here, like before the end of this sim. You know, and remember, you don't need to build your lineup right now. You just got to reserve your spot. We're 80 away. You can build your lineup 2 seconds before lock, but right now, you just got to get in. You got to commit your dollar. Really, is what it is.
Hey, it's a big commitment, but I'm going to give it a shot.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So Sean says I can. All right, I'm going to look, Sean. I'm going to look and see if I can do what you're talking about. He claims that I can send a re-invite situation. I just don't. I gotta say, Sean, I don't know how to do that. I'm looking at it right now. I mean, I see how to copy the link and send it out, but I can't send the link. So I'm just gonna hope people can find it.
So many injury updates I need before I set this lineup.
In the well, again, you don't need to commit your lineup right now.
No, I'll forget. Are you kidding me? I have a 6 o'clock sim tonight. Me and Christian are gonna be talking about God knows what.
That's a good point.
He's going to be glorious. I'm going to be staring at Christian's beauty. He's going to be talking to me like he's teaching a class in college on like the, Vanderbilt college course about Vanderbilt. So I gotta be prepared. I can make adjustments.
Yep, you can. Yeah, it's not a bad idea to have a little dummy lineup in there just so you don't, get the goose egg.
Ooh, can I say who I like? Or am I not supposed to? I always forget.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can't build a lineup for the people, but you can mention a couple names you like.
And listen, I should be able to do it because I'm probably one of the biggest losers. I never win these things. But I'll tell you one
guys that you like tonight.
Love Aaron Gordon.
Okay.
Like what I'm seeing so far.
He's fit in well there in Denver, no doubt.
That's why, obviously we don't have to, who cares? No one cares where we're from, what we think. But I think people really underestimated his potential impact on any team he went to. I think people were really down on the skills that he brought because Orlando was so, below average. So I really like him. I like the game he's playing. Like I said, he's fitting in well thus far. Also,
apparently CEH has sent the re-invite. I'm just glad it's happened because I don't know how to do that. So you guys are smarter than me when it comes to the interface of this thing. You've done it, so terrific. Richard says, just jumped in, so I'm going to smash that like button for Koff, helping me take some of that SimFam cash. Taking the cash. Mahomes with the fumble. Cowboys DST picked it up. So Dallas with the ball halfway through this second quarter, already up 10-3 if you're just joining us. Dak Prescott to Amari Cooper, only touchdown in this game. Field goals on either side. Jason Rossi, Adam Kaufman. Undercover boss, Tom the TD, Drew, our producer, and Joe in game ops, who's got more to write down because you got a 49-yard pickup to Amari Cooper. How good has he turned it on? Boy, he's been awesome.
Yeah, not happy about that. Went with just about everybody else from the offense aside from Dak and Amari. So not helping me, but good for the Sim fam that took that chance. See if it can continue. Oh, look at this little play. I like this play too. All right, I'm in.
We got a handoff. Zeke picks up 4. And if anyone is looking for this contest and doesn't know where to find it, or doesn't know, even if it's not, you're not interested in the NBA, but you want to jump in these Madden free rolls against, commentators, production crew, game ops, your peers, obviously. If anyone is not part of the DK Sim Fan Friends League and you'd like to be, because why wouldn't you? Well, here's what's up. Producer Drew, I swear, it's like he loves to do it. He's so courteous and gracious with his time. He has offered to add names, folks, to the DK Sim Fan Friends League. So if you are not part of it, you're not part of the 1,600 strong and you want to join as we make our push to 1,700, all you got to do, drop that username, your DK username, into the chat right now. Right now. Yeah, I did say right now. List your DK username in the YouTube chat, and Drew will add you to the list, and he will send you an invite. Let's see if we can add some more names. We appreciate Drew. We appreciate you for obviously wanting to be part of this thing and play these contests against each other and us, free, paid, whatever. Touchdown, another one into the hands of Michael Gallup.
All right, now we're talking. Now we're back. We are back. You got it, Drew.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Gallup about 44% owned, 6.5% in the larger contest. In our smaller, more modest contest, as I always like to say, he is pretty similar actually. 44% owned, 7% in the captain spot, and that's going to help out a bunch of people, especially if you have Dak.
Get him in there. Lineups are happening. People are finally filing up the leaderboards.
Oh, and I see those names coming in, Drew. Seeing name after name after. We got an easy 10 right there.
You know what? This is Koff's dream. He's finally got it. It took Madison after he forced Madison to leave from all the badgering. He finally has what he's looking for.
Fun fact for everyone. Madison did not leave on her own per se. It's just that she couldn't stand working with me and all of the direction she was given. She said, I can't take it anymore. I'm pulling my hair out. I'm going bald. I'm leaving.
True story.
DraftKings, I will only stay if you put me on with different quote unquote talent.
It's true.
Which Drew said, here.
Yep. And Drew was like, I will take that. Good night. Goodbye. Sweet dreams.
Drew says, I come from radio and television. I have worked with much tougher personalities than one Adam Kaufman. Big gainer. Travis Kelce, do a little zigzag. Gets to the 2-minute warning. He says, debatable.
He didn't say anything about being a diva.
That's true.
Even though I bet you I could throw a few names at him and he'd agree. Even though I don't know. Koff outside of Simland is really which now is my most intriguing. I'm going to infiltrate your other place and see what's going on there.
How difficult I am or am not?
Yeah. Or just, no, I don't think you're a difficult person.
Okay.
Necessarily.
Sure.
But I wonder if just your quirks is more the way I look at it. Anybody, we all have them. Oh, that guy's a this,
no
that
question.
guy's a that. What is Koff outside of these 4 Zoom walls?
You know what's really funny? I mean, I think this is probably true of anybody. It's obviously like all in who you ask. My sort of, I don't know, it's almost like full-time jobs, because as you guys know, I'm here a lot in Simland. But my my main job, if you will, in radio, Rossi, and everybody else, I mean, I've not stepped foot in there in a year. I've not been there. It's been fully work from home. And my role doing what I do there is just so incredibly self-contained. I don't really have to deal with other people to do what I do. So like, I don't need to, I'm never on Zoom. I don't have like group meetings. I don't, there's an occasional email, but more or less, for better or worse, I'm left alone. I just kind of do my thing. And I mean, I feel like there are probably 3 people from the radio station I have even had one conversation with in the last year, and everybody else I've had 0 contact with. Because there's been no need. So it's like the people that you're friendly with, yeah, you text and you whatever. But I'm not including that in what I'm talking about. I'm talking like purely professionally speaking. Like number of people I've had to have an actual work-related conversation with, it's like 3 in the last year.
It's like 3.
It's really quite a thing. I'm a big fan of it.
I was going to say, I'm sure you're not. There's no tears on your pillows at night missing people. With all due respect,
Obi-Wan, no one cares. No one asked. Not interested. Obi-Wan, huge fan of mine. If I haven't mentioned that before.
Obi-Wan, chill out, dude. He's a big fan of everybody's.
Well, he's a huge Kenny guy.
That tells you everything you need to know.
Big Lamarca guy.
Love Lamarca. No beef there. No beef with
anybody.
I'm
just going to assume huge Glash guy because I feel like
he needs to be a big Moose guy. If I don't want to hear any slander towards Moose. Me,
Obi-Wan, are you a Moose guy?
Yeah, you tell us.
You a Moose guy? 1. 3rd and goal from the 3. CEH stop short. Right back to the line of scrimmage and a timeout.
Yeah, he's got to be. No one can be out on Moose. I think he's the most easily lovable guy.
I have nothing bad to say about Moose.
Can't.
Or any of you for that matter.
But there's like little things you can be like, oh, this guy's a dink or whatever. Like nothing bad. Like I can be a dink.
Another settled field goal try right here. It's a terrible sentence, but you know where I'm going with that. 17-6 late in the opening half. My only thing about Moose, and I've said this to him, so I'm not talking out of school here. I've said this to him 100 times. But it's almost, as much as I don't like it, it's almost equally endearing. My only thing about Moose is like he'll talk one way with me and another way with Glash. It's almost like he's the adult in the room and he's babysitting. Like he's the like we're the children, and he's Switzerland. Like he will he doesn't want to get in the middle of a thing when the two of us are going at it, and so he appeases the person that he's with, which is really just very adult and responsible of him. But it makes for way less fun when I'm trying to get a rise out of him.
Oh, so he like plays it down, you think, with you? Like, so he's not as goofball-y-ish?
No. He'll be plenty goofball. Well, he's for sure not as goofball-y-ish with me as he is with Glash, because, with Glash, they'll do, like, they have their gimmicks that, that's their thing. Obi-Wan says he loves Moose, by the way, so there you go.
Good. Okay, thank God.
As he should.
Continue the hateration of me as long as you like Moose.
Well, maybe, so... Well, now I don't know, because Obi-Wan says self-loathing duo. Is that the two of us?
I don't know. I don't think I'm self-loathing. I think I'm like self-deprecating. Loathing's a bit strong.
Big difference, yeah.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan says me, I. I don't think you know
that's
what
me.
self-loathing means.
That's me. Yeah, he thinks that I believe his theory of me is that I only speak about like my thoughts and opinions, which I believe that's my job. But I will take his criticism to the bank, put it in there, and when I need it, I will go and get it. I will deposit his thoughts. And I appreciate him even being here. I appreciate the effort of people to that don't like people that stay the whole time to say how much they don't like them. I think there's a certain passion to that I respect a ton.
Here's what I don't get with Obi-Wan. And I just assume that Obi-Wan really enjoys The Sims. I'm not talking about the commentary. I mean The Sims, the games, Madden, the lineups and having, a little skin in the game and maybe enjoys the chat. But like if I were one of the hashtag team always here folks, as so many are, if there were that one or two announcers that I just couldn't nail, their voices were nails on a chalkboard for me. Like I just couldn't. I mean, I'd probably either watch on mute or just leave and come back for the next sim. There are, we know, everybody knows, like whoever it is that you enjoy listening to sports talk radio in your area. There are some shows I cannot listen to because I don't like the hosts. And that doesn't
I'm not on the radio anymore, so you don't have to say it.
You were never someone on the stop that.
I'm joking.
Also, you got to have a really you got to be a diehard radio. You got, as we like to say in radio, you got to be P1. You got to be a diehard radio person to have a problem with a producer. It's hosts. Plenty of people don't like the hosts. Like if I took issue with the producer,
you'd be surprised, dude.
I guess I would. Maybe I would be.
Especially, yeah. P1s. Trust me, there were people that would call and just absolutely annihilate me, and I'm like, yeah, I gotta hit a button, gotta go.
Yeah, dump.
Yeah, later, dude. Like, no, don't even put him on the air. I'm just like, gotta go.
Dak at the half, 205 passing, couple of touchdowns. Mahomes, 154. Patrick Mahomes, man, I will not. I tell you, when that Madden tournament rolls around again, the single elimination bracket style, I know these Chiefs they've won a Super Bowl, they've reached another. Maybe they just somehow the AI just knows and they turn it on in the playoffs. But I don't know how I'd feel about this Chiefs team in a single elimination type of situation, because I feel like more often than not when I'm doing their games, it looks like this.
Yeah, I'm going to say if they go up against Jacksonville, is that the way? Oh no, they wouldn't, because it would be or it's regular season, whatever. If they're playing Jacksonville or if they or the Jets, I don't know. I think they could beat the Jets, even though I believe the Jets, if I'm not mistaken, beat Kansas City twice in Simland. I think I've called those games, so we shall say. Oh, cough! Come on, don't bring that hateration in behind the scenes or not. Oh, look at him, just despise. Oh, Zeke Elliott, by the way, 23 yards on that catch earlier. That's it. And shout out outside of that, I'm having a two-way conversation with myself. I'm so intrigued.
Bobby Noble says the people who are here a lot have friends here. It has nothing to do with you announcers. No, for sure. I love it. Like you guys, even independent of the host, producers, game ops, anyone on this side, you guys are a community in and of yourselves. That's why we always say the hashtag team always here. You guys are going to be here no matter who is on the call, or even if announcers one day don't show up. And you're just, it's you and crowd noise. You're in. I love that. I love that. You guys are here for the Sims, man. We are, for some, the icing on the cake. For others, maybe a bad dessert for a diabetic.
Baby, that's me.
Bad news.
Michael Irvin says Rossi looks like a garden gnome that steals packages I think he means from my porch. Dude, I'm going to be serious with you guys for a second. I'm a very polite, or I try to always do the right thing in a situation. I think we all have our conscience, our Catholic guilt, if you're Catholic, or whatever guilt you may have. And I always, but
How's the Catholic guilt compare with the Jewish guilt?
Please. I actually don't know.
I'm sorry, it's a Jewish guilt trip. I take it back.
Yeah, you're on a roller coaster. It hits me in moments. So I will sometimes drive by a package on a street. And there are sometimes I'm tempted to open that thing. I'm not going to steal it necessarily, but I don't know. That's the weird thing about me. I don't want to steal a product. I'm just dying to know what's inside the box. I don't know if I'm weird. Well, I know I am, but this specifically, there has to be people that you just drive. You see 8 packages at your neighbor's door. You're not I'm going to go steal that stuff, because I think I'm not into robbery, but I want to be a part of the opening. What's in there? There's a fumble by Mahomes, picked up by the D. Do you ever have that feeling, Koff? You see 15 packages at a door, and you're just what's in there? What are they getting from Amazon, FedEx, etc.?
I don't know if I So are you talking about like totally at random driving down the street, or maybe like a neighbor you actually know who lives there? Because to me, there's a difference.
Yeah, I just reference because it's more realistic for you to see your neighbor's stuff than just driving. But for me, it's more about the strangers. Like I'm driving, I see the FedEx guy or the Amazon guy literally get out of the car with like all those packages. He's slowly walking the door. I'm like, what's in there?
Right.
What are those? Because like I laugh at like the package that I dropped off at my door. It's like a canister of like pre-workout and like peanut butter powder, but it's in a box that looks like I just got, you know, the latest, I don't know, hot toy item in the like out there or something. It's huge. And so I'm always curious to see if that happens a lot. Like, is it just the overstuffing? Is that the box they had left?
Sure.
And I just want to know what's
there
inside.
was a friend of mine sent me a picture one day. They had gotten something in the mail, whatever it was, like something really small like that, like light bulbs, like a box of light bulbs that they ordered from Amazon. But the box was enormous. Like it was clearly like the only box that was left in the factory, because you could have fit 100 packages of these light bulbs in there, and instead it was just the light bulbs and like all that mesh paper filler to fill out the whole box. And it was the strangest thing for sure. I don't
know.
First goal from the 3 here. Let's see if we get another touchdown for Zeke and the boys.
Zeke in there.
There's the pitch. He's going to run to the outside right into a tackle.
Now, horrible blocking there on that play. And that's the honey badger coming through.
I'll give you one example. So
please, we all have something.
So I wouldn't say I generally feel that way. Like if I'm just cruising up my street or something and I see like 3 packages at the front door of a neighbor's house, and it's like, I wonder what's in there. I can't say that. As the Mac line says, Rossi, I'm a UPS driver and I know what's in a lot of packages I deliver based on the shipper. But even if I don't know, customers will ask me what's in there. Like I was the one that ordered it. As we have a touchdown for Zeke, gets it done.
There it is.
Yeah, to Mac line, feel that. Well, one example though, sort of more in line with what you're talking about, is so there was a day. Had to be a month, 2 months ago. You guys should ask Glash about it. So Glash sent me a text of it was a picture. He sent me a picture text, if you will, of someone had sent it to him it was like a line of packages. They're all kind of small, but there were like 5 or 6 packages, all just positioned next to each other at the DK office. That sometime during the pandemic, members of the DK Sim fam, maybe it was all the same person, I have no idea, but there were 5 or 6 different boxes that packages have sent him, during this. Who knows why or what in the world's in there. And someone, one of our bosses sent him this picture, like, just so you know, you have all this stuff at the office, you should come and grab it sometime. And he sent me the picture and was like, look at this. And it's like, to DraftKings, like care of Brendan Glasheen, and, there a whole bunch of them. And I don't remember if I said it to him. I probably did. I was like, what in the hell do you think is in these? What are people sending you? And he's like, I have no idea. I don't. And so
he didn't know, but he was getting all these packages.
All this stuff in the mail. And so there was watch out for anthrax or something. Yeah, Drew says DVDs of Jingle All the Way. No, that package has been opened. That's like I can't remember who it was. Someone sent him 10 copies of Jingle All the Way on DVD.
Wait, hold on.
He said at some point it was his favorite Christmas movie, and somebody just sent him 1 million copies of it. But that wasn't even, we've been to the office since then at one point, and he opened all those. This has happened since that, like in the last couple months. And I forgot about it for a while, and then I sent him a text the other day saying, like, by the way, did you ever go to the office and get all those packages? Because I'm kind of curious what's in them at this point. And he's like, no, I haven't made the trip in yet. Like, man, hurry up. I want to know what's in these boxes.
Seriously.
What do people send you?
This is so listen, I might have went a little more extreme because it's like a complete stranger, but it's just the intrigue to know. You want to know there is something. You just see like I also lived in an apartment complex prior to buying a house. So I used to just see all these packages all the time, and they'd just be sitting right there. And I'm just like, I don't want what's inside. I just want to know what's inside. Somebody, right. Like, I will sometimes waited like extra time to see if someone would come by and just be like, hey, what'd you get? Yes, I'm a strange character. I'm fine with it. Like, but I'm totally open to my strangeness. But that's always been something.
Sincerely, if there's one thing above all else, is Tyreek Hill with a big gain out to the 36 from the other 29. If there's one thing that I have learned in the year of doing these sims, all of us together, is that all of us have a lot of quirks.
Oh, yeah.
I knew of mine. Now all of you know of most of mine as well. I knew of mine, but I'm certainly learning everybody else's. And yeah, we are all very quirky people.
Oh, for sure.
Spend enough time just on the air for hours at a time talking about nothing. You're gonna figure out pretty quick. Tom says you got to be in this industry. Well, that's probably true. Obi-Wan says Phonics has fans. Krusty's jelly. LOL.
What?
Obi-Wan, honest question. I hope you'll answer honestly. How old are you? To have just thrown jelly out at me.
That's an interesting question.
I want to know how. I mean, Obi-Wan could be a male, a female. I don't know where in the world you live. I don't know anything about you, and you can keep all that stuff to yourself if you want. I'm just curious how old you are.
I've never really thought about the age of people. Some people have said it, but that's interesting.
Tom, what's your social?
Yeah. What bank you using these days?
Yeah. He's going to say I'm prying. That's too personal a question. 34 from the 30. Completion to Kelsey.
Kelsey, listen, your captain, not the greatest, play so far of the day, but when it comes to, but for the way the Chiefs have played, he's been outstanding. Chiefs are just kind of.
Does it matter? No, it doesn't matter. Just tell me. I just want to know.
It's just a curiosity. If you don't want to say,
it's like Ross wanting to know what's in the boxes.
What's in the box? I think that also could be. I watched Seven at a very young age, and I'm a huge Christmas fan. I never want to spoil. I'm just intrigued with opening gifts. I love gifts. I don't like gift cards. Not as exciting unless you put in a box. I've once requested that to my family. If you're going to give me a gift card, put in a box, wrap that up. It's the joy of opening boxes, I think, is very exciting in life.
Obi-Wan, did I ask for your age? I'm 39. Your turn.
I care not to tell you because I'm very offended that you didn't ask me.
We not there yet. Oh, I didn't. How exactly? Where in our relationship?
How do we get there? How do we get there?
Yeah, give me Ross's roadmap to your age. Cost movie collection. Speaking of age, happy birthday, Kaufman. Thanks, man. Says I'm older than you. All right, well, good enough. What if Tom says have Glash ask him? What if Glash asks? Will you tell him?
Or Ducey. We'll get Ducey to ask him.
DJ's Mix. I'm officially part of the DK Sim fam. Thanks, Koff. Hey, anyone that joined the league just now, any invites that were sent out to the DK Sim Fam Friends League, don't thank me, thank Drew. Drew is the one that collected their names and sent them out there. So welcome all members. I don't know how many we've got now, but it's wonderful to have the new additions. Thank you.
Oxy's 300 gnomes age really well. Dude, I look rough. I was looking at myself the other day. I was like, oof, it's been a rough week. I don't know if it was the holidays, something. I was just looking, I'm like, my skin looks rough. Things happen.
Metadeath. Hey there, Koff. Are you related to Trauma Entertainment's Lloyd Kaufman? He's based in the area. I was just wondering if there's a connection, and I'm 49. Touchdown, Patrick Mahomes rushing. So I like this. You know what? This should be a
everybody's
thing now.
Just laying up their ages.
All of you. Any comment or question that you have for us, I don't care what it is. Just make sure you end it with your age. And by the way, I'm 49. Kareem, I'm 40. Cuff. Michael says 51. I hope you know, Obi-Wan, all of these people are providing their ages just because you won't. Justin says, is it really Koff's birthday? Shout out to fellow Aries. It's not my birthday, but it's a fun thing that we do here.
Wait, is that the Aries symbol? This emoji that I'm seeing?
Robbie Noble says, Adam, zip it, bro. You think we're all losers. Is this a Robbie impersonator?
Well,
Robbie would never.
No, dude. You can hit the nerve. I did earlier with the Twitter stuff. He was not happy about that. And now he's mad at you.
Robbie, I'm a fan and you know it.
No, you know what? He's mad at you because you forced the hand of Madison, his one true love.
That's true. As I admitted that I was behind Madison leaving, and Robbie has turned on me. I'm not really, guys. Turned 42 Sunday, says Mike Bizzle, and I used jelly in a text recently. 49, 50, 21, 45, field 25. Love these Sims. 28, says Brian. 40 for Ricky Robbie. I'm 47, says Raspy. Loud noises. 33, says Cristobal. Sam says, hey, Adam, is Jason interested in talking WWE? I can tell him my experience by tweet. You want to talk little
well, this
WWE?
This is the week, dude. We are in WrestleMania week. Now the new gaming partner with DraftKings are going to be the free pools. Will probably open up, I'm guessing, Thursday, Friday. I have told the DK Simfim I'm not shy. I have gone to the powers that be and asked for some time to say, hey, they're a new official partner. You've been running these pools. Give your boy some time to spread it. I don't think there's anybody in the DK lineage right now that is as passionate and as following as I am. And yes, I am also including Steve Buchanan. I know he's the face that runs the place as well, and too big time for the Sims to lower his standards to come and hang out with schlums like me. But I can tell you right now, very passionate. We'll see if it comes through. Sweat is back 5 days a week. I know the Masters. Give me 2 minutes. Let me make a little preview during the Sims on Saturday, Sunday, 2 days.
Listen, I would love to see the Pop Culture Pile Driver podcast have a little WrestleMania segment. You and Babysitter Billy rocking a little wrestling. I'm all about it.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, it's very strange. If you look on the schedule, this coming Sunday, 4 o'clock, Babysitter Billy back in the saddle with your boy right here. The Pop Culture Pile Driver coming here Sunday at 4. So I've already said, dude, we ain't talking Sim. That's one night of WrestleMania is in. They're doing 2 nights this year again. At Raymond James Stadium that held the Super Bowl that these Kansas City Chiefs that scored, but the Patrick Mahomes, that's his new name, Patrick Mahomes rushing touchdown in the third, that's where it's going to be taking place. First time there have been fans at a wrestling crowd for the WWE since the pandemic began.
Mm-hmm.
You can still go, Cough. Tickets are available if you want to just hop a plane down to Tampa. Single
Probably
tickets.
not, but maybe, you know what, maybe a year from now, let's hit the next one. That sounds like fun.
Dallas, you in? You want to go down?
I'd love to.
All right. You're gonna get a random text one day. It's gonna say, here's the price of this ridiculous package that you're really not interested in, but you get to hang out with me.
Well, maybe we could get a little DK hookup on tickets. Michael Gallup, touchdown! See you later! Second of the day from Mr. Gallup, who captained him. 68-yard score.
Galloping his way past the Kansas City defense there. Yeah, hold me back!
Hold me back!
The team! They're all excited. Michael Gallup, again, we talked about him earlier. A guy, I don't want to say he's boom or bust. He's consistently in that like mid-range point for receivers, but today is having himself a day. It's going to end this game right now in a nice position to potentially be your Krusty Cough, the namesake of the son of a gun we're doing this game with. Feeling good right now. Let's see. I want to just see his number. Oh, how did I drop? Oh, man. Joe is smoking it right now. My team keeps moving position.
Gallup is in the captain spot of the leading lineup. No surprise there. 44% owned, 7% the captain spot. He already has about 45 points into the bonus, 5 for 128 and a couple of touchdowns. And even without having Dak, who it feels like you got to have in this one, he's got about 25 points in the flex. I'm sitting 34th right now out of the 169. Nice. Rich and Trish is in first currently. Where are you hanging out?
I'm waiting for the adjustment to prove I'm in first. No, I'm sitting 74th. Robinson, my captain, has not been a good call. It was between him and CD Lamb. Neither one exciting thus far. But just to give you Michael Gallup's he hasn't had double-digit points since they played Kansas City last. How fitting. He had 28.5. Currently non-captain, he has 32. He has surpassed that. I think he's on a high here for Madden 2021. As I search through, So this guy, what a call. What a pull if you went with him.
EGZ Man says, hey, Koff, I'm not able to join as much as I'd like to, but I'm 54. I love it. I love how every so many ages are coming in right now while Obi-Wan is just sitting there stubborn.
Oh, let me tell my age. I'm going to put it in here.
Kareem, my 30s freaking flew by. Justin says, I like to tell people I'm close to 35 years old. They never think I'm rounding down like that. Sorry for being 42, says Travis.
Sorry?
Robbie Noble says, I guess I need a sandwich. Maybe you need a, what are those? Those are Snickers commercials, right?
Yeah.
Robbie, quit acting like Betty White. No, she's so nice. Who would it be? Who's in those? Wasn't Betty White in one of those?
Betty White has been in one. You've had like Gilbert Godfrey back in the day that no one really talks about anymore.
That's more fitting.
Who's the other ones recently? I feel like all I just think about is a tag team scoop commercial. I can't even think of anything else. Or the very underrated progressive commercials with the guy who tries to act so you're not like one of your parents. Those commercials are excellent.
Those are
no credit. Yeah, no credit to them. No credit. Those commercials get me every time. He's like, I was recently on the progressive tool. Was I hashtagging? Gets me every time. It's hilarious. It's awesome.
Kaufman's movie collection. Kauf, how old am I? It's your movie collection. You are...
This is important, dude. Is it by the age of how long you've owned it or how old the movie is?
I would think how long I've owned it, right? Well, my first DVD... I want to say I was a freshman in college. So you're ballpark 20 years old, movie collection. Tom says, nah, the best is the Geico commercial with Dikembe Mutombo. That's a strong one.
They brought it back. That thing's like 4 or 5 years old.
No.
In the two guys at the end, that was the little running gag with the two like folk singers. Progressive, no, that's a Geico, sorry. Geico is, man, they've done it all.
Oh, Joe Pesci says Mike Bizzle. That's another good one.
Oh, that was a good one. That was a Super Bowl commercial.
Yeah, Robbie, don't be all Joe Pesci right now. Tyler says, this is cool. Y'all are awesome. Hope you're doing good today. Y'all are the best duo on DraftKings. I'm 23, watching y'all on my deployment.
Oh, dude.
Stay safe, man.
Yeah, thank you. Like, seriously, forget about the compliment to us. We're fine. But you. No, that's great, man. Appreciate you.
We are about 15 away from 200 likes. So let's get there by the end of this sim. You got about 5 minutes to work with. Really shouldn't be a problem with roughly 500 people watching. Along YouTube, obviously thousands more across the universe, millions maybe, as Rossi well knows. So smash that like. Thanks for watching on YouTube, Twitch, wherever you're finding us. Give us a follow on Twitch, obviously, twitch.tv/DraftKings. And I just want to point out, I just took a little look-see here at the Last Minute NBA at noon. Again, $1 to enter, folks. We are 53, as I look at it right this second, 53 entries away from filling this thing and making sure that it runs. So, again, it will not resize. You have 2 hours. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell members of the DK Sim fam who have yet to enter. Last Minute NBA contest at noon as my captain, Travis Kelce, getting in the end zone. Offense here in this one. Jump on into the Last Minute NBA contest at noon. Should be a good time. Compete with the fam. Many commentators. Zach Thompson's in there. Bet Glash is. Hop in. Join us.
I like it. Get involved. Get in there. I'm in there now. I don't know what I have a feeling I'm going to win.
Drew, did you jump in? Did you get in there, Drew? You like to hop in contests.
Yeah, what about TP? TP in? Joe?
TP? Did you get in there, TP?
I like that you finally called
Undercover
TP.
Boss Tom?
Nah. Thought I was getting off of that.
Tom says he's still trying to find it. We got to give a tutorial for him now.
Hold on, I'll get it to him. There we go. Listen, I was really bad at this, so TP, don't feel. Oh, there's only
53.
spots.
This thing should be full. There's 1,500 plus people in the league. Get in there. You know what? Jordan and I don't always see eye to eye, but he's right.
Oh, get out of here, Drew.
Drew doesn't mean that.
No, and that's a politically correct comment. I don't like it.
Brickavelli Lane, if I'm saying that right, says, who's the Krusty Koff senior of the chat? You haven't done chat VP in a while.
Well, it's funny. I did for it was like a thing for a long time, and then I kind of just tailed back, but I can bring it back. Here and there, I'll give a lot because I feel like I engage a lot more than I used to. The chat VP was because I feel like I'd look for them to carry part of the conversation. Now it's just such these sims have evolved so much. So it's like such a back and forth. Like we're literally talking to the DK Sim fam. Like we already knew, but like we'll be like this whole thing with Obi-Wan. Like Obi-Wan's got it right now. Sorry everybody, I know you don't like that, but Obi-Wan would be the chat VP because he's been the driver of the biggest conversation. And the reason I know all your ages.
You see this from Obi-Wan? Check my DK account. My age is on there. Obi-Wan. I'm glad that you said that, actually.
Is it?
Well, I have no idea, but I'm glad that he said that because one, Obi-Wan, I don't even know what your DK username is. Two, I don't have anybody's info. Like I'm a nobody, believe it or not. In the scheme of like a 3,000 person company, I have no access to your personal information. I have no idea how old you are or what your account says or what your balance is or what your credit card info is or any other info that is available there, where you live, all that. I mean, anything that you haven't told us, which by the way, keep most of that to yourself, we don't know. So I can't just like, I'm just going to look up your account. No, I can't do that. I am here talking about Madden Sims with all of you. But I'm willing to stamp your passport.
Listen, you know what I'm willing to do? Send a direct message to the higher-ups and be like, can you find out who Obi-Wan is? Get me his username, and then please find out his age. I need to know. Emerson Drew says Emerson could probably find it highest paid DK. I heard that shifted, though. I don't want to say any rumors. I've heard things through the tea leaves, as they say.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We have a new number one?
Yeah. I don't know that for sure. I believe. There's also been a lot of more high profile.
Is it Bukes now?
It could be. Look, I'm sliding in. Oh, I thought he was coming after me. I was getting ready. I was like, we bumped battle.
He was ready to jump right through his...
I thought he was.
About to jump through the camera.
He's got a killer chair, by the way. Anybody who rocks the gaming chair is like as a true go-getter. I'm like, oh, that's what it is. I knew there was something today. Oh no, today's Tuesday.
What's that?
I keep thinking today's Thursday. I know there's more new stuff coming to the Dream Stream. So
right.
I keep forgetting what day, because there's so much content now, and I love it. It's not just these Madden Sims. You got so much more stuff. And again, Koff, like we said earlier, you want to make money, you want to get a couple bucks, stop going on your own guesses. Go to the experts. That's what we have, and that's what we're going to get into.
I'm saying.
I know diddly squat about golf, so I'm going to rely on people that know to help me so that I can get my son a Happy Meal one day. Happy Meals still have toys?
I think so.
I feel like I don't see the advertising like when I was a kid. Like I feel like the advertising was just about the toy.
Couple likes away from 200. 2nd and 6. Short rush for Zeke. Picks up 1.
We get here, so less than 2 minutes. Game, I don't want to say out of reach because it is Kansas City, but they need to make a very quick stop here on a 3rd and 5. Jay Shark, you take it back. I see you on Twitch. You take that back. And you start revealing your age, too. Twitch, we're watching you.
Fourth and 1 coming. What do we expect here? Chiefs are down 11, you would think. With seconds winding down, they really don't have a choice. Fucking change left. Don't forget, folks, after this sim, MLB pre-lock is on the way. Steve Buchanan, Gary and Thorne, baseball knowledge. Immediately following the sim, it is live. They'll be monitoring the chat. They will be answering your questions, helping you set those lineups for tonight. You do not want to miss it. So Rossi and I will be getting out pretty quickly after the sim ends. That in mind, barring any changes here, dramatic changes in what is projecting to be a Cowboys win here with about a minute to go. How you feeling about your award winners for this one?
Okay, for me in this one, I'm going to give it a Gallup for the Krusty Cough. Even though I'm tempted, I know it was less and he was more chalky, but Travis Kelce did everything he could as he makes another grab here. I'm going to give it to Michael Gallup, the guy we mentioned. He's going to get the Madden 2021 Sim High It's going to be over 30 points. He's amazing, so we got to give him all the credit. And for the Not My Kid award, Holmes threw the touchdown. I was going to go him, but I think it's going to be Tyreek Hill, barring something here in the last few seconds. Just not his day. And, this is what we've been seeing out of this Kansas City. So when it comes to that tournament that's going to start less than a week from now, keep an eye on that. Like Tyreek Hill can have these moments where you just forget that he's involved because we haven't really called his name much and hasn't had an outstanding game that he usually is capable of.
I see people asking about the NBA contest with about 10 seconds left. Here's the deal, folks, because I'm not on again the rest of the day, so I can't hype this thing up.
I got you
obviously during Sims. It's all on you at this point. Lock in a little under 2 hours, 7 o'clock Eastern time. We've got 153 out of the necessary 200. If you want that contest to run, you're going to need to tell the people, tell people in the chat, tell whomever, jump on in there and fill that thing up. Otherwise, it is not going to run. But I've done as much as I can to try and help us get there. So hopefully we will, and we will all have that together as people looking in some cases to make donations to the Sim Fam and others looking to take the Sim Fam's money. Mahomes, 338 passing, a touchdown. Prescott, one shy of a Bundy in the air. He goes for 309. Both these guys hit the bonus, which is very cool to see, obviously, in an offense-filled day. Zeke, 22 for 79, a touchdown on the ground. Patrick Mahomes, he did rush for a score among his 7 yards on 3 attempts. So multiple TD day for a NFL great here in real life and even in Simland, obviously. He is very, very dominant. Receiving yards, Kelsey, 9 for 130, a touchdown. Just dominant for my captain. 5 for 128. Also under the bonus, 2 touchdowns. Michael Gallup, who, as Rossi said, your top player today. Tyreek Hill, 6 for 83. CEH, 7 for 49. And 4 for 77, a touchdown for Cooper. Yes, sir.
I didn't, Tyreek Hill had a much better game, but I'm still keeping the spot there. I was almost going to say it could have been CEH, but because he had 0 yards rushing, but did have the catches, so we'll stick with it.
Yeah. Hey, I get it. Here's what's up for the rest of your Sim Fam day. So as we mentioned, MLB pre-lock coming your way momentarily with Bukes and Garion to help you set those baseball lineups. Save your questions, get them into the chat because, again, they are watching. And then as we roll on here on a Tuesday, you will have Rossi coming on back with Christian DeAndrea for the Bears and Browns a little under an hour from now for the Happy Hour Sim. And then it's Brendan Glasheen and Brandon Cristal. Brendan and Brandon together for prime time and Madden After Dark. Rams, Bills at 8, Falcons, Raiders at 10. Our thanks to producer Drew, as well as, of course, undercover boss Tom, Joe, and Game Ops Rossi. Always a pleasure, buddy. I'll be back with you for the first 2 Sims tomorrow, the 12, the 2. Should be a good time on a Wild Weather Wednesday. In the meantime, we'll see everybody on the virtual hardwood, and best of luck with all of your contests tonight. Enjoy getting that baseball knowledge coming up right now. Bukes, Garion, take it away.
Well, thank you, Kaufman. Thank you for joining us here, all you hooligans, on the second edition of Pre-Lock Live here for Major League Baseball. Steve Buchanan here, the Studley man on my right, left, however the hell this is set up, is Garion Thorne, rocking the DraftKings hat. Garion, first one we did back on Friday was with Matt LaMarca. Got to keep up the Studley men. So we have you come on here on a Tuesday, 8 games here tonight. I'm going to talk some baseball till 6 o'clock. So our next Madden Sim game. How are we doing, babe?
Doing great. I was thinking before we got on here, this is like the first show we've done together in maybe, 5 months, something like that. So it's good to get the band back together a little bit, talk some baseball. It's a fun slate. I like these like moderate size slates. I know most Tuesdays going forward, we're going to have like 13, 14 games. Enjoy the 8-game slate because we can really kind of dig into the nitty gritty here.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll just kind of go through some of the peripherals for tonight's slate. 8-game slate. Biggest favorite on this one are the Padres, minus 200 over on the DraftKings Sportsbook, going up against the Giants. Of course, the big news coming into today, looking more and more likely like the Padres are going to be without the services of Fernando Tatis Jr., maybe even for the entire season. As someone who is heavily invested in him and trading cards, this is probably the worst news I've gotten in about 5 or 6 years. So please bear with me here as I try to emotionally get through this show. But there is a lot to get you on this slate, Gary, and I think at least a storyline here tonight. No real weather concerns to be worried about here at all. There are some wind things that I do want to get into before we kind of dive into the slate, and notable because we're going to talk about some of these games. But if you look at some of the wind blowing in at Coors Field tonight, which has the highest over under at 10.5, blowing out for the game that I think has one of the best fantasy perspective potentials tonight with the Rangers game.
Right.
Let's talk about those two games. Let's start off with that one there. Let's start off over with Coors Field because, as always, highest total on the slate as you'd expect. But 10.5 is kind of a little bit of a low number, it feels like, for Coors Field, especially when you consider, we got the Arizona Diamondbacks, we got the Rockies, two subpar pitchers at best going with Luke Weaver and German Marquez. How are you feeling about this one? Because if you're paying up for Coors Field tonight, you probably can't afford a lot of the high-end pitches that we have on this slate. So which way you kind of going on this one?
Yeah, it's a really interesting spot. And I think people, I don't have to tell people watching this stream that the pricing's still a little strange. I mean, we're only 5 actual days into the Major League Baseball season. This will be the 6th slate we have. It's funny because first impression of the slate, looking at the pitching, and again, this is one of those classic, I love week 2 of the baseball season because you inevitably get these slates where it's some of the guys who pitched opening day, but then some of the guys who barely made the 26-man roster and they're the 5th starters. Like, it is such a weird pitching mix tonight. So my first thought was, wow, you might have to pay up and get like Glasnow and Giolito into the same lineup to actually feel safe. How are you possibly going to do that? Because this is also a Coors slate. Maybe it's because both the Rockies and Diamondbacks spent the entire offseason actively trying to get worse. But it's not that expensive to get parts of this game. Like, aside from Charlie Blackmon and Trevor Story, I mean, you barely have to pay $4,000 for anyone in the Rockies lineup. Like, Tapia, we weren't sure if he was going to play because he had that neck issue, kind of held him out the last couple games. He's in there batting leadoff. He's sub 3.5 for a leadoff hitter in a left on right matchup at Coors Field. Amazing. I was out here thinking last night that, like, okay, if Tapia doesn't play, like, Sam Hilliard's going to get in there and he's 2.6. Maybe he'll hit 7th or 8th, but whatever. They're both in there. So you can have two left-handed starting outfielders for the Rockies against Luke Weaver, who got destroyed by left-handed bats last season. And you're doing it at an average salary of $3,000 per player. So usually I would say, it's like a Sophie's choice between, do I pay for that top-end pitching or do I invest some money at Coors? I think you can do both on this slate.
Did you see, by the way, what Luke Weaver said about his last spring training start? Did you happen to catch that?
I did not see that. I can't wait.
Okay. So this dope goes out there and gets rocked for like 7 runs in 5 1/3 inning. And then he had the audacity to be after the game to be like, I felt pretty good about that start because I retired 12 of the last 13 guys. So, okay, so now we're going to walk away with what? Maybe -4 DraftKings fantasy points when it was -13 when that start first happened. Like, if that's the bar that Luke Weaver is setting, all bets are off. Like, that's the guy you're going after here tonight with the Rockies. But at the same time, can you really trust this Rockies offense? Because, I mean, you said it perfectly. This is an offense that was trying to get worse for this upcoming season. So, on paper, yes, I would like to attack Luke Weaver, but when you look at this lineup, and I know that they're cheap, is that really what you want to be doing on this slate?
I think you can maybe hedge your investment. I think I want parts of this game. Am I looking like at a full out game stack with 3 Diamondbacks and 3 Rockies? Probably not. I don't think I trust these two lineups enough. It's funny because some of my like alternate stacks are also very bad offenses. But we've got some terrible pitchers on this slate. And sometimes it's worth investing in just a terrible pitcher. I will say with the Rockies thing, the one thing I do like is it's not just cheap bats in premium lineup spots. It's cheap left-handed bats in premium lineup spots, because the thing about Weaver, for as much as he wants to like cherry pick certain statistics from his own spring training starts, I know there are going to be some people who are like, well, how much can you really learn from last season? It was so short. He only had 12 starts. I know the left-handed hitting opponent's WOBA was up over 400. I know he gave up 2.6 home runs per 9 to lefties, but can you really trust that to carry over? when you go through Luke Weaver's career, there really isn't large sample sizes to draw from. This is someone who's only thrown more than 60 innings once in a major league season. And in that 2018 season, he also was terrible against left-handed batters. So I think we've got enough of a career trend here to just say, I will stack left-handed bats against this guy. So again, Tapia, I mean, Blackman's obviously 5'2", but if you got the money, you can spend up. But Ryan McMahon hitting 6th. I know he took Trevor Bauer deep this past weekend. Like at the very least, there's a lot of strikeout potential in the lineup, but there's also a lot of power. So you could get a couple cheap home runs tonight.
And of course, if you're watching here on YouTube or wherever you're watching, make sure to drop your questions in the chat. We will get to them as the show goes on. I already do see a couple that we're going to get to, but before we start getting to the questions, there was another game I did specifically want to hit on, and it's with your hometown Toronto Blue Jays going against the Rangers. Now, nobody really gets excited for these, especially, rostering the Rangers. But I start to get excited when I see Tanner Roark is going on the mound. I
don't get excited, to be fair, but I understand what you're saying.
From a fantasy perspective, we do get excited. I jokingly said on the Sweat this morning that I looked up Tanner Roark's, 2020 highlights, and it was just a blank video. Nothing happened. It went right to an ad, and that was the end of the video.
Yep.
You got the Rangers, who are not a good offense by any means. But at what point are they in a serious consideration when you look at what Roark did last year? And when I said what he did, it's more of what he did for the opposing team's offensive stats. I mean, he was statistically one of the worst pitchers in Major League Baseball last year. This is a guy who didn't even pitch over 50 innings, and he gave up 14 home runs. He gave up a 495 WOBA to righties last year. Every metric that you can look up on Tanner Roark, they were horrific. His FIP, 8.52 against righties. So it wasn't even like he was just, some bad luck. No, he was just straight up bad.
Yeah.
This Rangers team this morning had an over-under team total of 4.5 at plus money. It was plus 107. I said, are you joking? Is that an odds boost that I'm not aware of? Because you absolutely need to hammer that over. But in that same sense, you should also be hammering that lineup. For as bad as they are, for as ugly as it is, how do you not like this matchup for the Rangers?
I mean, it's fantastic. And like you said, you can pull any metric you want to make Tanner Roark sound terrible. It's not hard. Here's another. There were 70 pitchers last season who allowed at least 150 opponent batted ball events.
Yeah.
Of those 70 pitchers, Tanner Roark's opponent WOBA of 417 was 32 points higher than anyone else.
Oh my.
Like he's in his own stratosphere of terrible at this point in his career. And the really nice thing about Roark in this particular lineup, when we're talking about guys like Joey Gallo and Nate Lowe specifically, we know the book on Gallo. It's if you roster Joey Gallo, the ceiling is unlimited, but the floor is he might never make contact. Like that is in play, that he will never put a ball, ironically, in play. The nice thing about Roark is only struck out 13.6% of the right-handed batters he faced last season. Yep. Gallo is going to have batted ball events in this game. And this is someone for his entire career, 21% of his batted ball events are barrels. So he's going to get the bat on the ball and he's going to do some damage with it. So again, Lowe, who's like a strikeout threat as well, less of a strikeout threat tonight. David Dahl hitting second that lineup, 3,500. Super cheap. Nick Solak, he's been dropped down from the cleanup spot to the 5 spot tonight. So, a little hit to the value, but still $3,100 in this kind of matchup. It's just incredible. And like you were talking about, I know this game opened up, I believe it was 9.5, the over under. It is now moved to 10. Because someone with a rational mind started looking at this game and saying, oh, we've got Tanner Roark on one side. And we should say too, the Blue Jays also in a very good spot on this slate. They've essentially got a Rangers bullpen game. Dame Dunning is kind of in this like piggyback scenario. I think with Wes Benjamin it is. So far this season, the Rangers bullpen has allowed 19 earned runs in 19 innings. So I like both sides of this game. And actually the Jays aren't like crazy expensive either. I think Marcus Semion's like 4.6, Guerrero's 4.4. Bichette you have to pay a pretty penny for, so maybe you can avoid him. But even like Alejandro Kirk, if we're just looking to save some money, $2,500. He's hitting 9th. but most catchers hit 8th or 9th. So if you're going to get this guy for 2.5, that's really going to open some other things up in your lineup.
Got to get to some questions here in the YouTube chat. Big friend of the show, big friend of the stream. Retease, did you know? What do you think about Freddie Peralta tonight against the Cubs? I'm not crazy about Peralta. I know he's got really good strikeout upside. Like, there's no doubt about that. But I always worry about him in lineups that are left-handed heavy, and that's kind of what the Cubs are. They have 4 lefties going in the lineup here tonight. Let me just pull it up here real quick with Happ leading off, Rizzo in the 3rd spot, Jock Peterson, one of their offseason acquisitions, hitting 5th, and then Jason Hayward is batting 7th. He's really good against righties. There's no doubt about that. But the problem with the Cubs are, like, from a real life perspective, they're not a good team because they're going to have to score like 7 or 8 runs to stay in contention because of how bad their pitching staff is. From a fantasy perspective, they're going to be great because they're going to mash opposing pitchers because they have a really strong lineup. So I'm not crazy about Freddie Peralta. If anything, if you want to target something in this game, I actually kind of like Adbert Alzolay going against the Brewers. He's got some nice strikeout upside, and I know it's very early, and you don't want to take too much stock into numbers from what we've seen so far this season. But if there's one thing that's been consistent with the Brewers that's carried over from last year, they're going to strike out.
Yeah.
And they're going to strike out a lot. They're already have a 30.1 K percentage against righties so far this season, which is 5th in the league. There's going to be so much attention tonight on all of those expensive pitchers, and rightfully so. Giolito, Darvish, Kershaw, Glasnow, all going to get the attention. Nobody's going to be looking at Alzolay, but he's still got some of the best strikeout potential on this slate, in my opinion, in that matchup. So if you want a tournament play to maybe kind of pair with one of those guys I mentioned, I think Alzolay is one of those guys tonight.
I like it a lot, actually. I mean, I think when you look at how he sort of profiles as a pitcher, it's very similar to Freddie Peralta anyway.
100%.
And, you know, someone who did have a little bit of prospect luster, it's kind of worn off the last couple seasons. He's been, you know, wildly inaccurate, but yeah, it's a really weird pitching slate. Like we were talking about off the top, you've got those 4 aces kind of locked in above 9K. And then it gets immediately very weird. Look, I think Peralta, you can use him. Like, the strikeout rate and the strikeout upside is so high that I can't say he's someone to avoid. At the same time, just as a blanket statement, like, I don't trust anybody past the top 4 guys in this slate. Like,
right.
There's no one in a cash game where I'm like, yeah, this guy's definitely going to pitch 6 innings. Like, I have no idea. I think Stroman is kind of interesting at 8.6 just after seeing that Phillies lineup with no Hoskins, with no McCutchen. But at the same time, we just saw last night that, you know, Jacob deGrom throwing an absolute gem gets pulled after 77 pitches. Yep. Why would Marcus Stroman be any different? So I do think there's a definite limit to the upside that Stroman can bring at $8,600. And we already know the deal. I know he has, you know, increased velocity. I know he's kind of added a new like splitter sinker kind of pitch to his mix, but he's never been a huge strikeout guy. So I think taking a chance on someone like Alzolay, that's pretty appealing.
Yeah. One of the questions was, okay, with go with Glasnow and Stroman at starting pitcher. If Stroman was $1,000 less, if he was $7,600, if he was the same price as Freddie Peralta, I'd be all for it. But you just said it. The strikeout upside with Stroman has never been there. It's never been there. I mean, last time we saw him pitch was in 2019. Pitched for 2 different teams. There was he did join the Mets in 2019. It was the Blue Jays and the Mets, I think, correct? I think that's where he ended up going.
Middle of 2019,
Yeah. So we ended with a K9. It was a new career high, but we're talking about a new career high of 7.7. You're still not averaging a strikeout in inning. The command was better that year. He never gives up home runs. If there's one thing you can say about Stroman, he very rarely lets the ball leave the park. But for me, he's just too expensive at $8,600, pitching for the first time in real game action in over a year, that I want to take a chance with him. And it's not like the Phillies are a big strikeout team anyways. Like, if you could maybe, if you were saying that Stroman's going against the Brewers, maybe you could talk me into it because at least there's more strikeout upside with the Brewers. the Phillies really aren't a team that you're going to target against with strikeouts anyways. And then you add in the mix that Stroman is not a big strikeout guy anyways. He's just too expensive for me with all those guys on the slate already as it is. So, if you want to use Stroman for a tournament, okay, he's definitely not a cash play for me at all because I don't think there's any safe floor with Stroman until I at least see him. But with the matchup, with how this slate is built, it doesn't make sense for me.
See, it's interesting. I think I see him more as a cash play. I think now, I think I could say I think Stroman's going to finish with 17 DraftKings points tonight. That's kind of how I feel, I don't think he's finishing with 30. I don't think he's finishing with 5. So if you're just kind of coming into this and saying there is no one I trust on this slate aside from Giolito and Glasnow, I just want 15 points from my SP2. Maybe Stroman in a cash game in that capacity, but I'm not thrilled about it at all. I do think you just bank on the upside here, knowing there's a couple guys further down that are cheaper that have that strikeout upside.
All right. So we got Stroman, 17 DraftKings fantasy points, April 6, 2021. And you are Garion.
I am Garion. Here we go.
I wrote that on the back of a envelope. I think I flashed my address about 6 times. So if we could censor that out so you people don't send me anything.
There was definitely a card in that envelope.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And it was a Tatis card. That's what I feel like. Of course it would be a Tatis card.
I thought maybe it was I know you got that Stroman 101 too. I thought maybe it was ironically in that envelope.
No. The Stroman 101 is already gone. I already sold that. I sold that immediately. Okay. I didn't even want it. And a bad deal on it too. Anyways. All right. So, of course the Tatis card. I'm all flustered now. Okay. So I'm not crazy about Stroman. We obviously have a little bit of a difference on that.
Do you want to talk about the kind of interesting things that are opened up? Because I know it's a rough spot. It is for me too, just as a baseball fan, but the saving opportunities you have tonight because Tatis is out.
I mean, I guess. Let me just hold on. I'm gonna get my superfractor, and I'm gonna hold on to Tatis. Go ahead. Yep. All right. Go ahead. Let's talk about it. Go ahead.
Cronenworth is super cheap tonight. I think everyone knows that. He's gonna lead off. It's a pretty good matchup against Aaron Sanchez. We were just talking about guys who haven't pitched in a real game in over a year. Sanchez is closing in almost 2 years since he had an actual MLB start, and the book on this guy, the last 2 seasons of his career was left-handed batters just give him so many issues. So Cronenworth in a really nice spot. And then, Ha-Seong Kim, our boy, our KBO boy, $2,700. I don't know, he had 1 start over the weekend.
Yep.
He hit 6th. He had 2 hits in that game, whatever, small sample. But if he hits 6th again for less than $3,000, the Padres have the highest implied team total for a non-Coors team on this slate.
Yep.
I think you have to take a look at this guy.
Yeah. So the lineup is out. So he is playing today. He's batting 7th. That's shortstop.
Okay.
Cronenworth is leading off, which is, I think he's done that a couple times or maybe once already this season. So he's batting first. Pham has moved up to the 2nd spot, and then it goes Machado, Hosmer, Myers, which is pretty par for the course. But yeah, Aaron Sanchez. I mean, there's a lot of good pitching on this slate, and there's a lot of horrific pitchers on this slate. Like Aaron Sanchez is one of them. Chase Anderson. How does that bum still have a job? I don't know. He's with the Phillies. I don't know what they're doing there. But yeah, so there's a lot of opportunities there. So I do agree there is a lot of value, and that's actually one of the questions I wanted to get to next from Cena 472 is what are some of the best values for hitters on this slate? And we kind of talked about it there. Cronenworth is a nice spot batting leadoff for that Padres, who even with or without Tatis, they're still going to score runs. I mean, it'd be great if we had him back. We miss you so much already. It'd be great if we had him, but they're still going to score a ton of runs. You mentioned the Coors bats already. David Peralta was a number one another guy that I really kind of like tonight. Good matchup for him, only 3,700. And he's one of those guys that you kind of look at and you go, okay, did we really get the full picture of him from 2020? Because he kind of had a down year like many guys. But you look at him tonight at 3,700 in the opposite hand matchup because he's a lefty. This is somebody in 2019 who had over a 200 isolated power against righties. And if you're not expecting much from Germán Márquez, which I'm not at all, that's a great spot to get some of those Coors bats for a guy like Peralta into your lineup tonight.
Yeah, I mean, again, the Diamondbacks, aside from Marte, I mean, you're not paying for anybody. Like, you can have, I think it's Drupal Cabrera and Eduardo Escobar, just with their multi-position eligibility. You can put them both into a lineup and essentially lock down like the middle of the Diamondbacks order for about $3,900 per player. So,
yep.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't ever want to say there's too much value on a slate because, you know, that's ridiculous, but I'm honestly, I'm struggling to think of guys we have talked about already who aren't value plays because again, you've got most of the top half of Texas's batting order is like $3,600 or less. Like I mentioned, if you really just want like super savings, like I'm going to punt it catcher for a guy in a good matchup and just spend elsewhere, like Alejandro Kirk, 2,500. Yeah, there's a lot of value on this slate.
Well, speaking of value, another question that just came in the YouTube chat. Are we still hot on Andrew Vaughn? So Lamarca and I were talking about Andrew Vaughn during the show, and then we found out he ended up batting sixth, I think it was, or fifth on Friday.
Yeah.
So we weren't a fan of it because we were like, okay, well, in spring, he's been hitting sixth or seventh. And then La Russa, you know, that maniac, ended up batting him fifth. So we're like, okay, well, now he's kind of in play because he was minimum priced. So he's in the lineup again tonight, but now he's dropped down dramatically. He's batting eighth. But it's against James Paxton. And it's like, because like if you're making a White Sox stack, which is not a bad idea at all. Tim Anderson was still waiting word on him, but him at the top of that lineup, an absolute lefty slayer, by the way, last year. But between him, Moncada, Abreu, and Grandal, you know, that's a pretty, you know, fearsome foursome there. But if you wanted to get a little, you know, cute, Vaughn batting eighth at the minimum price, certainly a way to kind of mix up that White Sox stack. Now, I'm not a big fan of doing that, getting the guy at eighth. If I want to get fancy, you know, maybe I would go the ninth hitter and then wrap it around with 1 through 4 if you wanted to do a 5-man stack. But Vaughn at the minimum price, probably not going to get as much attention now because he's batting eighth. What are your thoughts on that? Because, you know, Paxton is certainly not somebody who's shy from giving up home runs. He's given up plenty in his career, especially to righties. Back when he was healthy in 2019, 21 of the 23 home runs he gave up were to righties. What do you think?
Yeah, and I think the key thing too, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Vaughn has now also got outfield eligibility, which is not something he had the first couple slates of the season. So if you were making a White Sox stack, it was, okay, Vaughn's like the sneaky cheap play, but now I can't play Abreu, which that's a tough pill to swallow. So the ability to play both those guys now really does help his case, because I don't know if I'd want to play Vaughn if it's at the expense of someone like Abreu against a left-handed pitcher, because we just know how good he is against lefties. Again, it comes down to price. One of them is twice as expensive as the other, but yeah, the outfield eligibility really helps his case.
Mr. Hawk, who I always see in the YouTube chat. Love to see people always hanging out. Who has the most conducive, nice word, matchup between Randy Arozarena and Christian Yelich? Now, I have to be a little biased here because Randy Arozarena is the poster boy for my MLB cheat sheet over on the DraftKings DraftKings playbook, DraftKings.com/playbook, right there. So it'd be kind of weird if I said Yelich, because then I would be, you know, going against everything I just wrote about. Now, I do like Arozarena a lot. Now, we don't have a huge sample from me, even though he's been in the majors for the past 3 years. But when he has faced lefties, which is what he's getting tonight, I mean, his numbers are just stupid. They're not sustainable, but a 555 WOBA, a 542 isolated power, 4 of his 8 home runs, fantastic numbers. But when I look at that matchup tonight for Randy against Martin Perez and that horrific Boston pitching staff at 4,900, that's where I'm leaning. Do you have an opinion on that? Would you rather Yelich going up against Azalea, who we both said we kind of like tonight as well? But I think at least from like where you're going to get the most production, I would definitely take the Rays over the Brewers in this matchup.
Yeah. And I think that's a thing too. Like Yelich on an island, fine if you have the money. Although if you have $5,400 to spend on Christian Yelich and you're just looking for like a last piece, I'd probably just spend $200 less and put Charlie Blackmon in the lineup, all things being equal. So I think the nice thing with Arozarena is I'd rather just stack the middle of that Tampa Bay Rays order because it's also not crazy expensive. Like Brossow, I think is 4.3.
Right.
Margot is 3.8. And you know, all these guys have great splits against left-handed pitching. The worrisome thing with the non-Arozarena guys, obviously, is no one loves a pinch hit in the fifth like Kevin Cash.
Yes.
Which makes Brasso, like, if he's not going to pay off his value in his first 2 plate appearances, you're starting to get a little sweaty because he might not get plate appearance number 3. But yeah, I think I like the matchup a lot better for Arozarena. And like you said, I just like the team environment better for Arozarena anyway.
Is there any team tonight that you're just like completely not even paying attention to? And I'm going to throw, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I really haven't thought too much about, and it's funny because the Athletics have given a zillion runs. I haven't really thought that much about the Dodgers, which makes me feel like the Dodgers are going to
You're on the same
runs.
page.
Okay.
We're on the same page. There it is. Telling my family. Go ahead.
There you go. Nice.
Yeah, the Dodgers, I really have not thought about them at all. Like, so they're going up against Chris Bassett, who didn't have a great start to the season. But if you look at his career numbers, man, he's sneaky good against righties.
He's perfectly fine, right? Like, he's not someone you want to stack against.
No, like I look at him and I'm like, no, that's not really a matchup I want to target against or target for. Like, I'm not looking to roster Bassett at all. Like, he's not somebody, especially looking at the pitchers going tonight. I'm like, oh, I definitely need Bassett. But he's not somebody I'm like, oh, I need to get at least a few Dodgers bats in my lineup. His numbers are really actually pretty good. And I was surprised since 2019 against righties. He has a 295 WOBA, 4.15 FIP, which is not great. 22.2 K percentage. And he doesn't give up a lot of home runs, 1.1 home run over 9 innings. Like, that's a good middle of the line starter. Like, that's exactly what you probably want from a number 3 or number 4 guy. And, you know, like you said, the Dodgers are hitting the cover off the ball. They did kind of play in that Coors Field. So, you know, we do have that, but yeah, man, like the Dodgers are really not piquing my interest at all.
Well, I think it's one of those situations too, where again, like the thesis statement of this slate is you're definitely paying up for 1 pitcher. Are you paying up for 2 pitchers? And, you know, coming off of that series in Colorado, look, I'm not here to suggest that at any point the Dodgers are going to be a cheap stack this season.
Right.
But the salaries sometimes take a little longer to like come back down to earth once a team leaves Coors. And there's like no possible way to stack this lineup if you're paying up for Giolito or, you know, if you're someone who likes Stroman or, you know, whatever. Like, it's just really hard to even get 2 of these guys in a lineup because Betts is 6K and Belly's 5'8" and Seager's 5'8". And it just adds up so quickly that you almost feel like you're playing a game where maybe you get 1 Dodgers bat in there, but you have to pick the right one. And it's really hard to do because, again, Bassett's not someone who has a particularly poor split. He's not someone who I think of as like a gas can in any sense. And that's the other thing. It's like there are so many terrible pitchers on this slate that I just, you know, Bassett hasn't really set off the alarm bells.
So I'm just kind of doing this real quick. So I'm just even looking, like, let's just say, and Bellinger's still listed as day-to-day. We don't even know if he's going to end up playing today. But if you had Seager, Betts, and Bellinger in your lineup, you have an average of about 4,600 for the rest of your lineup, and that includes both pitchers.
Yeah, that's tough.
Like, where would you even go? Like, you realistically would have to have like Chase Anderson.
If you're Kenny Ducey, you'd put Chase Anderson into a lineup.
Right. The only person that likes Chase Anderson tonight is that dope Kenny. So, like, what does that say? Like, what does that say about your lineup? Like, you want to follow Kenny and take Chase Anderson? Like, no. And let me tell you something. If Chase Anderson has a good start tonight, I don't care. It was still a bad play. You can at me all you want. You can at me all you want. I'll just show you his stats from the past, like, I don't know, 5 years. They're horrific. So I don't care what he does tonight. He's still a dope. Him and Kenny. So they know each other probably. And then what? And then who do you take? Like, Dane Dunning's going to be an opener, so you can't even go there. You're not going to take Bassett because that's who they're facing. You'd have to literally take like Roark, Martin Perez. Like, no way.
Perez, yeah. Like, ugh.
No way.
Nah.
So all of those guys together, then you're down to 3,900 for the rest of your lineup. Like, that's no, you can't do it on this slate. There's just no point. So for a tournament, sure, the Dodgers are probably the ownership play you want to make there with the highest upside, but you are really, really sacrificing at starting pitcher if you do that.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, I don't see a way it's possible, but look, they're like you said, they're going to be low owned, and that's always appealing. But sometimes there's a very good reason that they're low owned, and like God, we haven't really talked about Chase Anderson all that much yet, but like the Mets too, reason. Like I understand like the offense didn't look great yesterday, but pretty moderately priced for like the big bats. Like if you Pete Alonso's 5K, you know, obviously you start looking around like Lindor's 5K. You can get Nimmo and Conforto who are hitting 1-3 and have nice left on right matchups. You can get them for less than 4K. So it all kind of evens out in the wash with the top half of that lineup in a stack. And just some ludicrous numbers last season for Chase Anderson. I mean, this is someone who 16.2% of his batted ball events were barrels. Like he's so bad. I was shocked that he caught, not even that he just caught on, but that he's starting. Like I remember when the Phillies signed him, I was like, okay, I guess he's like, you know, you need a guy to eat some innings in spring and kind of like bring Spencer Howard over and be like, hey man, like if you don't pitch well, this guy's going to take your job. And then they kind of laugh and like high five and like, yeah, that'd be ridiculous. How would that ever happen? And then it happened. So take the gift while you can, because I don't think Chase Anderson's going to be on this roster in like a month.
And then, you know, I kind of look at some of the value on the Mets side. Michael Conforto, 3,700 tonight, batting third. That's a really cheap price for him because if you recall back last season, I mean, this is a guy who was easily 5K plus on a normal basis. So you're getting him near the top of that lineup at 3,700. Now, if there is one thing you can say about Chase Anderson, his numbers against lefties aren't putrid. But this is a very low bar that we're setting here. Like obviously,
he's got like the reverse change. He's got the reverse versus the changeup.
Right.
But he's also just bad.
But if I'm going to take a matchup that I would feel more confident in, I would be more confident about Michael Conforto doing some damage against Chase Anderson than Chase Anderson striking out Michael Conforto. We got about 5-6 minutes left in the show, I believe. Let's just take a look over at the sportsbook side too as well. Anything really kind of jumping out on you? I know we talked about the Rangers. We really like them going over their team total. I'm just checking what the latest line is on that one. They're actually still at plus money. It's over 4.5 at even money now. So it has gone down a few cents since this afternoon, but you can still get even money on over 4.5 for the Rangers going against the Blue Jays. Any bets that kind of jump out at you here for tonight?
Yeah, a couple. Like that team total for the Rangers, game total. Like I said, it's up to 10 now. Yeah. Obviously I liked it more when it was 9.5, but I still don't think 10 is terrible. Just when you consider, you know, again, that you're getting a bullpen game on one side from the Rangers and you're getting Tanner Roark on the other side for the Blue Jays. Like that's just a recipe for runs to be scored, especially down in Texas. You know, to circle back to this Chase Anderson thing as well, like the Mets are only minus 124 on the money line. I understand how frustrating last night's game. Like it played out exactly like you would assume it played out. It's played out like every start that DeGrom's had the past 5 seasons. So people will be like, oh, well, Glasnow versus Matt Moore seemed lopsided and the Phillies won. Like, why would I go back to that? It's like, because at some point this matters. At some point, Marcus Stroman versus Chase Anderson matters. So I think hopping on the Mets is a very shallow road favorite. That's a spot I really like too.
So Bellinger is out tonight for the Dodgers. So there is something there. So a little bit of savings there. If you did want to do a Dodgers stack, I don't have the lineup in front of me. I just saw the thing real quick that he was out for tonight. Just talking about bets again. I talked about in my article yesterday, I did like the White Sox money line going against Sheffield. They won that game easily 6-0. I don't mind it again tonight at minus 157, a little bit to pay up there for, but it just feels really low for, you know, Lucas Giolito going against the Mariners. Now the Mariners are my dark horse to win the AL West, but you know, they still can lose a couple games here and there. This could be one of them, but 157 just doesn't feel like a high price to pay with Lucas Giolito on the mound, James Paxton for the Mariners on the mound. And it's not like the White Sox aren't hitting the ball right now. So I was a little surprised about only 157 for the money line on the White Sox. Does that seem like an odd line to you a little bit? Because I know it's not like it's a cheap line, but it's, it definitely could have been higher.
I'm trying to remember. What was it? Didn't they had covered or they went over in 11 straight games against lefties last season or something like that? This is just a team
that sounds somewhat familiar. Yeah.
Yeah. They just crush left-handed pitching. So
yeah, they really
I think
do.
In a spot where it's a nice story that Paxton's back in Seattle. And would I be shocked if he pitches better kind of out of the limelight? No, but until you see it once, I'm just going to assume that this is still the same Paxton from last season. And that would be a great matchup for the White Sox. I did look up the Dodgers lineup, but this kind of reinforces the point we were making. I'm kind of scrolling through this thing going oh, Edwin Rios batting 6th. Maybe that's a nice spot to get some value. He's still $4,000. Edwin Rios is essentially the same price as Joey Gallo. So the Dodgers are just so expensive. It's hard to even it's just hard to even find a value play. So there's a couple more bats in there that make it a little more manageable, but it's still not even that cheap.
So as you were chatting here, I was listening attentively, so don't worry about that. But I love doing little parlays here and there. I mean, parlays are, at the end of the day, you're probably going to lose your money. But parlays can be fun, okay? So here's a parlay I'll throw at you. It's a money line parlay, but you can get the White Sox and Rangers at plus 244 tonight. That sounds pretty good to me. I don't know about you, but I kind of like that number because we like the Rangers. I definitely like the White Sox. Getting it at plus 244, that sounds a little enticing. That sounds like, we might be able to eat Bertucci's or something tomorrow.
Get a couple pizzas.
Right.
Yeah, I think I don't hate it. I think the total in that game or just the team total is a little safer, obviously, just because, the Rangers could score 8 runs and the Jays could score 13. That's definitely a possibility for this game. But I definitely don't hate that. A lot of confidence in the White Sox, though, just like you have too.
And then, of course, too, if you are into DFS, it's always worth looking into player props on the sportsbook side too, as well, because if you're doing the research for DFS purposes, you're essentially doing the research for player props too, as well. Strikeouts, I think, are always one that you can consider as well. Albert Alzolay over 5.5 strikeouts against a very strikeout-prone Brewers team, plus money on that one, plus 125 for Alzolay to go over 5.5 strikeouts. I don't mind that one. One that I actually was kind of have my attention to as well is, I don't know how many innings we're actually expecting out of Dane Dunning, but his over under for strikeouts is at 4.5. If he's maybe only going 2, that seems kind of high. Yeah. So unless there's a report that I didn't see, the under is at minus 136, but that's might be one to kind of attack to as well, because as far as I know, he's opening. So he would need to have nearly perfect innings to hit that over.
Yeah, I think best case scenario, I think he's got a trip through the lineup. So maybe he pitches into the 3rd, but that's a lot of strikeouts. Now, granted, there are a lot of strikeouts in this Jays lineup.
Sure.
Semien struck out a lot so far this season. So is Biggio. So is Bichette. So is Teoscar Hernandez. So there's opportunity, but that is a hefty number. I would also say James Paxton. I know that even in the down spots, the strikeouts were kind of the one last saving grace he had, but his prop is 6.5.
6.5.
Do you think he's going to last that long in this game? I don't.
I don't think so either. So over under, it's even line. When I say even, both on 113 on the over under there. So I would definitely side with the under as that one for that one as well. We've got just about a minute left. Any closing thoughts on this slate before we get ready for the Madden game at 6?
Yeah, again, I just think I wouldn't be afraid to spend up twice at pitcher on this slate. I really think there's enough value with the Rangers, with the Rockies, with a bunch of teams, with the Mets, where you can get premium guys in premium lineup spots and you're not really sacrificing all that much. So, I wouldn't be afraid to stick Glasnow and Giolito in the same lineup.
All right, that is going to do it for this edition of the MLB Pre-Lock Live, you hooligans. I'm Steve Buchanan, Gary and Thorne. Coming up next, another Madden game. We're going to start the evening slate here. 6 o'clock, Rossi and Christian has you covered for the Bears and Browns. Make sure to get your lineup set for that. Make sure to get your MLB lineups as well. A really good 8-game slate going on this Tuesday night. For Gary and Thorin, I'm Steve Buchanan. We'll see you next time.
DK Sim fam, happy Tuesday to you. It's the magnificent duo of Christian DeAndrea. You can follow him over on at Train Island on the Twitter machine. The hair is looking ever so sexy right there. Look at that flow. Can you do a little like, woo, baby, getting us all hot and bothered here with the white. Sure. Could be a bandage for all I know. But it's not. Brain is intact. Everything that's one piece.
I mean, as far as I can tell, but I mean, we'll see as we go on.
I dig it. You flash the billboard. Go check out the postroute.substack.com. I'm over at Jason D. Rossi. If you want a lot of tweets and information about WrestleMania, which is this week, that's what you can follow me for. It is WrestleMania season, baby. So we got ourselves a sim, though, today. Oh, yeah, Christian, we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, we got it. Why wouldn't we?
Wait. I'm sorry. I'm getting a lot of random text messages from Koff, and I'm very confused.
Sure.
Between Twitch, YouTube, text messages, Koff, get off my back. I've said your name twice. You're going to show up soon. But yeah, we got the Browns, the Bears. Haven't had a Brown sim, I've realized, in a long time. I don't know what you're. Yeah, like I noticed looking at the lineups.
Fun. The Browns are in Simland what they were in real life, a chaos machine. A lot of fun. Mayfield looks good. This is a battle between two playoff teams that you kind of would not expect to be playoff teams, especially in the case of the 8-8 Bears. But since lineups have locked, let's talk about ours. I paid down a captain. I threw Jarvis Landry in there. I got both QBs since I saved all that cash. I got OBJ and two very cheap punt plays today. Anthony Miller, Rashard Higgins, both pretty reasonably priced. I think they're both actually under 4K, 3,600 for Miller, and Higgins was only 3,200. So use those savings to pay up big for other guys. Hoping for a big time game from Baker Mayfield and that Cleveland passing offense. And if Nick Chubb runs for 300 yards, I'm pretty well screwed. What about you, Rossi? What does your team look like?
So my team right now, Landry's also in the captain spot. Trubisky, Mayfield, also stacked them quarterbacks. Had to get a kicker in, so I went with Siebert. We got OBJ and David Montgomery. Oh. The only reason I play David Montgomery is because every time I bring this up, I was in 93rd. This is a while back. I was in 93rd position going into the fourth quarter. Montgomery was my captain. He scored twice. He had over 100 yards in the fourth alone, won the contest.
Really?
So he almost guarantees himself to be in my, somewhere in my lineup.
Earned your loyalty.
Yeah. He did. He really did. It's like, some playoff performances, like you say, give that man a lifelong contract. Yeah. Well, David Montgomery's got a lifelong spot when the Bears play.
That's how it happens. Now a soft spot in your home. For me, it was when he won me a bunch of fantasy football matchups down the stretch in my season-long league. Yeah, once Tariq Cohen went down with that injury, Montgomery stepped into a role and went from being the guy who would get you 10 fantasy points no matter what kind of day he was having to a guy who could really legitimately get you 20 plus on a given day. Montgomery, first 1,000-yard season last year.
Mitch doing Mitchy things there, 21 style, fumble on the first run, but picked up by the Bears.
Yeah, well, we always say when it's a Madden Mitch game, the over-under on Mitchell Trubisky fumbles is 1.5, and already careening towards the over on that one.
Yeah, sure are. By the way, smash that like on your way in. Yes, I will plug it. It was with Koff last sim. Christian, if you want to get in, he's running a 200-person $1 entry NBA contest tonight. It's in the DK Sim fam. I think there's about 36 spots left according to Cena, aka subscribe at posttruck.substack.com.
Oh, guy.
So yeah, he's saying 36 spots remaining, less than an hour. So please do jump in. Justin Craven says Rossi DeAndrea should be a great happy hour sim with some clinging water glasses. We also have Congo Cavs in the house. This first sim of the day, LG. I don't know if that's a product placement or saying let's go. We'll never know. Everyone's saying bear down. We got some Bears fans. The name of this sim, Bears fans are sad.
That's so sad. Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, I'm sad that Tate K, Cobra Kai can't be in the room with us now because he is one of the saddest Bears fans out there. More than angry Bears fan, but he seems to agree the view never changes when you're rooting for this horrible, awful team. It's been pretty much the same story for 30, 40 now almost. A great defense and no quarterback. That is the Bears' way.
It is a sad state of affairs. The Browns who are turning their luck around. Seems like things are in the up and up there. 7 minutes to play. Quick 3-and-out sad drive. The only progressive on the clock was a fumble by Trubisky. So that's how things are starting off for the sad Bears fans. No, Zach, we have an ops day. Now, Zach, I'm just curious. Where's your allegiance to your football team? Because I feel like now with ops, they start to show their fandom. So I'm interested, Zach, what your team is. We have Michael as our producer tonight, our technical director, the man in charge. In some ways, well, everyone's in charge but us, is Andrew tonight. So we're excited to have a great crew. Gonna have a fun night here. Smash that like again. We appreciate it. There's the catch. Nice play there from OBJ.
OBJ, one of those guys, it's kind of tough to justify paying up for him when he's a 5-figure salary guy in the flex. And he's had some really rough stretches, Rossi. I mean, Sim's 115 through 117, 17.8 points total. This guy can just disappear for stretches. He can also give you 35 plus in the flex on any given sim day. So hopefully this will be one of those days where he breaks open a big play or takes a wide receiver screen 70 yards to the house. Could be one of those days where he has 2 catches for like 20 yards. You never really know. He is a very trick-or-treat player who is just so difficult to fit him and his 10K salary into your lineup some days.
Yeah, I feel you there. Justin says, we aren't sad as Bears fans. He says, just a little QB jaded, that's all. Randy follows up and says, yeah, I wouldn't classify us as sad. Just permanently disappointed. Feel you there. Sam, hey, Jason and Christian. Jason indirect mailed you when you get a chance. Wait, Jason indirect mailed you. What does that mean? Like a DM? Sam, you DMing me? Is that what you're telling me?
An indirect mail suggests that he sent it through someone else, so there's an extra messenger included there. Like you sent me a DM to you, that would be an indirect.
Ooh. So did you do that? Let's see. Oh no, I have a request. Nope, I got it. Oh man, it's starting off real juicy. The DM starts off juicy, dropping names right off the bat. I'll check this out after. Oh, it's a bomb. A little manifesto. No, it is funny because I never know that. Listen, I'm all about. There's no etiquette, by the way. Send away. You want to connect with people, send away. I saw somebody today tweet at our guy, Fantasy Grind, Jeff Ulrich, saying like he wants him on his podcast. Just straight up tweeted at him. Love it.
Yeah, nice.
Red, White, and Green says, "How do I DM Rossi? I'm coming in the mail." Element. Yeah, listen, that's fine. Listen, someone wants to write me a letter. That's fine. Just attention, Jason Rossi, whatever the DraftKings headquarters are, so then they send it to my house. Not giving out that.
Yeah.
Oh, Herb Dog knows. It's up. The Congeniality crew is back together.
CC, baby.
Love it. Appreciate you guys. We see you guys over on Twitch as well. Germ, Yogi. Is that Lariz?
Yeah. They're talking about coughs. Oh, we do have it. It's OBJ.
Look at that.
56 yard. That's what he does. That's why he's so dangerous. 3rd and 12 turns into 6 points because that man, like, he can turn on the Jets. He's got those superstar traits. Puts him to use there. And even though the Bears have a good secondary, not much you can do to stop that.
Oh,
Baker to OBJ, 4-6. I believe that's Kyle Fuller there, who got non-tendered and immediately signed with the Broncos. A great signing for Denver. Kyle Fuller got dinged a lot for penalties that were like not his fault. Like he got dinged for a lot of unnecessary roughness penalties, Rossi, where he literally would go shoulder to shoulder with a guy, or he would go head up into someone. Like he had put a lot of heavy hits on people that looked brutal but were completely legal, and he got flagged anyway. I really like Kyle Fuller. He's a little bit boom or bust, kind of like in that Marcus Peters type way, only without as many return touchdowns. But the Broncos right now, man, the Broncos look so good, except for quarterback. They got to figure out what the hell they're going to do with Drew Lock.
Oh, yeah, as quarterback, the ever-changing world in quarterbacks as we speak as well. By the way, OBJ, well, first, Baker Mayfield, if we're at 66% owned in the free. OBJ, did I miss his number here? I'm sorry. Sorry, right here, 54.2% owned, so good ownership on both those guys. But yeah, I've been saying it, and I think we've talked about it a little bit, like the Broncos quietly under the radar, like doing a great, like, as they say, low key crushing free agency, in my opinion. Now with the trade of Sam Darnold. Now we're in the baby blues in Carolina, maybe some competition, maybe Bridgewater's on the move. Actually, but well, I'll ask the question in a moment, but the Broncos now sitting at 9 may not have to make a move and may land a quarterback there at 9 if they so choose out of the, not top 3 in other people's opinions.
Yeah, what I think we're seeing, though, is the Falcons have set out the feelers there about trading down, and I think they're always going to listen to overtures anyway. Actually, in yesterday's post route, we broke down the 5 options the Falcons had. One of them was trading up to number 2. That's clearly not going to happen anymore. The Jets are not putting that pick on the block after getting rid of Sam Darnold. But and one of the biggest problems that the Falcons face is they pick 4th in a draft where the top 10 players might all be offensive guys, and they don't need offensive help necessarily right now. A guy like Penei Sewell would be a welcome addition, but they have 2 pretty good tackles, or 1 pretty good tackle in Jake Matthews, and 1 work in progress on the other side of the line with Gary. And they have great wideouts. They have a decent tight end. Bringing Kyle Pitts into the fold would make it a devastating offense, but there just aren't a ton of players available at positions of need for the Falcons until later in the draft. So it would behoove them to trade down, pick up maybe a future first and a second rounder this year to go down into like the mid-teens, right? Go get themselves a pass rusher, an inside linebacker, some cornerback help. All those guys will be available later in the draft. You don't have to reach for them at number 4. Make the most out of your draft position. But maybe the Broncos, maybe the move they make is to go up from 9 to 4. They don't let someone skip the line and trade up and take the Panthers spot, trade up and take the Lions spot. Maybe they get proactive there and move up. That way they can get themselves Trey Lance or Mac Jones, or somehow, if it happens, a free-falling Justin Fields, which Kenny and I talked about this earlier. Like, we don't understand why he's dropping. It hurts me to my core, Rossi.
I'm with you.
Agreed with Kenny Ducey on something. It made me feel just really, really bad about my own decision making. But we've
all been there. But as long as I feel like he will just joke to play the gimmick. He rose to your level. You didn't stoop to his.
We'll see about that, honestly. I don't know. He had a big screed about whether or not Cam Newton having a bad season negatively affected Justin Fields' draft stock. And I honestly struggled to follow him on that one. But I do feel like Fields could be a very good pro quarterback. And, yeah, if he's there at like 7, maybe the Broncos trade up. Maybe that's the move they make. Going up a couple spots in the first round is not going to cost them a future first. It'll cost them maybe a day 2 pick, but that's fine. You get it done where you can, and I think you probably can get at least a little bit of a win now rub from a guy like Justin Fields.
Agreed. I think Justin Fields right now, I know this is going to sound potentially crazy because he obviously wants to be a top 3 pick, right?
Yeah.
Let's just say he drops, whether it be Denver, let's go with the Patriots, who might need a quarterback there at 15, or one of these other teams that we're not thinking of that are quarterbacks starved right off the bat. Like those, I feel like Denver and New England are the 2 after the top that you want to see. But I'll say this. I believe it will be the best thing for him. Like if he lands in Denver with those weapons, with what they're doing on defense, a fake. The back. Oh! Your moment of glory.
Oh, this is a sad Bears fan thing, man.
They direct snap. Finally, they decide to throw the worst play in Madden outside of the possession catch right off the a screen on the side that goes right out of bounds. That frustrates me eternally. Is that play right? Is when they direct snap the fake punt, and the guy runs straight into the wall of defenses. That's going to be intercepted by the defense. So I didn't see the little motion there. Couldn't tell, but wow.
Yeah. And there's our guy right there, Kyle, the guy who got burned on that deep ball before.
Triple coverage
up
Baker.
And steals one away from Jarvis Landry, who had not 1, not 2, but 3 different men covering him. So an effective arm punt at the very least. The Browns able to flip the field with that turnover. And you know what? Keep slinging it, Baker. Keep throwing it deep as we get an Anthony Miller. I believe that's a touch pass there. So the good news is Mitch has his second completion today.
Yeah. Positive outlook right there. Things are action happening here in the Sim. Smash that like if you enjoy what you're seeing. Enter in that cough contest. I know you guys are commenting on it. If you want to get in, I think there's about, I don't know how many spots left, but get in on it. 13th interception right there for the Bears D in Madden 21. Thank you, Michael. I'm getting so many emails right now, too. I'm getting blown up. I don't know what it is, Christian.
It's WrestleMania week. They're coming to you for advice. Bro.
They are.
They're asking questions. Dude, the thing is, for me, I've been hardly paying attention to WWE. I've been
sure.
way more on AEW. And I always liked NXT more than WWE anyway, and now they're going against Mitch. Come on, buddy.
I know, dude.
Buddy.
Well, that's... Buddy, come on.
So I've been kind of out of corner of my eye paying attention. I'm obviously super about a Sami Zayn Kevin Owens match.
Mm-hmm.
Cesaro, Seth Rollins should
be a good one.
House down. And everything else, I'm a little bit like, I just don't really know what's going on, what the situation is. I know Bianca Belair is going to be there, and she's rad as hell.
Digging her.
Take me through, outside of the matches I mentioned, or even the ones that I haven't, what 3 things are you most looking forward to at WrestleMania this week?
Well, I'll just give you a quick, for the WrestleMania weekend itself, outside of the ones you mentioned, you're going to get Daniel Bryan, Edge, Roman Reigns, which I think could go down. I know it's a lot of hyperbole here, but could go down as the greatest WrestleMania main event of all time. They have all the right pieces. You have
3 legends.
Yeah, you have a dominant heel in Reigns who people don't really like.
And it switched his alignment. That dude, they finally got him over, and it's because he's awesome as a heel.
Yeah, he has the look of somebody you just want to punch in the face.
Yeah,
and it's a great call on their part. You have that match. I think, like I said, could be an all-timer. Daniel Bryan. I'm a huge Daniel Bryan guy. Should he really be in this match? No. I think the story with Edge winning the Rumble, coming back 10 years after retirement was good enough. But that's WWE's protocol. Whatever. When the one time that the fans aren't screaming for Daniel Bryan, they finally give him to us. So say what you will. You're also going to get here at the end of the first. I'll give you my other 2 in a moment.
We'll come back. We got a nice.
We got a nice sim.
Right. So through one quarter, Mitch looks awful, and Mayfield up and down. 2 deep balls, 1 for a touchdown, 1 for an interception. He's kind of like Adam Dunn today, where he's either hitting dingers or striking out. And
love that reference. Big Reds fan right here, if you didn't already know.
Dunn, Tomey, Mark Reynolds. Anytime you get a big lug who just swings as hard as he can every at bat, you have a baseball player built for me.
Love it.
As we look at that, Cole Kmet, 39.6 passer rating. Only about 2.5 points lower than Mitchell Trubisky's. That's not good for the Bears, but it is very much on brand for them.
No, that's for sure. While we're doing plugs, don't forget to subscribe at thepostroute.substack.com. But
we talked a little bit about Sam Darnold. We're going to break down the Sam Darnold trade tomorrow and what he can do with Matt Rule and what Charlie Brewer and the Baylor offense means for Sam Darnold's career going forward. Here's a hint. It means a lot of play action passes and a lot of better passing sets. I think it's a great move for Sam Darnold. I think he's going to have a nice little year. Check it out tomorrow. In your inboxes, postroute.substack.com.
And the only way it's in your inbox is if you subscribe. I did want to mention, though, one question. Well, we'll get back. We could ping around here. We're having some fun. Good to be with Christian today. Follow him at Train Island. We got, again, our guy Michael is our producer. We have Andrew, our technical director, Zach and Ops. So do you believe, as we stand today, obviously things can change, is this a open competition in Carolina, or will Teddy, and this may be a sneak peek at some stuff tomorrow, again, subscribe, or do you think this is an open competition between Bridgewater and Darnold, or do you think Bridgewater will be moved today? Things can change. Obviously.
Yeah, I don't think it really makes much sense for Carolina to move on from Bridgewater. Even if they trade him away, they're still eating a good chunk of that salary, and they can save about $12 million if they trade him away. They still eat about $10 million in dead cap space, so it's not like you're necessarily overpaying for a high quality backup quarterback, a guy who is the rating for Teddy right now is QB rating plus, which is like ERA plus in baseball, where it's not just ERA, it's ERA compared to everyone else in the league, where 100 is average, and 200 is insane, and 50 is terrible. Teddy Bridgewater clocked in at 100. His quarterback rating was the exact average. He's right in the middle of the pack. That's very good. That's what you want out of a backup guy. That's a guy who can win you games. He just didn't win games playing for a rebuilding Carolina squad. And maybe someone would want to go after him, try to get him. Very nearly a Jarvis
almost
touchdown. But
we need it.
Bit a bit too slow, tipped away at the last second there. I think unless someone wants to go out and get Teddy Bridgewater, he's not going to go anywhere because cutting him, I mean, you eat $20 million in dead space. Doesn't make any sense. Keep him there, make it a competition. I mean, obviously Sam Darnold is the clubhouse leader right now, but if Darnold falls apart, you have a reliable, Baker.
Going down, fumble.
All right, and now we're at the tail end of field goal range here. It's 3rd and 24 coming up. So an amazing turnaround here. We were inches away from a touchdown, Rossi, and now the Browns might not get a field goal out of this drive. That's amazing.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. 3rd and 24. Talk more football. We got some wrestling. We got some fun. Whatever you guys want to talk about, drop it in the chat. Baker almost takes the sack again. It's caught
for no gain. All right,
nice. But you get it.
Fifth PPR point for Jarvis Landry. He's now on the board at 1 point.
Unreal. Yeah. Let's talk about Matthew Stafford instead, says Lee Rod. Or D-Rod, should I say. Yeah, he's good. He's a good quarterback. We'll see what happens. For me, with this Bridgewater situation, in my opinion, is I think they will move on only for this reason. Whatever, I don't know their cap, and what an awful kick by my guy Seabird. What are we doing? That thing wasn't even close. Was there a gust of wind?
Whoa.
Wow, that's one of the worst I've seen. That barely hit the middle of the Browns logo.
I've seen Emerson and Glash kick better field goals than that.
Yeah, that was bad. Thank God my kicks weren't on film. I'll just say that. Mine looked very similar to that, unless it hit the long snapper in the butt. So here come the Bears again, down 7-zip. Appreciate you guys here being with us.
And I see what you're saying there, Damon, talking about how Bridgewater and glass legs. But the thing of it is, I mean, Bridgewater came back strong. He played 14, maybe 15 games last season. He wasn't an injury concern. In fact, he was running better than he had almost ever in his entire career. His yards per scramble were double of what they were back with the Saints. He looked spry. He looked like a fully recovered quarterback. The problem is he doesn't have a ton of games under his belt, sure, but he's also 28 years old right now. He's going to be 29 in the middle of next season. He kind of is what he is, and he's also the same guy who 15 games, 15 touchdowns, that was a career high for him last year. He's a good game manager. He's Trent Dilfer for a new era. You can win with him, but you're not going to win because of him necessarily.
Yeah, I agree with that. There he goes. Hold on. He's got it. All right.
Down into the red zone. So a guy you always got to have just for that and that alone. Pretty much nothing else he brings to the table. Occasionally he'll throw you a couple passing touchdowns, but here in Simland, he runs like Lamar Jackson.
Sure does. We'll see what he looks like in Buffalo, and that's going to be one of those moves we're going to forget about till we need to be reminded, whether it's a trade or something. I feel like that's just going to be like, oh yeah.
It's going to be like Blake Bortles as a Ram. You don't remember it until you see him on the sideline. You're like,
see, I have this weird, I just have a bad, I feel bad for Blake Bortles. I don't know what it is. I feel like he potentially is much better than he was ever really given A, credit for, or B, the real opportunity to be. But at the same time, we saw enough sample to prove potentially otherwise, especially after that run to the AFC title game kind of broke him. But I don't know, the year before that, where he was just, they were down by 20 points consistently, and he was just slinging it around. He's a great when down by 20 quarterback. I'll say that.
I insulted him enough times at SB Nation that his uncle Randy Bortles sent me multiple emails that I cannot, the context of which I cannot repeat here on stream because it's a show.
Come on,
Randy Bortles does not care for me, and it's one of my proudest accomplishments.
There is something I'm not calling you a troll by chance, but there is something about when you have somebody consistently hitting at you, and then somebody from the woodwork defends you, especially somebody within your own family. That's pretty hilarious. I actually, that makes me kind of appreciate that entire family more. I got you, nephew. I'll go after this Christian DeAndrew.
Oh, and there's your guy right there, David.
There it is.
Summary former Iowa State Cyclone spinning his way into the end zone with a straight end touchdown. Still pretty good. Pretty good.
So he's going to already be above 7 of his last 10 sims with that carry alone getting into the end zone. Dom says, haha, Uncle got at you for real. No, it's awesome. Yeah. Listen, you got to protect the family, especially like Christian. I could just see him like just destroying him in write-ups, and then just like the uncle just be like, I'm getting after this guy.
And to be fair, I gave Blake Bortles credit where it was due. He played a very good playoff year when he got his Jaguars within one quarter and maybe one blown dead fumble from a Super Bowl. Like I propped him up, but I also said, yeah, it was just so much of what we would point to and be like, okay, he was a pretty good fantasy quarterback, and he was.
Oh,
he had a good fantasy year his second year as the pros, but he wasn't a good quarterback that year. He just thrived in garbage time.
He was great down 20. I'm telling you, look at those numbers. They had the game in London.
Well, that was his forte.
Yeah. Richard, ranked Undertaker matches. Undertaker. That's all it says. So I don't know if you're asking me to. Not going to do that, but I can tell you some of my favorites if you want. But
whoa, hold on. We got to get the last two. What are the other two things you're looking forward to?
Oh, yes. So just to go back to that, my other two. So I mentioned the main event on the Sunday night. I actually like very intrigued because you mentioned the Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens. You mentioned some of those other really good matches. There's a big part of me that's intrigued by Shane McMahon versus Braun Strowman. Not a good story, but Shane, he's going to do something. It's the first WWE WrestleMania steel cage match since WrestleMania 2, which had King Kong Bundy versus Hulk Hogan. So this will be the first time there's been a cage match there. So I'm into that. I think that should be. I'm not like ecstatic, but I think just the spectacle of the match. And then this is another one that people might not be thinking about, but if they put together a good match, aside from, it's like 3A, 3B. Randy Orton and The Fiend, just because I'm intrigued by, they have a lot of history and story. The Fiend was burnt and on fire. Yes, we're talking wrestling, not real.
Is that going to be a cinematic match, or is that going to be a regular match?
So they haven't announced it, but when I looked back last year before Cena's match against The Fiend, they didn't announce that until like the Friday before. So I hope it's a cinematic match. I think it would make more sense to do another one of those fun houses. I think that's a really good gimmick to give Bray Wyatt for each WrestleMania, so he can kind of bring down a legend in the business. So I'm hoping that so we can check that out. Oh, Kaufman's here. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we have said his name enough. Adam Kaufman has made it.
Oh, no. We've already said his name here, but he's going for another long touchdown. It's OBJ. 10K to put him in your flex, 15 to captain him, and he's already into the bonus. And we are just barely past the 2-minute warning. 2 touchdowns and like 150 receiving yards already. That man is an absolute beast.
Amazing. Yeah, Michael, again, saying what you said. The bonus, he has just been on fire. What a half from OBJ. Hopefully stuff we can look forward to in reality in 2021. Dom says, Orton versus Fiend has wrestle crap written all over it. Well, I'll tell you this. I think that they'll play it out. I hope that it's a cinematic match, but I'll just give you my other one. Big E versus Apollo Crews, because it's two guys that have, and every time they've been in the ring together, which sometimes you see a little too much of, which I'm not a big fan of, like seeing the guys over and over. Same thing, you're going to see Matt Riddle versus Sheamus, which has been on TV a lot. I think for someone coming into it, which, by the way, Christian gives me a little Matt Riddle vibe with the hair and the laid back vibes. I think those two are going to put on they're going to have like a no disqualification. It's called the Nigerian drum match, but I think it's just another cool way. So Apollo Crews is taking on this whole Nigerian character, his family. Yeah. So I love that. I love any stuff that reminds me of like the early mid 90s, 80s character. We need it. So I think that's another one that you'll be intrigued.
What's not to like about 2 big meaty men slapping meat?
That's it. Honestly, 2 of the beefiest dudes in there too, so you're going to get a lot there. So those are all the things I'm looking forward to when it comes to that side of things. I think it'll be a hell of a. I think it's just going to be good because it's the first time in front of an audience. All these guys are going to get a little bit of a spark. They haven't had a roar of a real crowd since February of 2020. Just crazy. Chris, I was about to read your comment. I was like, "Oh, somebody backed you up on that," but it was you. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I gotta let people know.
Yeah, please. We're all about the meaty meats, which makes me think about dinner. Don't know what I'm gonna do.
I got like a pre-made pasta thing from Costco, which is
nice.
Kind of disappointing. It's fine. It's just like, oh, you put it in the microwave for 9 minutes. Like, it looks nothing like the package on the bag. It's like one of those Rana pre-made meals. I got excited because it was like meatballs and brisket in sauce with noodles. It's a disappointment.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen, it's dinner nonetheless.
Yeah. Speaking of dinner, we can hear your fat cat crying.
Oh, you can hear? Okay, dude, I swear there's something about the 6 o'clock time frame when I'm down here. And there's a nice move by Mitch. And he hasn't gone to the bathroom yet. Usually does it right before we start the 6 o'clock sims. Sometimes hits his target, sometimes does not. We've dealt with. But he's always all over me at this hour. I don't know what it is. Oh, no, it is happening. He's going to the bathroom as we speak, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, no.
Ugh. Here we go. Let's see if it stinks it up. Unreal. But yeah, burgers on the grill right now. Gonna air fry some fries. Lazy Tuesday, says Justin. Dude, lazy.
Alan T won WrestleMania 35 tickets from
what?
Rhode Island's only classic rock station, 94.1 WSJ1.
Good people down there. Yeah, I was at that last, obviously, WrestleMania that had attendance. I'll be there. Yeah, Michael says, your cat sounds like he's hungry too. And then he goes, he's on schedule. Me and Michael are like, we're all succinct in this. Like, he has been here for all my cat explosions and expletives. So, yeah, cat is on the attack. Always happens. 6 o'clock. If anybody wants a cat, holler at me. I got one for you. Oh, there's a big play down the sideline. Could he break it? He will. All the way to the end zone. And, Ted Ginn.
Old man Ginn still got that speed, 44 yards. And after an uneventful first quarter, we've got ourselves a bit of a shootout here, Rossi.
Yeah, this game, I forget all the time when I was talking up Dave Montgomery, should have had Ginn in the lineup. That's a total whiff on my part, just like the whiffs I'm getting from my cats. Situation, we'll just call it in the other room. Thanks, bud. Hey, Desmond, come here. And now he doesn't come over. Thanks, I really appreciate you doing that. Oh, it's just... anyways. Big touchdown, 78th for Mitch Trubisky, 24th for Ted Ginn. Just gnarly stuff going on in the sim, behind the scenes of the sim, but we're all locked up, 14 apiece. Get in the Adam Kaufman contest. It's right in there on your lobby. So get entered in. First time playing Fortnite. Sorry, I have not signed up I did not connect to Twitch for tonight. I can tell you very quickly, we're doing 3 pods this week for WrestleMania. Letting the wrestling hang out. So tonight we're doing the top 11 WrestleMania opening matches.
Okay. Man, I don't even know who would be on that.
Well, I don't want to spoil anything.
I can't even think, I can't remember opening match. For me, the WrestleMania experience, because it's gotten so long, I really do like the 2 nights. That's really...
Same.
Yeah. But for me, it would always be all right, I'm going to start WrestleMania 2 hours in so I can skip through all the filler. I don't need to hear Flo Rida or Machine Gun Kelly. We can just get right into the matches.
Yeah, this year they're just doing America the Beautiful. They said, obviously, this will be the first time there's no pre-show on the Saturday because they want the first time the crowd gets an entrance, it's going to be a big match. So I wonder if we're going to get Bianca and Sasha right off the bat. That's just a guess. Or Drew and Lashley. And then, hold on, yes. And then, tonight we're doing top 11 opening matches. Tomorrow we're going to have a bonus edition. We're going to have top 11 WrestleManias of all time. And then I'll do my official preview of the event later this weekend. So subscribe over at your YouTube, wherever you really get any of your podcasts. You can subscribe to Pop Culture Pile Driver. So not on Twitch tonight, Fortnite, but I may otherwise. So you can watch it after the 8 o'clock sim. We'll be live after that over there. But Michael drops a good question. Totally off topic. And I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah,
so here, look. Okay, so this is totally a Boston-related thing, but Jersey-related is we're tied up 14 y'all. Bonus for OBJ, just dominating the sim thus far. I hope we may even see him reach 300 yards. It could happen.
Game so far, and clearly, if we're getting a shootout, there's no reason for Baker to take his foot off the gas. 171 for him, and all but 17 of those yards have gone to Odell Beckham. Just you
crazy.
Got OBJ in your lineup if you're going to cash today.
Yeah, for real. And the highest rusher so far, Trubisky. We had those 2 long ones. Yeah, it's 84 yards. So he's well on his way to the bonus in the rushing.
Yeah,
This will be
indeed. And then no one else over 20. So
Montgomery.
Montgomery, and
Got the
Montgomery
touch.
has the touchdown with 7 yards total. And then OBJ, 5 for 157. Teddy Ginn, old man Ginn, 56 and a touchdown for him. Austin Hooper, the only other man in the lineup with double-digit or more than one catch, not double-digit catches. That would be very impressive for one.
It would.
2 for 12 for him, and everyone else has just been real low-key. 1 for 0 for Jarvis Landry, 1 for 5 for Rashard Higgins. It's been the OBJ and Teddy Ginn and Mitchie T show thus far, and if you got those 3 guys, maybe a little David Montgomery sprinkled in there too, you're having yourself a good day.
That's what it's all about right there. He's at Train Island. He's Christian DeAndre. Subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. Boom, there it is. You can check me out at Pop Culture Pile, at Jason D. Rossi. You can check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver podcast, wherever you get your podcast. Would love for you to subscribe. Again, we're loading up some wrestling content this week. Still fighting to see if we can get on maybe the sweat this week, maybe something this weekend. We'll get some wrestling content. Don't give the boy a chance, because I'm telling you, we're going to the powers that be. We're flying here. We're trying. But appreciate we got Michael, Andrew, Zach, our team tonight. They're crushing it. But as I tease, Michael was mentioning here for the Boston Red Sox. And before I get there, actually, are you a jersey guy? Do you own jerseys? Do you wear jerseys?
Oh, yeah,
Any sport?
I don't really wear jerseys. Like I'll wear a basketball jersey every year to the Indy 500. Every year it's the throwback Nuggets, Alex English rainbow city print on the front.
Love it.
For that. But like otherwise, like I have them and I got somewhere. I'm waiting for them to get cooler and old. I got a lot of obscure jerseys. That's where I'm at. I don't collect like good jerseys of popular players. I collect obscure jerseys for players that you don't know, which is my go-to.
I dig it. So it's a conversation starter, maybe at your local watering hole, wherever you may be. Hey, who's that? Hey, who's that guy? Let me tell you. But yeah, the Boston Red Sox just unveiled, and baseball's kind of been the most tame of all the sports. Even hockey this year with like the Dallas Stars getting their like neon glow in the dark unis, and obviously all sports have kind of lost a ton of revenue, so they're trying to make up for it in the jersey sales. The NBA is the wildest. Like you never know who's playing. I turn it on, I'm like, oh, that must be the old Cavs. No, that's an alternative for the Heat. It's like, oh, what? But colors are kind of all over the place for the NBA. Football, we're now seeing color rush and we're seeing variants out there, but the Boston Red Sox for the Boston Marathon game, no Boston Marathon being run this year, again, not in the way it used to be. We're going to be wearing these, almost looks like an old school Padres, but they're yellow uniforms with blue. It's the colors of the Boston Marathon. I love it personally, because it's not like, we're not going to see it a ton. It's kind of like a one and done situation, kind of like the pink bats on Mother's Day. I like it. I'm into it. So you have seen these jerseys, Christian. What do you think?
I'm into it. I think they look good. I mean, they're solid. They're very basic, which is what I kind of like. Like they're simple. They're not like too overthought. Like they're fine. They kind of, honestly, you know what they remind me of? If you had a knockoff, like unlicensed baseball video game, that's what the Red Sox, I'm sorry, like the Red Sox or whatever they would do not to avoid the copyright laws.
Yeah.
That's what they would wear. And it's fine. Like, I like them. I'm fine with them as a one-off. And you know what? If you can go out and sell a bunch of those and auction off the game-used ones and they benefit a cause, all for it. Like, I'm 1,000% into that. I'm more blown away because I'm looking at Alex Verdugo and he looks like, if you mashed 2 of my Rhode Island scumbag friends together, they would look exactly like Alex Verdugo, only with a drinking problem.
Unbelievable. Too much. Yeah, I dig it. I want to see more of that. I think baseball, not that I want to see them getting too crazy. Usually like the Diamondbacks have some wild looking unis. I like the idea of doing these like specialty for city style, kind of what the NBA was originally going with the city uniform, but now they wear them very often. So I'm interested to see how, like, what other teams may, I think this is going to be a boost for the Red Sox revenue-wise, so I'm sure they're going to sell some jerseys. I'm already considering it. I'd probably get a t-shirt, to be honest. I've never worn a baseball, like, button-up before,
I've got a few. I never pay, like, full price for them. These are, like, thrift store finds or, they're on clearance. It's, like, $25, so... Like, if I'm going to wear one, like, I got a good old powder blue Mike Schmidt Phillies jersey. Like, that would be up there. But like, yeah, I got a Michael Brantley Cleveland one, like just like little obscure ones that are cheap, but like guys I like. Those definitely fit the bill. We have a game we play every year back in Rhode Island that requires a lot of beverages and a lot of crafting. There's a lot of pageantry to this game because at the end,
a lot of water.
If you win, you win the specially designed, crafted sports jersey. And it's usually an obscure jersey, typically of a failure. So there was Lawrence Maroney one year, Dice K. Macho one year. And you go to Michael's beforehand, you pick up your crafts and your stickers and your hot dog guns. Would have been a touchdown for Jarvis Landry, but it's not.
Of course.
Count.
Oh, come on.
The captain is going to get his tutty called back. Instead of 20-14, it's going to be 1st and 20 from the Chicago 31.
Yeah, tough to hold there. I don't know what this means, but Neil Hatrick Harris says Christian seems like the kind of guy who routinely wears baseball buttons.
You'd think so, but no. It's a big run for Baker there. Gets it all back and ends some instead of 1st and goal. Yeah. And this could be Kareem Hunt, Nick Chubb territory right here. This could be the difference maker for them.
Could be, but again, plug for Kaufman's upcoming NBA contest. People have been yelling at him, why don't you add more? So he has 200. We need 24. I'm sorry, down to 20. Yeah, 24 people. It's called Last Minute NBA at noon. I don't know why it says that, but he must have created it at noon. Locks in about 19 minutes. So go check it out. Get in there. It's just $1, a single buck. You can win 36. I like those odds, so I'm in.
So instead of targeting, look like Hunt out of the backfield there.
Yeah,
just decide to throw it away and live to fight another day. I can't say I hate that decision.
No. Ashley looking for Chubb.
Chubb.
Let's see what we get here. Also Sleepy saying Chubb. Chubby. Chuba. All right, here we go. Let's see. From the 8-yard line, Baker Mayfield under center. Chubb behind him. Give.
Oh, big.
Oh, Bros through a guy. Crawls his way.
Man.
Down to
he had a bunch of different holes open up there, and he still somehow found daylight to get all the way down to the 2, but it looked like it could have been a touchdown run. He'd been a little bit more demonstrative with the ball there.
Yeah, so now at the 2-yard line, ball was placed probably where the knee went. We'll see the Browns line up here from the 2. Hunter Landry, says Nicholas. In the shotgun, I could use that Landry. Let's see, will Baker snap? Looking, searching, finding. Got a man, it's a touchdown. Is it so nice he did it? Oh, wait, dropped?
No,
How did he drop that pass?
It looks like it skipped right out the back of the end zone. I think it was just inaccurate. I don't think OBJ even had a shot at it. But yeah, it was one of those tough ones to find.
That's a what my cat just did in the other room throw by Baker. Come on, man. Pressure cooking situation. Everyone was looking for the vulture time. We're gonna go for it though. Chubb's in the backfield. Here's the time for the fullback vulture. Let's go.
Even the play action, you're gonna have plenty of room.
Here it is.
Yes.
Oh, baby, that is a rough pass. Right in the coverage.
Like that one, yeah, it looked like OBJ did pull that one down, but not in bounds. So just like that, the Bears will take over in safety range, though, and this is a Browns team that has Myles Garrett and
in the shotgun,
a revived.
Oh, baby! Let's see. Oh, wow! Go, baby!
Cohen gets him out of danger. A nice little sprint up the middle, picks up 14 there.
Huge yards.
Yeah, solid yard per carry average, about 8.3 per touch right now.
Yep. Hey, Buddy says, hey, Buddy, use your Gordon pick, Rossi. Aaron Gordon, liking what he's added to Denver. I suggested him. I'll give you one other. If you're interested in NBA. Someone else I like tonight, more of like a potential stab play. I like Trevor Ariza. As weird as that may sound, I'm digging what he's doing there in Miami, so put him in there. Caught him. If you don't know his new name, that's his British. Adam Kaufman, his contest again is called Last Minute NBA at noon. So get in there. I think there's how many spots left to see if this will go live? Oh, only 3 more have entered. So 21 spots in 16 minutes to lock. Don't be shy, DK Sim fam. $1, even if you know nothing.
Well, hey, we got a Jimmy Graham sighting. It doesn't
There
go
he
for
is.
much, but hey, gets the PPR point, sets up third and reasonable, if nothing else, as Grant Williams, the former day 2 pick, gets the stop there from the safety position.
Yes, Reed's T, I did join. That was me confirming. I have players. Got ideas. By the way, also love the content. Smash the like. It's Christian breaking down. We got the MLB pre-lock show before us. You had earlier in the day, you had the golf breakdown. You're getting all sorts of content here. So please, please, please smash that like. Let people know you're digging what you're seeing. You're enjoying the dream stream for all it can give you, whether that be Buke's beautiful blustery voice just yelling at you who to play in the MLB, whether it be Christian breaking down players from second days, first days, third days, giving you what he gives you on that 3 times a week only at thepostart.substack.com, or it could be Adam Kaufman, who you enjoy making those contests, but he says, doesn't look good, fam. 15 minutes ago, we need 21 more people. Rossi's Fat Cat says, who pooped the best? Well, Baker Mayfield there at the 2 did, but my cat, honorable mention. So do sign up for that, but appreciate you guys. A lot of stuff coming. There's going to be some new stuff Thursday in the 5 o'clock Eastern spot. Got more Masters stuff. You get the sweat at 11 o'clock, and there's another catch.
A lot of Jimmy Graham here on this drive, so it doesn't pick up the first, though. So big third down coming. Bears with an opportunity to take the lead here going into the fourth quarter with a big play. Otherwise, they can just keep the drive going. Nice and safe, nice and steady.
Yep. Yeah, Kaufman's in there saying, come on, people. Obi-Wan, we see you there. Yeah, we did a whole age game last time because Obi-Wan wouldn't tell us his age. So everybody just, whatever comment, just end with the number of your age. Got to know the DK Simpson a lot deeper. And Prince of Darkness says, stop shaming the cat, Rossi. He says, you get into trouble when he stops stinking you out. Well, dude, I just don't get why my cat literally knows it must be the 6 o'clock sim. He literally every time. Maybe there's something very regular and healthy about that, but for me, it just smells. He sleeps all day, gets up when I come down here for the 6 o'clock. Even if I do a 4, a 2, a noon, doesn't care. Just
6.
Yep. He goes, oh, yeah. He's like, oh, it must be time to poop. My owner's here. I wonder if he knows my name. Do you think cats care?
No.
I don't think so either. What do I feed my cat? A fancy feast and some Rachel Ray dry food. Fancy feast on the wet.
Yeah, see, it's the wet food. We did.
I know.
A lot of that. The wet food.
It was at 7 o'clock this morning. It wasn't like it was a long time ago.
I mean, cats have 3 miles of intestine to go through. I'm kidding. I have no idea.
I was going to say, how do they stuff it in that little body?
I have no idea if that's correct. It seems irrational. But hey, I said it out there. We should just go ahead and repeat that basic.
Just going to put it on Wikipedia now.
Yeah, just let them know. All cats have 3 miles of intestines. And
by the way, we're going to get to the fourth. Nothing big happened there. Still 14, y'all. We got the stop there by Long Brown's drive. But I do want to ask you, because one, you're a trivia host.
True.
As we've come to know, and that's back in business right now. Hopefully you're getting a lot more of that going.
Fingers crossed.
What did you think? Did you see Aaron Rodgers, should I ask, on Jeopardy? Or are you going to be checking it out?
I haven't yet. I saw the clip of him getting roasted by the one contestant whose final Jeopardy answer was
awesome
for that field goal. Rodgers like, I have no idea. Yeah, good call. Yeah, so I've enjoyed the clips I've seen. I haven't watched them full time. I'm in the Central Time Zone. Like Jeopardy comes on at a weird hour here. It's like 4:30.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of bizarre.
That is weird.
I'm used to like 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Wheel of Fortune, 7:30 Jeopardy, 8 p.m. prime time. I like the Central Time Zone. I like having shows start at 7. That's awesome. I'm an old man.
Sure.
I got to get to bed early. I want to watch my Adult Swim cartoons at 11 instead of midnight.
Wait. So I'm naive here. So at 7 o'clock, even if the show isn't live, let's just say it's I don't even know what's on at 8 o'clock these days. We'll just say NCIS. I feel like that's always on. NCIS starts at 7 p.m. your time?
Yeah. 8-7 Central, man. So it's not like
West. Oh yeah,
yeah.
I thought it was only live, but I always thought that was live, like sports.
No, they don't. I don't think they do.
You get.
I think just the Central Time Zone because we're filled with old people. It's like we're gonna throw these shows on early for them.
Dude, that's awesome. But I don't like the Jeopardy move. But clearly that makes sense. If prime time's at 7, they're trying to find that secondary slot for the age demographic that watch it. But Aaron Rodgers for the next 2 weeks is on there. Farmers, says Michael. All them farmers just be wailing, hey, got to get in. Honey, it's Jeopardy. All right. Give me that sweet tea. More self. Anyways, Rodgers was pretty good. He eased his way into his comfort zone. I imagine that's what we're going to get more of. They've since Alec Trebek, the true GOAT, people always say GOAT this guy's the man. Since he passed, we've had Ken Jennings, who I think is the natural fit and probably, with all due respect to everybody, should be the guy. I think he just sounded good, felt right. Then you've had their producer, who was actually really buttoned up, put together. Don't know if...
Mitch, no!
Oh, Mitch, wrong way, dude. You're not going to be hosting Jeopardy anytime soon like that on 4th and 12. Then you had Katie Couric, which she was okay. And then you had Dr. Oz, which was tough to watch. Nothing against Dr. Oz, he just doesn't have that...
No, he's garbage. You can have absolutely all sorts of things with Dr. Oz. You sold out his profession to hawk non-scientific cures and holistic therapies with no science behind them. He is a hack. He chased money rather than sticking to his principles and ideals. I have no respect for him.
All right, so he stinks on Jeopardy. That's more my point, but we'll add yours in for some flair and some color. And then Aaron Rodgers is now in there. And first couple interest, just the way things move, I'll just I don't know. Then he started warming up. I just truly believe he's going to be great. So he's going to be on for this whole week, next week. That's how they're doing it, 2 weeks per. So I'm really interested to see what Rodgers, and he was on the Pat McAfee show saying he would, if offered, take that Jeopardy job post playing career, which I found just fascinating to anybody. You never hear people talk like that. So I thought that was cool.
And Rodgers was very candid there. I think the problem is just the opportunity is not going to be there, I think.
No, agreed.
I think he's going to be a guest host every now and then, and maybe they'll keep the guest hosting train going for a while, but I think ultimately it's going to be like Trevor Noah taking over the Daily Show, where it's such an iconic role that when someone's in there entrenched, even if they're not very good at the job.
Agreed. I agreed with you there. So I think I think Jennings will be the guy. I think he's kind of associated with, Jeopardy in general. He has a great demeanor. He has a little quirkiness to him, which I think you need. Seems like he's smarter than everybody, which I think you also need, but not in like an arrogant way.
Right.
Another shout out here. 8 minutes to lock, about 15 spots open in cost contest. You all have been crying and whining, saying, "God, I want more spots. I want more spots." Here's your opportunity. Show them that you want in. 15 spots. Get in there.
What is this Jarvis Landry usage?
Dude,
it's terrible.
That play. That's the worst play in the game. I've said it. That gets me every time. 2 yards, if that, and goes right out of bounds. So not only does it slow down the action, it also doesn't go anywhere.
Terrible. Awful.
No.
Awful.
Not my kid award, that pass.
Yeah. Currently, I think as is, we're going to not my kid Allen Robinson unless he wakes up as big.
Nice run. Oh, come on.
Are they going to get him for lowering his head? Is that going to be initiating contact? No, it's going to be So I think the hold came downfield enough that it's not going to be downfield enough.
Bringing it all the way back. 2nd 11 went from a 2nd and 5. So 6-yard loss.
Good job.
Baker takes the snap, searching, looking, waiting, wishing. Throws it. Another pass, little too far right. He's done it 3 times in this game. So it's 3rd and 11 here. 4:55 left to play at the 32-yard line. Where will they go in the playbook on a 3rd and 11? OBJ has been dominant, over 150, 2 scores. Obi-Wan, love ya. There's a pass complete. Down the sideline, makes the grab. That is OBJ again. He's like a magnet.
Rick Welch bringing up another great changing the guard from Bob Barker to Drew Carey. And I remember people were kind of down on Drew Carey when he first took that job, but Drew Carey's perfect in that role. He's awesome at it.
Yeah.
I'm a man who watches a lot of Price is Right, especially with a little one around the house who responds to clapping and bells and bright colors. This is an awesome show to throw on in the background with a tiny person in your home. So big fan of that. Big fan of Drew Carey just in general. Love the Drew Carey show before I got a little. too bizarre and gimmicky. Like they gave him like an 8-year contract and just keep making episodes. And they're like, well, if no one cares what we do, we're just going to get wild with it. And to a limited return. Some are very good. Some are bizarre, but Drew Carey's stand-up also legendary. I had some great takes on the Cleveland baseball team back in the day.
Oh my God, the Cleveland Rocks. If you ever been to the Jake back in the day, they played it every night. Awesome. Just very quickly, got to give my cat a shout out. Russ Backheadson. Gonna go stink up the house. Catch a little baseball. We'll pounce back and check in a little later. Christian Chairs, Rossi, feed me the dish. I will feed the box. Feed me the dish. I'll feed the box. Meowt. Later, cat. Also, people saying that Jeopardy should be canceled because Alex Trebek died. No, my friends. That's not how.
Trebek would not want Jeopardy to be canceled because he's passed on. He would want it to continue. He knows how great that game show is, how much it means to people. That is a staple of American life. That is a tentpole of American culture. Even if you don't watch it, you know what it is. It's instantly recognizable.
Yeah, agreed. A nice run by Chubb here.
It's something you can watch with anyone in your family. It's something you can sit down and you watch it with your grandmother when you're over there for dinner. You watch it with your kids. You watch it with your friends when you're just hanging out in college. Jeopardy is this amazing equalizer. It makes you feel great when you do well at it. When you don't do well on it, who cares? You're not. I don't know. Hey,
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
Who've gone on the show and won, which is kind of both former Vandy grads.
There you go. Oh, nice run. By the way, we're 4 minutes till the Coffs contest locks. Get in there. 9 spots left, according to Marcus. We literally have less than 4 minutes. Get in there. I also want to just mention a couple people. Was it Rick said, I want 8K on Wheel of Fortune. Missed out on the 40K for the final puzzle.
That's awesome.
If that's true, that's awesome, dude. Yeah. I always feel like it's such a game of either you know right away or you don't.
Yeah.
Here's the handoff to Chubb. Walks his way into the end zone.
Taking touchdown. Oh, and he bowled over Akeem Hicks on the way into. That was mean. That is a 300-pound lineman who didn't stand a chance. He got caught flat-footed and crushed as the Browns, in front of their home fans, take a lead. And now the Bears can have a little bit of time to reciprocate, see if they can't reclaim the throne and see if we can't get Madden Mitch up into bonus territory. Had nothing going in the third quarter, hasn't had much going in the Mitch, 89 passing yards, 84 rushing yards. Ooh, boy. A very, very Mitchell Trubisky day for him.
Sure, down to less than 3 minutes till this game locks. If you guys want in, hurry up. Get in there. 7 spots remaining. 36 touchdown for Chubb here in Madden 21. I see some of you saying, I don't know much about basketball, but I'll enter Randy W. That's how you win. No, there's going to be so many people who think they know. Always the keys to victory. Ignorance. Look at me. Look how I dumbwitted my way here. 4 spots, less than 3 minutes. Let's see it. Yeah, 89 yards rushing from Chubb. Thank you, Michael, for the heads up. So we could get a bonus there. Trubisky still in bonus. Watch. We have the Bears going to get the ball here. 2 minutes to play. Down a touchdown. Need a score. 2 minutes to lock. I believe in you, fam, says Cena. AKA subscribe at thepostrock.substack.com.
Okay.
Let's see. Coffs contest. Andrew says at 199. It's going to lock. That's what he feels. Less than 2 minutes. Get in there. Cough, say something, says Jaro. Yes, because if Adam Kaufman comes in, everyone will just immediately drop everything they're doing to get in there, not the heavy pushing you all are doing. Let's see. Mitch throws, delivers to the ground. So, yeah, we have last I saw is 196 in here.
They're going to smash line of 4 more slots.
Yeah. 60 seconds.
To Nick Chubb.
Yeah, 60 seconds. Cough is back. Come on, folks. Noah Moon says not happening. 1 left, says Jordan. 4 spots, 1 minute. Gin Graham Lego, says Bodie. Justin Craven says, thank you. I don't think this is going to happen. The latest update, 3 spots. Literally seconds to go. Nice play there to the 46-yard line. 2-minute warning. All the cool kids are doing it, says Captain Blood. Not looking good.
197. 28 seconds to go.
I don't think this is going to happen.
199.
Is it really 199?
99. I'm looking at it right now. I got the page up. I pulled away.
I see one. Still have a moment. We're almost there.
10 seconds.
Come on, somebody break Mitch's leg. I almost ran. Oh, it's gonna happen. Andrew might have jinxed us at that 199. Filled, says Andrew. Andrew says filled. 200. Kaufman, you did it. Everyone raise Adam Kaufman on your shoulders and run out.
Wow, he did it. He did it.
You did it, DK Sim fam.
Son of a did it. Oh.
There it is. So the game will be played. I cannot wait to win. It happened, says Kaufman. Fam! It's Kauf's day.
And in the background, we saw a Mitch Trubisky run that put him over 100. So we got a Madden
bonus.
Mitch rushing bonus. He now has currently, and it probably won't last, but currently more rushing yards than passing yards. A very Madden Mitch trait. A little
Less
more
than-
if you squint hard.
Nice catch there from Cohen. Yeah, DK Sim fam, this was fun. Red, white, and green. Do you believe in miracles? Koff deserves all the glory. Jaro, I'm going to take 50%.
Yeah.
Because we just hawked that thing for the last 6 minutes.
You did a pretty good job there, and
You did too, fam.
Yeah, you did too, and I'm going to ask our mods to ban Adam Kaufman from the chat because he's playing good vibes right now.
Yeah, we're good with him now. Thank you, Koff.
Your job here is done. Your shift has ended.
Yeah, we'll see you later, dude. Tomorrow, I think he said he's back. So here we go. 30 seconds remaining here. Oh, that's right. What do you think here? I know we got one last drive.
I mean, we already know who the player of the game is going to be. It's going to go to OBJ, 35 in the flex. I mean, clearly going to be your MVP, and barring an amazing turnaround, which we might have, there's still some game left to be played here. But right now, Allen Robinson trending hard towards Babysitter Billy.
Oh, Mitch! He's got an opening! Slides!
Oh.
Have the timeouts. You know what? I'll say it was a smart move because the man fumbles a lot. So, yeah. Allen Robinson on the milk carton. Where has he been? And
so 26 seconds, one timeout. Ball to 4, so you can take a sack. You can run it if you want, but if anything short of the end zone means you're burning that last timeout. You're limiting yourself to only 2 plays. You want to be able to use all 4 plays here with 26 seconds. You should be able to get there.
see, so Mitch in the gun, searching, looking. As a man, it's caught. Too short.
Now we're going to get...
Now, here it is.
All right, no, that's okay. That's okay. Because you're not going to throw short of the end zone again from the 2 yard.
You say that. You say that.
I know.
All right, let's see. Who you guys need? Mitch won't stop running, LOL, says Muhammad. Robinson. Oh, a sack. Michael's just going to jinx us with the question mark. Under center. 3 receivers. Allen Robinson closest to us. 20 seconds on the clock. Mitch.
Here comes the pressure.
Oh, no. It's fumbled. It's picked up.
Come on, Mitch.
The Browns. Game over. The Browns seal it with a kiss. The sack of Mitch Trubisky. Fumbles the ball. An embarrassing finish again for the sad Bears fans throughout the world.
You did this, Mike. You did this, Mike, behind the scenes. I swear to you,
going after him
into existence. Never mind that it's like a 40% chance to begin with Mitch that he's going to sack.
Unreal.
Any given play.
Take a knee here. Beautiful ending, says Andrew. Shout out to Andrew, Michael, our amazing crew, Zach in Ops. You, DK Sim fan, made this a lot of fun with the Koff way of just getting everything put together there. And Christian, this was a blast, dude.
It was a fun finish.
It was.
For, a very Mitchell Trubisky ending, which I do appreciate. I think clearly we're going to have to babysitter Billy Allen Robinson.
Yeah, nothing changed.
Nothing really changed there. And I'm not sure, but I don't think he had any points today. Is that correct?
Don't know for sure. My lineup, I finished in 39th, so nothing special there. Very quickly, shout out to our winner and our Christian and Rossi. Pub Dog coming in with the dub. Beckham, 52 in the captain. Amazing job there.
He's straight up bagel for Allen Robinson.
Yeah.
definitely going to be your babysitter, Billy. So OBJ, one wide receiver, one gets the player of the game honors, and Allen Robinson, who I love with all my heart, sadly gets the Not My Kid award today.
Follow this man over at Train Island on Twitter. Subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. Christian, you back tomorrow?
I am indeed. I just forget one.
Well, Christian will be back tomorrow. I'm at Jason D. Rossi.
2 p.m.
Check out, you're with Cough. You can check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver. Much appreciate all the support on and off the stream. And ladies and gentlemen, the most exciting thing is coming up next on the Dream Stream. Ross Tucker and Emery Hunt welcome Kyle Krabs in to talk the 2021 NFL Draft, which is right around the corner. And they rate their top inside and outside linebacker in this year's class.
Emery joins me as he does each and every week here on the College Draft Podcast. He is the man, Football Game Plan, at FBall Game Plan on Twitter, Football Game Plan on YouTube, and most importantly for this time of year, footballgameplan.com/2021 draft guide. And Emery, I saw you got a chance to call a game this weekend. That's pretty cool, calling some spring football that's actually not like a spring football game, like a real football game.
Yeah, a real football game that counts between two top 25, two undefeated teams in Gardner-Webb and Monmouth. And what's so interesting about this thing, comes full circle. Head coach for Gardner-Webb, Trey Lamb, I remember scouting him when he was a quarterback at Tennessee Tech. He's 31 years old. So, and I interviewed his uncle, which is Bobby Lamb, who was the head coach at Mercer. And now he's with my Louisiana Raging Cajuns, coaching on that staff. So it all came back full circle, and it was good to call the game. I'll be back next week calling the ESPN Plus TV game, Monmouth versus Kennesaw State. Excited about that.
That is awesome. I recently found out April 17th, I'm calling the Patriot League Championship game. Bucknell has already punched their ticket. We'll see who comes out of the North Division of the Patriot League, but they texted me while I'm on vacation. Hey, you want to call the Patriot League Championship game? Yeah. Are you kidding me? That would be amazing. I would love to do that. Just like I love having my buddy Kyle Krabs on. Anytime we can get him. He is my Reading, Pennsylvania homie. He went to Wilson West Lawn, absolute powerhouse high school, Chad Henney's high school. You can check out Kyle on Twitter. Love the Twitter handle, at Grinding the Tape. He's the director of scouting for the Draft Network, which is legit. If you don't know about the Draft Network, you do now, at the Draft Network. But he also is a big-time Miami Dolphins fan. So, Kyle, before we even get into linebackers, because as usual, Emery's got rankings that nobody else has. I mean, he's got guys I never heard of ahead of Micah Parsons. Okay?
He made me go off the reservation for like 2 guys for today. So
what's that?
He made me go off the reservation for 2 guys for today to make sure I could talk about them. So that's as a testament to Emery and the depth that he does and the work that he does. Emery, you have been a mentor for me for quite a while. So it's pretty cool to hop on.
I didn't even know you guys knew each other.
Oh, yeah. Constantly saw Kyle on the road, man. And that was always what I liked about it. He was always out there. When you thought I was out there, Kyle was out there too.
Yeah, you guys might be the 2 hardest working dudes in the draft community that I'm aware of. Kyle, I saw Kyle at a couple 1AA games back in the day, be all dressed up in a full suit, making me look. I'm the one on TV, and Kyle's making me look like a chump. And Emery's at every game I've ever been to. Emery will be at the Patriot League Championship game somehow, some way. He'll be there. Unbelievable. But before we get into linebackers today, Kyle, I do want to ask you, because I don't know if you saw it, but was it last week? I think it was last week. I had Ryan Fitzpatrick on the Ross Tucker football podcast.
Yeah.
And he made some comments about Tua. I'm just curious. You know how to study the tape. This is what you do for a living. You're also a diehard Dolphins fan. It is really polarizing how people feel about Tua right now. Where are you at?
I'm still optimistic, but the transition that Tua Tagovailoa experienced going from Alabama to the Miami Dolphins, I think was pretty eye-opening as far as just how good of a system, and that's what I'd call it, a system that Alabama has in there. And their ability to really coach circles around a lot of teams regardless of being in the SEC, and everybody talks about the level of competition. And so for Tua, I think the big reason why it's so polarizing is because for Dolphins fans specifically, they were told for like 18 months, this is the savior to your franchise. This is the only path to redemption as an organization. And you finally get him, and it feels like it's kind of like the football gods pull some strings for you for them to be there at 5 after they ended up winning 5 games when they were supposed to be tanking. And everybody's expectations just completely ran wild. And then this is the guy who everybody was told all this time is the guy who's going to bail out your team. And he gets pulled for Ryan Fitzpatrick in the fourth quarter of a couple of games. And it really forced an emotional reaction of like, wow, either the Dolphins need to have faith in this guy because this is the guy who we've been told for so long is the answer. Or conversely, this is the guy that they told us was going to be the answer. He can't even keep Ryan Fitzpatrick off the field. So I think once he talked a lot, Tua did, about getting more comfortable with processing stuff pre-snap and eliminating sides of the field and understanding systemically where he's supposed to go with the football based on defensive structures and alignments. And I think once he gets better and more proficient at the pre-snap stuff, which I know Fitz talked a lot about throughout the course of the year, sat in on a lot of the press conferences with the Dolphins, I think you'll see Tua play a little bit more naturally. And I think he should experience a significant jump from year 1 to year 2. But if you're expecting Tua to come in and be the left-handed version of Dan Marino, and somebody's got a left hand of God Twitter out there for Tua Tagovailoa referring to him and the Dolphins, you were probably disappointed with what you saw last year.
You know what's interesting, and just to jump in quickly, it didn't also help that you had Justin Herbert going off, and so that was like prime property for trolls to come in. That's like the corner 3 wide open. It's like, oh, they could have had Herbert. They passed over. Like, so it's like, dang, they couldn't win for losing last year. It was just a crazy situation for Tua, all considering things that was around him.
Yeah, you can almost forget what even he did on the field. It's the combination of the Dolphins didn't tank. They ended up winning 5 games, so they didn't get Joe Burrow, right, who ended up looking really good until he got hurt. Instead, they got Tua, and he didn't look nearly as good as Justin Herbert, who was taken after him, gets benched twice for Fitzpatrick. Meanwhile, Mac Jones is absolutely lighting up college football. So it's almost like even if you just put Tua's performance aside, there's all these other factors. Right. And to your point, Kyle, which I think is a great one, it was almost like a movie that everybody told you was so great. And then when you started to watch it, you're like, it's all right. It's a good movie. It's a good movie. It's not the Justin Herbert movie.
Right.
It's not this movie. The movie was just okay. So
like Star Wars, shots fired.
So anyway, we shall see. I know Fitzpatrick meant that when he's on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. He thinks Tua is going to be just fine. So we'll see. He makes a good point, by the way. Like you think about like Fitzpatrick as a rookie, he was terrible. You know, like these guys are just judged so differently now. Fitzpatrick's that dude. He's a rookie. Like but when he was a 7th round pick, nobody knew about him. Nobody cared. It's just the difference of expectations, like the movie we were talking about. Speaking of expectations, the one thing I know, Kyle, every week with Emory here on the College Draft Podcast, his rankings are not going to be like everybody else's rankings. He does not care. He doesn't give a you-know-what. Your number 1 inside linebacker, I'll freely admit this, okay? I know a lot about Chaz Surratt and Micah Parsons and Zaven Collins and Notre Dame. I don't even know how to say the Notre Dame dude's name, but I know a lot about him because I've seen him. He can fly. He's athletic. Whatever. Jeremiah is his first name. But your number 1 inside linebacker, Garrett Wallow from TCU. Explain yourself, Emory.
His instincts were off the charts. And watching TCU defense, first of all, you talk about Big 12 defense. You kind of go into it with a negative mindset, like, this dude's about to make a bunch of tackles 7 yards down the field, right? But this dude was actually making impactful tackles. His instincts were where it needed to be. He was able to play with both athleticism and quickness and explosiveness upon contact. He was always in the right spot. I thought he moved well for what you're going to expect him to do at the pro level. So all those things being considered, he was making the right plays. He athletically matched up, I thought, on film. And so he was just consistent in every game I watched. And that's something that you really want to, hone in on, is how consistent you are at the things you do well. And he didn't have many things that he didn't do well. So I just thought his tape was tremendous in that regard for that position.
All right, Kyle, what do you know and what do you think about this Wallow guy? Because it's rare. I know Emery has different rankings than other people, but to have a guy ahead of Micah Parsons I've never heard of is interesting.
So what I really like about Garrett Wallow is you can tell he was the quarterback of that defense, right? And the communication that he had in the pre-snap, talking to his teammates and making checks. And Gary Patterson's defense is not a simple one. They try and simplify it by kind of dividing the field into your front. In this 4-2-5, they'll divide the front, the read side of the field, and then the back side of the field as three separate entities with separate calls. And Garrett Wallow, when you're working effectively in a 6-man box a lot of the times, you got to make sure everybody's in the right gap. And when you're in the Big 12, like Emery said, everybody spaces out, everybody plays offense. I loved his ability to trigger an attack downhill, like Emery was talking about. As he's reading through the offensive line to the mesh point, and he's ready to attack. And when he flips the switch and decides, like, I'm going to attack the mesh point and get back there, he makes some really impressive plays. I did think in the Texas game this past year, was a game in which there was some work over the middle of the field. Texas really spaced him out, and it left him big time on an island and kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, trying to play some QB spy on Sam Ehlinger and also trying to do some coverage stuff in the middle of the field. But that game wasn't his best showing. And if you watched it first, maybe it leaves a little bit of a taste in your mouth. But I think the intelligence dynamic for Garrett Wallow, and I believe he was a 3-star former safety recruit that ended up getting out down onto the second level. You like that athleticism, and that's something you should be able to work with the way that the league is trending these days.
Your second one, I think, is interesting too, Emery, because Chaz Surratt and Micah Parsons, maybe, you have them both listed as inside backers. Surratt, I guess I look at as like a 4-3 outside backer, run and hit type. Tell me why you have Surratt number 2 and why you have him listed as an inside backer.
One, I think when you look at what he does athletically, and you remember that he was a quarterback at North Carolina, like, man, he matches up very well for what you're going to expect him to do at the pro level once again. And having those instincts of a quarterback, you want that in the middle, because now you can anticipate what's going on. You can understand what an offense is trying to do to you. So you're instinctually going to put yourself in the right position. You can read route concepts. When you drop into your zone coverage, you can match up versus running backs very well. You can pressure from the inside. I like all of those things about his game. When you put him on the outside, you're expecting a different animal. And I don't think he's there yet to play on the outside. The same which I have, reservations about Micah Parsons. I know he tested, through the roof athletically, but from an outside perspective, I think he's best served playing that inside backer role, probably that old school, taller inside backer in a 3-4 defense as opposed to the outside. I know he wasn't asked to do a lot of rushing from the outside, but that's a skill that you have to have going into the league if you want to play on the outside. So I think his ability to really, press the gas and hit downhill pretty quickly from a blitzing perspective on the interior is much more valuable for him as opposed to being on the outside. Plus, I think his instincts in space, they leave a lot to be desired. So right there in the middle, I think he could be best served to play for a long time. I know the athleticism is where it needs to be, but sometimes the instincts make you not look as fast or not as quick into where you need to be out there in space. So that's why I have those two guys right there in the middle. Plus, he didn't play this year, so we didn't get to see any growth. So you're trying to have projection. So I saw Surratt play this year. I saw the growth, and I like his potential.
Let's start with Surratt, Kyle. Just your thoughts on Surratt from North Carolina. I did think it was interesting, by the way, that he played this year while his brother Sage, who I called one of his games, the wide receiver at Wake Forest, did not play. He opted out. I thought that was interesting that different brothers took different paths. What do you see from Chaz Surratt as a player?
Yeah, definitely a rangy player. And I think Emery talking about his growth, and anytime you get a player who's transitioning from a different position, especially coming to the defensive side of the ball, when you're a quarterback and you understand defensive structure because it's a big part of what your job is on the offensive side of the ball, it helps you, A, make sure everybody's where they're supposed to be, and then B, it also helps you from a preparation standpoint to understand what opposing teams are doing. And I think Chaz, his play this past year showed he can do a little bit more than just being a guy who you put on the backside and ask to use his speed and chase stuff down. You can kind of put him in the middle and trust that he's going to be able to understand all the action that's taking place around him. So from that dynamic with Chaz Surratt, I understand why that appeal is there, because for so many linebackers that are athletic like Chaz Surratt, you're like, their processing speed's not quite where you would want it to be. So everybody's answer for that is, just put him at 4.3 will and have him chase stuff down from the backside. Well, I don't think you have to worry about that so much with Chaz Surratt because of the football intelligence that he brings. But if I could, Ross, just Emory talking about pairing these two guys together. Emory, I'm not sure if you feel the same way, but you talking about Micah being that old school kind of the thud guy coming downhill in a 3-4 defense. These two paired together would almost make like a perfect pairing in a 3-4 defense to serve as your two guys because of their complementary skill sets.
Exactly. And that's what you normally get. If you're a team like, let's say like the Giants, who want to be long on the outside and explosive on the inside and protect themselves in coverage, like you talked about, these two will probably be your best fit for your defense. And I think when you pair those two guys up, because one has length and is a great blitzer, the other one is very good versus the run, but also has the instincts and coverage. You kind of get the best of both worlds. So I definitely agree.
Speaking of coverage, 2 out of 3 men will experience some form of hair loss by the time they are 35. Yours truly included. Not cool. More than 50 million men in the U.S. suffer from male pattern baldness. Look, here's the deal. There's only 2 FDA-approved medications that can prevent hair loss. Keeps offers both of them. I was taking both of them before I even heard of Keeps. One is a pill I take every morning. The other is like a topical thing. You know what it is. You rub it on your bald spot in the back of your head. Anyway, now I don't have to go to the drugstore to pick them up. I don't have to go to the doctor to get a prescription. I do it all online with Keeps. You do the online doctor consultation. It's amazing. And look, if you guys go back and look to podcasts from 5 years ago, I have been keeping the hair I've got to this point. If you are ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/draft to receive your first month of treatment for free. Trust me, that's KEEPS.com/draft to get your first month free. Keeps.com/draft. All right, so Emory, I'm going to hit this one last time before we move on to the outside backers. A lot of people think he's the best defensive player in the draft. You have him as the 3rd best inside linebacker. What do you specifically not like about Micah Parsons?
It's not about Micah Parsons. It's more so the fact that the other guys in front of him do things particularly well on a consistent basis. It's the instincts. It's, seeing it before it happens and getting there as it's happening and making the play. I feel like a lot of what he does is reactionary. You want to see more instinctiveness coming from a player that's projected to be so high. And he plays high at times, so you want to see better pad level. And so those things probably could have been solved had he played this year. But if you're projected to go high, I completely understand and agree with you for sitting out this year. And we'll never have a issue with that. But that's what you saw on the tape that he did put out there in 2019.
What do you think of Micah, Kyle? Because the one thing I would point out, because he's from literally where I live, I've talked to him when he was in high school. He never played linebacker until he was at Penn State. He always had his hand in the dirt. So he's really, to your point, Emory, he only had 2 years being an off-the-ball backer, seeing things like that. So you should project a lot of growth there. But again, he hasn't shown it. What did you see from him, Kyle?
Well, I think that's the big thing with Micah Parsons is understanding that, Chaz Surratt played this year and showed a big leap after having not played the position for a very long amount of time. Micah Parsons didn't get the opportunity to do that. And that was a decision that he chose was best for him. And you completely understand it. Like Emery said, everybody had a decision to make with the dynamics that were at play this year. The range of outcomes for Micah Parsons, I think it's not like an open and shut case, because he has only played 2 years of linebacker after being a pass rusher at in the Harrisburg area. He was Bishop McDevitt, I believe.
Central Dolphin, and then Harrisburg High.
Harrisburg High, okay. So, and you even think about his pass rush profile, and at the Penn State Pro Day, he came in with arm length under 32 inches. So, like, it's not even like he has great anatomical length for if you were going to use him there. So I think his third down value is really going to come as a pressure player, as a blitzer, whether you're stacking him off ball and asking him to attack. I think the more you can simplify the game for Micah early on, the better results you're probably going to have. But that's to Emery's point, is the physical talent is undeniable. To be 245 and run 4.39 or whatever it was, and Penn State's a factory for phenomenal athletes. So it's not necessarily surprised that he has this all-world physical profile, but there's a kind of like a spray chart of he can end up over here, or he can also end up over here. And if Emery is going to look at that evaluation and say, I don't know where on this range and spectrum he's going to land because I didn't get to see him play and make growth this year, then I understand why there's, some of these all-world athletes have the potential to really come back down to earth really hard when they make the jump to the pros. So if Emery wants to see it, he's justified in having apprehension. I'd like to think in a scheme or a specific role, somebody who has a specific idea for him, they can get 3 down value out of him early. But that's going to be the challenge, is you really don't want to just ask him to play out in space and be natural in coverage, because I don't think he's there yet. So you have to, on third downs, use him playing forward, whether that's off the edge or stacked off the ball and blitz.
As for the outside backers, your number 1 ranked guy, Emery, I love this dude. I mean, every highlight I saw, he was killing people, game-changing plays. Zaven Collins from Tulsa, I think he's listed at like 6'4", 260. I'm sure you guys will tell me his pro day numbers or whatever, but that's like Leighton Vander Esch, Tremaine Edmonds territory. What do you like about the kid from Tulsa, Emery?
Yeah, that's classic biggest dude on the screen territory. Like when you watch Tulsa play defense. And he's just like, Anthony Barr is another one. When you look at a guy like Collins, you instantly think pass rusher, but no, that's not his game. He's a inside backer. He's almost like Carl Banks in that regard. Someone that you can stack inside, allow him to drop in coverage, allow him to blitz. He's another one of these guys that could play sandbacker. He can play weak side. He can play, inside backer in a 3-4. So he's versatile enough to play across the front, has great instincts, ball skills, and the athleticism for someone so big to where you can trust him out there on all 3 downs in any situation.
How about you, Kyle?
Yeah, I think Emery's got him pegged really well. The one concern that I had with Zaven, and I think his versatility will help him in this regard, was his ability to deconstruct blocks at times. He's 260, but he doesn't necessarily always play with that kind of power in his hands and addressing blocks when offensive linemen are climbing up to him on the second level. So for him to have the instincts and range in space that he does, I think it will really help him find ways to stay impactful instead of having to play inside the phone booth. So I like that Emery has him listed as an outside linebacker, whether that's a guy who you're going to use in hybrid, walking up on the line of scrimmage on under fronts, or on the backside and just playing a lot of coverage and zone coverage. But he sees stuff really, really well. And to be a guy who can play in space at 257, 260, whatever he is, and Ross, I do feel obligated to tell you, I think he ran 4.67 since he talked about pro day numbers. At that size is a testament to kind of a guy who can play in any kind of system. And those guys who have universal appeal, doesn't matter whether you run odd front, even front, you play man-to-man coverage, you play zone, he's going to check the boxes. So that should lead for a lot of demand for Zaven Collins.
It's kind of interesting to me that we go from a 260-pound outside backer to another guy that's like 210. How do you say it? Jeremiah Owusu-Koroma. I might have butchered that. The Notre Dame kid, single-digit kid, fun watching him. But he's like 50 pounds less than your boy Zaven Collins, Emery. You have him in the same category. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, and it's Cora Moore. Trust me, I had to work on that myself. Doing a lot of Georgetown games. I got extensive experience in these hyphenated last names and of such. So when you look at him and how he plays, he reminds me a lot of what I saw last year in Akeem Davis Gaither out of App State, who was built the same way, but he doesn't play like he's 215. He's a guy that you can match up across the board. He can match up in the slot. He can match up versus backs and tight ends. He can pressure very well. He's good in the open field. He's athletic. So I know some people may see him as a strong safety. To me, nowadays, strong safety, sandbacker, big nickel backer, all that's just the same, right? You want him out there on defense because he's athletically able to match up and play. And because of that and that versatile skill set, you can see him carry number 2 down the seam. You can see him get out there on the boundary and wall guys off in one-on-one coverage. So he can do a lot of things. That's why he graded so high for me.
Kyle?
And then he's playing coverage in the slot, and he's triggering on slant routes and undercutting slants against Clemson and stripping the ball out of guys' hands. So, yeah, it's Emery talking about him and his perception is potentially a strong safety. And this is a guy who's going to play on all 3 downs. And if you want to play base defense, you could put him on the second level. You want to go sub, play him out in the slot. I think he played the majority of his snaps this past year out on the hash in the slot, and a guy who can play in space. And then you get to 3rd and 10 or 3rd and 7+, and you want to line everybody up on the line of scrimmage and bring heat, and he can scream in off the edge because he's got a really explosive first step. So teams who like to move pieces around are really going to love him because, whether a team comes out in 12 or 11 personnel, he can take those snaps and either play out against a slot receiver or he can play in the box and have the physicality and aggressiveness. And the biggest thing for me with him is just that first step quickness and explosiveness that he has. And you watched the Clemson game from this past year, and that was a game in which his impact was felt all over the field, and he sniffs you out. Florida State was another good one where he's smacking dudes. He's 210, 215, but he will smack the taste out of your mouth. And for a guy who's not big as a linebacker, but has that kind of hit stick ability, I really appreciate that dynamic of a guy who you would look at and be like, oh, yeah, cool, it's small linebacker. No, he don't play small.
Before we get to the last guy that you had listed, Emery, because I thought it was interesting, not the last guy, the third guy, but the last guy we're going to talk about. I should mention this week, it's a tradition unlike any other. Augusta, Georgia, competing for the coveted jacket. Here's all you need to know. Take $1, go to DraftKings Sportsbook if you haven't yet. You can win $100 if any golfer you pick finishes in the top 10. Just make sure you use the code Ross to turn $1 into $100 at DraftKings Sportsbook. Pretty awesome. That way, when you're taking your Sunday afternoon nap, you can wake up and see whether or not you win the $100 or not. So the last guy you have listed as outside backer, I should have mentioned this last week, Emery, when we were on with John Ledyard. You didn't have Azeez Ojulari from Georgia listed as an edge guy. You have him listed as an outside backer. That surprises me. Why is that?
I see him more as a sandbacker than anything. When you talk about edge, I think in terms of edge, I'm thinking twitchy guy. I'm thinking explosive guy. I'm thinking a guy that is a pressure style player. I see Ojulari as a guy that, he's solid, but I see him more as a sandbacker. And you can still pressure with your sandbacker. Most teams still do. But I see him more as as an edge setter and someone that plays the run well. He has to develop a variety of pass moves to be considered a true edge, in my opinion. Now his one move has been effective, but I just see a guy that's he's more along the lines of what I see as an outside backer as opposed to a true pass rusher.
What did you see from Ojulari, Kyle?
I think Emery has a great point as far as his versatility as a rusher is something that needs to be fleshed out. So I think from a developmental perspective, probably the 3-year projection on Ojulari, you can probably peg him to a lot of teams and be more of a robust pass rusher. But early on, he's a guy who has some nice stiffness in his hands to really jolt pads and help control the line of scrimmage. So I saw him fairly similarly. I do have him classified as an edge because if I'm looking at a more long-term projection for him, I think he has the physical skills to be able to take that kind of role on with more development. But if you're just looking at the product that he is now, he's not a guy who consistently turns the apex of the pocket on his outside rushes and flattens. So he needs to win with that first step quickness. And if he gets off the ball, he does it just fine. But and the Florida game was a good example. Stone Forsythe, the offensive tackle there, really handled him fairly well as far as not letting him claim wins off that outside edge. So he needs to build out more counters in order to get there. So for me, I do have him classified as an edge, looking at a 3-year projection for him as compared to just where he is now. But Emery does have some pretty valid points here about what he is now, where he can help your team in year one. And, it's no guarantee that players are going to develop the things that we haven't seen from them on tape.
Emery, you can talk about one of your sleepers. You got one from Central Methodist, one from British Columbia. I don't even know what college that is, and one from Concordia St. Paul. You get to pick one of them. Go.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Marquez Daniels. I watched one game. First play, he had a tremendous pass breakup in the slot. Second play, pick six. And it was like, man, this dude is ridiculous. 6'3", 245. He was a highly touted recruit, JUCO recruit, was supposed to go to Arizona State, didn't, ended up at Central Methodist. So athletically, he matches up well. He'll get into a camp and surprise some.
I love it. Kyle, you ever heard any of these guys that Emery had as the sleepers?
I have not, and I do want to just give a quick shout to a sleeper real quick. I don't know how much of a sleeper you can play when you play in the SEC, but I really like Ernest Jones, the linebacker from South Carolina, as a guy who can really thump against the run. He's pretty explosive. He's big. He's long. I had a chance to see him up close down in Fort Lauderdale for the House of Athlete Combine that Brandon Marshall put on. I had a chance to go down, and he tested there, and he was over 10 feet in the broad, and he looks like an NFL linebacker. So not quite off the radar like Emery does, but that's why Emery is one of the best. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Ernest Jones real quick.
I like it. I've heard of Ernest Jones' name. Check out Kyle at Grinding the Tape on Twitter. At the Draft Network is where he does all of his stuff. If you're a Dolphins fan, he's all over, whether it's the Dolphins Wire, Locked On Fins. The key, though, is if you follow him on Twitter at Grinding the Tape, you'll be able to see all the stuff Kyle has going on. Obviously, you guys know Emery's where it's at with the draft guide. He's doing a terrific job with it. It's out. I have it. I check it out all the time. Footballgameplan.com/2021 draft guide. Terrific job, fellas. Other than that, the keg is kicked. We are all tapped out.
Thanks for listening to the College Draft Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Fantasy Feast, Even Money, and The Business of Sports. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
this thing on? Okay, I think it's on. Very good. Brandon, how we doing? Jared Goff's here. Not good to see Jared Goff. I'm all set. And look at it, it's snowing in Denver. Very good. Beautiful. We'd rather just look at that. Leave that there every time we come on camera. I think you're muted, BK.
Oh.
There you go.
Sorry. First time doing this. It was 80 degrees yesterday, and now I have snowflakes as big as my fist. Seriously, look at that. Look how big that snow is.
Majestic and giant, yes. All right, well, you know the drill. Glash is on a sim that includes the LA Rams and Jared Goff, so I will not be playing Jared Goff.
I know you hate Jared Goff. I think I did the lineup. I did the lineup for the next game, I guess.
Goofy.
Well, so that means I get to pick an even better lineup.
Yeah, that's true. So I put Steph Diggs in the captain spot. It was kind of cheap, like cheaper than some of those other dudes. So
Bills and Rams. My Raiders lineup set. Bills and Rams. We'll do it as we go along, and I'll tell you what my lineup is. It'll unfold as the game unfolds.
Steph Diggs in the captain spot, 11,700. I thought there was a good savings there.
Yeah, good value.
Yeah. Josh Allen in the flex, of course. Woods, Kupp, Higbee, and my punt play, Mr. Malcolm Brown. Only $3,000 to roster.
Okay.
That's what I did.
Okay. I am going to fake captain. I did Bobby Woods the other day, so I'll fake captain Cooper Kupp today. Okay.
The BK fake captain.
I like to alternate. But hey, you heard it here first. Cooper Kupp is my fake captain, so I won't change.
Nice.
And then I'm certainly going to have Allen and Diggs and Woods and Lee Smith because he shows up on these sims.
Yep.
And I don't know. Who else can I have for, do you think? The kicker. Give me a kicker. Give me
Sloman.
I'll take your guy Sloman.
Okay.
There you go.
Or Bass.
That's my fake lineup.
I think Bass is better, but
yeah. Okay.
You know. I think honestly, you have the winning lineup.
I might. We'll see how it all shakes out. What happened was I was
Typically,
scrolling
that's
down.
what
I scrolled on the wrong contest. Obviously, filled it out super fast. My day's been a little hectic. But
yeah.
But everything's all right.
So I've heard.
Yeah. So 2-year-old had a little mishap. Fell off some. He was climbing on high chairs at a restaurant yesterday, a little tavern by us, and smacked his face pretty good. So we may have to have a little bit of surgery to either relieve some of the pressure and or reset his nose, but he'll be fine. He's a tough kid. You wouldn't know any better. He was
right.
bleeding out of both nostrils and you could already tell it starting to swell. And he was irate that we were not going back to the playground that we had hit on the way to the tavern yesterday because we had promised we'd go back after we ate. So the blood, the pain, that wasn't the issue. Not getting to go on the slide post falling from a stack of high chairs was a bigger problem. So we'll see how hopefully it's
I wasn't sure if you were gonna put that out there, but glad to hear he's doing good.
We think he's going to be okay. Look, there was a chance I was going to have to miss it, and Tommy Freezepop's going to pick me up. Look at that big run there. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Daryl Henderson Jr., 75 yards.
Daryl Henderson does nothing in these, right? Nothing.
He does something. Third down back. Catches
I was about
to
say Daryl Henderson, but I'm like, he's not going to do anything. I may not have been able to afford him as my sixth player if I'm picking a kicker. Okay, I just feel like I've never seen Daryl Henderson do anything. He's like the Jared Goff of running backs.
He shows up, helping out his quarterback. Nice
we did a
run
Rams
right
the
to
other
middle.
day. You bagged on Jared Goff the whole time, and I don't know if Daryl Henderson touched the ball.
Dude, he definitely gets in these games. Malcolm Brown's useless, typically. That's why he's only $3,000 a roster.
No, I get that, but I don't think I've ever heard you say Daryl Henderson's name. Certainly not on a 75-yard touchdown.
That's for sure. Like, you know who does that typically? Like a Nyheim Hines will do that.
Yeah.
Like out of nowhere. Third down back, just shows up out of nowhere. Henderson, 5.7% in the captain spot, 29.7% in the overall ownership category for the Free Public Showdown.
What was his
9,683 entries.
Yeah, what was his captain ownership?
just shy of 6%.
Yeah, I think I might have captained him this time instead of Cup.
He's a front runner right now for Krusty Koff Player of the Game.
Krusty Kristall when I do it.
You know, do you have any reason why you do that?
Yeah, because that's my last name, so I'm giving him the award.
Oh.
It's not as prestigious,
Is that
not
how
as
awards
crusty. Well, they do in Simland. Yes, you're right. I guess I can't rename the Walter Payton Man of the Year to the BK Man of the Year just because because I'm giving up my own. Well, if it's my own separate Man of the Year award,
okay,
I could rename it.
You make good points.
And some people don't mention Babysitter Billy by name for whatever reason. I don't know why.
They just say the Not My Kid award.
Yeah.
That's fair. You're right. Don't do it again.
Come
Give
on.
me another 75-yard run.
He's not gonna
Do
get
it.
that. Singletary.
Zach Moss.
Zach Moss. Yeah, Singletary's
What in the world
26,
is
right?
going on?
Big day running.
Yeah. Hope you brought your track shoes.
They're not Color Rush shoes there?
It's going to be a race to the finish.
No Color Rush today? I like those Bills uniforms better.
Wow. Bills already at the 36 of LA. All right, Rich Sharp needs Diggs. Lindenbaum, what's good? Frank White, how you doing? That should have been intercepted.
Did this guy say that he pushed his kid down the slide in a high chair? No. My kiddo was goofing around trying to play video games without quarters in the little tavern by our house, which he does all the time. He'll sit in a little car game. And then he got bored and started to climb a stack of high chairs. And it didn't go great. And now he's going to have some sort of nose surgery.
Oh, Steph Diggs.
Diggs, your captain.
He's in. Touchdown. 36 yards. Allen to Diggs. That didn't take long. 3 plays, 2 touchdowns.
This is a fun game so far,
Yeah.
even without throwback.
Welcome to prime time. Are you enjoying the show? We've had 2 touchdowns in 1 minute, 28 seconds.
At this pace,
If you're
the
just
final score is
joining
gonna be 90 to 88.
Darrell Henderson Jr. on the second play, actually 4 plays. I should say 4 plays, because the first play, Jared Goff threw to Higbee, completion, no yards, no gain. Next play, 75-yard run, Darrell Henderson Jr. to the crib. Zach Moss runs it, 41 yards. And then the next play, Allen to Diggs over the middle, 36-yard touchdown. 4 plays, 2 touchdowns in 128.
Pretty good stuff.
Wow. Hey. Our production crew with us here, producer Michael. Also Andrew. Hey, check in on the Twitch chat. Someone's being very inappropriate.
Fernando
CJ71.
Tatis got hurt.
Good to have you. Who's that? Yeah, he did.
Fernando Tatis. It looks like nothing too bad. The exam
10-day
was
injured list, just a shoulder.
Uneventful. Well, glad I drafted Acuna, who went yard twice with my number 1 pick.
Oh, OG Anunoby got ejected.
Did you play Koff tonight?
Sure did. Hey, shout out to Koff. Got to give Koff a lot of credit for this. I mean, mostly the Sim fam. Did you see Koff made a 200-person last-minute NBA? I mean, he calls it last-minute NBA, but he built it at noon. It filled. 200 people got in.
How much money?
$1 a piece.
Winner take all?
Winner takes first place. CEH is in first place. Sup. Winner takes $36.
That's a lot of winners getting paid, but for $1 all in, it's not bad.
Second place gets $27.
I got roped into a $100 20-person golf showdown. I'm using my $1 million lineup that Moose helped me make the other night.
I'm glad you're giving credit, citing your sources.
He literally on the sim was like, I would do this, and that. And I'm like, all right, that sounds good. And I told him, I was like, my lineup's going to look a lot like yours, I think, if you really put these guys. And he says rather than do the Millie Maker, that's a sack for Ed Oliver.
Jared,
he's
you're
more
ruining.
inclined.
Come on, Jared.
He's more inclined to spend $200 for 2,200 people, and in first place gets $100,000. I'm like, oh, it's interesting.
Stakes are a little different on this one. as Mr. Hawk informs us, it filled with 1 second to spare. Yeah, wow. I noticed that because I got in and Koff texted me. He's like, hey, get involved with this because if it doesn't fill, we can't have it. I'm like, all right. I got in. I'm like, oh, 189 with 189 out of 200 filled with about 6 minutes to lock. So
pretty good.
Yeah, Jordan says, give us credit, Glash. I suggested it. Me, Hawk, CEH, Cena, a few others.
I don't know if I got invited or not. You know, he invited me just to do our head-to-head. I'm trying to save up to do some more golf stuff. And because my account with the regular DraftKings and DK Sportsbook are linked, I was like, you know what? Let's just leave a little buffer in there so I don't have to dip into the bank account.
Reed teased, did you know? Don't give Crust too much credit. I know. Right when I started to give him credit, I felt uncomfortable. Like, wait a second. Everyone else had to fill it.
Right. All he did was create it. You guys did the hard work.
Well, that's why, you know, we've talked about this. Like, why is it so hard for him to want to create a 10-person contest with people he works with? Well, you know, I'll join if someone creates it.
Because he has everyone's screen names.
He goes out of his way and creates a 200-person NBA contest.
He has everyone's screen names.
Frank White, what's up, Frank? Good to see you in here. Cena, Obi-Wan. Evening, Obi-Wan. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground.
What level of baseball? What level of baseball fan are you in terms of how you spend your viewing time with baseball outside of the Red Sox?
I will watch Sunday Night Baseball, and then if maybe I have a night free of not watching a marquee NBA or NHL playoff game or like a Celtics game I'm interested in, I'll put on Wednesday Night Baseball, whatever. Okay. I'll watch a little bit of neutral site baseball.
I'm kind of there with you after basketball and hockey, or if there's a game on a national game and let's say Nugs or Avs aren't playing and it's Yankees Red Sox on a Wednesday or something, or Cubs Cardinals on a Wednesday, I'll watch that probably. But my baseball viewing is pretty limited. To keep an eye on the Rockies and the Sunday night game I'll check in on. The reason I say that is it's kind of been fun because there's been day games almost every day between MLB Network, ESPN, and having you get the free preview on any of your cable or satellite providers for the week, and that goes away after tomorrow. You know, and that'll be it for me in terms of extra baseball. Like I won't watch Pirates, Brewers, or whatever was on the other day, Lions, Tigers, and Twins until the play. You know, like I'll have no interest in those teams. But if they're on at 1 p.m. and I've got the package, free, you know, the free games or whatever, it's cool. So I don't know. I don't get any of the extra packages because I'm just not able to commit enough time. And I would get the Sunday ticket, but I'm at a game every Sunday, and I can't, you know, be watching on my iPad or whatever while I'm trying to keep track of what's going on in the Broncos game. Actually, do you follow Dove Kleiman on Twitter? He covers the NFL for nobody. Literally says independent NFL reporter.
No, but I've seen like, I know who you're talking about.
So what he does on Sundays, though, is he literally pulls every big play just about. So be like, oh, Tom Brady just hit Mike Evans. And so I'll see it in my feed, and I'll just click on those kind of as they come if I have time. So I'm kind of ahead of the highlights, and I don't have to go seek them out. It's actually pretty user-friendly. I'm just saying, though, I have kind of enjoyed, with my schedule being a little open the last few days, and even on Friday, being able to watch random baseball that I would never watch otherwise.
Nathan Olson says, good energy in the sim tonight. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there is.
Nathan,
Mets
I feel it.
The Mets. Washington's finally playing. It's exciting.
And the Mets have played, right?
Yeah. They're playing right now. The Mets are playing Philly, sorry, in Washington.
So they're not playing each other.
No. Mets and Phillies, right? They're finally playing. Mets and Phillies are on right now.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Have you done any fantasy baseball, DFS? Because Koff and I were talking about it. Since we're big in NASCAR, we did a little hockey. He does a lot more hockey than me.
Maybe once or twice. I've never really done a baseball thing. I'm not.
Maybe someone in the chat can explain their opinion to what it takes to win baseball. Because I would think knowing to play Acuna or any of your high dollar Tatis when he's healthy, that seems obvious. Your frontline pitchers, they're going to likely have a good outing. That's why they are $20 to $30 million players.
Something
But-
tells me it has to be like a value starting pitcher.
Yeah, well, and maybe so, but I'm just saying being able to anticipate the value, like this Mets game's on. I don't know who Luis Guillorme is. He's their third baseman. He can't be that expensive. He can't cost as much as Acuna,
right?
Or Pete Alonso. But how do you know tonight? Like, watch him hit a 2-run bomb, or there's nobody on a solo shot. Like, how do you know he was going to hit it off of the Phillies pitcher Anderson? Or there's just no way to know. I think. I understand there's averages. That's how it works. But it seems even like more of a crapshoot than basketball, because a pitcher can just get hot. Whereas like basketball, you're like, hey, the starting shooting guard's out, the backup's going to play more, so his numbers will go up. Versus just these 9 guys in the bottom 6, you're just rolling the dice. But maybe there's got to be more to it than that.
Marcus Ramon says pitchers and hitters.
Well, that seems like a good way to approach it. If you're just trying to field good defenders, guys that are Gold Glovers but don't swing the bat, it
Crispy
can't be a good way.
says takes a lot of luck.
It seems like that. I mean, I understand there's people that probably devote a lot of time to it and think there's a level of skill, and I'm sure there is. I don't want to dismiss it. It just feels like of all the sports, the element of luck seems the greatest that you would do DFS with. Because there's 9, you're playing 9 guys or 10 guys, right, in the lineup.
Right.
And the bottom 5 feel like a roll of the dice every night, even if they're playing against a terrible pitcher, because a terrible pitcher can still have a good night. At least against, the back half of the lineup. Or even, these are guys that may not be in the back half of the lineup, but middle to back.
Reynolds
I'm still
on
going to
the
do it.
catch to the 18-yard line. If you missed it, Darrell Henderson Jr. 75-yard touchdown run. Stephon Diggs 36-yard touchdown reception from Josh Allen. 7-7, first quarter winding down. Producer Michael makes a good point. Matchups, lefty, righty.
Sure, no, I understand where you're going to find advantages. It just feels like to win consistently is what I'm saying.
You have a lot of information now at your arsenal.
All right, well, good. Hopefully nobody share this with Koff, so when he and I start going head-to-head, I can put all this together. There's a bunch of stuff going on in the chat, too. I will.
He ain't going to tell you. He's not going to tell you.
No, I'm saying they don't tell Koff that we just had this little chat, so that.
Oh, I got it.
Everyone in the chat, don't tell Koff. Shh. I'm going to use all of your info and win thousands of dollars off Koff in baseball.
Thousands. Henderson has 82 yards, so he had a 75-yard touchdown. It's like the second play of the season.
Does he hit the bonus? Yes or
Moss
no? I'm going to say no.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one.
No, well, then now I want to say yes.
Reynolds, 2 catches, 29 yards. Diggs, 2 for 40 and a touchdown. Right now, Daquan is leading our free roll, which is titled, Hey, Jared, not good to see you. In the public free showdown, a 5-way tie for first place. Henderson in the captain spot, 5.7% owned, 23.55 points. How about you're getting all this advice? I hope you're taking notes. D-Rod says you just have to see who's pitching. Best pitcher pitching or the worst pitcher pitching if the worst pitcher expects more hits from the other team. Okay. Carter says, I rode through and picked the 300 average batting club guys. Play players if they hit 300. Bat 300. Here's another one.
You're going to run into a cost issue there, though.
Probably. Where is it? Rich says, I think you need a week or two of baseball to let it weed itself out, see who's hitting and who's not. That's the problem. Pitching is pretty easy.
Well, and especially early, right? Because some guys start slow out of the box, and some guys start out on fire, like the kid from the White Sox that went 8 for his first 9 and 5 for 5. Now he'd be the anomaly because no one since 1933 has gone 5 for 5 in their first major league game. But then he was 12 for 18. It's like he's obviously coming back to the pack. No one's going to be Steve Nebraska and hit 1,000 and pitch lights out when they finally get to the show.
Here's Cup in motion. They'll try the jet sweep.
No, my captain.
He gains a yard.
Trying to outrush Henderson on 1 carry.
Let's see. David in the chat says stack players from the same team in the 2, 3, 4 spots.
Okay.
4, 5, 6 are close. 2, 4, and 5, you can rack up the points when you're going to walk a hit into home. Stacking is good. Hey, Bill Hamilton, what's up? Jared Goff, don't get sacked. Coward.
He's a coward.
I'm still not sure. The Lions have so many needs. Like, they're probably not going to take a quarterback.
Well, so here's what I heard today, talking to somebody in the league. They said the Lions are split right now. And I don't know, and they didn't really know the answer to this, but just what they're hearing in terms of, through third and fourth and fifth parties.
Yep.
You have Chris Spielman, who leaves the broadcast booth to be a special consultant or whatever to the owner. But I don't think that was just on the hire. I think he's around to be a consultant to the owner all the time, because the sense I get is the owner doesn't want to be talking to the football people all the time. He just wants to talk to Spielman. So Spielman is dealing with the GM, and you have Dan Campbell. So going back to the GM, Brad Holmes, he was the college scouting director when Jeff Fisher and Les Snead and the Rams drafted Goff. He then trades for Goff. He will look like a genius if Goff turns into a true Pro Bowler that isn't Sean McVay made, if you will. So when you look at it from Holmes's angle, he wants to see Goff, and you can get value at the 7th in terms of a big-time player. You can also get value by trading back, especially if one of those quarterbacks falls to 7 and there's a team that wants to come up. You can pick up a bunch of 1s just to move even a couple of spots, or 1s and 2s and 3s, obviously.
Yep.
And then there's the notion, and whether this is Holmes thinking this, even though Goff is his guy, or Spielman or Dan Campbell, that if one of those quarterbacks is there, why not take them and move on from Goff after a year where you're out less money and you still have those other first-round draft picks. So I don't know what they do, but they do obviously have lots and lots of needs. At the same time, a quarterback on a rookie deal gives you the most flexibility. So how quickly and how much money do they have to eat? The Rams ate the bulk of the money. I can pull up Goff's contract and let you know what they'd eat if they just cut him or traded him again next year. What would you do though if you're Holmes and you're allowed to make your first pick ever as the new GM?
I think they're gonna draft a receiver. They have so many holes. They got to give him someone to throw to. Here's run after the catch. Steph Diggs. Can he do it again? He will. 73-yard touchdown.
You in first place? That's your captain right there.
Sure is. Yeah, pretty good. Question in the chat real quick. Emerson's forehead. No, that was Zach Moss who ran it 41 yards. Not Singletary. Not an error.
Sorry, I said Singletary, and I was quickly corrected. No, it's Zach Moss. Singletary wears 26. Moss wears 20. There's Singletary right there on camera. Put camera on quotes. Jared Goff's deal. Okay. So there's a better out after 2022. There's no way this dead cap money is all against the Lions. It seems almost impossible. But maybe if the Lions were to cut them next year, it says their dead money is 30.5 after this year. After next year, so if they kept them through 2022, the dead number drops to 10 and then 5. Huh.
Maybe they take one of those quarterbacks like in the second or third round. Moss
Sure.
maybe drops to them.
Yeah, it's more just what are you doing at 7? There's other quarterbacks to get. That's not the issue. It's, do you believe in Goff enough to try to give him some help? You're right. Pass catcher, inevitably, unless something happens at 4 with Kyle Pitts,
yeah,
you can't think Atlanta's taking a receiver with the 2 receivers they already have. At 5, very possible Jamar Chase is off the board. And then at 6, if Pitts hasn't gone yet, or maybe one of the linemen or whatever, Penny Sewell, you're still going to have a shot at one of those, well, certainly top 3 receivers if you put
Miami
Waddle
might
in there.
take Pitts.
Yeah, Miami might take Pitts. They might take Devontae Smith, or they might take Waddle if Jamar Chase is off the board. But all 3 of those guys are there. So one of those pass catchers will almost certainly be there, right? Just simple math. If you like Waddle as much as you like the other 2 receivers, and a lot of people do. So you'll have a pass catcher for sure. You can add defensive help, which you need. You can get one of those corners if you want to take Surtain at 7.
Mm-hmm.
You can trade. I think you trade back if you're not taking a quarterback, especially if there's a guy they love. Let's just say that. And I don't know if they take Kyle Pitts because they have Hawkinson. Not that you can't play them together. And Dan Campbell was a tight end. But I just think I'm with you. You got so many needs.
Rich Sharp says if Fields drops, the Lions would be foolish not to try to get him.
anybody that can get Fields would be foolish not to get him, other than, I guess, Cincy. I would make a case that Miami should draft him. They're not going to.
I know.
I think he's better than Tua.
I think you can make a case for a lot of teams up top. And as we get closer and closer and closer, right? Like, we all thought Detroit was going to take Tua, and they passed on him. Well, at least I shouldn't say that. They should have.
They had Stafford and Patricia and Bob Quinn are trying to keep their jobs.
Yeah, but to get the next guy. I know Patricia's 32. I'm sorry, Stafford, what, 31, 32?
Yeah. He's established.
I don't know. Jimmy Garoppolo's 30, and they're going to take the next guy. And he's still... Now, look, I know he's got the injury history, but you can't... There's no limit on what you have to spend to get it right. And by spend, I mean actual dollars.
Agreed.
Or more so draft capital to get it right. So that's why someone in the chat here is actually bringing up if Sam Darnold was connected to Denver with Drew Lock.
He was not.
He was not. Okay.
There were preliminary asks at various points about what it would cost. And here's my understanding on their thinking is, with a second as part of the cost, you saw it was a second, a fourth, and a sixth this year. By committing a second-round pick to a guy that, one, you may not think is much better than Drew Lock, and they don't talent-wise. Success-wise, it's not like he has even the resume of, say, a Teddy Bridgewater, who's won games, gone to the playoffs. Yes, he hasn't ever thrown more than 15 touchdowns, but he doesn't have that. And so then you're going to give up a second for a guy that you have to decide by May with really no on-field workout of your own, just his tape, which you've already seen and you don't think is that good.
Yeah.
From a footwork standpoint, from a decision-making standpoint. I understand there are factors out of his control, but you're going to give up a second and other picks, just use Carolina's exact trade, for a guy that by May you have to decide you're picking up your fifth year, and he may not beat Drew Lock out. Or he may not, be appreciably better that when you look at them, they make all the same throws. They make similar reads, right? So they just didn't get that far down the road with it, and other teams were more interested. The Niners called originally, seeing if the Jets would trade, talking about Darnold, and as they continued to explore, they realized they could get to 3 with Miami. Here's the one thing I think, though, as it relates to the Niners and the idea they're going to take Mac Jones. And I heard Chris Sims again today on Dan Patrick talking about it. He talks about it on Pro Football Talk Live with Florio that he does. It feels like one of two things. Either he's completely in the dark and just looking at other players that Kyle Shanahan has coached to some success, Cousins, Garoppolo, I'm missing one, Matt Ryan, and saying, well, Mac Jones is similar in that he's really smart like those guys, maybe not the best athlete. Or Kyle Shanahan, former roommate of Chris Sims, matching tattoos, best friend in football, best friend in coaching, one of his best friends in life. He has told him, hey, I need you to help put out there about Mac Jones because maybe we get the Jets to bite on Mac Jones because they think, oh, this guy's the perfect guy for the system. He's smart. And Saleh and Mike LaFleur, who both were just with Kyle, think there might be a Jedi mind trick there. Or by them not going to see Justin Fields because he really likes Justin Fields, not Zach Wilson. You get Chris to keep talking up Zach Wilson, mention Mac Jones, but then Justin Fields is really the guy. Because if you're keeping Garoppolo, the key to really succeeding in that offense is the play action. But if you've got an athletic quarterback that can operate on the edges, the stress that puts on a defense, not only are they having to bite on the run, he can go get the first down all the time on his own. And the second he doesn't, because he's got an elite arm, he's killing the second and third levels with his throws downfield. So I'm going to be really surprised if they made all that just to get Mac Jones. They made that move all the way to 3.
Yeah.
Mac Jones. Now, it does allow them to control what they want to do, and they have choices between likely Jones, Lance, and Fields. So they can do their due diligence from now until April 29th at 6 o'clock Eastern, and add about 30 minutes. So 6:30 Eastern, that's when they'll make their pick. Or is it 6:30 or 8:30? Whatever that time is. I guess 8:30 Eastern. That's when they'll make that pick. They can do all the due diligence in the world. But it'll just blow my mind if Mac Jones is why they went all the way up there.
Right. And it also, with the Darnold trade, it rules out the Jets moving
holding
out
on.
too.
Yeah, dropping back.
Someone threw this out there. Maybe the Niners were looking to move to 2. Like, all right,
they were.
3.
I think they were. It's been reported, but the Jets said no thanks.
Yep, because the Jets had their guy, and the trade of Darnold yesterday adds up.
Well, they either had their guy or they like any of those guys more than they like Darnold right now.
Right. Yeah.
But Joe Douglas did say today that had something knock their socks off or whatever, and I don't know what that would have been, but that they were comfortable with Darnold.
I just want Josh Allen.
It'll be interesting to see.
Rushing yards.
You know, we were talking about Carolina, right? And them making that trade, or we're talking about them now. They can still go up and get a pick at 4 or a pick at 6 or 7, certainly 7, because they didn't give much up this year. They still have their first at 8. They have their second-round pick. They have the next 2 first-rounders. They still have all these players. All they gave up was next year's number 2. That's the only thing that's not in the draft, in the trade, potentially. So even though they just traded for Darnold, there's no commitment on his 5th-year deal. You don't have to do that till 5th-year option. You don't have to do that till May. So if the draft shakes out in a weird way and you get the sense that you can get to 5 or get to 7 or even 4 with Atlanta, because Atlanta would love to raid one team in their division of their own picks and players, maybe Carolina's still moving, and then they figure out the Darnold move next.
Oh, Tre'Davious White. I'm sorry, Jalen Ramsey, wrong team. Jalen Ramsey with the pick. So if you got Josh Allen in the captain spot, not good. I mean, he just ran for 50 rushing yards a moment ago, so it's not terrible. Allen, 25.5% in the captain spot, 82.5% in the overall spot. Guys, hit that like button. We're almost at 250 likes. Clash, BK, first half winding down. We have producer Michael, Andrew on the 1s and 2s, Zach from our Game Ops team. Here's Goff. He'll turn it over too, I bet. Tre'Davious White in coverage. Do you rule out the Panthers taking a quarterback in the top 10?
Not if one of them ends up making it to 8. No, I don't. Because again, your commitment to Darnold is limited, and even those trades. And if you can get to a spot and/or one falls to you at 8, you can still move Darnold the weekend of the draft. You may not get as much back as you just gave up, right? Yeah. But you'll get something, and you'll be feeling good about this new quarterback. Must Be High says, BK, how do you know Goff or whoever is smarter than another QB? I think the coaches, they can be fooled for sure in everything until you get to actual practice or actual meetings. Some guys have great memories, right? And can get up on the whiteboard. That's the thing about Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow has a photographic memory. It's the processing part of it, but he can remember a play. And so that was where he blew Josh McDaniels away, was they put stuff on the whiteboard, photographic memory, erase it, and he could throw it right back up there. The problem was when they got to the field, the ball didn't get where they needed it to go.
Right.
But so I think you have to do all the work you can on high school coaches, college coaches, teammates, anyone you know that has any association, especially at that position. And then sometimes when you don't, that's how you end up drafting Paxton Lynch in the first round, or name another quarterback bust that didn't love football all the way, they relied on their talent more than football acumen, if you will. And some guys get there later. Patrick Mahomes last year on that LeBron show, that barbershop show, said he's just now learning how to read defenses. And that's pretty scary.
Right.
If he gets to the point where he's processing the way Brady does, the way Drew Brees did, the way Ben Roethlisberger, obviously Rodgers, Peyton, I feel like, is on a different level that very few, if anyone, has ever been on in the history of the game. But Brady is certainly, right there. And I come to the line and I can see what's going on, and I know everything that you're supposed to do. I know all of your rules.
There's some Darrell Henderson garbage points, and we go into the half. Both teams nearing 100 rushing yards.
Yeah, maybe Henderson does get there and proves us both wrong.
We'll look at the stats now. 14-10. Steph Diggs has been the man. 2 long touchdowns, has the bonus. I saw some of you guys in the chat. If that has not been updated, Zach will get there from our Game Ops team. Scores updated manually. Allen, 4 for 7. 2 touchdowns and a pick, 117 yards. That's the other thing, too. Allen's thrown 2 touchdowns, so you can live with the pick.
On 4 completions.
Yeah, right. Right. Let's see. Henderson, but Henderson's stuck at 82. Nothing in the second quarter.
No. What place are you in, by the way?
18th.
It's pretty good with the Diggs captain. If you would have put Henderson in your lineup, you'd be in better shape.
Yeah. Robert Woods, 2 for 18. Cooper Kupp has a touchdown, but 1 catch. That's it.
And a carry. That's why I captained him.
Higbee, 3, but not much going on, though, in the passing game outside of Diggs. Higbee, 3 for 10. Woods, 3 for 23. Oh, okay. Some things are getting updated right now. Beautiful. Rich Sharp says the Niners need to trade that pick for Aaron Rodgers and next year's first-round pick. All right, that's a little steep, but I kind of love it. I would love it. I
They
don't
don't
think
have
the
next year's
Packers
first-round
won't do
pick
it,
anymore.
but I would love it. I would love it.
They don't have next year's first round pick anymore.
Who?
The Niners.
Right, they gave it away.
You could trade 3 straight up for Aaron Rodgers, though.
Would you do it?
They might. Here's the thing. I don't know if Matt.
Who? The Packers might.
The Packers certainly might.
I don't think
then
they
know.
will.
Then they
I
know
love
they
it.
could.
They don't think they will.
Then they know they could take 3 and turn that into something else since they just drafted Jordan Love or trade Jordan Love, I guess. But then the Niners cap is a bit of a disaster. That would be wild, though. And we know that obviously Matt LaFleur has a good relationship with Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, it'd be so cool. Hey, Rams, neat. You got Matt Stafford. Hey, Matt, guess who's back in your division? Aaron Rodgers. Oh, that'd be so awesome.
And if he's going to take this gig, if he gets offered the Jeopardy job, which apparently he can do in 50 days very easily in the offseason, it's still easier to get to SoCal if you have to do anything from Northern California than it is from Green Bay. I get private jets, go fast, and are easy to get on, but still. Did you know that an entire year's worth of Jeopardy can be taped in 50 days?
Wow.
Did you watch him last night? I watched it this afternoon.
I saw the clip that everyone else saw.
Yeah, I watched it this afternoon, and then I'm recording the one that just happened 6 minutes ago. It ended here in Denver.
Diggs going off, 131 on 4 catches.
I think it'd be kind of cool, though, if he does become the Jeopardy host, regardless of where he's a quarterback. Wouldn't it?
Yeah, not that good at it.
I think, do we think Alex Trebek was a home run the day he started, or it got pretty good? It took a while. When you look at who else has done it, like Katie Couric didn't blow me away, or Dr. Oz, or Ken Jennings was too stiff to do it. The producer guy that had to fill in last minute so far has been the best of the people before Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers has a smart aleckiness. Uh-oh.
Zach Moss. Is Zach Moss going to troll everyone and hit the bonus?
He's headed that way.
He's heading that way. He's up to 74 yards.
Maybe I'll captain him in the second half.
Duncan did not see the intro.
Yeah, it was good. They pulled that clip, too. There's a handful of clips that are out there. And that was one of them where he talked about what an honor it was. He's like, I've done some great things. It was an honor to win Celebrity Jeopardy and share the stage with the great Alex Trebek. He's like, and I'll try to do him proud or something.
Duncan disagrees. Hey, Duncan, I didn't say he wasn't smart. I just don't know if I don't know. If you're a Packers fan, do you want your quarterback, I don't know, hosting? I mean, you know what? You're probably right, BK. What am I saying? You shouldn't be limited.
Well, and as Dan Patrick's one that pointed out, because he used to host Sports Jeopardy and he knows all the ins and outs, you can tape it in 50 days, the whole year. That's what Trebek
no,
did.
you're right.
So it's not like on a Monday, he's like Brandon Marshall, the receiver, was flying from Chicago to New York to do Inside the NFL. But in this case, Aaron Rodgers, literally, like right now, what's he doing? You know, the offseason program hasn't started. The Super Bowl ends. You have from February until April to do nothing. He could do the whole thing then, or he could do part of it in February and March, and the other part in July. Right. And it affects zero of any game prep, anything in the seasons. Maybe he's doing some press here and there, but that's no different than doing a media tour on a Monday anyway, where you're on Colin Cowherd and Dan Patrick and Jim Rome and all that already from via Zoom or via TV studio in Green Bay. Now he does it the same, but he's doing it on behalf of Jeopardy.
Harris says, would Aaron Rodgers be better as a Jeopardy host or a head coach? Oh, Jeopardy host. I don't think he'd have the patience to be a head coach.
Or why would you want to spend the time? If you go look at former players who have been head coach, very few have a couple $100 million in the bank in any sport.
Yeah. Oh, touchdown.
Lee Smith, he's in my real fake lineup.
Let's go.
My real fake lineup's actually turned out pretty good. Kupp in the captain spot, Diggs, Allen, Lee Smith, and then my last one was Sloman the kicker.
Nice.
Not a terrible fake lineup that I made.
Oh, come on. Freaking Giannis isn't playing tonight. Sorry.
Can you change it out?
Yeah, I can change it out, but just damn.
Who else can you get at that number? Oh, you still got 20 minutes to put Joker in if you haven't.
He's in there too.
Oh.
Got both.
Who's playing for Giannis? Just play him instead.
Great question. What to do? Oh, little Bobby Portis.
Clinton Portis.
Clinton Portis. That's good.
You gonna come out to Denver for the All-Star game?
Oh, that'd be fun. Coors Field.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. On the Sim bus.
Bring the Sim bus out. Great to have.
Bring it out. Yeah. What am I gonna do? I mean, now I can't tell everybody because competing against the Sim fam tonight in the last minute NBA. That was.
They do know you have Joker in your lineup though.
Yeah, whatever.
Not that dumb. I mean, the guy's gonna be the MVP. So.
Who to play? Interesting. Do I play Steph? Bullard? I don't know. What to do? What do I do? Giannis has been ruled out, if you all missed it. I can tell you what the report says right now. And it's also 21-10 the Sim. It's a knee. He's been ruled out. That's all I read. That's all I'm reading right now. Giannis has been ruled out. That game starts at 10.
Eastern.
But there is a game. Yes, 10 Eastern. And there is a game at 9 Eastern.
Nugs
and Detroit.
Detroit.
Yep.
I think Detroit's starting Ben Wallace tonight. It's the opposite of a who's who. It's a who's that for the Pistons. The 4,050 Nuggets fans on hand are gonna need to make sure they're connected to the Wi-Fi in the arena because they're going to be learning who these players are in real time.
Sure.
How many active Pistons players can you name right now? Don't look at your lineup.
Right now. Okay. Jeremy Grant.
Roster.
Jeremy Grant.
Right, former Nugget. He's going to be the star tonight. He actually be a good play against his former team.
You think so?
Why not?
Diallo.
He does have Aaron Gordon on, so maybe don't play. Okay, Diallo. So that's 2.
God. I honest to God don't know. They've traded so many people.
Yeah.
Mihailik, is that how you say his name?
Oh, they still have Svi, Mikhailuk.
Yeah, that guy.
He's a Jayhawk legend. They got a couple Jayhawks on their roster, I think.
Maybe I'll play Middleton.
Oh, traded with Andrew.
Middleton sounds like a good play.
Sadiq Bey's there. Tyler Cook. Diallo, as you mentioned. Wayne Ellington, former NCAA champ with Tar Heels. Killian Hayes. Frank Jackson. Corey Joseph still in the league. Josh Jackson, who I mentioned, he's Kansas. Rodney Magruder. Mason Plumlee's a former Nugget. How about another college champ, Jahlil Okafor, who's on that roster?
Yeah.
Isaiah Stewart. Honestly, if you would have told me, I had forgotten Jeremy Grant was even there. I would have gotten 0 of these players. Do I lose to cough more than I win?
Plumlee.
Sekou Doumbouya. Yeah, I said Plumlee, former Nugget. So he's going to have some revenge tonight. Sabin Lee. Do you know how you say his name?
No, I don't know.
Sabin. Anybody? He's from America. Andrew, what a terrible team. That's why they have 15 wins. I do know this. I went and checked their record this morning as I was previewing the Nuggets game in my updates. Like, yep, worst team in the East. But then there's 2 teams in the West that have 13 wins.
I don't know what to do with my I'm so rattled when I have to make adjustments. I just want to leave it alone. All right.
Maybe it'll help you win by switching it up. Although losing Giannis, hard to replace that production.
I feel like I just want to play a couple of bucks in his place. That feels right.
Middleton's a good play, probably. He's gonna get more shots.
Yep. Holiday. Yeah,
you can play both them, and you can probably put Portis in there just because.
I can't. I don't have that much wiggle room. That's probably all I'm going to do. Just those 2 dudes.
You can.
All right.
Did you have Giannis as a utility? Or a forward?
as a forward. Yeah.
Oh, so that means your power forward must be nice.
McBuckets. Dougie.
Okay.
Paul George should have small forward. Should have small forward eligibility.
Yeah, like when I see that James Harden only has point guard eligibility, I'm like, wait a second. What's Kyrie then?
Kyrie gets shooting guard.
I know, it's
only
silly.
because he came out and said. only because I said. Only because Kyrie came out and said that he told James Harden, "You're the point guard."
So everybody that runs all the DFS stuff's like, well,
Gave everyone the clearing on the
Kyrie
DFS.
said it. It's like he also said the Earth is flat. Maybe we should have Steve Nash.
Yeah, right.
Kyrie's also the one that said some nights he'd be the coach, some nights KD would be the coach. That's the thing about KD being hurt is he's had plenty of nights to be the coach.
I think KD's supposed to be back tomorrow. Actually.
Well, that doesn't help my fantasy team where I drafted him 8th. He's played 11 games or whatever. And guess who did not make the playoffs? Now, to be fair, the only other guy I was debating was Embiid, and he's missed 2 months also.
Nicholas Pride says it's going to be Drew, Middleton, Portis, and DiVincenzo. That's 4. Who's the 5th guy? Guys, thanks for being here. Oh, Captain Blood says, LOL, Glash, you've already lost. Just find a dark horse. Hey, not out of this yet. Freaking Giannis. All right, come on, Josh. What do you got? Hold on to the rock. Let's check the leaderboard. It's a good time to check it out. BK will not be here because his fake lineup did not get in.
I think Line's in first place.
Dean is in first place by 4 points. He has Diggs captained in our contest. The Hey Jared, not good to see you. Allen Woods, Henderson, Lee Smith, Bills D. Good job playing the Bills D. Good job. I should have played the Bills D. If I don't believe in Jared Goff, why am I not playing the defense that opposes him every time? God, I'm stupid. 5-way tie first place in the public free showdown contest. There's Allen on the run, but 4th and 8 here. Pride says, Brooke Lopez. I see why you left Lopez out because of Joker. I could take Joker out, but I feel like I can't take him out.
Well, it seems like if you lose Giannis, taking Joker out also
would be not
hand everyone the money.
That wouldn't be productive, right? I got to leave Joker in.
You can't
Thank
take
you
out
all for your consideration.
Who misses a triple-double every game by 3 rebounds or 1 assist or what? He had 17, 16, and 9 the other night.
It's only fair that Captain Blood says you've already lost because we get on here, right, and we go, look, your lineup in the sim is not good, so just wear it. And you know what? Like, if you want to just tell me, if you all just want to comment right now, Glash, don't even bother. You've already lost. You know what? I deserve that because I tell it to you guys all the time. Kinda. In a nice way, usually. Fooligan, Smash Lanta, Mamba Vision, Poke. Hi, Poke. I'm not sure what your deal is, but hey, what's up? Got 350 of you watching. Yeah, Dean, that's you. You're winning. Can we end the game now? No, we cannot.
Stop the count, says Dean.
We do.
Can you hear my dog barking, by the way? I certainly can.
I heard one little bark, but right as you started to speak.
She's barking a lot. I don't have shoes, and it's snowing, and I don't feel like getting my Homer Simpson beer socks wet.
Forgot about the snow.
She's a snow dog. She's a Bernese mountain dog. Stop barking.
You know,
I'm looking in the house would hear.
I'm looking forward to the next sim because it feels like there's going to be no defense. Falcons
I already have my lineup built.
Raiders.
I already have my lineup built, and here's a hint: I am not playing any defensive players. I mean, defensive DST or individual players.
Yes.
I'm also not playing Max Crosby.
Thanks for clarifying there.
Sure.
Nicholas Pride needs Higbee. All right. Congo Cab, Reynolds get a touchdown. Yeah, a lot going on tonight. Really sporty night because we've got 8 games in the NBA, 11 baseball games.
You know what's bad for baseball?
What's that?
How much farther hockey and basketball are going to go into June or whatever. Right? Playoffs are starting later, so they will end later.
Baseball had such an opportunity last year.
Yep.
such an opportunity.
Blew it.
To take over sports for like a month,
They
maybe
couldn't get
2.
on the same page.
And they couldn't figure it out.
Here's
Right?
what I
There was
do-
a window there, like June and July. They would have had the whole stage to themselves. People wouldn't have had a choice but to watch baseball.
Baseball is missing an opportunity. I think whenever there are big holidays and there aren't wall-to-wall games starting at noon Eastern until midnight or 1 in the morning Eastern, it's a missed opportunity that MLB Network and ESPN and FS1 aren't throwing baseball games at everybody. And really every day of the week when people are, especially now, are working from home and will put the game on more easily because they have a TV in their office that they didn't have in their cubicle. It just wasn't practical. And so no matter what day of the week it is, there should be a 3 baseball games on during the day, or at least 2, right? One that starts at noon Eastern, one that starts at 3 Eastern, that leads into your nighttime. Baseball, by not doing that, everyday baseball misses a chance on the days they play 11 night games or whatever.
No question. No question. I can get behind that.
And kids are home too, so kids might be more inclined to watch the game because their dad, who's working from home, they don't have anything else going on.
Yep.
Or mom. Oh, the game's on. Oh, look, we're playing. Or who's that? Oh, that's Fernando Tatis Jr. He looks cool.
Right? All it takes is one moment. Look what happened with the college basketball game on Saturday. Like Jalen Suggs now. It's the biggest moment of the kid's life. But then he'll be drafted and whatever. But we can talk about that now that it's over. But just an example. Captain Blood says, I love that. If it's any consolation, you can tell Kaufman he's already lost too. He can't handle a 200-person entry. Well, we don't know.
Oh, that's good.
I think he can, right?
Goff
What, he
finishes
said he
200
couldn't
out of
handle it?
200.
What made him say he couldn't handle it?
He might finish 200 out of 200. That'd be amazing. He won't because he puts
It's only
no stock.
$1. Kaufman's raked in a bunch doing this. What do you mean? I'm pretty sure he can handle it.
I just want him to lose.
I think it's fun. I think it's I think we should do it every night. I mean, it's a lot of
I'd be into
dollars.
it. I'd be into that more than playing Cough every night.
I think it's so cool that it filled.
Which is why I want to play everybody that just works behind the scenes.
But you know Koff well. Like, if he doesn't do it instinctively and sell you on it right away and has to be convinced,
it's not happening.
You know he doesn't love it.
Well, or how about this? You heard about he and Rossi right now, right?
No, what?
So I'm trying to remember the other half of it, but until Koff follows Rossi on Twitter, there's something Rossi's not doing. Oh, Rossi won't play him until Koff follows him on Twitter. And he goes, I feel like we're dug in. And I'm like, so in 30 years, you might follow him because he's got like a 30-year streak going on this pizza thing and not eating pizza. So it feels like if they're both dug in on it, they'll quit playing each other head-to-head. And odds are DraftKings, that we certainly hope it's around in 30 years and even bigger and better. But that maybe other things exist and DFS isn't what it was, that they have a chance, or that Twitter won't be around more realistically than DraftKings because Twitter will have evolved or been absorbed or whatever. Since I'm still not really sure how Twitter makes money. But I'm glad it exists. So it just feels like we know Koff can dig in.
Right. Yeah, he comes off as like he like the fact that the chat has to sell him on it. It's like, dude, like, why is this so hard? Well, and he goes down his lists of like 80 reasons as to why it's not a great idea, but then he gets peer pressured. So good job, chat. Way to peer pressure him into losing. Brother Phil says, Glashy. I love how Brother Phil calls me Glashy. Glashy, I used to be a full-blown NBA GPP grinder. 40 to 50 hand-built lineups every slate. Hand-built, huh?
Jeez.
It just burns you out fast. Did it 3 full seasons and quit. Not because I couldn't do it. It just wipes you out trying to keep up with the news.
I wonder at what dollar amount. If you're doing 50 lineups at $1, that seems crazy. But at $10 seems expensive.
Kaufman Twitter thing, I'll never understand. I won't.
Kaufman as it relates to Rossi?
No, it's just anyone. Like he won't follow people. The people he works with.
Will you follow you? There's Bobby Woods. He's in my lineup. And
Oh,
yours.
me by accident, allegedly.
Oh. Well, then I guess I
It's
should
not
feel
unfollowed
lucky.
since.
I guess I should feel lucky.
And then he'll say, I should actually follow less people. I want to use it as a database.
I don't follow more than 1,000, so I'm constantly auditing as I hover around 995, 998.
Hey, Jared Goff, way to execute on the 2-point conversion. I think it's awesome, though, that DK Sim Fam filled that 200-person contest. That was great. Andrew on the ones and twos. Change your avatar to Lucky the Leprechaun. He might follow you. Ooh, Lindenbaum going at Brother Phil. Great story, Brother Phil. You should tell it at a party sometime. Wow.
Can't wait to go to parties again.
Right?
Playing cards at my neighbor's on Saturday.
Go to a party and don't even have to think about anything, right? Like,
look, I'm fully immunized Sunday, so maybe I'm playing with fire by going to play cards on Saturday, but I imagine I'll be okay. Playing in his garage. Garage doors will be open.
I'll say this about NBA and people saying how it's tiring, because I never really did it until starting in December. The fact that I've worked from home as often as I have, think about it like this. Typically, when I'm doing like events, like calling games and stuff, or like leaving the office, the travel to work to and from, think about when you're in the car, if a lot of you are working from home or if you're laid off, whatever it may be. When I do the NBA thing, I need to be in front of the computer, articles up, browser. I'm not doing it on my phone. Like I can't set a lineup on my phone. Like
I can if you just
unless it's a
click on the
showdown.
articles.
I can do a showdown because the showdown is like 2 teams.
But you don't think you could read a couple articles, then jump
No.
to your notes, and be like, okay,
No.
I want, I don't know, one of these
Nope,
Pistons
too much of
guys
a
I can't
pain.
name.
Too much
I
of
want what's the guy's name? Khalil. What's his kid's name? Khalil something.
Lewis. I don't know.
Killian Hayes. You're like, oh, Killian
Hayes.
Hayes, 3,300. Let me jot that down. Like, you shouldn't do it while you're driving, but
Well, if I'm on public transportation, like the
it's on
T,
public
you're in
you could
Boston.
definitely do it on public transportation. Just feels
Yeah,
like
but it's just
it's
more
the same amount of
comfortable, right?
reading. I don't know. I call BS.
No, of course I could do it, but I'm like, I don't know. I'm not like, no, forget this. I want to get home and sit and do like the reason, like the fact that I started doing it by being in front of my computer, sitting down.
I get it. You're home. You've erased
Yeah.
the commute time, so you can commit the time.
That'd be like me trying to call a sim, and then taking
On a train?
for the long on a train. For the longest time, I was doing sims on my singular computer, like calling the game on Zoom through my
Then
computer. Then I
once
got a
you
second
have-
monitor, and it's like, oh my god,
Game changer.
You take away the monitor, I'll be like, it's not going to work.
How about the time my internet cut out and I was just calling it on my cell phone? Wasn't ideal. But here's the thing, though. If you're on public transportation, assuming that it's not overly crowded, you could easily pull out either an iPad or a laptop, have a bigger monitor, and do the necessary research and set your lineup.
Right, that's fair.
Do not do that when you're driving unless you have a Tesla that'll drive you.
Right. Or if you have like a minion in the backseat. Hey,
But
get that guy in there.
Here's where I thought I tried that with my 14-year-old once, and I think that was one of the times I lost a cough. I'm not saying he was just doing what I was telling him. I'm not trying to get anybody in
Correct.
trouble.
Yeah, I got you. We'll move on.
I was driving. He was sitting next to me. Anyway. But what I thought you were going to say is all the gas money you were saving is the amount of money you should then put into your DFS line.
That's fair. Yeah, that's a good point.
Like if your commute costs you however many bucks a day, you can easily, or parking if you have to work in a setting where you have to pay for parking, or even paying for public transportation. Like what's it cost to ride the T there?
It adds up. It's like $125 a month.
Okay, so that's money you could put on DFS, and if it goes well, you could have a net gain. I could also argue on the other side, you are now saving $125 a month, so I don't know, put it in the bank or whatever. Hey, are you going to get to call that game on Friday in Cape Cod?
So, as of now, that is still on. New Hampshire actually called its season today, so they're not playing anymore.
So that's out. So are you and Sarah maybe going to make a nice little weekend in Cape Cod?
No,
Go
we're
to-
gonna wait
what is
till
that,
the weather
Steakhouse?
gets nicer. We're gonna wait till it gets warmer out.
All right, but I guess you need to remember to take a Saturday off if you want to really do it right. I'm not going to tell you to do live your life or do your job.
Thank you.
Because if you're sitting there and y'all are in a nice little B&B in Hyannis and you're doing a stim on your cell phone, she's not going to love it.
You know what? I think you're right.
Just saying.
Hey,
maybe I just
Buffalo
want to go
goes up
somewhere.
6. So the Rams. How many of you in the chat trust Jared Goff to come down and score a touchdown here? I don't.
I think Darrell Henderson's going to do the heavy lifting for you. It's like he did the first time around.
In the chat, Gene says, "What's the wager on a pick 6 against the Rams?" Meaning,
I'll take that the Bills will have a pick 6 to close the game out.
Congo Cab says the whole chat is going to be screaming NBA and Madden players for the rest of the night. I love it. Love it. That's great. I think it's fun.
Is Garrett Cole dominating right now? I just saw a tweet about him dominating.
The 2-0 from Cole. Just pictured, what's his face? John
Sterling.
John Sterling. Oh, he's not giving him Christmas gifts this year. He's getting Cole. Something dumb like that. Oh, Robert Woods, who someone asked in the chat, Dustin Ford. Robert Woods caught the 2-point conversion earlier out to the 31-yard line. I love how the chat's answering the question about Jared Goff. Laurie, nope. Mike Ross, nope.
How about Trevor?
DFS Queenie needs Jaylen Brown to be better. I know, I agree. I rostered Jaylen Brown. Not going great.
Malcolm Brown.
Oh, yeah, Malcolm Brown in the sim, too.
You need Jaylen Brown to be productive as well.
Yeah.
Goff just
I
dicing
love
him
this
up.
from Trevor Osborne. As the Lions fan, I have to now believe that Goff can make these types of comebacks. Wow, said with so much conviction. That's like the most polite way of saying, I don't believe in this guy, but I have no choice but to. They're at the 42. What am I kidding? I mean, the Rams are probably going to score and leave too much time on the clock for Buffalo.
Oh, the LA Sheriff Department is going to expected to release full report on Tiger's crash. Huh. All right.
We initially heard that we weren't going to get that, right?
Yeah. It's one of those things where you didn't necessarily think about it a lot, but now you can't hear about it. Well, now I want to know. What's in there that I can't hear about?
Right. 2-minute warning.
A little shot right off the Bills press box is where I sat at the Bills game. I had the very last seat in the corner of the press box, even though it was only half full. It's cool for being able to see the play develop.
Philip says, as a Bills fan, I already know we won this game. Hey, there's Henderson. I don't think Henderson's going to hit the rushing bonus, but he's making catches. Over 300 yards total for the Rams. That's how Jeff Ulrich says it, the Rams. Hit that like button, guys. We're almost at 250 likes. Almost 400 of you watching. Thanks for being here.
He did say Falcons at the very end, even though we had talked about him much during the game. I guess he called him Atlanta, and I didn't ever hear him say Falcons. That's a sack.
Oh, of course. Of course you did.
Phillips bursting through for his second sack.
Good job. Good job. Those of you who rostered that Buffalo D. Dean, if you're still here, Buffalo defense, 12% owned in the flex right now, winning lineup. Come on, Jared. Come on, Jared. That's not going to move it. That's not going to move it enough.
This is a funny exchange. Aaron Rodgers said he'd love to beat Corey Linsley on Jeopardy. Linsley said, I'd be good at categories like Midwestern geography, grit, manual labor, manners. Aaron would win categories like golf, yachting, Met Gala attire.
Oh, incomplete.
Gala. It's Met Gala.
Jared Goff just had the ball at the Buffalo 40-ish yard line. He took a sack. It's backed up to his own 43. throws a terrible pass, and now it's 4th and 23. Now, he'll troll me here and get this. Watch. Watch, he's going to get it. Ooh. What are you going to do, Jared? What are you going to do?
Let it rip.
Oh, watch him get it. Oh, even close. You stink. Jared Goff is not winning player of the game, so you can't pick him. Pick someone else.
What's Diggs doing in the captain spot?
Still dominating. About 10% owned there in our contest. How about the big one? 13% captain, 52.2 points.
Oh, well, that's going to be your Krusty Kristall player of the game.
Very good.
Sponsored by Krusty Kaufman.
Yes. The finest
Presented
restaurant
by-
in Simland. How about the Not My
Presented
Kid
by-
Award?
They do not serve pizza. The Not My Kid Award.
I'll tell you what.
Woods and Cup both did enough.
Woods was good. Woods was better.
Singletary, what was his roster numbers? Because you never said his name once except on
Oh,
accident.
God. That's a very good point. Devin Singletary. Wow. They threw me for a loop on that one. Let me find him. Doo-doo-doo. Devin Singletary, where are you? Great question. How did Devin Singletary do?
Not great.
I can't find him in a
He
lineup.
was 29% owned too, and you said the only time you said his name was correcting Zach Moss. Zach Moss, by the way, 1.7% owned in the flex. What was his number? What are his points?
I'm getting there. Hold on a second. Come on, Singletary.
Diggs 57% owned, 13% captain in the big showdown.
What the heck? Can't find it. I'm struggling. Yes, scores will be updated manually when this one concludes with Zach. Guys, stick with us. We'll have plenty of coverage coming up here on the Dream Stream. I'm not having any luck here.
I get it. I'm looking myself.
Singletary's a good pick, though. I think you should just go with him. Oh, wait a minute. They're going to have a chance here. They're going to have a chance. Wait, Jared Goff, you have one more chance.
He can't throw the ball 74 yards.
Come on, Jared Goff. Rub it in my face, Jared Goff. What is that? That's not enough.
Garbage points.
See what he does? He just does enough to tease you and then let you down. Yeah.
Sorry, Trevor. Noted Lions
All right.
fan.
Very good. Dean, congratulations. You're in first place in our free roll. Good work.
Proud of you, Dean. Proud
Nice
of
job.
Stephon Diggs, player of the game. Less proud of Devin Singletary, not the player of the game.
All right. Well, we're back for the next sim. Falcons, Raiders. Absolutely no defense, I hope.
My lineup's already made.
There you go. BK's in. We'll be there. Producer Michael, thanks so much. Also, Andrew on the 1s and 2s, and Zach from the Game Ops team. All right, coming up next here on the Dream Stream. Stay right here. Got some good stuff coming here. Pat Mayo back with Rick Gemmon to preview the field for the first major of the year and make their 2021 Masters DraftKings picks. Here it comes.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings 2021 Masters. DraftKings picks player by player. We're going to be whittling down our shortlist. How can we build our core? There's some players that we want to take, but as it turns out, when you're playing DraftKings lineups, you can't play everyone. So how are we going to make those concrete decisions? We'll weigh some pros, we'll weigh some cons, and hopefully I can at least trim down a list where I feel good about waiting 2 days to trim down more of that list. Once again, if you haven't checked out any of the shows during Master Week, shame on you. Give your head a shake and go back and check those out. Also, smash the like button for the video. Subscribe to Mayo Media Network's YouTube channel, please, right now if you're watching this video. And in the comment section, tell me the highest price player you're going to have 0% of on DraftKings this week. Because like I said, you can't play them all, so you got to make tough choices. Who is getting left out, especially at that top end? That's what's really going to come down to. Do you have the winner? Well, hopefully the guy that you took is not the guy, or the guy that you faded is not the guy who ends up winning, and you should be good to go at the Masters. I do want to let you know that all the stats you see, all the tools, the most customizable stat database on the planet, fantasynational.com. Go to fantasynational.com/mayo right now. Get yourself 20% off. It's the way to go. I did a walkthrough on Fantasy National for the Masters over the weekend. Check out the video version of that if you want some insight. There's a one and done tournament as well, starting at the Masters. Masters through the British Open. It's major one and done season. Most of us already out of the one and done. So for $100, you get 17 new events to try to win some big cash. Entries are drying up in that. So hit the description of this video or podcast. You'll see the link to the Fantasy Golf Championships and get in. There's only 1,150 spots available. Most of them already gone. So if you want to get in on that, which I suggest you do, it's a lot of fun and it takes like 3 seconds a week to make your picks. You can even get text alerts to make sure that you get in, play in the one and done. Also, you want some free entries into the Millionaire Maker? I have some good news. If you leave a 5-star rating and review on Apple Podcasts for the Pat Mayo Experience before the end of Tuesday evening, leave your Twitter handle, leave your email address, whichever one you want to be contacted by, plus something you enjoy about this show, you're in the draw. I got $10 Millionaire Maker entries to give away for you to do that, and one $100 Millionaire Maker entry to do. Also on Twitter on Wednesday, I'll have even more giveaways for the Millionaire Maker on DraftKings to give you, all the people. I'll be announcing the winners of that on the live chat Wednesday, 12 p.m. Eastern time on Mayo Media Network's YouTube channel, available on demand everywhere. After that, I'll be live on Friday, sweating the cut on the YouTube channel with Feinberg and friends. That's always one of the most fun shows of the year. My final picks will be out Wednesday as well. Everything is already up, like I mentioned, but the big thing is subscribe to the Mayo Media Network newsletter. Again, hit the description. Everything is down there. You do that. If you check out Monday's show, I got swag to give away, official from the Clubhouse Masters swag. And all you need to do is subscribe to that newsletter to be in the draw. And I'll announce those winners coming up as well. Maybe we'll do that live on the Cut Sweat show, is pick some winners out of that hat. But the newsletter, please subscribe to that. Well, I showcased all of the items on Monday's show with Jeff Feinberg, if you want to check that out. Enough of me. Rick Gaiman from rickrungood.com is on the line to help me whittle down this core. My man, you wrote that article for Golf Digest, and they did you dirty on the headline. I loved it.
Yeah, they've done me dirty twice on the headline. You know, it's all about the clicks. Does Dustin Johnson's November Masters deserve an asterisk? The answer is very clearly no. In no shape or form does it need an asterisk. But that was the headline. I thought it was a cool little dive into the stats. But man, the people, Pat, were triggered.
The Listeners League link for DraftKings, the PME Open, has 5,000 spots this week. It's almost full. So again, description. Get your entries in now. 3 max, $15 to play. No rake. Better contest than the Millionaire Maker and actually winnable. So enter those first to make sure that you get your spot. Let's jump into this. I want to start at the very top of the board. We're going to make our way down. Will we get to every player? Probably not. There are probably some that we can just take a pass on. If we're both out on a player, we'll just say pass on them, and we don't even spend time on them. But the most expensive player on the board is a guy, I don't want to say flying in under the radar, because that would be not true. Dustin Johnson is the betting favorite for this tournament. He's 9.5 to 1 on DraftKings Sportsbook. He's $11.5 thousand on DraftKings. The pricing is soft for the Masters. It's top 50 and ties making the cut after 36 holes. The 10-shot rule is out at this year's Master, but you can still make some pretty good lineups starting with Dustin Johnson, even including another top-end guy in it. The pros would be, he's the defending champion. He has 2 top 5s at the Masters the past 3 years. Hasn't finished outside the top 10 since 2015. Do you worry about Dustin Johnson in his recent form at all?
Yes, I do. If I was rating my excitement on a scale from 1 to 10, and 5 would be average, I'm probably like a 4, a little less excited than average because of the 10 strokes that he lost putting at the work day, the fact that he essentially hate registered for the Valero Texas Open after failing to get out of his group at the match play before deciding on Monday that, hey, maybe I should just take some time off and figure this out. I mean, by his own standards, the results haven't been good. Now, the plus side of Dustin Johnson is that if there is any golfer who can go out and flip a switch from good to bad or from bad to good, it's him. So I certainly couldn't write him off, Pat, but I am certainly less enthusiastic than I would like to be entering this week.
What do you think his DraftKings ownership is going to end up being? Because I still think it's going to be, people will project him coming in low owned, but I think that minimum you're still looking at like 13%, and he could get back up to 20 if the right things and the right people talk about him.
I was going to say like 16 was the first number that popped into my head there, just because It's so easy to make lineups. I mean, you can get anybody you want into your lineup. There is not a natural, you don't have to drop down to any specific spot. So especially when all the public money rolls in and everybody starts making lineups, and DJ just broke the scoring record 5 months ago, he's going to make his way into plenty of lineups.
Right now on fantasynational.com, obviously it's very early in the week. And when you use the ownership projections on Fantasy National, you want to wait as long as possible so the database can grow, thus giving you a more accurate representation. But right now, let's see, 7,000 lineups have been generated on fantasynational.com, and DJ appears in 16% of those lineups. Again, if you want all this information, all those tools, fantasynational.com/Mayo to get yourself 20% off. Hell, if you get the weekly and use the code Mayo, it's only $7 for the week. Probably pretty good to put those tools to use for $7 a week at fantasynational.com/Mayo. I'm trending towards leaving DJ out of my core here. What were your results that you found from the November Masters? Because I don't think that there's going to be a huge correlation between this one and that one in terms of the scoring that we saw. It does really appear, at least based on every rumor that I've heard, that the course is going to play much firmer and much faster than we saw in November. I don't think that doesn't mean that there are no takeaways from that. Obviously there are, but I don't think it's like, oh, Dustin played so well there, he's definitely going to repeat that, and especially in the same way possible. That doesn't mean he can't win, but he might win at like -11, not -20. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember the conditions were so wet and receptive. There was a 3-hour rain delay on Thursday morning. I mean, and when guys got out there, it was an absolute birdie fest. Nearly every scoring record fell. We talked about Dustin Johnson. Cam Smith became the first player to shoot in the 60s in all 4 rounds. It was just the first round was the lowest first round scoring average. The second round was the lowest second round scoring average. It was absolutely bonkers. And Augusta National and the members do not want another 20 under par being hung on them this week. We're going to see it's traditional, much more firm, much more fast. I mean, we were already seeing that with like the Augusta, with the women's amateur that was out there. Like it's already getting a little spicy, and the week hasn't even started yet. So I think it's going to be a lot more difficult, Pat.
John Rahm is the second most expensive player in the DraftKings system. He's $11,000. He and his wife had their baby over the weekend, so there is no more fear of him withdrawing to go be with her if the baby was coming. That was the big fear with John Rahm. He's the second most expensive player. He has performed very well at the Masters over the years. Spanish players, by and large, have played really well at the Masters throughout the history of the Masters, especially the very top-end Spanish players. Right now, he is 12-1 at DraftKings Sportsbook. I think he's going to be very popular this week, and with good reason. I think that if you just had to take one person, no price, no odds attached, John Rahm would probably be my favorite to win this year's Masters.
That's probably right. Put him in a vacuum. John Rahm's probably your favorite. I mean, it's been since the 2019 Tour Championship was the last time that he lost strokes off the tee. So he's putting himself in great position off the tee. You have to do that at Augusta National. He wins at difficult golf courses. Think about his victory at the Memorial. So that's Muirfield Village. His victory at Olympia Fields. We're going to get another spicy one this week. And he's just been trending in the right direction. And now we don't have whatever percentage of a chance there was that he was going to be like your 54-hole leader and withdraw from this event because his wife calls and says she's going into labor. Like that's gone. We've removed that unknown. So I'm much more comfortable getting John Rahm into any of my lineups. And I agree, Pat. If you're just looking at these guys in a vacuum, it's probably Rahm.
Yeah, top 10s each of the past 3 Masters has some of the best form coming in despite not having a victory so far in 2021. And that's always what you want to look for. Who has that very solid January through April leading into the Masters form? It has been John Rahm. What are the negatives against him? I would say, as someone who has 2 kids, that if maybe he gets to Augusta later than everyone else because he wants to be with his wife and newborn, he's probably not sleeping well over that time, although he's a legit rich that he can just pay people to do some of this stuff for him. And I think that's me just trying to read into it too much because I can't find a ton of cons for John Rahm here.
No, the argument's going to be maybe a little bit of a distraction, right? He's got the newborn at home. I don't know how we would quantify that or how we would ever find out. The other thing that you can't quantify is, can he win a major championship? Can he hold it all together? We know he's spicy out there and he wears his emotions on his sleeve. And there was a moment a couple of weeks ago, I think it was in the match play, where he just lets it all out to his caddy walking down the fairway, and then he's good to go. Where I think we are seeing a more mature version of John Rahm, but I cannot find a metric or anything on the statistics side that would actually be a negative for him.
DraftKings own Bryson DeChambeau, third most expensive, 10-8 on DraftKings, has the perfect game on paper for Augusta. And out of nowhere, with his win at Bay Hill, the third place at the Players, didn't play well at match play, but whatever. That's a really tough one to kind of parse your mind through, especially in terms of the metrics. I know that you were looking for them, but guys adjust the style of their game if they're down in a match or up in a match. So I don't think that the stats from that tournament especially are exactly relevant. And sometimes you don't even get to play all of the holes. So I think that the irons with the big boost back up for Bryson is a huge look for him coming into Augusta, because that's really where he had been kind of up and down. The driving's going to be great. You expect the putting of all of the top end players to probably end up being the best. He's very good on the greens. Around the green, he's fine. He's above average, but it's the irons. If the irons can get going, he's going to be hard to beat. My con would be he tends to do his best work at really hard courses that feature like a lot of rough, deep rough. And that's where his power advantage comes in over so much of the field. When they get themselves in that thick rough, they might get hoselled out of it. They might have to lay up. Bryson doesn't. That's how he won the U.S. Open. That's how he won at Bay Hill.
That is more important than how far he actually hits it, is when you get to winged foot and the fairways are 20 yards wide and everyone's missing them, and now everyone's playing out of 5-inch rough and Bryson can still lay the club on it. That I completely agree. The one thing, I guess I'm way more bullish about Bryson DeChambeau in the April version of the Masters than I am in November. Remember back in November when he said this is a par, what did he say, 67 or 68 for him, and he was thinking about putting the 48-inch driver into play, and he never actually did it, but he used this driver that, he just cuts loose. And when you miss left at Augusta National, you're in big trouble. And he did that. He barely makes the cut. He flounders around on the weekend, and it's not the performance that Bryson wants. Now, looking 5 months later, Bryson's got a different setup with the driver. He is still as long off the tee, but he's much more in control of where that ball goes. We saw him do that at the API. We saw him do it at TPC Sawgrass. And if he does it at Augusta National, I think it's really scary, Pat. So I am much more bullish this time around because of what we have seen him do with his driver leading into this event than I was when he was just kind of closing his eyes and hoping to find it in November.
From an ownership perspective, these top three guys, Dustin, Rahm, and Bryson, I think that they're all going to be right around the same, somewhere between 15 and 20%. Maybe some more buzz will build about them. Maybe Rahm, because the baby has come, he'll get a tick up. But I think a lot of it is going to have to do with the next guy in the pricing, 10-6, who I have projected to be the highest owned player from above $10,000. Justin Thomas didn't play well at the match play, whatever. He won the Players' Championship. It's really hard to build a case against Justin Thomas, but I'm going to try right here, okay? So out of all of the top-end players, there are two things noticeable about Justin Thomas versus what all of the rest of the guys do. He is the best iron player out of all of these guys, and that goes a real long way at Augusta National. That's one of the key skills that you need to have. Also around the green, he's probably the best of these top-end players. But he has the most inconsistent putter, and when he gets cold, he gets really cold, unlike the rest of them. And he's probably the worst off the tee, especially event to event. Like, it's not surprising to see Justin Thomas lose 2 strokes off the tee, where that's hard to fathom with some of these other guys.
That the second point you just made, Pat, is my big takeaway for Justin Thomas, and really one of the only negatives you can find. He's team no putt, he's all that stuff. But if you just look at the averages on strokes gained off the tee, you're gonna be like, okay, JT's great, he's whatever. When he misses really wide. You see him throw up like that one's going that way. Watch out right here. Like when he's off, he's way off, and I'm worried that that big left hand miss or that big right miss, if you get in the pine straws at Augusta National, that's a half a stroke right there. Those start to add up in a hurry. And when we are at the top of this board splitting hairs, that would be a concern. Now, can we offset that with the fact that he's probably the best iron player on the planet? The fact that he is a closer, he wins a lot. Like, these are all the positives you have going for Justin Thomas, but we're at the top. We're spending over $10,000 on these guys. We got to split hairs somewhere.
And that would be my takeaway. And I don't even know if that's enough for me to talk myself out of it, because the year that Tiger won, 2019, Thomas led tee to green at the Masters, lost 7 strokes putting, finished 12th. Each of the past 5 years, his results at the Masters has gotten progressively better. It seems like he's just due to win the Masters at some point. So if you fade him, you just have to hope that it's one of those years where he can't stick a putt, and then he comes T13. Like, that feels like his floor at this point, as crazy as that sounds.
Yeah, there's only, if we continue this trend of him improving his position each and every year, there's only so many more places he can go, Pat, coming off that 4th place finish in 2020. So, yeah, that trend either gets bucked this time around, or Justin Thomas is donning the green jacket come Sunday evening.
Well, this is not going well for crossing people off my list, because I think we've made compelling enough case. And that's going to be the case with the guys above $10,000. Like you mentioned, we're really splitting hairs. Now we get to the first one with stumbling blocks, which is probably the loser I'm going to end up playing. But $10,200, Rory McIlroy trying to go through and complete the career Grand Slam. Rory is the only one of these top 6 players that seems to have negative buzz about him coming in, although his results are not all that dissimilar from what Dustin Johnson has done so far in 2021. Rory did not go over to Saudi Arabia for a cash grab and beat those scrubs over there. But other than that, like, he missed the cut at Genesis. He missed the cut at the Players. Outside of those 2 tournaments, he's actually been kind of fine.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, he's 30th in strokes gained total on tour, which 30th is like, wow, there's a lot of guys on tour over 200 that qualify for stats. That's really good, except the fact that it's Rory McIlroy, and he's just been kind of piling up top 15 finishes, but not winning anything since the start of 2019. I have to say, you know, I'm concerned because when you're just a little bit off at Augusta National, it tends to smack you around, and it tends to make you pay for that. And when you're entering a new official relationship with a swing coach just in the weeks prior to Augusta National, that is usually not a good sign. And then even if things go well, even if Rory finds the driver that we have seen so often over the years, if he can hit his wedges, which is something he has not shown us that he can do in about 15 months on a consistent basis, even if he puts all that together, the putter at times has still let him down. Even in the best of times for Rory McIlroy, the flat stick has been a bother spot. So I just think while he certainly has a path to victory, it is much more narrow than the rest of these guys in this range, because I think a lot of stuff has to go right for him to be in the mix here.
Feels like pressure's off from people talking about the narrative that he's going to complete the Grand Slam, because no one's really picking him to win. So that's not even a storyline at this point. He does have 4 top 10s at the Masters the past 5 years. His worst finish in that span is T21. I feel like he's going to be the lowest owned out of all these guys, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh, for almost certainly. Yeah. Just with the way that he's really the only guy that has question marks. There's other popular golfers up here with JT and Rahm and DJ, and you either love or hate Bryson. Yeah. I think it is very safe to say that of the 10K guys, Rory McIlroy will be the lowest owned by the time this kicks off on Thursday morning.
So let's live in a hypothetical world where Justin Thomas is 25% owned. The top 3 are 17, 18% owned in the DraftKings Millionaire Maker. And Xander will just always be perpetually somewhere between 17 and 20% owned. We'll get to him in a second. Let's say Rory comes in at 10%. Would that then make you want to play him, or do you just feel better with the other guys and not really worry about ownership percentage at the top, which I don't think that people should do? I think that there are certain leverage points that, hey, maybe Rory at half the ownership of everyone, if he can go out and win, you're going to do great this week. I think there are other pivot opportunities this week if you're not convinced on Rory. And I think at the top, you need to be convinced that this guy is going to go out and win the tournament, because you're going to need the winner. That's what I've heard in terms of the DraftKings Millionaire Maker.
Yeah, that's your crown jewel at the top. You need to be comfortable with that golfer. If you're comfortable with Rory, good on you. I'm not, especially when the other guys are around him. So I'll find my leverage spots in other places. Again, we've talked about how soft the pricing is and all of the lineups that you can make that you're going to feel really comfortable with on Wednesday evening. Maybe not so much on Sunday evening, but I need to be comfortable with a guy that I'm spending that much on, and I'm not at that place with Rory this time around.
Xander Schauffele is now 25-1 in the betting market, or 22-1, depending on what time that the show comes out and you've looked at it, because the odds keep fluctuating on DraftKings Sportsbook. He's 10K even. I just can't do it with Xander. I like the guys below him. I think that he's on the tier with all the guys in the $9,000 level, not the guys that he's priced with in the $10,000 level. And that just makes him too much for me. I feel like I can do more with my lineup. If the difference to me is I can take Xander, but that means I have to take Rory instead of taking John Rahm, I'd much rather just go down to the bottom of the 9s and leave Xander off of it if I can get up higher into the $10,000 level. I think that he's probably properly priced based on his results. 26-1, by the way, at DraftKingsSportsbook.com. But he has not been great recently, and I want my $10,000 guy to win, and I feel like his win equity, although he's eventually going to win one of these big ones and it's going to happen, he has shown a lack of closing ability where guys like Thomas and Bryson have shown that they can close when they're there on Sunday.
I am so incredibly neutral on Xander Schauffele this week. You know, he started out 2021 doing something with the driver that we hadn't seen before. He gained over 3 strokes off the tee at the Tournament of Champions. He gained nearly 5 at Phoenix. And we were looking at this like, if this is the new Xander, if this is what he's going to do and he's added this weapon to his arsenal, like the tour is in big, big trouble. Now he has regressed since then. He's lost strokes off the tee in 2 of his last 4 measured events. He's lost strokes putting in 3 consecutive events. I'm a little bit worried about the trend line here for someone who is $10,000, but I know the upside. So that's why I'm just like, I would, if you just told me whatever his ownership was going to be and I could be at that number and be dead even on him for the week, I'd be thrilled with that.
Do you think that we finally get an ownership discount on Xander, or will it be like always where, hey, no one's really talking about Xander because he's not a super fun guy to talk about?
No.
And then we look at the ownership on Thursday morning. It's like, oh, he's 23% owned.
I think this will be the least owned we've seen in a while. I don't know what that means. That might be 15%, 14%, something like that. But there are some names lurking in the $9,000 range that are going to be in a lot of lineups that we haven't talked about yet. And it's kind of that sandwich pricing, right? There's guys above him that people love. There's guys below him that people love. And when you start creating these lineups, Xander just ends up being the odd man out.
Well, the first of the 2 players who we expect to be very popular in the $9,000 range, at least what I'm seeing from projections, probably a top 5 ownership guy for the week in the DraftKings Millionaire Maker, Patrick Cantlay. Nothing you can really say to be like, oh yeah, he's not going to play well. He had a bad Players is super wonky, 2 or 3 bad shots and you're absolutely cooked, but he's played well at the Masters in the past. He has the sort of overall game that you would want to see from someone you project to be the champion, and everyone else is kind of seeing it. His odds went from 25 down to 20-1 in the betting market, so steam is coming in on him. People think this is a breakthrough for Patrick Cantlay. I think that he's great. I think that he's probably going to end up playing well. I think when it comes down to crossing people off, if I'm not going to, I can't eat every popular player and eat the chalk that way. Feels like Cantlay is going to be the one who gets left out for me. So great news for everyone who takes Cantlay.
I will cross off another guy, and I will probably be in on Cantlay. You talked about the importance of lead-in form into the Masters, and you're absolutely right. The trends for the 90 days leading into the Masters in terms of strokes gained tee to green are very clear. DJ in the 90 days before his victory was number 1 on the PGA Tour. Tiger was, I believe, 10th. Sergio was 3rd. Reed was like 21st, which was the worst. Spieth was 1st, and then Willett didn't have enough rounds to qualify. So you're talking about the guys in the 90 days leading into the Masters are unbelievable from tee to green. And the guy who leads that category right now is Patrick Cantlay. And I do use the match play data in that as well, which is a bit wonky. You can throw it out if you want. He's still one of the top players. And he has just been on an absolute roll. And Augusta National asks you to be in complete control of your game, Pat. And that is exactly what Patrick Cantlay is doing right now.
Who are the other players who do pop up on that tee to green list? I just want to make sure that I can be in lockstep with some of them. I assume it's like Bryson, Rahm, Spieth, probably at this point.
Yeah, so I punched it in at my site, and I did since the start of since January 1st, and I include the match play. So this might look a little bit different, but it's Cantlay, it's Spieth, it's Morikawa, it's Casey, and it's Justin Thomas rolling out as the top 5.
Okay. Morikawa is next on this list, and I don't know what to do with him at $9,600. You know that I am probably one of the biggest fans of Colin Morikawa on the planet. He's been very good to my bank account. Everyone else, not so much. Morikawa, he's been my guy. He has the win at the WGC. There's certain things that you kind of pick apart because, Masters experience comes a lot into play. He's played it once, did not play so well in November. Maybe he'll live and learn from that. And we've seen players over time adapt their games to Augusta to get them across the finish line. For so long, everyone thought that Dustin Johnson probably wouldn't have a shot to win because of his shot shape. And then over time, he corrected that. Now he hits a nice draw, and all is well in the world with Dustin Johnson. Obviously, he just piled up top 10 after top 10 after top 10, came second, and then wins at Augusta. I don't know if Morikawa has the proper shot shape for me to go out and win. And at this price, we're asking him to come inside the top 5 or win. The long iron's probably the best on the planet. You talk about Justin Thomas being the best iron player in the world, it's him or Morikawa. That's just how it goes right now. He's more accurate than he has distance, which could be a good thing, I suppose. The around the green can get wonky from time to time, and the putter could just absolutely not show up. That is the one thing with Morikawa, and he can just put himself out of one round, and then he's out of contention. So me, like a lot of people, are not using Colin Morikawa, although if you want to take a pivot play, no one's using this guy.
Yeah, he's a really good pivot play. Any place that you're, ball strikers thrive at every single course. Even more so, my concerns about the putter and the around the green, I guess they kind of go into this, is the lack of experience. One trip to Augusta National, and it came in November. We can talk about whether it was good or bad to have your only trip be to the November Masters, which the course is probably going to play a lot different this time around. There are so many through lines and trends, and there's data to back up that experience is so critically important here, especially when you get onto the greens. Morikawa, not a great putter in general, still trying to figure that out in his young career. So I just think that Morikawa is going to contend at a lot of these. I just don't know if it's this one, the first time he's playing the Masters in April.
All right, so let's cross him off. Jordan Spieth is up next, $9,400, projected to be the highest owned player by a fairly significant margin coming off the win at Valero. He seems wildly underpriced. If you look at his odds, are now 11-1. He's the second biggest favorite on the betting board. He's 9th in Masters pricing on DraftKings. I'm going to set the over-under in the Millionaire Maker at 33.5% ownership. Would you take the over or the under?
I will take the over. This is Jordan Spieth at Augusta National with all the public money rolling in. Odds makers have moved him to either the favorite or the second or the third favorite. It is probably warranted. What he has done since the Farmers Insurance Open, or if you want to go back to the start of the calendar year, is very impressive. I was actually on the side just kind of comparing what he's doing in 2021 to what he did in the 2015 season. The 2015 season was one of the best seasons ever. I think he won 5 times. He was absolutely dominant. He's kind of close to that, Pat. Like he's obviously not at that historic rate, but things are looking very, very similar. And now he goes to a place that he has all the experience, all the good vibes in the world. So it's just a matter of, if you're going to play Spieth, are you going to find a way to be different in other places? Because there is obviously the built-in value with the pricing coming out so early.
I don't know if I can take him at that ownership or not. I just see the Bart Simpson drawing on the chalkboard. Do not fade Spieth at the Masters. And I can't recall a time that his form has been this good coming into the Masters, and he didn't come inside the top 2, essentially. That, do you just eat it and figure it out somewhere else? Is that the move?
Yeah, so I think that for me personally, on DraftKings is the only place I'm going to have exposure to Spieth. I missed the boat on the 100-1 numbers that were hanging around. I'm certainly not going to bet him the week of the Masters. One and done situations are a different story. This is probably the only place I want to get exposure to Jordan Spieth because of the price, because of how early it came out, and now he is one of the favorites here. So I play a lot of lineups, so I don't know how many I'm going to end up having Spieth in, but the ones that have Spieth will be very much contrarian and have a ton of pivots in other spots in case he goes out and wins this thing. I still have a chance of being unique and being different.
I would guess that the most common lineup builds to begin your DraftKings roster this week are Justin Thomas, Jordan Spieth.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And a lot of people are going to have both of those guys. And if you go that route, you're going to have to get super creative the rest of the way. And there's opportunities to do that. There's plenty of them. But yeah, that's especially because they're buddies too. They're Americans. They're popular. Like that is absolutely going to be the number one combo at the top.
$9,300, former Masters champion in 2018, won at Torrey Pines earlier this season. As you mentioned before, he is sort of an outlier in his Masters win of both how he accomplished that in terms of the metrics that you can look at actually on the course, and his lead-in form wasn't quite there, but that's kind of what Patrick Reed does. There is no real rhyme or reason to when he decides to show up and when he doesn't, but if he does show up and he's playing well, he's super live here. And what do you think would be in the head-to-head market if you had Spieth versus Reed? Which is probably something that they're not going to give out, considering Spieth is 11-1 and Reed is 35-1. But what would you cap that at?
Yeah, so Spieth was he'd probably be like minus 175, which is kind of a huge number, right? And it's one that a book is not going to offer you. They want to get it closer to that. But yeah, I mean, you're right about Reed. There's no foreshadowing here. Even his victory at the Farmers, I mean, he did it all around the greens and on the greens. He gains less than a stroke on approach. It's just not a formula that tends to play well week in and week out, which is a little bit scary, but he still finds a way to get it done. I will just be crossing read off. And if he pulls one of these weeks where he burns me with the putter or the short game magic or whatever it is, I'll just chalk it up to Patrick Reed.
I still think I got to keep him on the short list, although there are guys right after him that I like a ton. Brooks Koepka being primary on that list. He's $9,200. We have not seen him since he came in second at WGC Workday. My inside sources from the course tell me that he's playing. He looks fine. He's not limping. And if that's the case and you can get a $9,200 Brooks, yeah, there's going to be rust. But this is someone who should be $10,500. I already bet him at 32-1. He's still lingering at 28-1. He's someone who should be 14-1 if he's right. Now, we don't know exactly if he's going to be right or not, but I am willing to take this chance at $9,200.
I got a report and a look at Brooks on Augusta National on Sunday, and I had a different takeaway, Pat. I thought he did look ginger. I thought the swings that I saw, they looked a little labored. They looked a little difficult. That's just me. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe I'm interpreting it differently. I think that in the same way that Jordan Spieth is only going to get my action in DFS, I think Brooks is only going to get my action on outright tickets. Like, I don't really care if he finishes second or second to last if I'm holding a Brooks outright. Putting him in a lineup at $9,200 with the range of outcomes that we could get from him is a little bit more scary for me. So the reports are he's going to play, 9 holes on Monday. He's going to play another 9 on Tuesday and another 9 on Wednesday, and that's going to be his lead up into the 2021 Masters.
I agree with your sentiment that I think that he's a better outright bet than DraftKings play. I don't think that the issue with the DraftKings side of it is I don't think you have to play a lot of him. Like, if you play 20 lineups and you have him, let's say, in 2 of those 20 or even 3 of those 20, I think you're going to be overweight to the field. I don't want to miss out on the fact that maybe he is okay. And if he is okay, he's so undervalued. If he ruins those 3 lineups, then he ruins those 3 lineups. Then I have to live with that. I think I am willing to risk it. And if I had some guts, I'd probably play him in like 90% of lineups.
There is also like a 5% chance that Brooks has been underselling this the whole time, right? I mean, I know he had a procedure done on the right knee. Brooks loves this stuff. He's tweeting out memes. He wants to fly in under the radar as a guy at the Masters, and then when he's the 54-hole leader and he wakes up Sunday morning, he's like, "Oh, what, did you guys forget about me? Like, you knew I was going to be here." There's part of me that thinks there's like a small percentage that he's playing a bit of possum here with the extent of how bad that injury was. I'm even shocked. I'm stunned that 19 days removed, he's out there taking full swings at Augusta National. So he has already exceeded my expectations, but I have no idea what to expect for him for the rest of the week.
Yeah, 3 max, single entry, cash game, probably stay away. I do think that there's a unique build that you could do if you did want to inherit some of the chalk. Start your teams with Spieth and just use Brooks.
Oh, that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, I could get behind that. It would certainly be unique, and it would be a way to get you off of the ultra mega chalk that Spieth is going to be.
Finau is next at $9,100. I mean, there's so much difference sometimes between DraftKings pricing and the outright betting odds. I have no chance that I'm betting Finau at 30-1, 35-1, whatever he's at. Not to say that he can't win, but that just seems like a ridiculous number to me. $9,100 on DraftKings, though, feels like a really good price, but he's also a player who's completely out of form at the moment. Now, he's someone who's excelled at the Masters over the years, not so much in November, but he did fine. He was not good at the match play. Obviously, he missed the cut at the Valero Texas Open. His best performances came earlier in the year, but he did have some of these peak performances. We saw him at, Amex. We saw him at Riviera. Couldn't close, but hey, at $9,100, they're not asking you for him to close. They're asking you for him to come in 4th or something like that. And he most definitely could. I just don't know if I can still squeeze out Tony. He's sort of like Xander to me, where I don't play him all that often. And I really should, because he's usually really good. I just have bad vibes around him this week.
Sim number 2 of the night for BK and BG. You a big initials guy? Like, do you go by your initials? You do. You go by BK quite a bit. I'm not really
I probably go by BK more than I go by Brandon. In fact, I know more people in my life call me BK than call me Brandon.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm
Mostly
glad
because I only interact with work people.
I'm glad we
My
got some of
mom
the
calls
hard
me.
hitters out of the
My
way.
mom calls me Randy. She's the one that named me. She'll call, "Hey, Randy." You know, don't really understand because it's not a syllable shorter. I don't know. Get a lot of B, Uncle B from nieces and nephews.
All right. I got to be honest. I don't love my lineup. I really don't.
I feel
Kinda
the
last
opposite.
minute thing.
I made mine 3 hours ago.
Yeah, you should absolutely crush me.
2 hours ago.
What do you think? Like, what do you got going on? What's
Great question. I captain Walla. I like to captain Walla when the Raiders are playing. Then I was able to get Ruggs and Jacobs. I thought about sticking Richard in there, but I'm pretty sure I got 3 Falcons. Yeah, Ridley. Oh no, I did get Richard. Ridley and Matt Ryan are my only 2 Falcons.
Okay.
We'll see. It's not. I just didn't want to pay it for Julio. I thought I could get more value. Like, I could end up regretting that, but that's my lineup: Waller in the captain spot, Ryan, Ridley, Ruggs, Jacobs, Richard.
That's why they play the games.
Exactly.
So really weird build for me. I played both quarterbacks, which could really not go well.
Mostly
Someone's
Derek
going to really
Carr.
disappoint us. Probably Derek Carr. He's only 33% owned in our contest. Tyrell Williams in the captain spot. I've got Julio Jones in the flex.
Like it.
Josh Jacobs in the flex.
Okay.
And Daniel Carlson.
All-time leading scorer in Southeastern Conference history, Colorado native. Some Daniel Carlson fun facts for you.
Hopefully defenses are put aside here and we get just a crap ton of points. We got off to a good start last sim. Both teams scored in their first drive.
Then the rest of the game happened.
Yeah. It was a good finish, though. I mean, it's always a pleasure to see Jared Goff not do well at the end. I really do. I do enjoy that a little bit. I do.
Did you do anything in between sims? You go work out again and get bummed by a high school kid being on your treadmill or whatever?
May or may not have been in the shop, the old TikTok shop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
TikTok workshop. Gotcha. I went to Walgreens. Shout out to Walgreens. I just had to pick up some medication, and then they had the big half off Easter candy. So I may have gone a little overboard.
Oh. Yummy.
But well covered on the candy front.
Cool.
When this little girl stops sleeping, I'm going to give up candy and soda. I've tried to give up candy at lots of points in recent years, but it's not good for me.
You like
It
soda?
does taste good, though. I don't mind soda, but I'll go stretches where I won't buy it for months on months on months. And I'll quit, and I'll hopefully get off energy drinks. I go back to sleeping sort of normally. I know I get up at 4:30 for updates, but in general. I mean, she'll wake up at all hours of the night. So she's about to be 6 months on Sunday.
Gotcha.
Hopefully the doctor's like, nope, leave her alone. Just let her sleep. Put her in her own room.
Producer Michael giving us the ownerships here for the Raiders. Josh Jacobs making a catch.
Look at that. Showing off the versatility.
Jacobs. I played him. You played him. There you go. BK, Glash. We got those lineups in earlier.
Is Najee Harris going to be a better running back in the pros than Josh Jacobs? Right now, Derrick Henry's obviously the gold standard amongst Alabama running backs. Mark Ingram's best days are likely behind him. Jacobs' best days are still in front of him. TJ Yeldon's kind of just a guy. Alvin Kamara doesn't really count. He transferred. Bo Scarborough just goes roster to roster.
Yeah.
But will Najee Harris, by this time next year, will we be talking about him as the best rookie running back and top 10 kind of back?
Jacobs, 21% in the flex, 1.7% captain. Good energy in the sim. Going there already. 18 ice hockey, pop, not soda. Remember those days? We'd come on these streams and debate if it's
Pop versus
or
soda?
if it's soda.
When you grew up
Or
in
for an
Texas,
hour.
everything's a Coke. And it's not like we're Georgia, but everything's a Coke. What kind of Coke do you want? I'll have a Sprite. Okay. What kind of Coke do you want? Dr. Pepper? All right. That's how it is. Now, Kansas City, when I go visit my cousins up there, it was definitely pop. You want a pop? What? Would you like a soda? Oh, sure. I'll have a cherry Coke. I got an orange vanilla Coke.
Oh, I've had the orange vanilla Coke. Had one of those on the screen.
Yeah. We tried to get the Pepsi Peeps the other day on Sunday. I sent the 14-year-old to go get it. He comes back. He's like, oh, they didn't have it. And then we look it up in between Sims. You had to hashtag hanging with my peeps, and then Pepsi would send it to you with the 3 different marshmallow flavors. I was like, well, I'm definitely not doing that. So, screw you, Pepsi. Unless they're a sponsor, then I apologize.
Nicely done. Adam Kaufman says, love the togetherness in the fam league. My NBA lineup sucks tonight.
How about Joker, though? 8 for 9, 16 points, 5 boards, 8 assists in the first half. He may
Very,
not play
very
much in the
good
second
start.
half. May not play much in the second half.
Right. That's the one negative of that start. Well, might not be playing much in the fourth quarter.
Getting all these Rockies updates, but it was an 11-point game right before we started talking.
Edward Pride, what's good? Peace of mind. Neil Harris says cherry vanilla, by far my favorite personally.
Cherry vanilla is great. They didn't have cherry vanilla.
Down.
They had Coke Zero cherry vanilla. Then I had a lady next
Coke
to me.
Zero cherry vanilla. Okay.
Yeah, they had a lady next to me tell the pharmacist who she seemed to know that she was not getting the vaccine. She'd rather be injected with the plague. And I'm thinking, okay, it's one way to look at life.
I was a huge soda drinker, like at too young of an age. Like I was drinking.
If you're playing enough sports, though, like your body will metabolize, it'd be fine. But okay.
No, but I was like, I think people might feel differently. I was drinking like Diet Pepsi, like in like 8th grade, like regularly. Like, what are you doing? Like, no, I love my mother, but like my mom does that. Like, not anymore. She used to.
No, I got you. Yeah, my mom.
Like why am I drinking Diet Pepsi like my mom? Like, stop.
Sure. Yeah, that's when you love soda a little too much, or pop. When you love it too much.
Not good. And then
all things
Coke
in
Zero is
moderation.
another one. But you know what it is for me now, and I never. Maybe after having a little bit the night before, I'll have a soda like a fountain soda from McDonald's or something. But seltzer water has changed my life. It's changed my life.
All right. Those
Big
flavored seltzers?
Yes, pomegranate lemonade, Poland Spring. It's awesome.
Very popular. I don't know if we get Poland Spring out here.
I mean, Polar makes great flavors too. Producer Andrew, he knows what I'm talking about.
My wife buys the Kirkland brands at Costco a lot, and I'll have some of those. I was a little late to the party on them, but they do the trick. When I get rid of soda, which will be coming up soon, I'll be fine drinking some of that.
Yeah, and I can't go back. I can't go back to soda.
But almost everybody listening, you should just drink more water. None of us are drinking
That too.
enough
Oh
water.
yeah, big
We're all,
time. Yep.
we're all not drinking enough water, I can bet. I think about that a lot. Like I'll have, we buy those like Arnold Palmer canned drinks or whatever. I'm like, all right, now I need to have a big glass of water.
Red, white, and green. Yeah, exactly. Diet soda worse than regular soda. Yeah, I've heard that a bunch.
Well, it's got that. It's got the, what's it called in it? Aspartame or whatever.
Carbonated water. Something like that. Jordan Lindenbaum says, this is going to be a bad one. Of course, I stacked it. Yeah, I'll start to believe what you're saying if they don't get this 3rd and 12. They probably
very
will.
likely. Got plenty of time.
Come on, Matt
Matty
Ryan.
Ice for 12
Come
step
on,
drop.
man. Like, you can't do that.
You can't drop 14 steps and hold the ball for 8 seconds. I'm going to count how long he held the ball for.
Andrew, the Body Armor Light, is that the one with the coconut water in it? I'm not a fan of those. Okay, now I tried one. I know you have other people that that tried them too, and I'm not a fan. I tried to give it a chance. Coconut water, I'm good.
Coconut water is good to drink if you've had a lot of alcohol the night before.
Oh.
Because, it's got all that potassium.
Okay.
It's actually good to drink as you're going to bed and then drink it. Body Armor Lights, yeah. I got sent a bunch of those from a buddy that works in marketing and Body Armor, and we had it this summer when we were out camping a bunch. I could get on board with that. It's just like $3 a thing.
Jim
8 or 8
Veltum
bucks,
says
7 cents.
diet pop makes you crave junk food.
Sure.
Maybe. I love junk food when I drink
You know what
Diet
else?
Pepsi all the
Makes you
time.
crave junk food? The taste of junk food.
Jacob says soda water tastes like static TV glass. I've just gotten used to it. You know what I also used to do? I used to drink. I've said this before on The Sims. In college, I would drink like fraps for breakfast. I would get Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah, go to Dunkin'.
Yeah.
Go to Dunk and get cream and sugar, caramel swirl iced coffees.
Again, when you're in college, unless you're just sedentary, you'll be all right, I think. But maybe not every day doing that. Nugs are up 20 at the half. You're in trouble on Joker, by the way.
Essentially, why would happen?
They're up 20 at the half.
Oh,
Sorry.
thought he might have gotten hurt.
You should have played Killian Hayes or whatever.
It's like, yeah, it's before my 9:30 class. I'm gonna have a frap from Dunkin' Donuts.
At least don't fall asleep in class.
But now I drink my coffee cold brew black. It's great, and I've drank black coffee now for like 4 years.
I'm not much of a coffee drinker. My wife will drink a pot if she has her way. I'll drink like sugary coffee drinks, like vanilla latte in a can kind of thing, or whatever, macchiatos, stuff with a lot of sugar to offset the taste I don't love. Every now and then I'll take some of her creamer and put it in my coffee, but I just can't do it. I need to. It's better for me than these energy drinks. Energy drinks might be like the worst thing you could possibly drink.
I've also kind of just come to accept at my age of 28 years old, everything's pretty much everything's bad for
Everything's bad for you, so you try to do it in moderation. I'm just telling you as somebody who's 15 years older than you.
I appreciate it.
The more you can not beat yourself up over the next decade, the better you'll be for it.
Be in your
Rockstar
current
lemonade
decade, thank you.
recovery in the morning, says Rose Sparks. All right.
Ooh.
Some of those energy drinks that have that recovery element and juice in them aren't terrible, but I just don't love them. I thought Jim Schwartz was retiring, and now he's joining the Titans staff. Didn't Jim Schwartz retire? The coach? I feel like I saw that. Congrats on rejoining the Titans.
I think you're right.
Shane Thomas's first job was Sonic. Sonic has the best ice. Everybody knows that. You can buy the bags of Sonic ice just to go.
That ball caught wide open man.
Got Walla?
Nah,
Yeah.
he's got the traits. It might be Ruggs
that
or
Ruggs?
Williams. Williams.
Williams, your captain.
Aguilar, wrong on both fronts.
Aguilar. He's not,
Aguilar,
he's
get
not
out
dropping
of
the
here,
ball like dropping babies. He's catching everything in Vegas.
It's hard to see those numbers, the gray on the white.
Yeah, that's a tough call. Color Rush Tuesday.
Mostert Aguilar. I love how we have a discussion about soda and whatnot and liquids in the first quarter, and the chat is just like lively and like super like chatty about it.
It seems like if you can do something that everyone can relate to that may be a little off the beaten path from just breaking down a scoreless game, you can keep people involved and engaged. When you go a
That's
little
true.
too far off the rails, which I've certainly been known to be party to, can't say it's always my
me
idea.
never, ever.
Or cough.
People were talking about some guy named Skip Perkins last sim, and I'm like,
Did Skip Perkins, was he resurrected on Easter?
Apparently he was. Freeze Pops was going nuts, man. Like he just didn't. He was out to lunch. Freeze Pops was like, because I wasn't there until the very end when he was. I guess Skip Perkins did come back and was kicked out. And then
I need to go back and watch it.
the way Freeze Pops described it, the likes had to hit 300, and I guess it looked actually very similar to this room. Skip Perkins, I guess, backpedaled and was being abducted into a black hole because Easter was over. The
Was
like
ending?
button forced him out, and then he vanished.
The
And
bunny
then-
came and snatched him up.
And then I got back, and he's like, Glash? I'm like, yeah. Like, what? And he's like, dude, Skip Perkins. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't know what Freeze Pop. I don't know what's wrong with him. I'm talking to him tomorrow morning. So hopefully he's doing better.
Well, that's good. I need to go watch it on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, he described it, and apparently Skip Perkins was here. I don't know what he's talking about. So poor guy, poor Freeze Pops. This guy's overthinking stuff.
You want to do all the stats? Oh, nobody's done anything. You're caught up. Aguilar, 1 for 34. Julio, 2 for 19. Caught up. Oh, Hayden Hurst, 1 for 25.
Old man dog
Renfroe,
fan.
1 for 24.
There's good energy in the sodas. It's good. Appreciate that. Hit that like, guys. Yes, nothing much to show. Jones, 2 for 19. Aguilar, as you mentioned. Renfroe had a catch. Hurst.
Hey, Peyton Manning's at the Nuggets game tonight. Sitting very high up, I'm sure.
Who's
I got
there?
offered Peyton Manning, and it looks like his son Marshall.
Cool.
Yep. And some of Marshall's buddies. Very exciting. Peyton's kind of just a man about town because his kids are like in 3rd or 4th grade, and they play a bunch of sports, and they'll be skiing up in the mountains. People see him. He's just around being a dad when he's not making TV shows or commercials.
Meager 66. How am I doing in the NBA contest that Koff made, the last minute NBA at noon? I am in 127th out of 200.
How many spots get paid? Is it top 125, so you're close?
Top. How does this work?
What if he did it and he made it a 50-50 where the top 100 got paid?
I mean, I think that'd be kind of cool. Top 15 get paid, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, top 15.
That's what Andrew said.
Andrew from our production team is in 5th place.
Oh, big money tonight.
Yeah.
You'll be able to go buy all the flavored.
He's only got 1 minute,
Soda
36
water.
seconds left out of DeMarcus Robbins.
So I had one of those. I think
Or
it was
Duncan
like
Robinson. Jesus, not
the
DeMarcus.
lemon flavored carbonated water. And the 2-year-old grabs it and he goes, "That's beer." I was like, "No, not beer." But it's fine. You don't have to drink it.
Oh my God, that kick was pathetic. Oh my goodness. Carlson from 50 yards. Wasn't even close.
No, he's used to kicking a mile above sea level where he grew up, or more than that in Colorado Springs, like 6,500 feet above sea level.
Above sea level. Yeah.
Although at Auburn, that's got to be pretty close to sea level, and he scored the most points ever in the Southeastern Conference. It's pretty good.
DFS Queenie, 46th place with Middleton left. Nice. Yeah, I've got Middleton and Paul George
And
going.
Holiday?
So initially I had Joker, Giannis, and Barton. Barton was the dude, but then I'm like, all right, well, Giannis is out. So I took Giannis out, took Barton out, and I upgraded to Paul George and Middleton.
That might end up being the difference for you. I don't know if it'll get you into the top 100, but in your head-to-head.
Dude, like, I played Trae Young the other night, and I'm like, nope, not touching Trae Young. And then I'm like, Paul George, oh, this pains me.
He's been an all-star before.
Also, Kaufman, if you're still watching, Kaufman, Adam, I'm going to shout his name 5 times. Hold on. Julio Jones, spin move. Adam Kaufman, Adam Kaufman, Adam Kaufman, Adam Kaufman, Adam Kaufman. Kaufman. All right, that's 6. What happened to the Celtics, man? What's wrong with this team? There cannot be a positive coming out of this game. They lose again. I want one take using 200 characters. Inform me. What's wrong with this team? They're done.
Sounds like it's Brad Stevens' fault.
He won't do it. He won't. It's not Brad's fault, but they might have to move on from the coach. They might.
Man, could you imagine that? He had Indiana and Carolina open, turned them both down, and he's going to get fired anyway.
Koff wants the Brad thing to work, and I just don't know.
Well, I think you'd want any coach to work of your team once they're in the job.
All right. Maybe Koff will come in and give us a Celtics minute. Win Kong says Kaufman is not here. No, he was. He was in here earlier. He said he was thankful for all of you to take his money. Chris Robinson, Brad Stevens has got to go. They got to shake it up. Got to mix this thing up. Kaufman should be the coach. That's an upgrade, maybe. Think they listen to Adam? Think the Celtics would listen to Adam?
Well, if they keep losing, then anything would be better, I guess. Or different. Maybe not better, but different.
Okay. All right. Let's see. 2 horrible defenses. I wrote in the in our lobby, our contest. Final score is going to be 6-3. What's the score? 0-0. We might get 6-3. It's still in play.
Might get a touchdown right here. Hopefully to Ridley. Or Gurley's going to run it in.
Oh, nice run.
I mean, we've seen this
Bouncing
Raiders
off
team
tackles.
give up 50 points.
So, I'm sorry. Say what you just said again.
We've seen the Raiders give up 50 points. Now that was to Tom Brady, but still.
True.
55 or whatever that score was.
2nd and goal. From the 3. Todd stopped.
Hit Ridley on that slant.
Yeah. So someone just asked, Justin Gardner, yeah, Zacchaeus caught a pass. It's the wideout 4 for Atlanta. Russell Gage is the 3. Ridley's the 2. Jones is the 1. Peace of mind needs Gurley to get in. So right in this situation, Julio's in the slot. Ridley's up top. They're going to run it on 3rd and goal. And he's in. All right, a touchdown. Todd Gurley. Yeehaw. Okay, see, Kaufman's here. Yeah, that's all you had to do. Say his name 6 times. See what happens? He puts the eyeball emoji in. He just doesn't answer the question. Unbelievable.
Ridley scored 45 TDs. Not in the game. That'd be a record. But
45 touchdowns for Gurley in his Madden 21 career. By the way, last sim, Stephon Diggs matched his Madden best 2 touchdowns in a sim.
Out of it.
Did a great job. Was the captain in the winning build of the free showdown. 18 ice hockey. I feel like it's been forever since you've been here. Jordan Lindenbaum. I know. I called the free roll 2 of the worst defenses in the league. The final score will be 6-3. We're going to get better than 6-3. We've also got those paid contests. Guys, you know what? Let me bring this up now. We've been telling you about this this big tournament, this bracket we're going to start up. That's beginning next Monday. We're going to have 5 games, not 6. We're going to have 5. But don't worry, the contests are going to be nice and juicy for you over on DraftKings.com. 5 games on April 12th, beginning next Monday. April 12th. The first 5 games of the dance, all 32 teams will be seeded 1 through 32. It's based on how they finished the entire 2020 NFL season.
So just look at the draft order and do it in reverse minus those couple trades.
Exactly. So draft order based on who owned the pick. So, for example, Tampa is the 1 seed. Jags are the 32 seed. That's the first sim of the day.
Right.
Vegas and Arizona will play as the 16-17 matchup. Pittsburgh, a 9 seed, hosting 24 seed Denver. Oh, this is great. I am taking the 8 o'clock game.
When is this starting?
Next Monday.
Okay.
I am taking the 8 o'clock game. Put me down. Producer Drew, if you're listening. Number 8 seed LA Rams. Versus the number 25 seed Carolina Panthers. Oh, take the Panthers.
What time's that Broncos game? 6 Eastern?
6 Eastern, Broncos. And then this is kind of sneaky. The Falcons are playing right here. In terms of star power, the Packers are the 4 seed hosting 29 seed Atlanta. After dark. Pac-Man is asking, what's the top payout? So, Pac-Man, there will be several contests available. It won't just be one singular contest with high payouts. And then what was my next point going to be? Oh, and we'll have free-to-play pools over on the Sportsbook.
Nice.
Another question. 18 ice hockey. Buffalo is playing Houston. Buffalo, the 3 seed. Houston, the number 30 seed. So we got all the matchups here, if you guys are interested. I can pull it up quick. I shouldn't have done that, because now people are actually going to ask and to pull it up.
So it's a bracket style tournament, 32 teams, played to a winner, single game elimination. The final will have a major prize pool. More
How
info.
long will it take? 5 a day.
Well,
First round is 16 games. Second round will be 8 games.
Right. Yep.
Then 4, then 2. So what's the math on that?
Math on the air. It's very, very.
Oh, set.
slippery
16
slope.
and 8, 24. And then 4 and 2 and 1 is what, 7? So 31 sims. 5 a day, so it's 6. Was my math right on that? Feel free to correct me, anyone. It's better at math than me. Maybe the last day we're doing 6.
I think the last day there'll be 1 with the final.
What are you gonna do for the other 4 or 5 sims?
We'll
Just
get
jump
there
right
when we
back
get
into it?
there.
All right.
More info to follow, as the statement concludes. Rock says how to join the tournament. Rock, just like you did for a contest today, DraftKings.com. There will be contests in the lobby. The free-to-play pools, you can get to the sportsbook via the DraftKings app.
Well, you have to be in a state where you can access the app,
Yes.
like Colorado.
That's next Monday. Get you guys excited for, as we turn the corner here. I know, the big men's and women's tournaments just ended, as we know, but to kind of stay in the spirit of the spring, we're going to do a bracket style here at DK. Another punt. This is going just as advertised.
All right. I don't know if we'll get a good answer or not.
Okay.
But what's the favorite thing you've seen? It's definitely, I don't say that it's jumped the shark because it hasn't. But there did feel like a stretch where everything was bracketed, right? Let's bracket this, let's bracket that. But what's your favorite non-college basketball bracket that you've seen that you're like, oh, I was glad that I saw that? Whether it was, like, I remember one, didn't they do it on The Ringer? Or before it was The Ringer, they did it on Grantland. The best SNL characters of all time. SNL actors. And it was like Will Ferrell against Eddie Murphy was the championship game. I think, and Farley was the top.
Yeah.
That's one for me that just pops into my head. What's one that you've seen a bracket that was amusing and safe for air? I guess you can write whatever you want in the chat.
So I don't remember who won, but I always like those sports movie ones.
Yeah, sure.
Like I enjoy those.
We like
those,
lists.
those-
We like top 5s. We like top 10s. We like brackets. It's a
Who's the goat?
psychological thing. And
Bonzo. Bonzo, that's a great question. Will the weather be turned off next Wednesday? That's a great question. I don't know. See, when you bring up these things, I knew you guys would have questions. And there's just some I can't answer.
Will they wear throwback uniforms on certain days and color rush on other days? Like Tuesday? This almost kind of looks like a high school game. Where you're like, well, the white versus the red team. Can't see their names. I guess they have numbers.
Hey, Kyle. What's up, Kyle? Kyle, hope you had a great holiday weekend.
Hello, Kyle.
Oh, we got our Celtics take.
He's playing well. Oh, here we go.
Adam Kaufman.
You
Someone
wanna
should
read
just
it?
copy
Read it
everyone
as Kaufman.
Everyone just copy and paste this and tweet it and take it as
Read-
your own.
Read it as Kaufman.
C stink. Playing well below talent. That's on the players and Brad. Worse injuries / COVID issues than anyone, but doesn't excuse effort, play calling, development issues, need big changes this summer. Whoa!
Big changes.
Wow. That's Adam's had enough. He's had enough of this mix.
My fantasy baseball team's rounding into form here in week 2. My buddy, who basically was the ghost manager, just keeps texting me all the players he had me get that are hitting homers and doubles.
I was excited to watch that game a little bit tonight, and I put it on after the 8:00 game. I'm like, oh, let's check in, and I'm like, oh, down 20. Like, that's something's up.
Rockies are all over the Diamondbacks, 3-0, thanks to 2 Ryan McMahon home run. There's a Rockies update. Dante Bichette's kid, Bo Bichette, 2 home runs for Toronto.
Something's up with the Celts.
Yeah, it's a bad mix. and it's not Brad's fault. But you're right. He may be fired.
I say bad Knicks. Maybe it's just stale. And it's crazy to say that because they're so young, but
if you've been with the same guy for 5 years, it doesn't matter when they started together, even though they were 19 or whatever.
yeah. I suppose. We're at halftime already.
Also, the Kemba deal was a bad deal. I get that he's a New England legend thanks to playing at UConn. He should have signed with the Knicks. The Celtics should have left him alone. Let the kid go back to New York, and then you'd be their problem. I like Kemba,
but
the
they
guy.
were trying to. I think they were trying to like save their reputation as like we're a destination. We'll
After
be fine.
Kyrie left, yeah, that's their own fault.
I get why they did it, But
when I went to the finals, though, I'll say this, and this has almost nothing to do with the Celtics other than it's the owner. When they beat the Lakers, when I was at the finals in L.A., Whit Grosbeck, the owner, was wearing a gray suit with green pinstripes. That was as cool a suit as I've ever seen. So he's got that going for him, even if they make bad personnel moves.
this sim stinks. Todd Gurley 6 for 28. Josh Jacobs 6 for 11. 6 for 11. Julio's been good. 5 for 65.
Yeah, he's cruising towards a bonus, maybe.
Outside of that, Calvin Ridley. Where are you? Russell Gage. Where are you? Zacchaeus has a catch. Who else isn't here? Waller. Williams.
Renfro has a catch. We know that.
Nothing from Ridley. Nothing.
Yeah, he's in my lineup. Reluctantly, I should have Renfro in there. Even Zacchaeus. Ridley stinks tonight. Maybe I should have his brother.
I love this. Dean Murray. There's actually a chance that both New York baseball teams will score as much or more than the winner of this game tonight.
The kid Miro from Jesus and Miro says Boston trade Tatum to the Knicks for the Mavericks pick Knox and Peyton. Who says no? So
Wait, who said this?
The kid Miro from Jesus and Miro on Showtime and podcast world. Tatum for the Mavericks pick, which might end up being a lottery pick.
The Mavericks.
Knox, and it's part of Porzingis trade.
Oh, I see that the Knicks own. Got it. Okay.
So you get the Porzingis pick, the Knox kid, and Peyton. I don't know. Is that enough for Tatum? I guess it depends on how good the Mavs pick ends up being.
Chris Robinson says
This also isn't a great draft.
Yeah.
So experts say. Although I like Cade Cunningham, I think I like Jalen Suggs.
You got $30+ million a year player who can't play back-to-backs. 0 big man except 6'8" Robert Williams. Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum to fold themselves.
You traded the poor man's Birdman, right?
The worst thing that happened to that Celtics team when Kyrie and Gordon Hayward got hurt, the worst thing that could have happened to those two was the fact they got to Game 7 against LeBron. The best thing that could have happened is they won that game, believe it or not, and then just get smoked by Golden State. Smoked. And then it's like a real kick in the face. Like, oh, we're really not that good yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, if only they won that Game 7 a few years ago, and they would have been humbled.
You know who cares about this?
No one.
Nobody except Celtics fans.
Yep. I'm sorry. I'm being Kaufman right now. I'm
no,
sorry.
like the Celtics were cool when KG and Ray Allen joined Paul Pierce.
Yeah, they pushed the chips in. They were fun.
Since then, like, Jason Tatum's a nice player, and everybody wants him on their team. I think Jaylen Brown falls into that, too. Hayward picking there was an interesting story because he leaves Utah, who really wanted him to go play with his college coach. And Kyrie, trading for Kyrie also was kind of interesting, but that ended so quickly. And it was almost like Kyrie at Duke, where he barely played. And so those guys move on, and you bring Kemba in. But there's NBA fans aren't sitting around hoping that the Celtics get fixed because it's cool for basketball anymore. They'd rather see the Knicks get fixed, I think.
Yeah.
Just for nostalgia. Or they like the Nets now.
Oh, sir. Oh, Julio!
Look at that.
What a catch! Julio! That's the bonus. What a catch. Hey, how about this? Stephen Boss. Sitting in second in Koff's NBA contest. Doubt it's going to hold. Thanks to the Nuggets crushing it. Nice, dude. Good to see you up there. I think I'm going to beat Koff head-to-head, but that doesn't mean I'm going to do well in this. Darth Dracul from the Twitch chat is in first place. Who's doing well for me? George is heating up. Middleton's
The Kid Miro also offered that Stevens is about to be out of here and be a head coach somewhere where he needs a translator. So, overseas is, I think, what he means by that comment. He could get a college job. In fact, there's probably colleges that would fire their head coach that they just hired to bring in Brad Stevens.
Oh, Chris Robinson, I think it's great that you love the Celtics and you're being honest. More Celtics fans need to be mad and fed up instead of just being like, oh, the future is now. You know, like, stop. It's not how it works. Okay, we can move on from the Celtics. I now I see where you're all coming from.
Hey,
You always talk about the Celtics
Michael
and the
going to be at the
Patriots.
Kentucky Derby. I just saw where they're going to have a normal infield. Sometimes producer Michael does not hang out in the infield at the Derby because he's working.
You in the truck, producer Michael? I think you've told us that you are.
I would not go to the Derby unless I could be in the grandstands. I'm not at a point in my life where, as a 43-year-old married with all these kids, I could not. Oh, not a normal infield, he says. Okay. But I couldn't do it. Just like if I'm going to festivals, if I don't have the cool setup, I'm not going to the festival. You get to a point in your life where you just can't be around that many people just standing in the middle of somewhere. Now, if I could go hang out with Tom Brady and all the other quarterbacks in the grandstand or whatever, I'm all about it. Not that they would invite me, but you know what I'm saying.
Jordan Lindenbaum, I love how Jordan comes in. I need Cantor, Lillard, and Curry to get like 70 points each.
Could happen.
Began the sentence with, I mean, I guess Cantor could, but that seems absurd. I mean, Lillard and Curry can do that. Earl Sparks, I saw that. Anunoby did not do well for PhD. Sorry. B-Dom Walk, the Houston Rockets are not good, so sorry.
Nope, they are not.
Big Gritter, easy touchdown. Yeah, it should have been a touchdown. 10-0. What a boring sim. But hey, we're happy you guys are here. Almost 400 of you watching. We're almost at 300 likes. Smash that like. Smash
happy.
it for Zach from our Game Ops team. Zach doing a great job keeping those scores updated for you. We have a 10-way tie for first place in the Free Public Showdown. Fooligan, Sly Dog. Fooligans in first place in the Two Horrible Defenses. Final score, 6-3.
I don't know what place I'm in, but I don't really care, I guess.
He rostered the Falcons defense in the captain spot.
That's dicey considering they're the worst secondary in football last year. But they just get another sack. Oh. Nope. Live. I'm in 161st place. A Waller cat. Well, I've got 4 Raiders in my lineup. Well, people, I can't believe there's this many people behind me. My fake lineup last game that wasn't even entered is better than this one. 164. Throw it, Derek Carr, to Waller or to anyone. How about out of bounds?
Well, you said anyone.
They should sub in David Carr to play the rest of the game.
Alex Fox, what's up? Creature from the Glass Lagoon, checking in. Thanks for everything. Shout out to Zach. I don't want to be on his bad side for name spelling. It's Zach with an H.
Joker just got pulled with 2:46 left. They put Will Barton back in. Oh, no, Joker's still on the floor. They're making him play even though they're up 24. Nuggets are up 24.
Oh, my goodness. That is caught in triple coverage.
Waller?
No. Ruggs!
My lineup.
57-yard gain. We've had a lot of long completions. That we can say in our 2 sims tonight.
Here's a fun fact. Pete Alonso, fastest in MLB history to 70 career bombs. 220 games, 11 games sooner than it took Aaron Judge.
Henry Ruggs in this contest. 36% in the flex. Just shy of 7% in the captain spot. Jimmy B. What's up, Jimmy B? Jimmy B, you didn't change your name. It's Madden After Dark. You're slacking. Tater Hater. DK needs to give Glash and BK a raise for sitting through this travesty. Yeah.
There's nowhere else we'd rather be.
This is a snoozer, but you know what? Come on, stop it.
I do need to go to sleep, but I'll wait until the sim's done.
You probably didn't get much sleep because of the situation that you had, right?
Between that and, I mean, although he can't, just, no, the little girl, she just keeps waking up. And I go to bed later than I need to, and I have to wake up at 4:30 to do it.
Yeah.
The only thing saving grace in my life is that I don't have to drive to the radio station. Fingers crossed, even as everything opens back up, I'll still get to keep doing updates from my house.
Hey, don't look now, DK Sim fan, but your boy is in 74th in this last-minute NBA thing. I'm coming. Making a surge.
How many points do you need from Canada?
Making a surge Ibaka. Just thought of that. I'm funny. Darren Waller, swan dive, touchdown.
This is a crazy statement. I'll let you chime in just because you're a million. Hey, that's my captain. You're a million miles away, but pretty smart basketball writer in town here in Denver says John Elway came to the Broncos when I was 3. He was quarterback till I was 19. He's always been my favorite athlete. Oh, never mind. He was saying that Joker's surpassing Elway, not that he's surpassing him in the hearts and minds of Denver sports fans, just his own. I was like, Joker's got a lot of work to do to pass John Elway in Denver lore. I always say that John Elway should get his own mountain. I mean, I'm not from here, but I understand what he means to the area, the region. Joker's had a rebound and a bucket for you. Not that I can do play-by-play, but that's 3 points for you.
So let me ask you a question about the landscape of Denver sports.
Yeah.
Okay, question 1, that will lead into question 2. Jamal Murray, has he taken a significant step back this year?
No.
No.
No, a significant step,
worse?
no, but he's not scoring 50 a game. I mean, he's playing like he did last regular season. He's scoring 22 here, 24 there, 20 here. But because Joker is playing at such a high level, and they added Aaron Gordon, Barton's healthy and playing well, and Michael Porter is healthy and playing well, Murray doesn't have to do as much.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, they're about to be 5-0 with Aaron Gordon in the lineup, 6-0 since the trade.
Oh, really? Okay, I haven't followed.
Yeah, and Joker misses a triple-double and/or gets a triple-double almost every night. So he's got 26, 8, and 11 assists right now.
Okay.
Now, he may be done because there's a minute left in the quarter. They're just kind of leaving him out there. He also knows not to put himself in harm's way, if you will, in terms of, he doesn't really live above the rim. He's going to be flying all over the place, offensively or defensively. But he could realistically win the MVP, and Nathan McKinnon could also win the MVP for the Avs.
All right, question 2. Are the Nuggets well, now that you just said they've won 6 in a row, they're in it, right? They're in it. What's their seed right now?
They're a 4 seed, which means they play the Lakers as of today. They're on the heels of the Clippers, who they beat last Thursday in L.A. And Aaron Gordon adds a dimension to be able to cover. That's another Raiders side.
As a first round matchup, that's kind of brutal.
No. First round would be the Lakers, but I'm saying if they were to catch the Clippers, they'd catch a break, and then the second round,
I see.
they'd likely play the Suns.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously, if they're 4-5 and have to play the Lakers with LeBron and AD getting healthy,
that would be not ideal. Yeah.
Not great. But Aaron Gordon gives you the dimension to at least try to help guard those guys better than without him.
Sure.
Better than Gary Harris, who's 6'3". So,
Jimmy.
The Avalanche are the hottest team in hockey. The Avalanche have won 13 of the last 15, and the other 2 are overtime losses. And the Nuggets are about to win 14 of 17.
Wow.
So it's a little run here.
Jimmy B says, the funny thing is Glash has called 3 Madden After Dark games with my name, and now he notices. Yeah, Jimmy B normally changes his YouTube name from Madden After Dark to something inappropriate.
Okay.
Admittedly. And the chat is like, dude, where have you been? He just, that was a season 1 thing. Totally missed it.
What's funny, though, is I'm kind of rattling off random Denver sports facts. Do you know what they're talking about on mostly every radio station? And the Rockies, they started out 1-0, they're 1-3. But you know what certainly the 2.5 sports stations here in town are talking about?
What's that?
The Broncos quarterback situation.
NFL, man.
It's king. And it's not even close. Also, they don't have one, right? Let's just pretend they traded for Watson before all this stuff happened. right? Or whatever. They had somebody that Drew Lock may be the guy, but like even if they just had Jared Goff, you'd be talking about how many games they can win or whatever. Or Darnold or whomever. Although I think they think Drew Lock and Darnold are kind of same, like we talked about. But or even Teddy Bridgewater. Like it's just we're still probably talking about how to upgrade. Nonetheless, the uncertainty at quarterback is good for talk radio.
Right. Definitely.
Here's the thing, though. We're the Broncos station, so wins are the best thing for us because that ensures more people want to spend money and be part of the radio broadcast. I've got something cool in the works that I'll tell you about as it comes to fruition.
Ooh.
As it relates to the Broncos a little bit.
Can you say it on the air or no?
It's podcast related. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
I'm not going to become the voice of the Broncos. That job's taken.
All right, 10-7. Third quarter winding down. This game has been
awesome.
Yeah.
I am excited to go to Vegas next year, though, to check out that stadium, and LA to check out that stadium. Maybe a trip to Europe if they play Jacksonville and London. They haven't announced any other London games other than Atlanta will be going to London after not going this year.
All right, we've reached the quarter break. 10-7 score. We had 10 points scored in the third quarter combined.
Very exciting.
I mean, at least we're kind of heading in the right direction. Maybe, maybe not. Matt Ryan, 186 yards. No touchdowns, no picks, 11 of 12. Derek Carr, 13 of 18, 183. One touchdown to Darren Waller.
I got to be doing a lot better since Waller's my captain. That's got to get me out of 164th place, 161st. I am in 156th. Even with my captain scoring, I'm in 100. Oh, no, I'm higher. I'm in 156th place. I don't like that. Ridley's got me a goose egg. Richard's got me 0.1. I think Ridley's headed for David Billy Not My Kid award. The way this is stacking up.
Jones has been awesome. 7 for 129.
Zach, I need some more points. Make some magic happen.
Congo Cap says, I can't wait to see our stadium.
It's going to be awesome. Everyone that's been there, and this is just media folks I've talked to, raved about it. Same with LA.
Creature from the Glass Lagoon. Love you. Let's see. Leading lineup. Give it to you right now. Bro. I can't read your whole name. That's too bad. Bro. By 0.02 points. See? Read before you talk. Julio captained Gurley, Carr, Ruggs, Jacobs, Zacchaeus. Love it. Not really. 3%. $1,200 to roster. That's our contest, actually. In a three-way tie for first. In the free public showdown, 10,066 entries. Jones captained, Gurley, Ruggs, Waller, and both defenses in the winning build. Because, of course.
Very smart. Whoever played both defenses. Very smart. Did we a couple weeks ago, didn't I tell you that the Broncos could be on Teddy Bridgewater? I feel like I did. I definitely told somebody on these streams. I was talking about it on air here. And
that sounds right.
And I had pretty good info that they'd been talking to Carolina. Somebody else in town, I've been saying it on the radio, somebody else in town tweeted it today. Because some of the stuff I get given, and they don't really want me to tweet it necessarily. But I won't be surprised at all if they make a push to trade for Bridgewater. And I say push, I just mean get a deal worked out.
So have you heard the latest on that in terms of a team that takes on Bridgewater, the Panthers would be on the hook for most of the money?
Well, the guaranteed money, or the salary this year is $17 million. The guaranteed is about 10. So you probably have to restructure the contract where Carolina pays him some sort of money before they trade him, I guess, is how you probably have to make that money work.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get him instead of playing in your city for $17 million. and we'll use Denver as an example. So if the Broncos were to trade for him, you say, well, Carolina's already given you 2. We'll give you the other 8 or 9. You're going to, we'll pay you whatever, a little over, but we'll pay 8 or 9 out of pocket. And we're going to lop off the last year of your deal. So you're an unrestricted free agent, which means if you end up getting on the field and playing great for us, we then have to franchise you and pay you $35 million, or somebody else wants to pay you, or it doesn't work out here and you're a true free agent to go wherever you want. We don't control what happens to you next year. Where a team would still maybe want to take a flyer on you because their quarterback got hurt and you're only making $20 million, I say only, versus the chance to go make $30 million or 25, or whatever on a new deal with new guaranteed money. So that's the way the deal would likely be presented and probably accepted. The Broncos kind of did the same thing when they sent Case Keenum to Washington. They ate some of the money, and then Washington adjusted it, and he became a free agent after just one